Born amidst a chaotic encounter with a wild fox spirit, my father sacrificed himself to save me. At the age of 7, my grandfather took in 5 apprentices. Thus began my journey alongside my senior sisters, embarking on an extraordinary path as sorcerers, vanquishing malevolent spirits and purging evil. Chapter 1. The 3 Calamities. My life was purchased with the lives of my parents. It is, in essence, a sorrowful tale. My father, Meng Shan, was born mute and deaf. In our rural community, such individuals rarely find a spouse. When he turned 23, my grandfather, Meng Zhua, returned from Mount Zhuanglong with a young maiden, intending her to wed Meng Shan. The maiden, named Dong Xiulan, was both astute and enchanting, resembling a celestial being. Despite his afflictions, Meng Shan possessed a kind heart and a sincere disposition. He was unwilling to burden Dong Xiulan and hastily gestured to decline the union. Strangely, Dong Xiulan was immediately captivated by Meng Shan. As they spent time together, affection blossomed between them. Under my grandfather's guidance, they were wed. The marriage of a celestial beauty to a naturally mute and deaf man caused quite a stir in our village, especially considering her origins from Mount Zhuanglong. The mountain, vast and shrouded in perpetual mist, harbors an ominous aura, frequently inhabited by packs of weasels, rendering it a perilous realm teeming with malevolent spirits and demons. After their union, their love deepened, and soon, Dong Xiulan became pregnant. However, ever since her pregnancy, peculiar and unsettling events began to unfold. In our village, 2 individuals met their demise at the foot of Mount Zhuanglong. Additionally, a massive turtle, the size of a car, was spotted swimming beneath the waters of Xuanwu Lake at the mountain's base. In the village, rumors began to circulate. Mount Zhuanglong was deemed an ominous place, and the woman, Dong Xiulan, who descended from it, was considered a malevolent spirit. The child she carried was regarded as an evil progeny. Old Man Meng, desperate to preserve the Meng family's lineage, sought to exploit the village's feng shui to bequeath a son upon his family. If this continued, our village would face doom. However, due to my grandfather Meng's status as a feng shui master, no one dared to confront our household directly. These whispers merely thrived in secrecy. Just days before my birth, an unexpected deluge descended upon us. The mountain torrents surged down from Mount Zhuanglong, flooding the riverbed, where ancient coffin planks floated ominously upon the waters. Swathes of weasels leapt from the coffin planks, converging towards our home. My grandfather, Meng Zhua, donned a new garment of hemp. Standing resolutely in the rain, wielding a 3-foot peach-wood sword to ward off the advancing horde of weasels. I, Meng Zhua, am ensnared by the curse of Mount Zhuanglong. My son suffers in silence, born mute and beset by misfortune. The Dong family woman, solitary and forsaken, that I shall not permit you vile creatures to harm their child. Meng Zhua bellowed. In that moment, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The thwarted weasels began to coalesce, forming a dark silhouette. In an instant, the shape morphed into that of a gaunt figure. Atop the mass stood a pristine white weasel, resembling a human head. Weasels, commonly seen in the countryside, are often referred to as Huangpizi or Huangdaxian. However, the phenomenon of them assembling into a humanoid form is exceedingly rare. Particularly, a white weasel is likely to possess hundreds of years of cultivation. The shadow emitted a peculiar cawing sound, and a surge of ominous black energy rushed forth, plunging us into a perilous situation. At this moment, Dong Xiulan was in the throes of labor, her voice hoarse from her cries. My father, Meng Shan, unable to hear her anguish, witnessed the scene unfold and, disregarding his own life, leaped into the raging flood, swimming towards the coffin-like shadow. The waters surged violently, and in an instant, Meng Shan was engulfed by the tumultuous waves. Strangely enough, not long after, the torrential rain ceased, and a full moon emerged in the sky, while the floodwaters receded, causing a multitude of weasels to quietly disperse. Yet, Meng Shan was neither seen alive nor found dead. When my mother, Dong Xiulan, gave birth to me, she lost copious amounts of blood, severely depleting her vitality. The longing for Meng Qingshan consumed her day by day, and her spirit waned progressively. On the third day, an eerie sound of weasels echoed outside. Perched atop the courtyard wall was a completely white weasel, its eyes gleaming green under the moonlight. Overcome with emotion, I began to wail uncontrollably. Dong Xilan wiped her tears and said to my grandfather, "Father, I must return to Burial Dragon Mountain, and my husband has just perished, and my child has lost his mother 3 days after birth. After my death, my resentment shall surely soar to the heavens. No one shall harm my child. Please take good care of him, ensuring he survives this calamity." Having spoken, she laboriously donned the red wedding gown from her nuptials and, with a dagger, slit her wrist. Stepping outside, she cast a venomous glance at the white weasel and swore an oath to the heavens, saying, "If my son dies today, may it snow in June upon Burial Dragon Mountain," cutting off all life, ensuring that no living being ever enters the cycle of reincarnation. With those words, she walked into Burial Dragon Mountain, leaving a trail stained with her blood. From that day forth, she too became a figure unseen, neither alive nor dead. My grandfather became my sole family member. He bestowed upon me the name Meng, and, hoping I would be free from calamities and illnesses, living to a ripe old age. Yet, despite my grandfather's wishes, I frequently fell ill, leaving him often troubled and worried. When I turned 7, in a bid to cure my ailments, my grandfather issued a decree to recruit disciples, revealing to me that he was a master of feng shui. The realm of feng shui is known for the 13 protectors. South Ma-Yi, North Lao, Ju. The 13 protectors are unmatched. Crippled beggar Taoist, Black Wind, Ni Miao, and Dong, twin shamans. Zhang's little brother, the 4 heroes of Mao Shan, the blind old man. Among the 13 protectors, my grandfather ranked first, and due to his constant attire of hemp garments. He was also known as the Hemp Garment Divine Hand. To become a disciple of Meng's, the Hemp Garment Divine Hand, is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment that in an instant, our once desolate courtyard transformed into a bustling hub. Each day, it was filled with visitors, vehicles, and a steady stream of people arriving from all corners of the world, including the Miao region and the vast desert. My grandfather had 3 stipulations. First, he would only accept female disciples, limited to 5 seconds. Their destinies must complement mine. Third, each disciple must remain by his side for 2 years. Ultimately, he selected 5 exceptionally gifted young ladies. My grandfather stated that these 5 elder sisters would aid me in overcoming the tribulation I would face at the age of 20. According to him, I was destined to encounter 3 calamities: heaven, earth, and humanity. My parents had shielded me from the earthly and human tribulations, but at 20, I would face the heavenly one. In my innocence, I absorbed all of my grandfather's words. Strangely enough, after the arrival of the 5 elder sisters, I ceased to fall ill, and my health steadily improved. That I follow my grandfather and 5 senior sisters to learn the ancestral secrets of the Meng family, diligently studying the 13 gates of Mai. This tome encompasses the profound arts of feng shui, divination, talismanic drawing, and energy cultivation, and I soon mastered its teachings. Gradually, I came to understand that the ancestors of the Meng family were once royal feng shui masters. Throughout the ages, the art of feng shui was reserved for emperors, hidden within the confines of the imperial palace, never to be divulged to the common folk. However, following the Huang Chao rebellion, the ancestors of the Meng family fled and sought the dragon's vein at the foot of Longshan Mountain. It was from that moment onward that numerous esoteric practices of feng shui began to permeate into the populace. My grandfather imposed certain restrictions upon me. I was forbidden to ascend Longshan Mountain or descend into Xuanwu Lake. The burial of dragons upon Longshan Mountain is a site of unparalleled misfortune, devoid of yang energy. Beneath Xuanwu Lake lies a turtle, harboring ancient and malevolent forces. As time passed, I reached the age of 18. While my grandfather's hair had turned white and my senior sisters had all departed, that summer I, along with my good friend Juzi, sneaked to the edge of Xuanwu Lake to collect cicada shells. These shells, the exoskeletons of cicadas, are valued medicinal materials, with merchants coming to the countryside each summer to gather them. After an hour of labor, we were both drenched in sweat. Zhuzi proposed, Mengyan, let's swim in the lake and make tea. That moment, I noticed an inexplicable aura of darkness enveloping Zhuzi's face. Such a manifestation of shadow is an ominous sign, according to facial physiognomy, that I hurriedly dissuaded him, saying, do not enter the water, let us return home to bathe. However, Zhuzi, overwhelmed by the heat, disregarded my advice. Before I could restrain him, he plunged into the water with a vigorous leap. Once in the water, Zhuzi began to swim, occasionally surfacing and laughing joyfully. I persistently urged him to come ashore. Coward, come down and cool off. He called out cheerfully. Hurry up. Quickly, I shouted anxiously. Before I could finish my plea, the pillar plunged into the water. In that fleeting moment of his dive, I noticed a shadowy figure swimming towards us from the southeast. Pillar! I screamed with all my might, but it was already too late, and my heart raced uncontrollably. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was still no sign of him resurfacing. Without hesitation, I leaped into the lake. As I swam towards him, I was struck by the pallor of his face, his body ensnared by the ghostly green weeds, floating lifelessly in the water. Suddenly, the weed-entangled pillar seized me, his hands locking around me like iron shackles, dragging me downward. His eyes, filled with resentment, bore into me that I thought to myself, could this be where I meet my demise? Chapter 2. The Black Umbrella. Just as I was on the verge of drowning, a sudden clattering sound pierced the air, reminiscent of iron chains clashing. To my astonishment, a colossal turtle emerged from the depths of the water, sending waves surging upwards. I was separated from the pillar and fell onto the shore. As the waters calmed, I beheld the pillar floating in the lake, upon which stood a completely white weasel, its emerald eyes fixed upon me with an unsettling gaze. It emitted a sinister cackle, its green irises particularly eerie. For the century-old grudge, I shall ensure the Meng lineage is extinguished. The sound of clashing iron chains echoed once more, waves rolling in one after another. Old tortoise, you've thwarted my plans. Startled, the creature leapt from the pillar and swiftly glided across the water's surface, vanishing into the mist and retreating into the dragon's grave mountain. I was paralyzed with fear. At that moment, my grandfather's voice resonated. What is a blessing may not be. What is a calamity cannot be avoided. Unbeknownst to me, he had arrived at the lake's edge. My entire body dripped with water, my mouth agape, yet no words emerged. My grandfather approached, gently tapping my forehead, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Grandfather, I never intended to enter the water, I hastily explained. He paid me no heed and continued forward. I noticed a quaint black umbrella lying amidst the grass by the water's edge. My grandfather knelt before the umbrella, tears streaming down his face, his sobs echoing with despair. With the appearance of the black umbrella, the path wanes and evil proliferates. The Meng family is in peril. Confused, I gazed at him and inquired about his sorrow. Mengyan, the secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. In time, you shall understand. Grandfather wiped away his tears. Subsequently, he grasped the black umbrella and descended into the water, retrieving the pillar. Together, we solemnly laid the lifeless form of the pillar to rest. Upon returning home, Grandfather lit the incense burner and placed the black umbrella upon the altar, his expression grave. He spoke, Mengyan, are you aware that this black umbrella is a treasured heirloom of the Meng family? In ancient times, our ancestors arrived at Burial Dragon Mountain, severing its lifeblood. They cast the black umbrella into Xuanwu Lake, imprisoning a colossal turtle within its depths to guard the mountain. Now that the black umbrella has resurfaced, what fate awaits us? I cannot say. At first light, I shall venture into the mountain. Upon hearing about his expedition, I exclaimed, the yellow weasels dwelling in those mountains are nefarious creatures. They harbor a deep-seated animosity towards our family. A moment of contemplation struck me. It was rare for me to dissuade Grandfather once he had resolved upon a course of action. Perhaps I should accompany you. Grandfather shook his head. If I do not return in 3 days, it means I have perished upon Burial Dragon Mountain. You are to erect a grave marked with my garments by the 7th willow tree southeast of Xuanwu Lake, and then depart forthwith to seek your master sister. Remember, you must not set foot on Burial Dragon Mountain. Only after you have surmounted the heavenly tribulation may you enter. His tone brooked no argument. My eyes welled with tears, for I realized that if I did not go to Xuanwu Lake, the black umbrella would not manifest in the world, thus sparing grandfather from the perils of burial Dragon Mountain. Grandfather thundered, "You are a son of the Meng family. Do not behave like a daughter. Kneel down." I involuntarily trembled and quickly sank to my knees. Grandfather's right hand pressed gently upon my brow. I felt a sudden surge of heat, as if a wave of warmth was rushing towards the crown of my head. Simultaneously, my eyes burned, and I caught a glimpse of the sinister energy floating in the air. It dawned on me that my grandfather had opened a forbidden passage for me. By transcending this taboo, I could perceive the realm of the afterlife, allowing me to see spectral entities. After a brief respite, my grandfather gathered his belongings and imparted some final instructions before dawn broke, leading him into the Dragon Burial Mountain. For the next 3 days, I waited with bated breath, perusing the tomes my grandfather had left behind. As the third day descended into darkness, my grandfather had yet to return. I packed a few articles of clothing and made my way to the banks of Xuanwu Lake. There, I located the 7th willow tree, excavated a grave, and placed the garments and books within. Inexplicably, tears streamed down my face, as if I had truly laid my grandfather to rest. Was it destined that my father, mother, and grandfather would all meet their ends without a trace, neither in life nor in death? I looked up towards the Dragon Burial Mountain, a tide of intense resentment swelling within me. I was convinced that my fate was inextricably linked to that mountain. At that moment, I heard a voice calling, "Mengin, let's swim in the water." It was Zhuzi, standing not far off, dripping wet, his eyes vacant. A chill ran through me. This was a manifestation of the returning spirit. 3 days post-mortem, the return of the spirit occurs. Zhuzi had drowned, and today marked the 3rd day since his demise. Had it not been for my grandfather's opening of the first taboo, I might not have been able to see him. It seemed my grandfather had foreseen this very occurrence. I feigned nonchalance and said, "Zhuzi, it's rather late. You shouldn't go swimming now." His expression suddenly changed, and he commanded, "Get in the water." We were the best of brothers, yet in the face of life and death, nothing else mattered. He drowned in Xuanwu Lake to escape this place. He needed to pull me into the depths. Otherwise, he would become a wandering soul here. There is a reason for every grievance, and a debtor must face their creditor. It was that yellow weasel that harmed you. I spoke bluntly. "Mengin, I died because of you. You must pay with your life," Pillar shouted frantically. No sooner had the words left his lips than he lunged towards me. The willow trees swayed in the wind, and a chilling breeze pierced through like needles. I took a couple of steps back, feeling a pang of guilt towards Pillar. With no other choice, I retrieved the talisman from my waist and chanted, "6 Ding and 6 Jiat deities, drive away ghosts and evil, swiftly as the law commands." Pillar's spirit, having been separated from his body for 3 days, would lack formidable power. Upon being struck by the talisman, he instantly fell to the ground. Subsequently, a cloud of black mist emerged from his spirit, taking the form of a weasel clad in black, upright with its hands clasped together. "Can you see me?" It intoned in a deep voice. I nodded. As our gazes locked, a tremor ran through me, and I couldn't help but think, it truly resembles a human. "Kid, do I look like a human to you?" It suddenly spoke. I was taken aback, but quickly regained my composure. This yellow weasel was actually seeking a title from me. My grandfather had once told me that with age, beings could transform into demons or spirits, and humans are the essence of all things. Thus, those cultivating as demons would, when the time was ripe, seek recognition from humans. It seemed that in the moment our eyes met, it discerned my innermost thoughts. Moreover, I could perceive its intentions. Thus, it seeks to exploit me for a plea. In my heart, I harbor no fondness for the yellow weasel, and with a cold chuckle, I remarked, "You resemble." I deliberately paused, observing the creature's reaction. Indeed, it stretched its neck, appearing highly expectant. "You resemble a human. In a canine guise?" I exclaimed with a fierce tone. The moment those words escaped my lips, I shattered the weasel's plea. I witnessed it shake its dark coat, baring its teeth as it lunged toward me with ferocity and aggression. Chapter 3. The master I had long been prepared, showing no inclination to evade. Instead, I charged forward, raising my right hand to form a sealing gesture against malevolent spirits. With a resounding thud, it rebounded, leaving my hand with a gash. The yellow weasel rolled onto the lake's surface, swiftly vanishing from sight. An ominous premonition surged within me. The failure to subdue it meant that the weasel might have lost centuries of cultivation and would not relent easily. At this moment, retreating could very well mean summoning reinforcements. Ignoring the blood seeping from my wound, I hastened homeward. Indeed, it was not long before I heard the shrill cries echoing in the air. A horde of yellow weasels was in pursuit. The hues of fox, yellow, white, willow, and gray represented the 5 most common spirits, with the yellow spirit being the most cunning. Once enmity was established, it became a relentless pursuit. However, I had long been a solitary figure, unperturbed by such matters. Moreover, our family had already been ensnared by them. Upon returning home, I was taken aback by the sight of the oversized hemp robe. Wearing it required relinquishing many things while also bestowing numerous gifts. My grandfather's words resonated in my mind. Taking a deep breath, I silently acknowledged I had no other choice. I unfurled the robe and draped it over myself. In that moment, I sensed that I was shouldering something significant. Years later, I would come to understand that this was called responsibility. I meticulously cleaned the black umbrella, fastening it behind me, and secured the peach which my grandfather had left at my waist. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the outside world. They had arrived. I inhaled deeply, silently resolving myself, and stepped out of the door. A thick shroud of darkness enveloped the surroundings. The courtyard was teeming with countless weasels, led by a striking white one. Today, a yellow weasel approached me, likely a mate to the white one, accompanied by its progeny. They typically resided on Dragon Burial Mountain, drawing power from the ominous energies for their cultivation, each possessing a distinctly malevolent aura. Young one, do you dare to thwart my wife's grand scheme? The white weasel emitted an eerie sound. My heart sank. Indeed, it was a pair of mates. You seem rather audacious yourself, I retorted. Do not presume that just because you are Meng's grandson, I would not dare to act against you. Its displeasure grew, emanating a formidable aura of intimidation. I felt a shiver run through me, triggering cold sweat, although my grandfather had bestowed upon me a semblance of confinement before his departure, granting me a glimpse into the realms of yin and yang. It was merely a forced awakening. My true energy was far from substantial. Nonetheless, I did not yield. Instead, I advanced a step and defiantly declared, "You wish to kill me while simultaneously seeking my allegiance. Meng is not so easily manipulated." It bared its sharp teeth and hissed, "The Meng clan deserves annihilation." Upon hearing those words, I sensed 2 dark entities surging towards me like daggers. Having followed my grandfather for many years and practiced alongside my 5 senior sisters, I was undeterred by these 2 ominous forces. I took a deep breath, leaping towards the east while simultaneously executing the Qui-Gong step, discreetly preparing 2 6 ding 6 jia talismans, and shouted, "6 ding 6 jia, guardians of the 4 directions, night wandering spirits, aid me in vanquishing this malevolence." Urgent as a command, the talisman met 2 swirling masses of black energy, igniting instantly. However, a trace of it surged forth, grazing my right cheek. A sharp pain coursed through me, and blood began to trickle from my face. It was malevolent energy. The Chronicles of Anomalies states, "The yin essence embodies malevolence. This malevolent energy is exceedingly potent. Black can inflict harm, while red can corrode bones and seize souls." I had not anticipated that this white creature, having lingered in the dragon's tomb for so long, had cultivated such malevolence. Observing my evasion, the white creature remarked with an air of admiration, "Not entirely useless. You wretched beast, come forth and test me again." I showed no signs of fear. We are weasels, not dogs. Truly, you have an uncanny knack for provoking the very issues at hand. The white creature grew increasingly irate. In its fury, its progeny began to wail mournfully towards the heavens. I felt dizzy, my stomach roiling violently, overwhelming me with nausea. "Cease at once." A voice cold as ice, resonated. The enveloping darkness parted, revealing a slender figure in black attire, holding a white lantern, who approached with measured grace. "The master commands, do not harm Meng," and the woman stated with calm authority. She wore a wide-brimmed hat, a veil obscuring her visage, yet I sensed an unsettling familiarity. What does this mean? Meng Zhua is dead. The opportunity to annihilate the Meng family is upon us. The white creature bellowed. "This is an order, the master's command." The woman replied with serene composure. The white creature, filled with deep reluctance, conceded, "Very well. If the master commands it, I shall not kill Meng Yin. I shall take my leave. However, I possess a means to render his existence a living hell." Soon, all the weasels in the yard vanished, leaving only myself and the woman clad in black. She shattered the silence, coldly declaring, "To break the heavenly calamity, one must defy the heavens." I was taken aback. Who could be the master of the weasels? Could it be a creature sealed within Burial Dragon Mountain, guarded by the great turtle of Xuanwu Lake? My mind was awash with confusion. What did her words truly signify? And to defy the heavens ultimately leads to the fate of a solitary star pursued by the sun. A life steeped in anguish, she continued. The solitary star pursued by the sun is a dire fate, fraught with troubles. A solitary star can never draw near. It was evident she harbored doubts about my potential for success. I scoffed. "I appreciate your attempt to thwart me, but my future is not for you to speculate upon." She paused, then retorted with a cold smile, "Were you not the son of Dong Xiulan, I would not have engaged in such discourse with you." Upon hearing my mother's name, I was suddenly electrified, exclaiming, "Is my mother still alive? Who is your master? Did he capture her? You bear a heavy burden. You should contemplate the implications of my words," she replied, her demeanor utterly indifferent as she turned and exited the yard without casting a glance in my direction. I pursued her outside. The area beyond the yard was desolate, with only the lingering scent of the weasels to attest that everything had transpired. I had intended to pursue, but with a sudden exertion, I found myself collapsing to the ground. The effort expended to confront the recent crisis had drained all my strength. In this moment, with the danger dissipated, I found it difficult to remain upright. Leaning against the entrance of the courtyard, my mind, paradoxically, was exceptionally lucid. The mysteries of Burial Dragon Mountain weighed heavily on my thoughts. My grandfather had warned me that only by overcoming the heavenly tribulation could one enter the mountain, a caution rooted in his profound foresight. I fervently hope that my grandfather still walks this earth, even if he is confined and deprived of freedom on that mountain. One day I shall ascend that peak. I recalled the words of the woman in black, who urged me to contemplate the deeper meaning of her utterance. Was there a secret she could not directly disclose, thus cloaking her message in ambiguity? I pondered her words repeatedly. Suddenly, it dawned upon me. The 5 senior sisters could assist me in overcoming the tribulation. If they could not directly harm me, it was highly plausible that the threat would shift towards them. Among the 5 senior sisters, who would be the first to suffer? Chapter 4. The Fishbone Temple. Suddenly, I recalled my grandfather's admonition before ascending the mountain. Should any misfortune befall me, I was to seek out the eldest senior sister without delay. It seems my grandfather had foreseen this eventuality. The eldest senior sister would undoubtedly be the primary target. After resting for half an hour and tidying my belongings, I departed from my home. Over the years, due to the circumstances of my birth, I have been regarded as an ill omen. Only the pillar had kept me company. Now, I found myself bereft of family and close friends. Alone in this world, there was no one to bid farewell. If I were to fail to overcome the heavenly tribulation, I would never return to this place again. The road ahead was fraught with uncertainty. Yet clad in my coarse robe, I resolved to forge ahead without hesitation. My first destination lay 10 miles beyond the village, a place known as the Fishbone Temple. My grandfather had recounted how my deaf-mute father had vanished in the flood. When the waters receded, he searched tirelessly and upon reaching the Fishbone Temple, discovered a peachwood amulet belonging to my father. That night, when a mountain torrent surged, the Fishbone Temple must have been engulfed by the floodwaters. My grandfather speculated that the appearance of the peachwood amulet at the temple was likely a deliberate act by my father, Meng Qingshan. It seemed that in a moment of discovery, my father had plunged into the flood, perhaps to leave behind some clues by casting the amulet into the fishbone temple. After locating the fishbone temple, my grandfather ceased his search. As I prepared to leave my ancestral home, I felt compelled to return for one last look. Perhaps I could uncover the ultimate fate of my deaf-mute father. The fishbone temple lay amidst the riverbank's overgrowth. Legends spoke of a catfish spirit that once caused great turmoil, leaving the local populace to endure much suffering. Subsequently, a cloaked figure arrived, slaying the catfish spirit with a single stroke of his sword. He ground its bones into powder, blending them with soil to forge bricks, and constructed a temple of fish bones by the riverbank. The purpose was to admonish the ancient spirits dwelling at the riverbed against reckless behavior. Otherwise, they would meet the same fate as the catfish spirit. The adeptness of that priest, who could subdue the catfish spirit with such ease, must have been extraordinary. Once the temple was completed, the local populace would come to pay their respects. However, over the years, the number of farmers in the countryside gradually diminished. Even during floods, starvation was not a concern, resulting in a decline in the offerings to the fishbone temple, which ultimately fell into neglect. Under the moonlight, I walked at a leisurely pace. As I approached the fishbone temple, an unpleasant odor wafted towards me, one far beyond the ordinary, unmistakably the stench of decay. From the broken door, an eerie glow emanated. I glanced inside and beheld a black coffin at the center of the temple's main hall, with a ghastly luminescence seeping through the crevices of the coffin lid. It was evident that a corpse lay within. As I drew nearer, an unsettling sensation enveloped me. The coffin bore an image of a menacing centipede, exuding an aura of malevolence. It struck me as peculiar that within the fishbone temple, a coffin that radiated an otherworldly light could exist. This place was in close proximity to my home. If such a bizarre coffin had appeared, my grandfather would surely be aware of it. Thus, it could be inferred that this coffin had materialized only after my grandfather was laid to rest on Dragon Burial Mountain. If the coffin arrived here after my grandfather ascended the mountain, it must have been no more than 3 days since. The stench of decay is overwhelming. The occupant of the coffin cannot have been dead for long. Moreover, a coffin does not simply find its way here on its own. It is evident that someone brought it. Contemplating this, I instinctively became vigilant. The bearers of the coffin may very well be lurking nearby. After a brief pause of several minutes, I resolved to step inside for a closer inspection. Gripping my peachwood sword and channeling a breath of pure yang energy, I cautiously ventured forth. I treaded with utmost care and noticed that the base of the black coffin was bound by 7 black threads, each adorned with an ominous talisman. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, indicating that the talismans were inscribed with fresh blood. Upon examining one of the talismans, I was taken aback. This is a corpse-rearing talisman. Someone has been rearing corpses in the fishbone temple. I gasped in shock. This talisman is known as the 8-corpse-rearing talisman. Such arcane arts originate from the left-hand path. Within the realms of the Xianmen, the practice of corpse-rearing is vast and varied. Among the myriad of techniques, 2 categories stand out as particularly enigmatic and formidable. One category is associated with the Laojun and Maoshan sects, where certain misguided practitioners have perverted orthodox Taoist methods, resulting in exceedingly sinister practices. These individuals have strayed from the righteous path, embodying the essence of the left-hand path. The other category hails from the mysterious Miao region, where several esteemed families of corpse-bearers and rearing specialists reside, shrouded in profound secrecy. It is rumored that within one such family, there lies an ancient corpse king. My grandfather once told me that among the 13 guardians, the Miao and Dong twin sorcerers are well-versed in both corpse-bearing and rearing. It is wise to approach them with diplomacy and respect. Before me lies a black coffin accompanied by a corpse-rearing talisman, clearly associated with the left-hand path. I placed my hand upon the coffin, and a chilling aura enveloped me. Crafted from sinister wood, this coffin is undoubtedly an accursed object. Any ordinary individual who comes into contact with it would likely endure months of freezing cold, while those of stronger constitution will be plagued by nightmares for several days. The presence of such a coffin, compounded by the body it contains, sent a shiver of cold sweat cascading down my spine. Instinctively, I glanced outside. Fortunately, Dawn was approaching. With the break of day, the yang energy would rise, making it relatively easier for me to dismantle this corpse-rearing formation. However, one must not provoke the nuns or Taoist priests, as entanglement in their karmic web could lead to considerable complications. My purpose for visiting the Fishbone Temple was to uncover any clues regarding Meng Qingshan. After a moment's hesitation, I withdrew my hand and produced a soul-calling talisman. Affixing it to the wall, softly intoning, "Night Wanderer, spirits of the 8 directions, hasten to inform me of the events that transpired on the night of the Great Flood 18 years ago." I employed the soul-calling technique, hoping to summon wandering spirits that might provide insight into Meng Qingshan's whereabouts. Regrettably, after reciting the invocation several times, I received no response. A sense of unease gripped my heart. It seemed this Fishbone Temple was indeed peculiar, as even the lonely souls dared not take refuge here. A cold laugh emanated from within the coffin, followed by a disdainful remark. "Meng Qingshan's son proves to be so feeble." My immediate reaction was to suspect auditory hallucinations. After all, being ensnared within the corpse-rearing formation, compounded by my prior encounter with the yellow weasel which had drained my pure yang essence. Such a phenomenon would be entirely understandable. But the name Meng Qingshan is indeed my father's. "You are in the coffin." My pupils widened in shock as I struggled to maintain my composure, yet I could not help but shout. In that fleeting moment, I realized I had assumed the corpse keeper had departed. Little did I know, he was right there within the coffin, practicing his own macabre art of preservation. Such a sinister individual exists in this world. "Kid, are you scared stiff?" echoed a chilling, sinister laugh from within the coffin. Chapter 5. The Centipede Taoist. As the laughter subsided, 7 dark threads swayed, and talismans fluttered chaotically. A chilling black wind howled, nearly blinding me. Black wind. My heart raced with alarm. This was the sinister transmission of the left-handed sect. Practitioners of this lineage, after mastering their nefarious arts, often employed the black wind to ensnare the unwary. I took a couple of steps back, casting a furtive glance at the entrance of the Fishbone Temple. The undulating black threads had shifted positions, now forming a barrier that obstructed the exit. Suddenly, the coffin sprang open. Before me stood a pallid man, his face marred by dark, necrotic spots. He appeared relatively young. I held my breath, secretly channeling my energy to resist being toppled by the malevolent wind. Clad in a black robe, he was adept at wielding the black wind, a practitioner of corpse rearing. The fetid odor emanating from him was undoubtedly linked to his macabre craft. I squinted and took a quick glance. He was not a mere animated corpse, but possessed a soul, indicating that he was indeed a living being. "I wish to marry Fong Wanqing. She possesses a golden jade fate, perfectly aligned with mine. However, when I formally proposed, she insisted that without Meng Zuo's consent, she would not agree. Now that Meng Zuo is deceased, I will take you back, and you shall inform her yourself that Meng Zuo has given his approval," he stated. "Fong Wanqing is my senior sister. My grandfather foresaw her fate. She is blessed with a golden jade destiny, an exceptionally rare and precious fate, unparalleled in fortune." The corpse-rearing Taoist before me, drawn to Fong Wanqing, likely seeks to exploit her fortune to facilitate his own cultivation. "You are nothing but a coward, reeking of decay," I retorted. "My elder sister will not marry you," I rebuked immediately. "Only after my grandfather ascended the mountain did you dare to sneak over, using me to persuade Fong Wanqing." This Taoist is somewhat sinister, yet his abilities are not formidable. The Fong family is a prominent and illustrious clan, while my mastery in ancient armor Taoism places me among the esteemed practitioners. If she were to wed me, I could safeguard the Fong family's fortunes for another 30 years. However, Fong Wanqing possesses a stubborn temperament, and I do not relish the idea of coercing others. If you comply with my demands, you may preserve your life, otherwise, there are countless who would seek to take it, stretching for miles. He spoke coldly. A mere corpse-rearing Taoist dares to be so audacious. 30 years of fortune. Such bravado is indeed laughable. The matters of feng shui and destiny are intertwined with the heavenly principles. I scoffed, choosing not to respond. "Young man, I am shrouded in dark winds. Even the renowned Meng Zuo master of the cloth, would find it difficult to ensure his own safety. Moreover, this fishbone temple was constructed by my venerable ancestor, he proclaimed with a proud smile. Was the architect of the fishbone temple truly his ancestor? A flicker of doubt crossed my mind. If the temple were built by the leftist Taoists, concealing intricate secrets, my grandfather would surely have discerned it. Upon reflection, could it be that my grandfather intentionally turned a blind eye, permitting the existence of the fishbone temple? In truth, my grandfather had already devised a strategy, only to be thwarted by unforeseen circumstances that prevented him from acting against the temple. In that moment, I found it challenging to reach a conclusion. Although my grandfather had entered the Dragon Burial Mountain, how could you be so certain? Did he not leave me with a hidden trump card? Surely, it would not be an insurmountable task for the master of the cloth to protect his grandson, even after death. I replied calmly. The expression on Gu Jiadao's face shifted dramatically. From his reaction, it was evident that although he looked down upon my grandfather, deep within, he harbored a profound fear. The calculations of the world's foremost feng shui master are not something you, a mere practitioner of the tangential arts, can fathom. I shouted once more. His body trembled, his pale visage stiffening slightly, as he forced a smile and said, "Young one, we can strike a bargain. If you assist me with matters concerning Meng Qingshan, I shall provide you with information. I believe you shall not regret this." After uttering these words, he regained his composure, his eyes glinting with intensity as they fixated on me, emanating a formidable aura of intimidation. At that moment, a crackling sound emanated from outside. Gu Jiadao had concealed lethal moves beyond the confines of the fishbone temple. I couldn't help but ponder that Gu Jiadao resembled a venomous serpent. Allying with such a creature would ultimately lead to my own downfall. However, given the current predicament, it seemed I had no superior alternatives. If I could extract information about my father, Meng Qingshan, from him, it might yield an unforeseen advantage. It appears you are well prepared. I have no other options left. I shrugged. I am a straightforward individual. I would never deceive you. The connection between the Fishbone Temple and Meng Qingshan is known solely to me. Even Meng Zhou cannot perceive it, Gu Jiadao asserted. With a flick of his sleeve, he produced a palm-sized piece of black inkwood, adorned with the image of a diminutive poisonous centipede. Subsequently, he bit into his left fingertip, allowing dark blood to seep forth. The black blood permeated the inkwood, which he then tossed to me. I caught it, fully comprehending his intent. This is the binding of the entity. Both parties have sworn a blood oath. Should either side violate the agreement made today, they shall face severe repercussions from the arcane arts. As I lacerated my finger and let my blood fall upon the obsidian wood, a secretive smile flitted across the lips of Gu Jiadao. I feigned ignorance. If the grandson of the famed Ma Yishun Shou could not unravel even the tricks of a corpse handler, then I, Meng, and would deserve to perish by treachery. The binding will remain with me. You have no objections, do you? He inquired. If Buisa Nodisen. After taking the obsidian wood, he clapped his hands, producing a sibilant sound, and a nearly half-meter-long venomous centipede crawled in from outside. As it approached Gu Jiadao, he unfastened his black robe, and the colossal centipede proceeded to burrow into his navel. I swallowed hard, a wave of indescribable revulsion washing over me. This is a secret technique of our sect. Once this centipede's potent venom merges with my meridians, a mere breath of my black wind will carry its lethality, allowing me to easily dispatch you. Given some time, I shall become a formidable figure within the Xianmen, Gu Jiadao unabashedly declared. A firm resolve took root within me. I must not allow Gu Jiadao to defile my senior sister. Strangely enough, after the centipede entered Gu Jiadao's body, the peculiar stench of decay vanished. You are far more formidable than I had imagined, I remarked. He not only possessed knowledge of the secret arts of corpse nurturing, but also seemed well-versed in the habits of venomous creatures. However, the centipede he possessed was black. To truly achieve a lethal presence unseen, it needed to absorb sufficient malevolent energy, manifesting a ghostly green hue to attain its full potential. With his innate abilities, it would require at least 30 more years. After reaching an accord with Gu Jiadao, the two of us journeyed to Dongjiang City. I took residence in Gu Jiadao's abode, a secluded three-story building near the river where few people dwelled. The home was filled with various Taoist artifacts, including sheets of paper and bamboo strips, alongside numerous crafted paper figures and horses. Many jars contained wriggling, venomous insects, likely intended to nourish the toxic centipede dwelling within him. Gu Jiadao urged me to change into clean garments, as he was eager to visit the Fong family. I remained clad in the hemp robe left by my grandfather. It had been several years since I last saw my senior sister, and I felt a twinge of anticipation. I wondered how she had fared. The Fong family resided in the southeastern part of Dongjiang City. After my grandfather accepted Fong Wanqing as his disciple, he also extended assistance to the Fong family. Over the past decade, their fortunes had flourished. After Gu Jiadao announced his name, he was swiftly granted entry into the opulent residence of the Fong family. A portly middle-aged man emerged to greet us. I recognized him from my childhood. He was undoubtedly Fong Wanqing's father, Fong Qianchuan. Upon seeing Gu Jiadao, he displayed a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Fong, Meng Zhua has perished, and I have brought the waste of the Meng family," he announced, delivering Meng Zhua's message, requesting Miss Fong to come forth. Gu Jiadao spoke with the authority of a superior. Fong Qianchuan could not hide his elation. If that is indeed the case, it will be splendid. The Fong family's future for the next 30 years will depend on you. Throughout the entire process, Fong Qianchuan did not cast a single glance in my direction. Even upon learning of my grandfather's demise, he exhibited a subtle disdain, whether intentionally or not. I found this rather surprising. When Fong Wanqing first entered my grandfather's tutelage, Fong Qianchuan did not display such an attitude. Is this what they call the harsh realities of life? Soon enough, I laid my eyes upon the senior sister, adorned in a flowing red robe. She possessed a graceful figure and an exquisite countenance, embodying the most precious qualities of the golden destiny, akin to the beauty of jade, imbued with spiritual essence. Yet, at the corner of her right eye, there lingered a barely perceptible shadow of darkness. Moreover, her crimson attire appeared strikingly ominous. Chapter 6, A Child's Face. I have always felt that her red attire resembled the hue of blood. The corners of her brows bore a dark tint, as if tainted by unclean elements. However, my grandfather once mentioned that the senior apprentice possesses a fate of gold and jade, endowed with a spiritual root, and is blessed with an extraordinary fortune, making her susceptible to impurities. The undulating mountains harbor both perilous grounds and places rich in auspicious energy. Similarly, one's fortune is shaped by the circumstances of birth, the ancestral virtues, and other factors. Some are inherently imbued with spiritual essence, favored by the heavens, and destined for a life of good fortune. Such individuals are those with spiritual roots. Logically speaking, it should be exceedingly difficult for the senior apprentice to be sullied by unclean forces, especially since she has been learning under my grandfather as tutelage, which would further shield her from malevolent entities. Thus, there exists only one possibility. The one who harmed the senior apprentice possesses superior abilities and does not regard my grandfather with respect. Judging by the timeline, this malevolent presence has been following Fong Wanqing for some time, and should not be the couple of yellow weasels. My heart swelled with confusion as my gaze met Fong Wanqing's. A fleeting look of panic crossed her eyes before she regained her composure. "Miss Fong, the grandson of Meng Zhua has arrived," Gu Jiadao interjected, positioning himself between me and the senior apprentice. He then turned his attention to me, saying, "You must inform Miss Fong that Meng Zhua consents to my marriage with her." A subtle smirk graced his lips as his right hand delved into his sleeve, grasping a talisman engraved with a centipede motif, his gaze imbued with profound significance, exuding an overwhelming presence. I understood that he was urging me to be discreet. At this moment, Fong Qianchuan discerned that I seemed constrained by the ancient armor sect, and with a mocking tone he proclaimed, "In the past, I was misled by Meng Zhua, which led my daughter to unwittingly pledge her allegiance to him. From this moment forth, my daughter Wanqing shall sever all ties with the Meng family. Our bond irrevocably shattered." I chuckled softly and stepped forward, saying, "Master sister, why waste blossoms upon dung? Since I have arrived, you need not fret. A corpse-rearing Taoist is merely a buffoon." The expression of the ancient armor sect shifted instantly, a fierce glint emerging in his eyes as he shouted, "You seek death." He swiftly retrieved his talisman, his lips moving rapidly as he chanted an incantation, and then bellowed, "Soul capture." The talisman he wielded was bound by a blood pact. Within it likely lay the malevolent spirit he had nurtured. This spirit, having tasted my blood, was now compelled by the ancient armor sect's command to employ the soul capture technique, attempting to ensnare my true essence and render me a puppet of the ancient armor sect. To break the soul capture was not overly difficult for me. The 13 doors of Ma, he had recorded such methods. Moreover, my blood harbored pure yang energy, which most malevolent spirits could scarcely endure. I discreetly formed a counteracting hand seal, safeguarding my true essence, my pupils dilating as I forcefully declared, "Break," with a splatter, while I remained unharmed. The ancient armor sect spat forth a mouthful of blood, his confidence swiftly transforming into terror. Impossible. No. His form swayed, unable to utter another word. As the talisman shattered, the malevolent spirit came under my control. The secret technique previously imposed upon me would rebound upon the ancient armor sect. I approached him, supporting his form, and with a smile, I remarked, "Daoist Gu, you haven't even partaken of wine, yet you find yourself inebriated." Fang Qianquan was utterly bewildered. Gu Jia Dao's mouth was agape, yet he was rendered speechless, a shadowy aura encircling his neck. At that moment, I had no desire for him to speak. I gently assisted Gu Jia Dao into a seated position. Fang Qianquan's demeanor shifted to one of humility, and he promptly poured me a cup of steaming tea. Unexpectedly, he remarked, "Meng, nephew, having received the true teachings of Master Meng, I find myself entranced." I replied, "I merely utilized the talisman paper left by my grandfather, which is why I emerged victorious. The one who attacked Fang Wanqing possesses formidable skills. I cannot afford to reveal my strength prematurely, hence I invoked my grandfather's name." Gu Jia Dao gazed at me with a hint of reluctance. Fang Qianquan paused momentarily, seemingly disheartened, and sighed, "In truth, I am also powerless to resist. I simply wish to save my daughter. You must think me quite opportunistic." Fang Wanqing's complexion was ashen as she interjected, "Brother, my father did not deceive you. He acted solely to rescue me." I urged, "Please, share your thoughts with me." After a brief hesitation, Fang Wanqing replied, "Follow me to my room." Her chamber was located on the second floor. Upon entering, I was struck by the overwhelming crimson hues that adorned her space. Red bed linens, red curtains, and red shoes. In my recollection, my senior sister had never favored the color red. Had her tastes undergone such a transformation after years apart? Has Master truly passed away? She inquired. I shook my head and candidly responded, "Grandfather ascended into the burial dragon mountain and has yet to return." Fang Wanqing's eyes brimmed with tears. I never imagined Master would venture up the mountain. The mountain, alas! My grandfather was a master of the mysterious arts, his strategies unfathomable to any. We ought to possess more confidence. I urged, "Please, share with me the details of the extraordinary being you encountered." Fang Wanqing hesitated momentarily, yet eventually turned away, shedding her crimson garment to reveal her alabaster shoulder. Before I could blush, I beheld a child's face, approximately the size of a palm, affixed to her right shoulder. This visage was not merely tattooed. It seemed to be an integral part of her being. It appeared remarkably lifelike, as if imbued with vitality. I locked eyes with it for a brief moment, and it even winked at me. A chill ran down my spine. Back at home, that cold, enigmatic woman in black had hinted that someone might harm my senior sister, and it seemed she was not deceiving me. The more I gazed, the more I perceived the dreadful aura of resentment emanating from it. This child must have met with a tragic demise. Yet upon closer inspection, the face appeared not to belong to a single child, but rather to be a confluence of countless faces intertwined. Could it be that an adept had sown the seeds of vengeful spirits within Fang Wanqing, intending to obliterate the essence of her spiritual roots? But why did this face resemble an amalgamation of many? In that moment, I found myself utterly perplexed by its composition. Indeed, there are realms beyond realms, and beings beyond beings, The ancient arts are but a minor player in this grand tapestry. Over a month ago, this child's face had inexplicably manifested. I remain bewildered by its origin. I have contemplated numerous solutions, yet none have succeeded in dispelling it, despite seeking assistance from many. Feng Wanqing calmly stated, "It appears someone has surreptitiously cast a sinister spell upon me." A few days ago, the ancient figure of Gu Jia Dao suddenly emerged. He claimed to possess a means to remove the child's visage, but the condition was that I must marry him. Contemplating the situation, I believed that if I could summon my master, he would undoubtedly have a solution. Thus, I was compelled to provoke Gu Jia Dao into seeking my master beneath the burial grounds of Longshan. Feng Wanqing donned her attire. "More than a month ago? How long has it truly been?" I inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Wanqing furrowed her brow and replied, "There are 3 days remaining. It should amount to the mystical number of 49. Upon hearing this, I gasped in alarm. This is dire. Chapter 7. The tortoise, the number 7, is considered to be an embodiment of extreme yin. If I do not manage to remove the child's face from Feng Wanqing before the last 3 days arrive, she will meet a tragic fate, one that is truly dreadful. Had I acted 10 days earlier, I could have forcefully extracted the child's face from her. However, without understanding the underlying reasons, to act rashly now might jeopardize her life. After a moment of contemplation, I reassure my senior sister, "There are still 3 days left, do not worry. As long as I am here, you shall live well." This was my heartfelt promise. If not for my presence, Feng Wanqing would not be in such peril. She certainly deserves a life filled with happiness. Feng Wanqing, visibly moved, stepped forward and embraced me. "Brother, I thought I was destined to die. With your words, I feel at ease." A fragrant scent enveloped me, causing my cheeks to flush. I hastily pushed her away, feeling a bit shy, yet managing a smile. She chuckled softly, "You have grown up. You used to hold my hand while playing." My face reddened further, and I quickly handed her a calming talisman, urging her to keep it close. Subsequently, I departed the Feng residence alongside Gu Jiadao. Upon leaving the opulent abode, I sensed an unseen presence trailing behind me. Yet, I chose to disregard it. It could very well be a practitioner of high skills aiming at Feng Wanqing, with the ultimate target being myself. If that entity follows me, perhaps it would afford some respite to Feng Wanqing. Together with Gu Jiadao, I returned to his home. As a newcomer to Dongjiang City, I found myself surrounded by unfamiliarity and lurking dangers. Gu Jiadao's residence provided a suitable sanctuary for me. In this manner, many trivial troubles can be alleviated. "Master Gu, your centipede must be nurtured to a ghostly green hue to wield its lethal prowess unseen. I can now effortlessly compel it to surface and incinerate it directly." Upon hearing this, Gu Jia realized that I was well versed in his secret arts, and that my cultivation far surpassed his. The effort and resources he had expended to raise such a formidable centipede indicated his unwillingness to abandon his pursuit halfway. Although Gu Jia gritted his teeth in resentment towards me, he ultimately conceded with a reluctant huff. Grasping the dark wood in my hand, I summoned my spiritual energy to release the sinister aura constraining Gu Jia's neck. He coughed lightly and spoke. "I never anticipated that my lifetime of renown would be diminished by a mere fledgling. It is said that the grandson of the renowned Ma, Yi Shansho, possesses an inherently frail disposition and mediocre talents, a veritable waste of potential. I am truly astonished, for I have been bested by you, and I concede this defeat with both humility and respect." I chuckled softly, placing my hand upon his right shoulder to keenly sense the centipede dwelling within him. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped the creature. I have a senior sister who hails from the Miao and Dong regions, well-versed in all manner of poisonous creatures and transformation arts. She resided in my home for several years. I regarded him with a smile. Gu Jia's complexion turned a ghastly pale as he pleaded, "Young Master Ming, I'm truly in awe of your abilities." I did not speak falsely. I released him and took a seat, inquiring, firstly, "How did you come to be at the Feng family estate?" Secondly, reveal to me the connection between Mengqing Shan and the Yugu Temple. This dialogue ensued following the treachery faced by Feng Wanqing. The emergence of Gu Jiadao is undoubtedly no mere coincidence. It is highly likely that a mysterious figure orchestrated his appearance. Gu Jia Dao's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his profound terror. He staggered unsteadily before collapsing onto the ground, shaking his head and uttering, "I cannot speak. If I do, I shall perish." I struck the table with my palm and exclaimed, "Excellent. It appears you are quite naive, believing that my youth exempts you from peril." Clearly, that enigmatic figure had instilled such fear in Gu Jia Dao that he no longer cared for the absence of centipedes or the loss of his cultivation. My Ishan Xiang, Mengzhua, is renowned as the preeminent geomancer in the world. Though I have only mastered a fraction of his teachings, I could render you to a state worse than death. If you employ soul capture against me, I shall retaliate with soul devouring to test your mettle. Reciting the incantation, I tightened my grip on the talisman and chanted once more. Gu Jia Dao possessed the ability to nurture corpses, summon black winds, and command venomous centipedes. Alas, none of these skills had reached perfection. Gu Jia Dao finally cried out in anguish. He was neither human nor corpse. The pain coursing through his body was trivial. However, the technique I employed was that of soul devouring, directly targeting his ethereal essence. His soul was his Achilles heel. Without a soul, he would merely be a lifeless husk. And I posse as he traverses the shadows year after year, his skin predominantly pale despite the presence of mottled patches. This is how he elucidated the matter to me. Like Feng Wanqing, he too has been tainted by this enigmatic force. Who bestowed this upon you? I inquired hastily. Gu Jia Dao shook his head. It was a sage. I did not catch a glimpse of his visage, but upon his garments there rested an ancient tortoise. This detail is indelibly etched in my memory. A tortoise? I furrowed my brow, recalling my grandfather's tales of the Meng family's ancestors who subdued a colossal tortoise with a black umbrella. What connection does this sage draped in the guise of a tortoise have with Xuanwu Lake? Noticing my prolonged silence, Gu Jia Dao urged, "Young master, please do not think me a fabricator. I do not deceive you. It is indeed that tortoise. His prowess is unparalleled among the sages I have encountered." I probed further, so he instructed you to approach the Feng family. What is your intention? Gu Jia Dao replied. He commanded me to wed Feng Wanqing, to drain her fortune, transforming her into a soulless being. I am no match for him. I simply cannot refuse. Rising, I began to pace, contemplating Gu Jia Dao's words. Thus far, his assertions aligned closely with my own conjectures. Suddenly, I halted and asked, "What of Meng Qingshan? Why did you appear at the Fishbone Temple? Was the Taoist who constructed the temple truly your ancestral master?" He responded, "It was indeed my ancestral master who erected it. It was also that tortoise who shared this with me." The connection between Meng Qingshan and the Fishbone Temple was likewise revealed by that sage. He remarked that this could serve to draw you to Dongjiang. I was taken aback. It seemed that the enigmatic figure clad in turtle attire possessed far greater knowledge than I had initially surmised. Over a month ago, the adversary had acted against Wanqing, and he had also anticipated my grandfather's burial on Longshan. Could it be that he had foreseen all of this from the very beginning? My grandfather had often spoken of the existence of many adept individuals capable of divining various truths. The prowess of this person truly rivaled that of my grandfather. What did he say? I inquired. He mentioned that Meng Qingshan was inherently deaf and mute, influenced by Mengzhua. In this world, every geomancer carries a curse, and they invariably suffer from one of 5 flaws or 3 deficiencies. Mengzhua stands as the preeminent master, and his son, upon birth, was doomed to this curse. Hence his congenital silence. Ancient doctrines of geomancy state that the profession is rife with these notions. Due to their profound insight into celestial laws and their ability to perceive the hidden truths of the cosmos, geomancers are often burdened with such fates. My grandfather, Mengzhua, discerned too many heavenly secrets, and ultimately, the repercussions fell upon my mute father. Any individual with a modicum of cultivation should be capable of discerning this. I gestured for Gu Jia Dao to continue. The sage elaborated, being born deaf and mute merely pertains to the physical absence of ears and a tongue. Meng Qingshan possesses an exceptionally astute heart, a prodigy in the art of cultivation. Should he pursue the path of geomancy, his mastery would undoubtedly surpass that of Mengzhua. In a decade, he could ascend to the pinnacle of the geomantic world, perhaps even secure a place on the Kunlun list. Gu Jiadao explained. The term seven-orifaced intelligent heart refers to an individual of extraordinary intellect, one who is innately enlightened. It is essential to recognize that, for a practitioner, the most arduous task is achieving this enlightenment. In layman's terms, it is a matter of whether the ancestral masters grant their favor. My deaf-mute father is a man of profound cultivation, a fact my grandfather never disclosed to me. Before I could respond, the words that followed from the ancient master left me even more astonished. Chapter 8. The tracing symbol thus, your first calamity, Meng-en, was exchanged for your mute father's exquisite heart. The ancient scholar spoke. Apart from astonishment, I found it somewhat unfathomable. Could it be that on that fateful night my father, Meng Qingshan, discerned the hidden truths behind the deluge and resolutely plunged into the waters to shield me with his heart? With a heart so exquisitely profound, did he ward off my misfortunes? Assuming all of this holds truth, with whom did Meng Qingshan exchange his exquisite heart? Was it with the master of Burial Dragon Mountain? If it were merely a heart that was given, the body should still exist. Why did my grandfather only find that peachwood amulet at the Fishbone Temple while following the current? Where, indeed, did my father's corpse vanish? Could it be that one of your sect took it to preserve the body? I inquired. The ancient scholar shook his head. I cannot say. However, it seems unlikely that anyone would dare to use the son of Mengzhua for such a purpose. I cannot deny it. Yet, the ultimate fate of my father, Meng Qingshan, remains an enigma. How did that mysterious figure clad in a turtle robe come to know all of this? It appears I must urgently seek out this enigmatic individual. My gaze returned to the child on the shoulder of the ancient scholar, and I asked, if I remove this object from you, and if I'm not mistaken, that mysterious individual did not intend for you to survive. This object will gradually consume your soul. The ancient scholar initially appeared delighted, but then regarded me with suspicion. Young sir, this was planted by the turtle offspring. I fear you may be incapable. After a brief pause, he continued. However, it seems I have no other choice. I have my considerations. If it is true that the visage of Fong Wanqing and the child on Gu Jidao's shoulder were both sewn by that mysterious figure, then I shall detach this face and utilize the child's countenance to trace back, with a 90% certainty of locating that enigmatic individual. Just now, I refrained from acting against Fong Wanqing out of concern for her life. However, I harbor no such reservations regarding Gu Jiadao. He is neither man nor corpse, and his body can endure pain far beyond that of an ordinary person. Rest assured, this peachwood sword was wielded by my grandfather. Furthermore, my grandfather bequeathed to me a considerable number of talisman papers. I spoke reassuringly. Gu Jiadao replied, then I shall rely on you, young master. Grasping the peachwood sword in my left hand, I performed the ritual, circling around Gu Jiadao while chanting, Gods of the four directions, traversing day and night, hasten forth. Assist me in vanquishing evil. By decree of the Supreme One, the Savior of suffering, I pronounced loudly, swiftly biting into the tip of my right index finger, blood gushing forth, and then I forcefully pierced my right index finger into the mouth of that child's face. The crimson visage, enticed by the blood, opened its mouth, the red malevolence forming a maw that clamped down on my finger. However, the command it received must have been to remain on Gu Jiadao. Though it craved the blood, it merely greedily bit my finger, drawing sustenance without departing from Gu Jiadao's body. Simultaneously, Gu Jiadao began to wail in agony, his veins protruding and beneath his skin. Numerous red lines coursed and writhed. The centipede residing within his body began to struggle. Stop. Young master, please cease. Gu Jiadao implored. I replied, it will soon come to an end. It feasted upon my blood, and how could I possibly allow it to escape? My strength surged as I bellowed, little infant spirit. If I wished to eliminate you, I would not employ the Tai Salvation Edict, but rather incinerate you with my thunderous magic. Comprehend your position. The Tai Shang Salvation Edict is a relatively gentle incantation, capable of guiding tormented souls to rebirth. I discerned that the infant spirit harbored profound resentment. Possibly due to its own grievances, it was merely a pawn in the hands of a mysterious figure. It still possessed the right to reincarnate. My grandfather once spoke of the interconnectedness of all things. Vanquishing demons and monsters cannot solely rely on violent measures. After a tense half-minute, the child's visage detached from Gu Jia Dao. I swiftly captured it in a transparent vial and sealed it with a talisman. Gu Jia Dao fell unconscious, collapsing onto the ground, his garments disheveled. The centipede crawled out from his navel. I hurled my peachwood sword to obstruct its path. The infant spirit, confined within the vial, initially writhed in agitation. However, under the suppression of the talisman's power, it gradually calmed. I endeavored to control the little infant spirit and communicate with it, ultimately discovering that it too seemed engulfed in chaos and disarray. It appeared that the mysterious figure had taken precautions against anyone uncovering the origins of the infant spirit, which placed me in a predicament. I rested for the night, and it was not until noon the following day that Gu Jia Dao finally regained consciousness. He exclaimed excitedly, "I never expected you to succeed. In the past, I was blind to your greatness. Young master, please forgive me. You have saved my life, and I am willing to serve you diligently." After uttering these words, he knelt on the ground, bowing his head repeatedly to demonstrate his sincerity. I couldn't help but chuckle. However, I was truly reluctant to accept the necromancer. Yet, he possessed clues about the Fishbone Temple. I waved my hand dismissively and coldly stated, "I do not intend to release you. Tonight, I shall meet with that mysterious figure. Wherever you require my assistance, I assure you I will not hinder you," he declared, thumping his chest. As night fell, I retrieved the porcelain vial, from which the spirit of the infant emitted a piercing wail once more. "Give me a paper effigy," I commanded. The necromancer promptly selected a green paper figure. I recited an incantation, releasing the spirit from the porcelain vessel and binding it to the green paper figure. Throughout the entire process, the necromancer watched in astonishment, his expression revealing an increasing belief in my abilities. The green paper figure began to writhe, erupting with energy as it let out a roar towards me. "You insolent creature! Behave yourself!" I bellowed. Although it was filled with resentment, its power was diminished while bound to the paper figure. I then inscribed a tracking talisman and affixed it to the back of the green paper figure. "Go seek your master." I released the paper figure, which took off, vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. I followed closely behind, guided by the necromancer, as I was not familiar with Dongjiang City. Eventually, we pursued our quarry to the western edge of the city. Beneath the luminous moonlight, a mountain emerged. Although its stature was not imposing, it was shrouded in an aura of darkness and foreboding. The entire mountain exuded an eerie stillness, akin to a realm of desolation. The Meng family's most esteemed secret arts were not the capture of spirits or demons, but rather the intricate practices of geomancy, seeking auspicious sites and locating dragon veins. Upon closer observation, I discerned that the contours of this mountain were exceedingly peculiar. Beneath the surface, there lay a malevolent energy channel, rendering this place a site of great misfortune in the realm of feng shui. At that moment, I noticed that Gu Jia Dao was trembling uncontrollably. His voice quivered as he spoke. "Young master, it would be best if you traverse the remaining path alone. I dare not accompany you any longer." "What manner of place is this?" I inquired. "The one clad in the guise of a turtle." "No, that formidable adept possesses celestial powers. This location, however, serves as her sanctum." I was referring to her. She was a woman, not the enigmatic figure. "This place is called Wuying Mountain." Gu Jia Dao's voice dwindled to a whisper, and I could sense he was on the verge of fainting from terror. I found myself intrigued. What sort of woman could instill such fear in one who had mastered the art of preserving corpses? Chapter 9. Black Wind and I. "Whose sanctuary is this?" I inquired. "Black Wind and I," Gu Jia Dao responded. "I know her." I nodded. The moniker of Black Wind and I was not unfamiliar to me. She held a prominent place among the 13 guardians. She practiced within the Buddhist realm and was a formidable figure known for her ruthlessness. Gu Jia Dao often utilized the Black Wind, primarily composed of negative energy. occasionally employing a touch of malevolence. However, Black Wind and I surpassed Gu Jia Dao in prowess. My grandfather had recounted that Black Wind and I possessed a mysterious origin, having faced calamity in her early years, leading her to take her own life in the mountains, only to encounter extraordinary fortune. The mistress of an ancient tomb sensed her anguish and imparted secret techniques to her. Years later, she gained the ability to dispel malevolent spirits, control the undead, and traverse the realms of yin and yang. Upon entering the world, she proclaimed herself the one who would not allow any ghost to escape the Buddhist domain, ruthlessly eliminating the treacherous, her temperament becoming increasingly extreme, harboring deep-seated animosity towards men. It seemed reasonable that she chose Wuying Mountain as her sanctuary. Gu Jia Dao cautioned, "Young master, Black Wind Ni's temperament is erratic. Her moods are capricious. Perhaps we should return another day." I had no desire to be transformed into mere blood. I stood frozen, torn between the dwindling time for Feng Wanqing and the formidable reputation of Black Wind and I, which seemed beyond my current capabilities. "Young master, you must make a decision swiftly. If she discovers us, there will be no escape." Gu Jia Dao's complexion turned pale, trembling as if he were a leaf in a tempest. Just as I was ensnared in indecision, jubilant sounds of Swana echoed from the mountains. Soon after, a crimson palanquin floated down from the mountain, adorned with a white lantern at its front. The dim light cast an inexplicable aura of eeriness. "Young master, it's too late. She has set her sights on you," Gu Jia remarked, turning to flee. Before departing, he cast a significant glance, reminiscent of gazing upon a corpse. I did not turn to escape. I understood the treacherous nature of the mountain path, and that the red palanquin had descended to greet guests. Heifeng and I was already aware of my arrival. Should I turn and flee now, I would disgrace the Meng family. As I stepped into the mundane world, I yearned to test my mettle. The figure of Heifeng and I before me was the perfect adversary. With a hearty laugh, I proclaimed, "Senior Heifeng and I, Meng and of the Meng family, arrives uninvited. I beg your pardon for the intrusion." The palanquin halted before me, and the crimson curtains were swiftly drawn aside. I discreetly channeled my pure yang energy and discovered that the bearers were two emaciated, vacant-eyed spirits, their bodies marred with scars. In their past lives, they were likely scoundrels. In this age of automobiles, it was quite rare to see a palanquin used for welcoming guests, even in our rural locale. Embracing the mindset of making the best of my situation, I strode forward with purpose. Deep within, I felt a blend of unease and a flicker of curiosity. Once aboard the palanquin, I suddenly recalled the red garments worn by Feng Wanqing and the decor of the room, both dominated by the color red. Pondering whether there was a connection between the two, "Lift the palanquin," came a piercing shout from outside. The cry bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a eunuch's call. It appears that those bearers of the palanquin have been metaphorically emasculated by the formidable Heifeng Ni, a truly formidable character indeed. The jubilant sound of the Swana once again fills the air. The crimson aura around me begins to swirl. I silently recite a calming mantra, striving to suppress my breath. The palanquin remains steady. After approximately a quarter of an hour, it comes to a gentle halt. Through the curtain, I can perceive a red light seeping in. With a swift glance, I brandish my peachwood sword and draw aside the curtain, stepping out with purpose. I find myself within a room, adorned with ancient artifacts, reminiscent of a bygone era, distinctly unlike modern architecture. The interior is lavishly decorated, with intricately carved and gilded walls. And a luminous night pearl the size of a duck egg resting prominently. The surroundings are brightly illuminated, with incense wafting through the air, and large crimson candles flickering upon the altar in the main hall. Soon, a faint whiff of decay reaches my nostrils, although masked by the fragrant incense. The subtle stench of death remains discernible. Merely 3 meters away stand 2 paper figures, crafted with a finesse surpassing that of traditional Taoist artisans. It is evident that they are the work of a master paper crafter. I immediately recognize them as a paper boy and girl, adorned with red ribbons. They exude an air of festivity, as if preparing for a wedding. My gaze is irresistibly drawn to the paper boy, whose attire is a muted gray. strikingly similar to my own. His features seemed to mirror mine with uncanny resemblance. If the paper boy represents me, then who might the paper girl be? Is she fashioned in the likeness of my senior sister? Upon closer inspection, I realized that it was not my senior sister, but rather someone else entirely. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Could it be that the master of this place had anticipated my arrival and made preparations in advance? "Ei fingni, come fort." And you, the wise tortoise. I called out. Is Mengswa alive or dead? Came a voice from outside, filled with a profound weariness. My grandfather has merely ascended the dragon's burial mountain. Of course, he is alive, I replied. Ascended the dragon's burial mountain. Huh. He is merely seeking his own demise. The voice chuckled mockingly. With my peachwood sword in hand, I lunged towards the source of the voice. Yet, as I drew near, I found nothing. The room around me began to tremble. Mengen, you have fallen into the black wind illusion array of the poor nun. You will not find me. She laughed triumphantly. Gripping my peachwood sword tightly, I focused my attention and quickly glanced around, indeed sensing something amiss. The entire structure of the room lacked conventional doors and windows, featuring only a minuscule entrance. It was a tomb chamber. I had read about tomb chamber construction and recognized this style as one that emerged during the Tang Dynasty. A space infused with sinister energy had been crafted to ensnare me. Is this truly the esteemed hospitality of Hei Feng and I? I exclaimed. I'm not here for you today. My purpose lies with that tortoise. Silence. My senior brother is not a tortoise, she retorted vehemently, followed by a fit of mocking laughter. Little thief, the poor nun has been waiting for you. My senior brother predicted that the heir of the Meng family would inevitably come knocking, and I am here to arrange a marriage for you. The tortoise master, surprisingly, turns out to be the senior disciple of Hei Feng and I. My mind raced, but I could not recall any such eminent figure within the realm of feng shui. What nonsense are you spouting? You are a nun. How could you possibly have a senior disciple? I exclaimed. As for the matter of marriage, I held no belief in it. My senior disciple is my senior disciple. What do you, a mere child, know of such things? She retorted coldly. I summoned my inner power, seeking to uncover the flaw in her illusion. This scheme is not intended to harm you. Rather, it is to bestow upon you a wife. Rest assured, you shall not perish. She sensed my resistance. What? You intend to give me a wife? Chapter 10. Washwan, you old thief, what nonsense are you spouting? I shouted, accompanying the words of the black wind, which, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. This intoxicating aroma, known as soul confusion incense, clouded my senses. I instinctively held my breath, yet still inhaled the fragrant vapors. My head began to spin, and dark malevolence surged from the ground, coiling around me. I clung to my resolve, gripping my 3-foot peachwood sword, struggling to maintain my stance. Not far away, the pair of young boy and girl were at that moment performing a ritual to heaven and earth. Each gesture was executed with precision. I even felt that the girl directed a joyous laugh towards me. Once you enter the bridal sedan chair, you are bound to marry her. Today, the paper effigies have represented your vows to heaven and earth. From this day forth, you shall live as one and die as one. Should you dare betray her, I shall ensure that your existence becomes a living hell. The voice of the black wind, which reverberated ominously. My consciousness wavered, yet I gritted my teeth and raised the peachwood sword, bellowing, cease your foul nonsense. I am a man of fortitude. How can I fall prey to your wicked sorcery? The talisman in my hand is meant to vanquish demons and dispel evil. At that moment, wisps of green smoke emanated from the boy and girl, and flames ignited around them. A searing heat enveloped me. Shortly thereafter, the entire room was ablaze. Amidst the thickening haze, my breathing quickened. I bit down hard on my lip, the pain surging through me, suddenly granting me newfound strength as I charged towards the southeast with my sword raised. With a flicker of my spiritual power, I pierced the heavens, banishing the darkness that obscures the sun and moon. I chanted the incantation and burst forth from the crypt. The entire chamber had been constructed of paper effigies. Once the flames ignited, the surrounding dark winds vanished without a trace. A gust of mountain breeze swept by, gradually restoring my senses. The inferno swiftly consumed the paper effigies, leaving no remnants behind. The traces of this place were meticulously erased. It seems that Haifengni's paper effigy art did not achieve a level of realism that could deceive the eye. Perhaps it was crafted by her senior disciple. A skilled paper artisan can create figures that resemble the inhabitants of an entire town, making it difficult to discern the genuine from the false as night falls. As I surveyed my surroundings, I sensed no presence of Haifengni. However, 100 meters to the southwest, I discovered the green paper figure I had employed for tracking. The green paper figure lay against a stone tablet, the tracking talisman still affixed to its back, but the small spirit sealed within was nowhere to be found. I reached out and peeled back the green paper figure, revealing the inscription on the tablet. Upon reading the inscription, my gaze sharpened instantly. It boldly proclaimed, "Tomb of Meng An's wife, Guoshuanyu." These 8 characters were indeed unexpected. For a fleeting moment, I felt as though I were ensnared in a peculiar dream. I had never been married, nor could I possibly have a wife named Guoshuanyu. Surely, I must have dreamt of ascending a grand red sedan chair, arriving at an odd paper house, where I witnessed 2 paper figures perform a marriage ceremony. Yet, the green paper figure before me, along with Haifengni's recent voice, proclaimed that everything was undeniably real. A sense of confusion enveloped me. If Haifengni and her senior disciple harbored a deep grudge against my Meng family, why did they not seize the opportunity to eliminate me while I was ensnared in the web of the paper house? Instead, they orchestrated a marriage for me. Was this not an unnecessary embellishment? I found myself utterly perplexed, ultimately resigning to refocus my attention on the steel before me. Judging by its texture and grain, it was evidently not crafted in recent years. The marks upon it bore the scars of relentless exposure to the elements: wind, frost, rain, and snow. The 8 grand characters inscribed upon it had certainly been in existence for at least a decade. A sudden realization struck me. Could it be that this place had been marked with a tombstone many years ago? It seems that I was destined to arrive here today, to complete the ritual of paying homage to heaven and earth. As I circled to the back of the stele, I discovered the birth date and time of Guoshuanyu inscribed there. Following this, 2 lines of poetry caught my eye. At the Fengling Ferry in Hudong, the Meng family meets their doom. The Fengling Ferry, an ancient crossing by the Yellow River, is renowned for being the burial site of the Prime Minister Feng, the ancestor of geomancy. Feng is one of the founders of Feng Shui, possessing extraordinary abilities that could astound both heaven and earth. His formations and strategies were unparalleled, with his 8-formation diagram enduring through the ages. The essence of the poem suggests that the Meng family would face extinction at Fengling Ferry. This felt like a curse, or perhaps a prophetic omen. Now, only I remained of the Meng lineage, destined to meet my end at this very crossing. I scoffed derisively. My grandfather had once stated that as long as one could overcome the tribulations of heaven, a smooth path would follow. If I were to be intimidated by a mere prophecy, it would signify that I, Meng En, was far too feeble. My gaze returned to Guoshuanyu's birth date and time as I quietly employed the techniques of destiny analysis. Moments later, I was left utterly astounded. The destiny revealed by Guoshuanyu's birth chart unfolds 2 undeniable truths. First, Guoshuanyu is indeed a resident of Fenglingdu, and according to her astrological configuration, she should still be alive. Second, her birth chart is in direct conflict with mine, akin to the irreconcilable nature of water and fire. Should I enter into matrimony with her, I would undoubtedly face an insurmountable calamity. A sharp pain pierced through my chest, and blood erupted from my mouth. A geomancer does not foresee their own demise, and my previous actions, driven by force, constituted a breach of this rule. I took a deep breath and focused on my breathing exercises, allowing half an hour to pass before the pain began to subside. I endeavored to contemplate Guoshuanyu as an individual, striving not to entangle myself further in this predicament. If Guoshuanyu were indeed alive, what could possibly lie beneath this gravestone? Who was interred within this sepulchre? Why did Haifengni and her senior brother lead me to this place? The putrid odor of decay I detected last night could not have been an illusion. Might it be connected to this burial site? After a moment's hesitation, I resolved to excavate the tomb. I drove my peachwood sword into the ground and proclaimed, I am Meng'en. If you truly are my wife, do not hold it against me. There are no inexplicable unions in this world. I presume you would also not wish to become my wife without reason. The earth was remarkably hard. Descending from the mountain, the dawn gradually brightened the sky. I consumed a modest meal and procured some tools. As I ascended Wooing Mountain once more, I noticed the ancient armor path emerging from a side trail. He was enveloped in a black cloak, and in just one night of absence, he appeared utterly drained, his eye sockets deeply sunken. A gust of wind could easily topple him to the ground. I stood in stunned silence. How could Gujia Dao have transformed so drastically in just a day? Young master, I am relieved to see you. Save me. He gazed at me with desperation. As soon as the words left his lips, he unveiled his cloak, revealing a grotesquely crimson face of a child upon his shoulder. Chapter 11. The forming malevolence, I was utterly astonished. The child's face on the back of Gujia Dao's shoulder had been removed last night. How could it have reappeared? Could it be that He Feng Ni Sr. had stealthily intervened with Gujia Dao once more? Yet, upon reflection, I realized that Gujia Dao was merely a pawn. There was no need to squander time on him. Thus, there remained only one possibility. The child's face had regenerated anew. After a meticulous glance, the reason became clear to me. Follow me up the mountain. Once I have completed my task, I shall devise a solution for you. I gestured with a wave of my hand. Gujia Dao was elated, yet somewhat hesitant. I reassured him. He Feng and I has already departed. Only then did he exhale in relief. The path up the mountain was overgrown with weeds, and the towering trees flanked us on either side. The day was overcast, casting a pervasive gloom. I inquired, "Are you certain this is the location of He Feng Ni's dojo?" The mountain bore no signs of practitioners, save for some dilapidated ruins. After a moment of contemplation, Gujia Dao remained silent, simply shaking his head in resignation. It appeared he, too, was a novice in this place. Before long, we arrived at the gravestone. Gujia Dao looked at me with a puzzled expression. "Young master, is your wife buried here?" I chuckled. It was only last night that I discovered this. Perhaps it is fate that has bestowed upon me a wife from the heavens. Gujia Dao was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing the tools I had brought, he comprehended my intentions and implored, "Young master, I possess some knowledge of the taboos surrounding burial sites. As the saying goes, to be buried is to find peace. This woman rests here, yet this place is a site of great misfortune. You are now about to unearth something, just in case unforeseen circumstances arise." I chuckled and remarked, "Are you afraid of unearthing a vengeful spirit?" After digging into the grave, a zombie might just leap out. The ancient figure nodded vigorously, as if to say we should try our luck. I added, "If it truly is a zombie, you could take it back to raise." He hastily waved his hands and stepped aside. I cleared away the weeds and, with remarkable speed, excavated a deep pit measuring 2 meters. The further I delved, the more pungent the odor of decay became. Unbeknownst to me, the sky grew increasingly overcast. I glanced up at the heavens. The clouds hung low, foretelling an impending storm. Finally, with a resounding clang, my shovel struck something solid. I crouched down and brushed aside the loose soil, revealing a layer of black bricks, soul-restraining bricks. As I grasped the heavy, soul-restraining brick, a chill coursed through my body. These bricks are used to subdue demons and malevolent spirits. In some places, they are employed to construct 9-story towers to imprison wicked entities, ensuring they remain eternally bound. If this is indeed the case, the intentions of those who constructed this tomb are certainly sinister. Should the woman interred here be my wife, the weight of these soul-restraining bricks would undoubtedly affect my fortune. My curiosity intensified. After meticulously cleaning the soul-restraining brick, I ultimately uncovered a bronze coffin measuring 1/2 meter in length and 30 centimeters in width. The surface of the coffin was encrusted with verdigris, and the intricate patterns had become indecipherable. Based on the dimensions of the coffin, it appeared that the occupant within was likely a child. It is highly likely that this individual was interred shortly after birth. "Young master, this, your assigned bride, is she not grown? Or was she buried here immediately upon her birth?" Gujia's complexion turned pale. His gaze conveyed that he had encountered the most astonishing occurrence in the world. Even with my composure, I could not help but exclaim, "Truly, it feels as though I am witnessing a ghost in broad daylight." Could it be that someone had begun to plot against me from a moment of my birth, designating a stillborn infant as my wife, thereby dooming me to a life fraught with adversity? At present, it seems that Guishuanyu's fortune indicates she is still alive. Yet in reality, someone has harmed her, taking her life. Is this nefarious act intended to disrupt my grandfather's plans? What deep-seated enmity could exist between him and my Meng family? Just as I was lost in contemplation, the temperature around us plummeted by several degrees. Despite being summer, an unsettling chill permeated the air. The stench of decay grew increasingly pungent. Taoist Gu, what is your perspective? Could this strange odor be related to the corpse-rearing techniques of Taoism? I inquired. Gu Jia shook his head. Forgive my limited knowledge. Taoist corpse-rearing typically does not involve infants, nor would it utilize such coffins. Perhaps there are those who are particularly inventive. His words were couched in subtlety. While I was merely contemplating the possibility of corpse-rearing, the appearance of the soul-restraining bricks essentially negated that likelihood. I emerged from the pit and began to burn the paper money I had brought around the area, lighting 5 incense sticks nearby. Young master, are you preparing to open the coffin? Gu Jiadao inquired. At this juncture, it was evident that the arrow was already on the bowstring, compelled to be released. I nodded slightly, grasped the rope, and leapt once more into the pit. Soon, I secured the rope to the bronze coffin. With all preparations complete, I ascended to the surface, seized the rope, and exerted considerable force to pull it upwards. A portion of the coffin remained ensconced in the earth, showing no sign of movement. Young master, perhaps it is best to abandon this endeavor. Gu Jiadao shouted. I bellowed in reply, heaven above, earth below. The husband is the guiding principle for the wife. If you are my Meng An spouse, I shall pull you back to the light of day. You cannot refuse. I covertly summoned my innate power and exerted force once more. This time, the bronze coffin finally began to shift. Once the coffin was liberated from the tomb, a billowing wave of pitch-black malevolence surged forth from the depths of the pit. It erupted like an oil well, manifesting as a pulse wave. This was a site of malevolent energy. In the realm of nature, there exist places abundant with spiritual essence, as well as those inundated with sinister forces. The fierce tiger carries the corpse, the azure dragon has no feet, the black tortoise conceals its head, the vermilion bird weeps in sorrow. Such mountains, fraught with ominous and malevolent energies, become focal points for the accumulation of malevolence. Wuying Mountain is indeed a site of great peril, with its rugged terrain hidden beneath dense forests. It now appears that this locale embodies the sorrowful dragon vein of the vermilion bird. After the malevolent energy surged skyward from the site, it coalesced into a swirling mass, hovering nearly 10 meters above the ground, as if gazing down upon me. I lifted my gaze to meet its stare, involuntarily gasping in shock. Could it be that this mass of malevolence had attained sentience? What fiend dares to meet my gaze? I roared. I am a practitioner of the righteous path, a geomancer of the earthly realm. How audacious it is for a malevolent force to dare to gaze upon me. Enraged, I grasped my peachwood sword tightly, biting into the tip of my left index finger until blood seeped forth. I smeared the crimson essence upon the sword and hurled it with great force. In the absence of sunlight and moonlight, I stand for the Tao, purging the malevolence to uphold justice. Being a pure youth, my blood is infused with pure yang energy and combined with the exorcism incantation. It should be capable of shattering the dark force. With a swift whoosh, the concentrated malevolence evaded at an astonishing speed, darting towards the direction of the city, vanishing instantly from the somber sky. The peachwood sword landed not far away, and a wave of regret washed over me. Had my spiritual power been greater, the sword would have flown faster, undoubtedly shattering that dark energy. Young master, it seems the malevolent force has fled towards the Fong family's location, remarked the ancient sage. Strangely, the 5 incense sticks planted beside the tombstone had transformed into 3 long and 2 short. Chapter 12. The thunder, the flickering incense, brief yet ominous, heralds a foreboding sign. The malevolent energy has gained sentience and escaped from the shadowless mountain, an event not to be taken lightly. My expression turned grave as I retrieved my peachwood sword, stating, with my talisman in her possession, even should the malevolent energy find her, my senior sister will endure for the final 2 days. I then pushed the stone tablet into the grave pit, leveling it off and erecting 2 trees atop, thereby destroying this source of malevolence. This particular site had been exploited, allowing the malevolent energy to escape. Yet, nature is a relentless force. Perhaps in a century, another source of malevolence may emerge. Subsequently, I wandered around the shadowless mountain, attempting to trace the whereabouts of the Black Wind and I, but to no avail. The clouds descended ever lower, shrouding the sky in a lingering aura of ominous energy. Let us return and open the copper coffin, I suggested. Upon my return to the Gujia Taoist household, night had fallen. A tempest brewed, and a torrential downpour was imminent. The small copper coffin lay in the living room, and, as it landed, the temperature within the room plummeted. Gujia Dao gasped heavily, his countenance resembling wax paper, as he weakly implored, "Young master, save me." Once darkness enveloped the surroundings, I was beset by the disconcerting cries of children echoing in my ears, causing my head to throb painfully. I retorted, "You treat yourself like a corpse. Is your fear of death so great that you now wish to fulfill that desire?" Gujia Dao managed a bitter smile, replying, "Young master, please do not mock me. Though I am neither human nor corpse, I possess a soul and the capacity for wisdom. If I were to truly become a corpse, it would all be over. My internal organs ached terribly." I gazed at Gujia Dao and discerned that his 3 souls and 7 spirits were indeed rather unstable. The 7 spirits resided within the organs, and any damage inflicted upon them would adversely affect their corresponding organs. I shall set up the Northern Dipper 7 stars life-sustaining lantern array for you. Sit within the lantern formation. Once I have unraveled the mystery of the bronze coffin, I will come to your aid, I declared. Gujia Dao was overjoyed and produced 7 oil lamps. Each lamp's base was crafted from fine copper, adorned with intricate human figures, representing the Northern Dipper deities. These were authentic talismans of the Orthodox Taoist sect. In a bid for survival, Gujia Dao also revealed his treasured artifacts. "Before you became a caretaker of the dead, which mountain gate did you practice at?" I inquired with curiosity. Gujia Dao's expression shifted slightly, and he replied with a wry smile, "Sanqing Mountain in Jiangxi Province. The ancient family of Sanqing Mountain, the Zhang family of Longhu Mountain's demon-subduing platform, and the Maoshan sect, inheritors of the teachings of the true monarch of San Mao, all stand as illustrious representatives within the Taoist tradition." I was taken aback to discover that Gujia Dao was indeed a Taoist from Sanqing Mountain. However, I remained perplexed as to why he had strayed onto a path of darkness. I arranged the Northern Dipper 7 stars array, took a spirit-binding talisman, ignited it with my fingers, and, after dispersing it in water, I instructed Gujia Dao to drink it. He then sat within the array in meditation. The 7 stars life-sustaining lanterns would also safeguard his soul from departing. Next, I focused all my attention on the bronze coffin. I affixed exorcism talismans at both ends and proceeded to cleanse the accumulated dirt with a brush. This bronze coffin had existed for no less than a millennium. Gradually, the patterns on its left and right sides became clearer. Both sides depicted human figures, one of which held an ebony umbrella. Another individual stood upon the back of an animal, and after careful discernment, I concluded it to be a tortoise. I found myself lost in contemplation. The black umbrella evoked memories of the one I had long carried, a relic bequeathed by my ancestors from the Meng family. Yet, lacking direct evidence to substantiate a connection between the two, I reluctantly set aside the thought. I placed my hands upon the lid of the bronze coffin and, exerting a slight force, managed to create a narrow opening. The lid was not sealed shut. It could indeed be lifted. At that moment, a faint malevolent aura emanated from the edges, accompanied by a subtle stench of decay. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead. Just then, before I could apply more force, a resounding bang erupted from within the coffin, unleashing a powerful force. The lid of the bronze coffin was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a clatter. A swirling red shadow burst forth from within, moving in astonishing speed towards me. I was taken aback. The small bronze coffin, sealed for so many years, contained not merely a skeleton, but something animate. I quickly dodged to the side, silently reciting incantations. The talismans affixed to the head and tail of the coffin sprang to life, targeting the red shadow directly. The shadow leapt, and in a flash, darted outside. Realizing the urgency, I turned and pursued it. The faint stench of decay lingered in the air, allowing me to ascertain its direction without the aid of tracking spells. Outside, a tempest raged, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Upon reaching the courtyard, I found a red shadow entwined in the locust tree, half its form concealed among the leaves. What manner of being is this? Spirit medium, reveal your true form at once. I exclaimed in anger, hee. Are you eagerly anticipating our wedding night? The voice was soft, laced with a hint of mischief and charm. It was undoubtedly a woman's voice. It appeared that Haifengni had not procured a male spouse for me. Could it truly be Guishuanyu? Misqua, since we share a connection, why not reveal yourself for a meeting? I have exerted considerable effort to bring you home, and it would be quite impolite of you to vanish without showing your face. I was unable to discern her appearance, nor could I clearly comprehend her form. Fear not, I shall seek you out. At present, I cannot meet you. One must always take the time to adorn oneself before becoming enchanting. The voice once again emanated softly. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, and a thunderous roar descended from the night sky, striking the large locust tree where the red shadow had sought refuge. The acrid smell of burning filled the air. Subsequently, a torrential downpour began to pelt down relentlessly. I stood there astonished. Thunder does not strike without reason. Could that red shadow be a creature of considerable cultivation? After a significant pause, I approached the locust tree. Its trunk split open, revealing a heart-charred black and emitting thick smoke. The red shadow had vanished without a trace. Yet, I had not heard a scream, which suggested that it had evaded the thunder and made its escape. At that moment, a strand of hair floated down from the treetop. Instinctively, I reached out to catch it. It was a vibrant red strand, glistening with a striking sheen. Having grown up in the countryside, I was no stranger to such hair. If I am not mistaken, it appears to be the fur of a fox. The wife arranged for me turns out to be a fox? Chapter 13. A beautiful dream, what? The bronze coffin contained not a human, but a red fox. I found myself utterly bewildered. Could it be that this Guishuanyu is merely a fox? The elderly wife they arranged for me is indeed a fox. A fox capable of speech must be a fox spirit, possessing at least a century's worth of cultivation. Yet, according to the birth date inscribed on the tombstone, Guishuanyu is also 18 years old, just like me. It is truly perplexing. I soon found myself drenched by the rain. Upon returning indoors, the stench of decay had dissipated, and the crimson aura had long since vanished. At the bottom of the bronze coffin, I discovered an exquisite copper figurine. Its features remarkably lifelike. On the back of the figurine were my name and birth date. Could it truly be that in life we share the same bed, and in death we share the same grave? Fortunately, there was a discrepancy in the birth date. It had advanced my hour of birth by one. My grandfather had always advised me to never disclose my birth date to anyone, regardless of who inquired. It appears that someone may indeed exploit my birth details. Aside from the copper figurine, the entire coffin held nothing else, not even a single garment belonging to a woman. This effectively rules out the possibility of it being a burial for the dressed deceased. I turned to the ancient Taoist and asked, "Do you know if there exists a Guishuanyu in the Guo family of Fenglingdu?" Ancient Jia shook his head and replied, "The ancestors of the Guo family from Hudong have a profound connection with Fengho. The Guo clan adheres to orthodox geomancy, and as a left-hand practitioner, I have no ties with them." I sighed, realizing that my wife might indeed be a fox spirit. Suddenly, I recalled the most renowned nine-tailed fox from history, who, at the behest of Niuhua, possessed the enchanting beauty of Daji, bewitching King Zhou and ultimately leading to the downfall of the Shang dynasty. Could it be that Guishuanyu was a real person ensnared by a fox demon? What conspiracy could Haifengni and her senior brother be orchestrating, having traversed such a vast distance? Young master, the wind has risen, and 4 of the 7 lanterns have already extinguished. I can barely endure, Gu Jia Dao exclaimed urgently. I snapped back to reality, gazing at his face and inquiring, "Do you feel cold?" Gu Jia Dao nodded vigorously, akin to a garlic press. "Indeed. Moreover, I feel an overwhelming sorrow, an intense urge to weep, recalling numerous past grievances. I have let down my sect. What is happening to me? Why this sudden urge to cry?" A sense of shock enveloped me, for Gu Jia Dao's emotional depth surpassed my expectations. At present, Gu Jia Dao's soul was incomplete. A living person possesses three souls: the Taiguang, the Shuangling, and the Yujing, collectively referred to as the three souls of heaven and earth, governing essence, spirit, and energy. There are 7 spirits: the corpse dog, the hidden arrow, the sparrow shadow, the thief swallow, the non-poison, the purifier, and the stinking lung, which govern the heart. Stomach, kidneys, intestines, gallbladder, liver, and lungs, as well as the 7 emotions of joy, anger, worry, thought, sorrow, fear, and shock. The severance of even half of these souls endangers one's life, and under severe impact, one may lose their very essence. Gu Jia Dao's one damaged soul, the corpse dog's spirit lost, magnified his sorrow to an unprecedented degree, hence his profound sadness. This is why, in the moments before death, a person may speak with such clarity. Many malevolent beings shed tears in fear before their demise, guarded by the 7 stars life lamp formation. The souls of the ancient armor path shall not depart. Hence, only one possibility remains. That childlike visage, which has reemerged, has devoured the essence of the ancient armor path. Your fetal light dims, and the spirit of the corpse dog is lost. I proclaim, the ancient armor path weeps profusely, beseeching, "Master, save me. Help me reclaim my lost essence." Once restored, I shall wholeheartedly embrace virtue and forsake malevolence. It cannot be retrieved. However, through diligent cultivation and virtuous deeds, you may refine a new spirit of the corpse dog. As a practitioner, the absence of one essence shall not lead to your demise. I reignite the 7 stars life lamp, moving behind the ancient armor path, resolutely extracting that childlike face once more. After consuming the spirit of the corpse dog, it has grown exceedingly arrogant. This night, I am filled with rage, and with a thunderous shout, I cease reciting the edicts of the celestial Lord of Compassion, instead employing a forceful method to extract it and seal it with a lightning talisman. The ancient armor path emits a wail and faints. To fully comprehend the condition of the ancient armor path, I must employ introspection to examine every corner of his being, every thread of his soul. Regrettably, my current pure yang power is insufficient. I can only reach this extent for now. I am unable to ascertain how that childlike visage has reappeared within the ancient armor path. Does this imply that it possesses an innate ability to replicate? Or perhaps it absorbs remnants of its host's essence to perpetually manifest? All these questions await the elevation of my pure yang power. After a night of toil, weariness overtakes me, and I lie down to rest, swiftly succumbing to slumber. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, I found myself immersed in a vivid dreamscape, where the light danced chaotically. Before me appeared a woman clad in delicate attire, her figure both elusive and enchanting. Her smooth hands caressed my entire being, eventually resting upon my legs. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her form exquisite. Her breath quickened, her gaze infused with intensity and longing. "Embrace me," she fervently implored. A wave of heat coursed through my body, my cheeks flushed with warmth. Suddenly, a jolt surged through my heart. I seized her descending hand and bellowed, "Wish." In that moment, I jolted awake from the dream. It was no exaggeration to say that this dream was strikingly realistic, akin to an eternal springtime. In my 18 years of existence, I had never encountered such a splendid dream. Yet, my grandfather had warned me to maintain my primordial yang essence until I transcended my tribulations, or the consequences would be dire. The images from the dream lingered in my mind, reminiscent of the fox emerging from stone coffin. Could it be that it sought to obliterate my primordial yang essence, thereby undermining my foundation for overcoming tribulations? Who, between it and the black wind, was the true mastermind behind this entire affair? Unable to discern the answer, I resigned myself to uncertainty. The stunning visage from my dream remained etched in my memory, impossible to forget. I took a deep breath to steady myself. Ultimately, I resolved to take a cold shower, which finally brought me some semblance of tranquility. As dawn broke, the ancient armor awakened as well, albeit in a rather poor state of mind. I unraveled the thunder talisman and infused the child's face once more into the paper figure. The face of the child, having undergone the thunder talisman's restrictions, appeared far more solid than before. Upon unbinding the spirit talisman, it began to weep silently, its cries resonating with profound sorrow. Upon hearing this lamentation, Gu Jia Dao, surprisingly, also shed tears, exclaiming, "Young master, it must harbor an immense grievance. Otherwise, it would not express such deep anguish." I cast a sidelong glance at Gu Jia Dao, bemused by this old spectre's unexpected sensitivity, as empathy began to overflow. With a cold smirk, I replied, "Taoist, refrain from shedding tears here. If it fails to truthfully disclose its intentions today, I shall invoke the spirit's summoning charm and enlist the aid of spiritual envoy to lead me to its true lair." Upon hearing my words, the tearful Gu Jia Dao gazed at me with incredulity, utterly astonished. "What? You possess the ability to summon spirits at such a young age? Capable of seeking assistance from spiritual envoy?" Chapter 14. Invoking the Divine, I concede with a nod. Gu Jia Dao truly exemplifies the wisdom of a disciple from the Three Clear Mountains, possessing a profound understanding of the distinctions within the realm of qi cultivation. The act of invoking the divine is not an exceedingly esoteric technique. Most mediums in the world can summon spirits. However, they can only invite the deity to possess them, rendering themselves incapable of maintaining lucidity during the process, thus assuming a subordinate role. In contrast, the method I employ, known as qi manipulation to summon the divine, allows me to retain my awareness, enabling me to pose questions to the spirit envoy and even issue commands. Gu Jia Dao's astonishment stems from the term qi manipulation, signifying entry into the domain of spiritual cultivation. Within the mysterious sects, various schools of feng shui must rely on qi to perform their secret arts and Taoist methodologies, whether it involves stargazing, observing individuals, or vanquishing malevolent entities. The righteous path is sustained by pure yang energy, while the nefarious factions proffer various interpretations, including demonic forces and sinister energies. Nonetheless, whether one has truly crossed the threshold of qi cultivation hinges upon the ability to open one's spiritual orifices. This critical juncture serves to filter out the vast majority of practitioners in the mysterious realm. Some feng shui masters toil for a lifetime without receiving the blessings of their ancestors, failing to awaken their spiritual senses, thus relegating them to merely quoting ancient texts, replicating talismans, and remaining on the periphery of the field, barely making a living. Without the opening of their spiritual orifices, the flow of pure yang energy becomes exceedingly challenging. Only after achieving this awakening can one truly embark on the path of cultivation. My father, Meng Qingshan, is endowed with a naturally exquisite heart, a rare genius in qi cultivation, born within the realm of spiritual practice. Had he pursued the art of qi cultivation, he would have undoubtedly made rapid strides, mastering all secret techniques without exception. Alas, he faded into the crowd before the age of 24. After my birth, I was completely isolated from the world of the living and the dead. It was only after my enlightenment that I gained access to the path of cultivation. The methods for refining qi are numerous, yet the distinctions and realms are largely similar. There are 4 levels of qi cultivation. The first is the awakening of the senses and mastery of qi. The second is the ability to observe the stars and discern fate. The third is the attainment of profound understanding. And the fourth is the ascension to the true dragon realm. Each level is exceedingly intricate and challenging, and many practitioners toil for years, unable to advance, ultimately succumbing to madness. However, exceptions exist. My grandfather once recounted the tale of a man who, for 40 years, failed to awaken his senses, his qi stagnant and fortune non-existent. Yet, on a particular moonlit night, as he sat by a well gazing at the moon's reflection in the water. He suddenly opened all 7 senses. In just 3 months, he touched the true dragon realm. This individual possessed unwavering resolve and relentless perseverance, ultimately achieving enlightenment. He is known as the Northern Elder Nine, who holds sway in the capital, renowned alongside my grandfather, Southern Mai. Is this truly credible? You are merely 18 years old and have already mastered Qi. How many senses did you awaken? What level of spirit envoy can you summon? As the saying goes, inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is challenging. Do not overstrain yourself. Ancient Jia Dao blinked, still skeptical of my claims. I smiled and replied, I have awakened 3 senses. While I cannot summon the king of ghosts, inviting a steward of the night should not be a daunting task. I did not divulge the full truth to ancient Jia Dao. From a young age, I followed my grandfather in the practice of Qi. Before I turned 7, he used various herbs to strengthen my physique. At the age of 7, I began to awaken my senses, and within 3 months, I had opened 9 senses, entering the realm of Qi mastery. Before ascending the mountain, my grandfather bestowed upon me the gift of enlightenment, granting me the yin-yang eye. I have now reached the stage of observing the stars and discerning fate. There exists but a thin veil separating me from the profound depths of the great vehicle. Within the pages of the 13 doors of my I have acquired the ability to wield numerous arcane techniques. Clad in the garb of my I traverse the world, aware of its treacherous nature, and thus I must conceal my true prowess. Gu Jia Dao nodded knowingly, his gaze towards me transforming into one of genuine submission. Little one, the young master is the grandson of the divine hand of my I advise you to behave and refrain from your lamentations. Quickly reveal the truth to the young master, lest you jeopardize your own life. Gu Jia Dao began to counsel the weeping infant spirit. The spirit whimpered, seemingly frightened, or perhaps utterly incapable of speech. Thus, I resolved to invoke the divine. I lit 3 oil lamps, utilizing the finest quality of fragrant oil, while instructing Gu Jia Dao to prepare 2 paper effigies adorned in green garments with red faces, along with an iron tray and 2 pounds of paper money. Whether in the realm of the living or the beyond, one cannot escape the intricacies of human relationships. In seeking divine guidance for my uncertainties, it would be remiss to send them away empty-handed. The paper effigies and money serve as my offering. Gu Jia Dao stepped aside, watching me with bated breath. I ignited the 3 oil lamps and, with a series of incantations, commanded the deities. I beseech the gods, come forth to heed my call. In this nocturnal gathering, hasten to appear. Swiftly, as the law commands, the souls wandering this world are governed by the 10 great ghost kings, under whose dominion countless diurnal and nocturnal spirits, known as Ling Chai, reside. Each Ling Chai oversees a territory spanning 10 miles. Upon completing my invocation, I infused the central oil lamp with a surge of pure yang energy. The fragrant essence wafted outward, dispersing in all directions. I closed my eyes to cultivate my spirit, quietly attuning myself to the shifts in the surrounding energies. After a brief interval of 15 minutes, a chilling breeze swept through the air. The audacious rogue, oblivious to the tasks at hand, dared to squander my time. Though the spirit envoy had yet to arrive, I could hear his furious voice echoing. Slowly, I opened my eyes, revealing a gaunt figure clad in black, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent, enveloped in an aura of malevolence, a soul-locking whip coiled at his waist. However, upon glimpsing the Peachwood sword beside me and scrutinizing my countenance, his expression swiftly transformed, and he regarded me with newfound reverence. A flicker of realization crossed my mind. This spirit envoy recognized the significance of the Peachwood sword, implying he was aware of my grandfather's illustrious reputation as the mysterious hand of Ma Yi. The 9th grade spirit envoy, Zhao Kai of Dongjiang City's Nanxing district, respectfully bowed before the young master of the Meng family. I offered a slight smile, remaining composed, and gestured toward Gu Jia Dao, saying, "Brother Zhao, behold him." Zhao Kai examined Gu Jia Dao and exclaimed, "One soul and 1 spirit are missing." I then directed his attention to the paper effigy containing the infant spirit, remarking, Now, observe the green paper figure. Zhao Kai gasped. This infant spirit appears to be entwined with countless fragmented souls. It seems as if they perished unjustly in this realm. Why have they not been reincarnated? Young master, there must be no nurturing of spirits involved. He regarded me with suspicion, suspecting I had conjured the infant spirit. I replied, Brother Zhao, I only arrived in Dongjiang City 3 days ago. This infant spirit awaited my arrival. Pray tell, in which part of Dongjiang City could there be such an accumulation of fragmented souls of infants? Zhao Kai scrutinized the paper figure for a moment, his expression growing grave as he remarked, Young Master Meng, it seems we may be facing a grave situation. I responded with a soft exclamation, Do not harbor any reservations. I merely sought your counsel, not to place any burden upon you. Speak freely of the hidden truths you have discerned, and I shall take it from there. Zhao Kai sighed and said, I attempted to communicate with the souls of the infants, only to discover that each spirit is sealed, rendering external forces incapable of connecting with its consciousness. Moreover, the essence of these infants comprises the souls of various children, and their number is likely astronomical. It appears that when the Oxhead and Horseface, along with the Black and White Impermanents, were collecting souls, someone clandestinely intervened, concealing each child's soul and spirit. After a moment of contemplation, an epiphany struck me. Following the demise of the children, their souls had been hidden away by someone. When the collectors of souls came, they would not have regarded the absence of some spirits as significant. The souls of children are inherently frail, easily dispersed by a mere breeze. If a considerable number of their souls were consumed, it would indeed be a grave matter in the underworld. However, if it were merely one soul and spirit, it would not warrant much concern. This individual is truly astute, adept at evading risk. I grasped the implication. Is the hiding place of these children's souls in Wuying Mountain? Does it relate to that black wind and I inquired. Zhao Kai paced back and forth, hesitating to respond, as if burdened by some worry. Why the hesitation? I pressed. Zhao Kai looked at me earnestly and replied, Young Master Meng, your grandfather is a man of virtue. I cannot bring harm to you. This matter may be far more intricate than you can fathom. The place, even I, would not dare approach lightly. Chapter 15. Black Tiger Slope. Zhao Kai's expression was grave, clearly indicating he was not attempting to intimidate me. I understood that Zhao Kai was merely a 9th-grade spiritual officer with a jurisdiction that was exceedingly limited. When confronted with formidable beings displaying their powers, he could only report to his superiors without the ability to act independently. However, I harbored no such reservations. Being alone, I felt compelled to intervene in matters of injustice. The staggering number of lost souls of children had fostered various infant spirits, and this was not merely my concern. It transcended personal interest and touched upon moral duty. I firmly believed that if my grandfather were present, he too would not shy away from danger, feigning ignorance. I stated, How can one evade when it involves innocent children? If you are unable to disclose everything, a hint will suffice. At that moment, I gestured to Gu Jiadao, who comprehended my intent and proceeded to cast the paper effigies and joss paper into the fire, igniting them. Zhao Kai sighed deeply and murmured, Then, let me impart a saying, knowing there are tigers in the mountains, one still ventures into the tiger's den. Take care. With that, Zhao Kai departed, carried away by a chilling breeze. Once everything had turned to ashes, Gu Jiadao finally spoke, inquiring, Young master, have you gleaned any insights? After a moment of contemplation, I asked, Do you know of any place associated with the character tiger that is linked to a significant number of children? Gu Jiadao widened his eyes in astonishment, and after a prolonged silence, he replied, Black Tiger Slope. There exists a cemetery there specifically for burying children. I raised my eyebrows in surprise and asked, A cemetery solely for children? How could such a place exist? In ancient times, amidst the chaos of war and the calamities of nature, the city of Dongjiang witnessed countless children succumbing to hunger, with the lifeless bodies of infants often discarded in foul ditches. A benevolent man, known as Fong, constructed a cemetery on Black Tiger Slope, dedicated to the solemn task of interring these innocent, untimely departed souls. In due course, many more early deceased children found their final resting place there. A spark of inspiration ignited within me, and I exclaimed, "Let us go there." However, Gu Jidao shook his head, cautioning, "Young master, that place is likely far more terrifying than Wuying Mountain." When I first arrived in Dongjiang, I sought the ominous energy of that site, but upon reaching its foot, I retreated. Seeing the fear etched on Gu Jidao's face, I discerned that he was missing a part of his spirit. I resolutely replied, "Of course we must go. You stay here and await my return." Having made this decision, I indulged in a hearty meal before settling down to meditate and rest. I reflected meticulously on the unsettling events that transpired on Wuying Mountain, the enigmatic bronze coffin, and the mysterious fox, my heart laden with unease. An impulse to consult an oracle flickered within me to gauge my fortune. Yet, I chuckled at the thought. Would a foreboding omen dissuade me from my venture to Black Tiger Slope? Deep within, I recognized the roots of my trepidation. After all, that place instilled dread even in the spirit envoy Zhao Kai. I felt no shame in this fear. It is a natural human sentiment. Only through decisive action could I conquer the psychological grip of fear. As evening descended, I resolved to set forth. Gu Jidao appeared to wish to say something, his mouth opening in vain, yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears. A smile crept upon my heart, as the ethereal essence of the ancient, malevolent armor transformed me into a sentimental soul, perhaps a fortuitous turn of events for me. Approaching the entrance, I noticed a delicate drizzle outside, with the locust trees swaying gently in the breeze. Beneath the boughs, I discovered a piece of charred wood, dark as the night, cleaved from the tree. This was a piece of thunderwood, a precious talisman for warding off malevolence and exorcising evil spirits. I secured it closely, knowing it would aid me in invoking a formidable secret technique during critical moments. With my black umbrella unfurled, I ventured into the rain. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, I sensed a presence trailing behind me. I swiftly turned, and there, illuminated beneath a street lamp 10 meters away, stood a woman clad in dark garments. Her figure partially obscured by a low-hanging red umbrella that concealed her visage. She made no effort to evade me. The light cast by the street lamp revealed her shadow, indicating her normalcy. Before I could utter a word, she spoke first. "You are Meng, and the grandson of the renowned Mr. Meng, the master of Maji?" Her voice was melodious, imbued with a sense of concern. Upon hearing her words, I felt assured of her vitality and normalcy. Curiosity piqued, I inquired, "Indeed, that is I. May I know your name? And how did you come to know of my residence?" She did not address my questions directly, but replied, "I heard from my uncle that your life hangs in the balance. However, I wish for your survival. Once you have navigated through your current tribulations, I shall seek you out again." With that, she turned and dashed into the rain, swiftly disappearing into a waiting black vehicle. I savor her words, feeling a flicker of concern and warmth. Over the past 3 days, I have found myself ensnared in a web of intrigue, engaging with various sinister characters. Yet, the compassion of this young girl offers me a sense of grounding. Her words reveal an understanding of my plight. Who could she be? Why does she share these sentiments with me? I arrived at the bus station and boarded the vehicle heading towards Black Tiger Cemetery. By 8 o'clock in the evening, I reached the outskirts of Black Tiger Slope. The rain intensified, drumming relentlessly on my black umbrella. In the dim twilight, I gazed out at the undulating peaks of Black Tiger Slope, shrouded in oppressive fog and murky light, evoking a profound sense of despair. Minutes later, I gasped in horror. The entire landscape conformed to a foreboding sight, where a fierce tiger devours its prey, a place ill-suited for a cemetery, let alone for the burial of infants who die young. Was the benevolent Mr. Fong's choice of this location a mere coincidence or a deliberate act? A mournful chant resonates, new ghosts lamenting old ones, their cries mingling with the drizzling rain. The demons descend, and the bones emerge. 5 ragged children, barefoot, hover at the entrance of the hillside, their cries intertwining with a despairing dirge. I stride forward as the rain pours down, cascading down the slope. Amidst the clouds, lightning and thunder intermingle. With my large black umbrella raised and a peachwood sword hanging at my waist, I stand before Black Tiger Slope. Esteemed elders, clear the path. Do not obstruct my way, I call out to the children. Their ethereal forms hovered half a meter off the ground, maintaining the same height as as they turned their heads to gaze at me. Their faces appeared strikingly familiar, reminiscent of both Feng Wanqing and Gujia. A chilling caw echoed from their mouths, revealing rows of fine, sharp teeth. The tallest among them abruptly opened his mouth, and a serpent of malevolent energy slithered forth, landing on the ground and swiftly traversing the water. Immediately, the other children followed suit, their mouths agape, unleashing several more venomous serpents. These serpents were not true snakes, but rather manifestations of dark energy. With one hand shielding myself with an umbrella and the other gripping a peachwood sword, I surged forward. With a swift motion, I unleashed 5 strikes, shattering the serpents into oblivion. The 5 children, realizing they could not thwart my advance, leaped together, merging into a singular spectral infant. Its eyes glowed crimson, brimming with malice. Heavenly demon descends, and bones arise. Mengen perished here. The amalgamated infant spirit sang a peculiar melody. I pondered silently. Did the heavenly demon and the bones hold some profound significance? Chapter 16. Nourished by blood, as the haunting melody concluded, the infant spirit lunged toward me. I deftly formed a sword gesture and hurled the peachwood sword, striking it directly at the center of its brow. The infant spirit dissipated like mist, leaving only the echo of its mournful wails. Without a moment's hesitation, I strode into the Black Tiger Cemetery. Curiously, upon my entrance into the cemetery, the torrential downpour ceased abruptly, as if I had crossed into an entirely different realm. My previously anxious heart transformed into a profound calm in an instant. The path ahead twisted and turned, yet my mind remained illuminated. I sheathed my black dragon umbrella and advanced with purpose. A hissing sound pierced the air. 10 meters away, a pristine white weasel stood before me. Recognition struck me instantly. It was the male weasel from Dragon Burial Mountain, perched atop a gravestone. It appeared to be waiting for my arrival, its verdant eyes fixated on me, brimming with a complex array of emotions. Back in my hometown, it had sought to end my life. I was taken aback that it had followed me all the way here. Thoughts raced through my mind. Could the events surrounding Feng Wanqing be connected to this white weasel? However, I swiftly dismissed the notion. The weasel possessed the motive, yet lacked the opportunity. Your master has decreed that you must not harm me for the time being. If you wish to take my life, it shall not come easily, I declared with clarity. On the night I departed my hometown, the weasel, along with its descendants, had aimed to kill me. Subsequently, the aloof woman had delivered the command to the master of Dragon Burial Mountain. Thus, at this moment, the weasel was unable to strike against me. The white weasel stood atop an unmarked gravestone, resembling a diminutive figure, its small eyes darting about. After a brief interval of approximately 10 seconds, it emitted a low, rumbling voice. If you wish to avoid death, depart from this place at once. Your life, aside from mine, cannot be claimed by anyone. My heart quaked with astonishment. The white weasel's appearance was not to threaten me, but to issue a warning. It seemed the creature had sensed the lurking peril surrounding the Black Tiger Cemetery. I chuckled, remarking, "It is said that weasels possess peculiarities, and indeed, this reputation is well-deserved. You are warning me." It nodded in agreement. I continued, "An arrow on the string must be loosed. Clear the path swiftly. The grandson of the Divine Hand shall not perish easily. In the future, I intend to meet with the master of Burial Dragon Mountain to reclaim my mother and grandfather. Before that, if I do not encounter life and death trials, how can I aspire to soar like a dragon and claim the title of supreme in geomancy? What right would I have to challenge the master of Burial Dragon Mountain?" The white weasel appeared somewhat taken aback, for it did not anticipate that my composure and aura of intimidation had significantly heightened in just a few days. I was able to utter such lofty declarations. At that moment, it opened its mouth and let out 2 calls, clasped its paws together in a gesture of respect, evidently in agreement with my sentiments. It then leaped down from the gravestone and swiftly vanished into the shadows. I ascended the steps, and the sound of weeping grew increasingly dense around me. I silently recited a calming incantation, ensuring I remained undisturbed. Along the path, I observed numerous gravestones, one after another, with weeds intertwining amidst the mounds. The landscape before me attested to the fact that this was merely an ordinary cemetery, albeit haunted by restless spirits. However, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. After wandering for over 10 minutes, I found myself standing before a well. Surrounding its edge were numerous spectral faces of children, some huddled together, others dispersed, all bearing expressions of utter confusion, occasionally glancing at me with grotesque and terrifying visages. The sight of this well rendered me momentarily speechless. In recent times, I had encountered a series of strange occurrences, but this well, nestled deep within the cemetery, was the most peculiar I had ever witnessed. A wave of anxiety washed over me. A well could only exist where the living congregate, for the dead have no need for water. This was a place of burial, where no one would dig a well. Countless thoughts raced through my mind. Perhaps, before the construction of this cemetery, the living once inhabited this land, only to vacate it later. Suddenly, I heard a bubbling sound emanating from the well, reminiscent of water reaching a boil. Accompanying this was a pungent, metallic scent that pierced the air. I instantly recognized it was not the blood of animals, but that of a human being. An overwhelming aura of death enveloped me. The clouds above swirled with the wind, and the moon emerged, casting its slanted light upon the scene. An otherworldly atmosphere permeated the vicinity of the well. After a brief moment of hesitation, I grasped my peachwood sword and approached the well, invoking the protective spirits with a resounding declaration. Six Ding, Six Jia, shield me. Command. Any obstruction in my path, represented by the child's visage, retreated before the cleaving of the peachwood sword. Ultimately, I found myself standing beside a well. There, at the edge of the well, I discovered a stone tablet, its existence seemingly dating back several years. Inscribed upon it were 8 grand characters. Heaven's way is unjust, sustained by blood to raise demons. These words were steeped in malevolence. A mere fleeting glance sent a shiver through my heart. Had it not been for my unwavering resolve, I might have collapsed onto the ground. Within the realm of geomancy, there exist those who nurture spirits and cultivate poisons. It is rare to encounter individuals who raise demons. This is because demons serve as a collective term, elusive and challenging to comprehend and control. Humans can transform into demons, spirits can become demons, and even supernatural beings may succumb to the same fate. Even esteemed Buddhist monks are not exempt from this peril. The Book of Anomalies merely notes the existence of 10 major demons, yet fails to specify what these demons are or the means to counter them. Should one resolutely decide to cultivate demons, the process can lead to dire consequences. Should control slip away, it could endanger one's very life. Thus, practitioners of demon cultivation remain exceedingly rare. However, from the inscription on the stone tablet, it is evident that this particular demon cultivator perceived himself as a victim of profound injustice, believing that the celestial order favored some over others. In his despair, he chose to nourish demons with blood, disregarding his own life in the pursuit of creating a formidable fiend. Whether he perished or not became inconsequential. The emergence of the demon he raised could wreak havoc upon the world, avenging the perceived injustices of the celestial order. In this moment, I recalled my grandfather's tears upon witnessing the emergence of the Black Dragon umbrella, his grief palpable as he wept uncontrollably, uttering the words, "To eliminate demons is to prolong suffering." Previously, I struggled to grasp the meaning behind his statement, yet now I find clarity. Grandfather must have surmised that there would be demons arising in the world, and great calamities would descend upon humanity. He urged me to depart from the Burial Dragon Mountain and traverse the mortal realm, envisioning my role as a purger of evil and a guardian of righteousness. Clad in coarse garments, I inherited grandfather's mantle, ready to face whatever may come without fear. With my peachwood sword in hand, I declared, "The heavens are unjust. You shall not use blood to nourish demons. Today, I, Mingyan, have come to thwart the emergence of new demons." No sooner had I spoken than I heard a scornful voice from the distance. "You young brat, how audacious! The heavens are unjust. What is wrong with countering evil with evil? This very place shall become your grave. A gust of dark wind swept through as two figures emerged from the forest behind the well. Chapter 17. The possession of the demon. A figure clad in a black robe, a nun, appeared before me, her gaunt visage exuding an air of lethal intent. Accompanying her was another individual draped in a flowing garment that billowed in the wind, revealing a turtle pattern. His right eye was sunken, suggestive of a condition known as the heaven's remnant eye. The nun, unmistakably the Black Wind Nun, stood alongside her senior brother, the one in the turtle robe. Their simultaneous arrival evoked no surprise within me. On the contrary, their absence would have seemed rather illogical. My attention gravitated towards the man in the turtle robe. He exuded an aura that suggested he was an extraordinary geomancer. His unique appearance was marked by the heaven's remnant in his left eye, embodying the essence of imperfection. His temples were pronounced, and his overall presence was robust, indicating he had reached the latter stages of the Taoist mastery. He was undoubtedly more formidable than I. The Black Wind Nun, with a sharp and acerbic demeanor, remarked, "Meng-in, your presence here attests to your abilities, yet such prowess only seals your fate." I shrugged nonchalantly, responding with a smile, "You do not hold the authority. Allow your brother to speak with me." The positioning of the two clearly indicated that the man in the turtle robe possessed a status superior to that of the Black Wind Nun, whose expression shifted slightly at my words. At that moment, the man in the turtle robe stepped forward and declared, "Young scion of the Meng family, today your life shall be claimed. It is the will of heaven. Do not blame me." Confused, I shook my head, inquiring, "The will of heaven?" He continued, "The torrential rains echo the circumstances of your birth. Born on a stormy night, you shall perish under the same tempest. Such is the decree of fate. By sacrificing your life to the demon shall emerge. In recent days, the weather has indeed mirrored the climate of the days preceding my birth. Heikong and I, with a smile, remarked, we have orchestrated our plans and seize your fortune. Now, as you embark on your journey, the timing is impeccable. 18 years ago, you were destined to perish. Having survived these additional years, you ought to consider yourself fortunate. Is the tomb of Wuying Mountain intended to usurp my fortune? I retorted. Haikong ni nodded in affirmation. A wave of relief washed over me as I realized that the birth date inscribed on the copper figure at the base of the coffin had deviated. This indicated that their attempt to claim my fortune should have met with failure. From the current situation, it seemed that they were oblivious to this fact. They had not usurped my fortune. Thus, the circumstances tonight need not culminate in a deadlock. I might not become a sacrificial offering after all. My grandfather had concealed the true moment of my birth. It appears that the Ma-E divine hand has indeed outmaneuvered them, rightfully earning its esteemed position among the 13 guardians. Feigning a sense of melancholy, I inquired, since my demise here is seemingly preordained, I have questions that I hope you can answer, so that I may depart with my eyes closed. The man in the turtle robe stepped forward. Gesturing with his right hand, "Speak freely." I pointed at the stone tablet and asked, who erected this monument to nurture evil? What injustice did he encounter? And for what reason? The one in the turtle robe narrowed his singular eye, momentarily taken aback, and retorted, "What else have you discerned? Could it not be me? I have long grasped the profound mysteries. Nurturing evil is no challenge for me." I looked at him with disdain and chuckled. This place has been nurturing evil for at least a century. You lack the requisite talent and audacity. To nurture demons with blood inevitably requires the sacrifice of one's own life. The man in the turtle robe, living well and thriving, is certainly not a demon nurturer. He did not express anger, but instead inquired, "Who, in your opinion, is capable of nurturing demons?" I replied, "The enigmatic master of Burial Dragon Mountain, the foremost of the 13 protectors, the mysterious hand of cloth. After 40 years of ignorance, attaining enlightenment in a single moment, and in mere months ascending to the realm of the true dragon, is none other than Old Nine of the North. Yet you, singularly, cannot." I enumerated 3 names in quick succession. Veins bulged on the forehead of the man in the turtle robe, his anger palpable as he bellowed. "Had it not been for your grandfather sealing my 3 vital points with a single sword strike, I too would possess the capability to nurture demons. Amusement welled within me. It appeared that the man in the turtle robe was a defeated foe of my grandfather. My curiosity deepened as he failed to address my query. Who, then, is the true demon nurturer? I laughed heartily, since my demise is a certainty. Why do you refuse to reveal the name of the demon nurturer? Could it be that you are unaware? The man's expression twisted into a more monstrous visage, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Yet he remained silent. Black Wind and I hastily offered comfort. Senior brother, the demon child is soon to be born. Should you eliminate him, the Meng family shall cease to exist henceforth. Whether this scoundrel meets his end or not is of no concern to us. The man in the turtle robe's countenance darkened, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips as he nodded. He proclaimed, "Brat, do you dare to meet my gaze?" Instantly, a chilling glare emanated from his pupils. A powerful force surged forth. My heart trembled as an overwhelming pressure descended upon me. In an instant, my body stiffened, rendered immobile, while 7 potent streams of energy began to gnaw at my entire being like ravenous ants. The 7 streams of Tao power assail the hidden 7 spirits within my body: the corpse dog, the hidden arrow, the sparrow shadow, the thief's devourer, the non-toxin, the purger of filth, and the stinking lung. Should these 7 streams of Tao power consume me, I would become a mere shell of a man. A profound shock coursed through my heart. This was the secret art of possession. The essence of possession lies in the ability of a powerful practitioner to forcibly seize another's body through spiritual awareness, devouring their very soul. It is not uncommon for enlightened beings on the brink of death to transfer their essence into the body of a youth, seeking immortality and the opportunity to continue their cultivation. Within the realm of feng shui and esoteric arts, there exist a multitude of methods pertaining to this secret technique of possession, all sharing a common trait: tyrannical usurpation. A wave of trepidation washed over me. The figure in the turtle robe intended to slay me in this manner and usurp my body. His cultivation surpassed mine, and his Tao power ran deeper. Minutes passed, yet I found no means to resist or break free. Young one, surely you have yet to awaken to the truth. Relying on a few talismans left by Mengs, you believe you can rampage unchecked. How naive you are. Today, you shall learn what it means to face the supreme power of the feng shui realm. Black Wind and I mocked me coldly while extolling the virtues of the turtle-robed man. At that moment, the boiling sounds from the well grew ever louder. The wandering souls lingering at the well's edge began to leap into its depths. All the sinister energy surrounding Black Tiger Slope surged into the well, and I felt a deep sense of foreboding. The countless souls trapped here for centuries brimmed with overwhelming resentment, reaching an exceedingly terrifying magnitude. At this moment, they all plunged into the water, intertwining and coalescing, heralding the emergence of a malevolent force. Water gushed forth from the well, with a portion cascading down the edges, appearing as vivid crimson blood. The scent of blood permeated the air, a scarlet haze ascending towards the heavens, transforming the sky above the Black Tiger Slope into a hue of red. Amidst the surging blood, a male infant emerged, adorned with red markings, its limbs intact. The sanguine waters nourished and nurtured it. The accumulated resentment and malevolence of numerous prematurely departed children coalesced into its being. This place bore a demon, a child of darkness. Meanwhile, I found myself ensnared by the tortoise-clad figure's soul-seizing sorcery, rendered immobile, powerless to prevent the birth of this demonic child. With no means of escape, the Black Wind and I was elated, exclaiming, "Excellent, splendid. At long last, we have succeeded. My desire shall be fulfilled." Just then, a voice resonated in my ear. "Cast that peachwood talisman into the well." Chapter 18. The White Skull cast that peachwood talisman into the well. The voice suddenly resonated in my ears, sending a jolt of surprise through my heart. Years ago, after Meng Qingshan had plunged into the floodwaters, my grandfather sought his remains and ultimately discovered the talisman he had left behind in the Fishbone Temple. It is fair to say that very few were privy to this knowledge. Apart from my grandfather and myself, only the individual involved, Meng Qingshan, was aware. My grandfather ascended Burial Dragon Mountain, and Meng Qingshan vanished without a trace. Who could it be that is now reminding me of this? Who are you? I instinctively shouted. The tortoise-robed man raised an eyebrow slightly, appearing taken aback. His reaction indicated he was unaware of the voice that had reached my ears. At that moment, I sensed a powerful surge of pure yang energy entering my right hand, flooding my body with its formidable force, akin to a dam bursting forth. The stiffness that had gripped my body began to dissipate. I found the situation increasingly peculiar and, upon reflection, wondered if my grandfather had left me a clue, specifically to aid me in overcoming the current predicament. With this thought in mind, I cast aside my doubts and retrieved the Peachwood talisman. Having departed from the foot of Burial Dragon Mountain, my possessions were few. However, this talisman was the sole remnant of my father, Meng Qing Shan, and I had kept it close at all times. The tortoise-robed man's left eye widened in astonishment, for he had not anticipated that I would still be capable of movement at this juncture. Gripping the talisman tightly, I took a deep breath and forcefully hurled it towards the bloodwell. Simultaneously, propelled by an unexpected surge of formidable energy, I rolled to the side, diverting my gaze and severing the connection with the turtle-robed figure. With a pained shriek, the figure's aura became disordered, and he staggered back several paces, expelling a mouthful of blood, his countenance reflecting deep humiliation. "What are you planning to do?" Black Wind and I exclaimed, witnessing the Peachwood talisman soaring through the air as she unleashed a whirlwind to obstruct its path. Yet it was too late. The protective talisman struck the top of the demon child's head and swiftly penetrated his form, plunging into the well below. Strangely, the talisman inflicted no harm upon the demon child. Instead, it sank entirely to the bottom of the well. A profound confusion engulfed me. The talisman, crafted from peach wood and known for its exorcising properties, had not only failed to damage the demon child, but had also submerged itself within the bloodied waters. How could this be? One must understand that a talisman of peach wood is a precious artifact designed to ward off evil. Your pure Yang Dao power should not surpass mine. The turtle-robed figure glared at me intently. I let out a cold laugh, declaring, "My grandfather left a trace of vital energy within me. In critical moments, this energy can significantly enhance my strength. Did you truly believe I would come here without a trump card?" The sudden emergence of that overwhelming force I momentarily attributed to my grandfather's foresight. The turtle-robed figure's expression revealed skepticism, and he refrained from advancing further. Having failed in his possession attempt, he faced a backlash. Black Wind and I hastily approached the turtle-robed figure, exclaiming, "Brother, Meng the old thief has outsmarted us. Have we fallen into a trap? Ever since this brat arrived in Dongjiang City, he has been masquerading as a fool to ensnare the unwary." As the two individuals converged, the figure clad in a tortoise robe shifted his gaze and exclaimed, "Our lives are at stake. Once the demon child emerges, we must take Meng and's life." Observing their hesitance to advance, I fervently whispered in my mind, "Divine spirits of the six directions, aid me in vanquishing this evil." Grasping the peachwood sword, it soared into the air, its tip once again aimed at the demon child. Suddenly, a piercing voice rang out, "Halt! Do not harm my child." I quickly turned around to see Fong Wanqing, draped in crimson, standing a few meters away, appearing neither human nor ghost, enveloped in an aura of peculiar malevolence. Above her head, a swirling mass of red clouds gathered. From her gaze, it was evident that she did not recognize me. A swift glance revealed the truth. The malevolence surrounding her was the sentient essence that had escaped from Wuying Mountain. To my astonishment, she had come here for the demon child. The offspring born from countless infant spirits was, indeed, her child. In that instant, my mind buzzed with confusion, riddled with countless enigmas. "Senior sister, as a disciple of the Ma-E Divine Hand, you must not let the malevolence take control," I shouted, feeling utterly helpless. Fong Wanqing remained unmoved, advancing with deliberate steps. I had no choice but to reverse the grip on my peachwood sword, striving to prevent the demon child from leaping forth from the well while simultaneously attempting to rescue Fong Wanqing. Planting my foot upon the stone tablet, I let out a cold laugh, declaring, "Do not advance any further. This is a creature of darkness. I shall not allow it to enter the world." Fong Wanqing's eyes were crimson, and she let out a peculiar laugh. With your ordinary energy, how can you possibly obstruct me? The malevolent aura nurtured by half the city has endured for a century. I intend to revel in this world alongside my child, free and unrestrained. From henceforth, neither the heavens nor the earth can confine us. At that moment, I struggled to fathom how the sinister energy of Wuying Mountain could be connected to this demonic child, and what relationship it bore to the demon cultivators. Just as I lingered in uncertainty, the crimson cloud of malevolence above Fong Wanqing surged toward the demonic child. The child, who had kept his eyes shut, began to twitch, and it would not be long before he opened them. I could wait no longer. The peachwood sword soared toward the demonic child, and I recited the incantation of sealing. Divine spirits of the 5 directions, assist me in vanquishing this demon. The peachwood sword, a treasured possession of my grandfather, was inherently imbued with divine might, coupled with the overwhelming power I now possessed. This strike would be nothing short of earth-shattering. The sword pierced through the dark energy enveloping the demonic child, yet just as it was about to make contact, it abruptly halted. The demonic child waved his hand and grasped the sword in his grip. At that moment, the child, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. They were a pair of eyes, strikingly crimson, seemingly emerging from the depths of the netherworld. This sight was akin to a bucket of icy water poured over me, leaving me utterly chilled. Impossible. This was my grandfather's peach wood sword. How could the treasure of the world's foremost geomancer fall into the hands of a demonic child? I felt as though my entire worldview was on the verge of collapse. The treasures of the Meng family shall not harm its kin. Here, the demon-raising entity belongs to you, the Meng clan. Fong Wanqing, with her hair in disarray, uttered a phrase through clenched teeth. How could this demonic child be connected to the Meng family? As she shook her head, she approached me, saying, "He will consume your very essence, and thus he shall survive. From this moment forth, Mengen shall cease to exist in this world." As her words fell, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire black tiger slope, rendering even the slightest breeze non-existent. The surroundings appeared to freeze in an instant. Fong Wanqing's expression turned to one of panic. Above in the heavens, the clouds suddenly became motionless. A grand eye emerged amidst the clouds, observing everything below with indifference, cruelty, and emptiness, gazing down upon the world with disdain. In an instant, a blinding, thunderous lightning bolt descended from the firmament, striking down upon the blood well, aimed directly at the demonic child floating upon the sanguine waters. At that moment, the well's waters surged violently, and a white figure leapt from the depths, embracing the newly awakened demonic child. The heavenly thunder struck, hitting the white figure. Yet, the white silhouette remained unmoved, shrouded in mist. As the fog dissipated, I discerned that it was astonishingly a white skeleton. Meng Qingshan, the tiger of Kunlun, Meng Qingshan. The cloaked figure exclaimed in dismay. This exclamation plunged me into profound confusion. Could this white skeleton before me possibly be my long-lost, mute father, missing for 18 years? Chapter 19. The umbrella shelters the heavens. The tiger of Kunlun. Meng Qingshan. I could scarcely believe my ears, nor could I trust my eyes. Yet before long, I discerned the peach wood talisman affixed to his skeletal form. This palm-sized wooden charm nestled between the ribs of his left chest, occupying the very position of the heart. From the talisman, several crimson threads flowed, tracing along the desiccated bones. Meng Qingshan had lost his exquisite heart and become a soulless being. Did this wooden talisman serve as a substitute for a heart? For a fleeting moment, I wished to ascertain that I held no connection to this skeleton. However, Fong Wanqing asserted that the demon nurturer was indeed a member of the Meng family. The demon nurturer had transformed into a skeleton, having indeed nourished the demon child with his own flesh and blood. The timeline seemed to align as well. Meng Qingshan was a prodigious talent in cultivation. While others required a century to nurture a demon, he might have accomplished it in merely 18 years. I struck the demon child with a peachwood sword, yet inflicted no harm. The talisman belonging to Meng Qingshan returned to him, awakening him from his slumber. All that unfolded before me confirmed that he was indeed Meng Qingshan. At that moment, the heavenly thunder struck the white skeleton, which shielded the demon child with half of its body, raising its skeletal head to gaze upon the immense eye in the firmament. Its entire skeletal form creaked, and its mouth opened wide, issuing a silent roar towards the heavens. Alas, aside from the sound of bones creaking, it emitted not a single cry of anguish. With the flesh no longer existing, it could only offer a voiceless lament in its bony form. For reasons unknown, tears welled in the corners of my eyes. I seemed to perceive a profound sense of unwillingness. My grandfather, Meng Zhua, recounts that my father, Meng Qingshan, though mute and deaf, is the kindest soul on earth. Yet, he has become a demon nurturer. Surely, there must be certain events that I am unaware of. Could be that just days ago, upon witnessing the return of the dark umbrella, my grandfather wept uncontrollably for his son. The eye in the firmament remains unresponsive, cold and void, devoid of any ripple of emotion. High above, it regards the world with indifference. Another bolt of heavenly lightning descends, swift and fierce. The white skeleton clings tightly to the demon child, exerting every ounce of strength to shield him from the falling thunder. Yet the lightning is formidable. The white skeleton trembles, its right leg buckling to the ground. The demon child in its embrace opens its mouth wide, howling towards the heavens. The tortoise-robed man stands in stunned disbelief, exclaiming, "The demon nurturer is indeed Meng Qingshan of the Meng clan. I, Chunginyan, have divined for 3 millennia without fail. I believe the emergence of the demon child would elevate me to the realm of the true dragon. Little did I know the nurturer would bear the Meng surname. Heaven, what a cruel jest you have played on me." Heeding Chunginyan's astonishment, Haifengni supports him and says, "Brother, it must be that old rogue Meng Zhua who coaxed his son into the well." A multitude of thoughts flickers through my mind. At the moment of the demon child's birth, my intention was clear. No matter the cost, I must eliminate him to prevent chaos from ensnaring the world. Yet now, I find myself unable to act. I believe my grandfather's words. Meng Qingshan is indeed the kindest person on earth. He now resolutely protects the demon child, undoubtedly for his own reasons. I trust my grandfather, and even more so, the father I have never met, Meng Qingshan. I am here to assist you. I have made an immensely difficult decision. As a geomancer, I am bound to uphold the principles of yin and yang, to be the arbiter of righteousness. And upon encountering the demon child and the skeletal figure, I am expected to exterminate evil. Yet, I choose to stand alongside them. I have transgressed the rules of geomancy. From this moment forth, the world may refer to me as a sinister geomancer. Nevertheless, in this instant, I deem this choice exceedingly correct. Gritting my teeth, I charge forward, unfurling the black umbrella, positioning myself beside the white skeleton. The black umbrella obscured the heavens. I am Mengen. I gaze at the white skeleton, speaking urgently, though the term father remained unuttered. For 18 years, I had called out to him in my heart countless times. Yet, standing beside him, I felt a twinge of unfamiliarity and trepidation. The white skeleton turned to me, its hollow eye sockets revealing nothing, yet I sensed a warmth emanating from him. In that fleeting moment of our gaze, the air thick with dissatisfaction and defiance surrounding him seemed to settle into tranquility. Across the chasm of life and death, amidst the thunder and lightning, a spiritual connection blossomed between us. In this moment, I believed in fate as if all of today was preordained. The heavens are unjust. Father and son stand together. I will shield you from this celestial wrath. My eyes welled with tears as I spoke to Meng Qingshan. In his embrace, the demon child turned its head, now regarding me with significantly diminished hostility. The white skeleton comprehended my words, nodding in acknowledgement, its jaw moving as if attempting to articulate something. Retrieve the thunderwood. The voice echoed in my ears once more, urging me to block the third heavenly thunder and to feed the demonic child with blood. This voice was the same one that had prompted me to cast aside the peachwood talisman earlier. My pupils dilated in realization. The white skeleton remained silent. Whose voice could it be? Could it be yet another clue left by my grandfather? How could he, so far away, anticipate the unfolding circumstances with such precision? Then, A resounding roar filled the heavens. It was here. They could not withstand the third heavenly thunder. The black robe of the black wind demon billowed in the wind as it joyfully proclaimed. The third heavenly thunder descended once more. I raised my right hand, holding the black umbrella, while the white skeleton cradled the demonic child in its left arm and grasped the black umbrella with its right. The umbrella did not reject the white skeleton. Rather, it allowed its grasp. In that moment, I was certain that it was my mute father. I extracted the thunderwood, gripping it firmly in my left hand. The immense power that had been dormant within me surged forth, enveloping the thunderwood tightly. From the thunderwood emanated a crackling energy, forming a protective barrier. Born of lightning, the thunderwood contained tremendous, thunderous strength within. Before entering the Black Tiger Slope, I had intended to harness the latent power of the thunderwood to perform the 5 thunder techniques and overcome the final trial. Yet unexpectedly, I now needed to wield the power of the thunderwood to counter the heavenly thunder. At last, the heavenly thunder struck the black umbrella. In an exceedingly brief moment, I was engulfed by a searing sensation, as if my very skin had been struck by lightning. Fortunately, the robes I wore mitigated the lethal force of the celestial thunder. After the conflagration, the thunderous wooden staff in my hand crumbled to dust. The white skeleton, astonished, gazed at me, its bones clattering ominously. I smiled, biting my finger to draw forth blood, which I presented before the demon child. Chun Ginyen, his face a mask of terror, exclaimed loudly, "You have truly lost your senses. You willingly offer your blood to the demon child, defying the sacred taboos of feng shui." I paid him no heed. The demon child hesitated for a moment, glancing at Meng Qingshan, who gave a slight nod of assent. The demon child then sank its teeth into my fingertip. In its abyssal eyes, I glimpsed a fleeting innocence akin to that of a child, swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming malice. Born from the well of blood, the demon child sought vitality, requiring its first taste of fresh blood. Moments later, it released its grip, its eyes now a deep crimson, enveloped in an aura of immense malevolence. It then lifted its gaze towards the heavens, filled with an indomitable spirit. Chapter 20. The hidden manipulator with a subtle wave of his right hand. The white skeleton gently pushed against me, causing me to stagger back 2 steps. He cradled the demon child and leapt aside. The demon child, wielding the peachwood sword, unleashed a piercing roar that echoed like the wails of vengeful spirits from the depths of the underworld. A crimson malevolence coalesced into clouds above, obscuring the enormous eye that loomed overhead. After casting a fleeting glance in my direction, the white skeleton dashed deeper into the Black Tiger Slope, clutching the demon child. As he passed by Chun Ginyen and Haifeng and I, the white skeleton nimbly maneuvered between them. Soon after, their anguished screams pierced the air, and blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Seeing the demon child flee, Feng Wanqing hurriedly pursued. I intended to follow, but after just 2 steps, a sharp pain gripped my chest, leaving me breathless. It seemed that even with the protection of the black umbrella and the linen robe, the earlier confrontation with the heavenly thunder had inflicted severe internal injuries upon me. In a desperate tone, I called out, "Senior sister, do not pursue." Yet, Feng Wanqing paid no heed. As I watched her recede into the distance, a heavy sigh escaped my lips. "Ha!" Chun Ginyen wiped the blood from his mouth, laughing maniacally. "Meng, and you have unleashed the beast master and even fed the demon child with blood. From this day forth, you shall be the nemesis of the feng shui mystics. The Meng family's reputation is shattered today. I had released the demon child and aided it in its sanguine feast. The righteous sect of the mystics would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to trouble me, and my grandfather's adversaries would certainly take advantage of the situation to strike. I had indeed placed myself in an exceedingly perilous predicament. I turned to Chun Ginyen, my murderous intent unmistakable. As a member of the Meng family, I owe no explanation to the world. My intention to end your life is as simple as slaying a dog. Both of us have been struck hard by the skeletal figure, leaving us bereft of the strength to retaliate." Chun Ginyen's face was a portrait of despair, his eyes wide with horror as he exclaimed, unaware of the impending doom. "I, Chun Ginyen, have fallen victim to Meng's treachery. Yet, You cannot escape the retribution of the heavenly laws. He presumed that the night's upheaval had been orchestrated by my grandfather, Mengzhou, well in advance. I advanced closer to Chun Gunyin and demanded, "Tell me, who took away Meng Qingshan's 7 apertures Linglong heart?" Beads of sweat dripped from Chun Gunyin's forehead as he sensed the intensity of my murderous intent. He hastily protested, "I do not know. I have only heard from others. I merely seek vengeance against Mengzhou. He ruined my path to cultivation. Otherwise, I would have been the foremost feng shui master in the world." I replied coldly, "How do you know that the white skeleton is Meng Qingshan? How did he become the tiger of Kunlun? Why are you so intent on finding the demon boy?" Holding the black umbrella, I loomed over them. Chun Guinyin's expression grew increasingly frantic as he reached out to push Hei Fengni, exclaiming, "Young Master Meng, this matter was brought to me by my junior sister. No, it was this old nun who sought me out. She claimed that the demon boy has emerged and seeks the blood of the Meng family. If I can absorb the demon boy's malevolent energy, I shall ascend to the realm of the celestial dragon, no longer fearing the northern old nine. The mystical sect shall be dictated by me, Chun Guinyin." I then turned my gaze to Hei Fengni, who, after a moment of surprise, erupted into laughter. "Indeed, men are utterly unreliable. Yesterday, you referred to me as little sweetheart, yet today I am transformed into an old nun." I inquired, "Pray tell, what role do you play in this affair?" The Black Wind nun, her countenance as frosty as the chill of winter, replied with unwavering resolve, "Whether you wish to kill or torture, proceed as you will. I shall not divulge a single word." As our gazes locked, I discerned her steadfast determination to embrace death. "Is it that red fox?" I pressed further. The Black Wind nun's pupils narrowed ever so slightly before she retorted, "I know not. I am aware of nothing." Understanding dawned upon me. The events of this evening had taken a turn I never anticipated, particularly with the unexpected emergence of Meng Qingshan, which rendered the situation even more intricate. The Black Wind nun, having suffered from heartache, sought solace in the mountains, whereupon she encountered a fortuitous turn of fate. The master of a grand tomb rescued her, and the bronze coffin unearthed from Wuying Mountain, a relic of the Tang dynasty, was likely an artifact she had retrieved from that tomb. The appearance of the red fox spirit summoned heavenly thunder, indicating its extraordinary prowess. I surmised that the true architect behind these tumultuous events was indeed that red fox. Yet, I pondered, could Guishuanyu truly be the genuine name of the red fox? It seemed highly probable that the red fox had rendered significant aid to the Black Wind nun. Despite her nefarious deeds, she possessed a sense of gratitude. In this intricate web of events, the Black Wind nun was merely a pawn, and the truths she held might not be entirely accurate. Thus, there was no necessity to inquire further. I sheathed my black umbrella and declared, "Black Wind nun, that scoundrel is unworthy of you." Having uttered these words, I turned and departed. After walking for more than 10 meters, I felt intense pain throughout my body, my chi and blood stagnating, and I spat out a mouthful of black blood. Supporting myself with a black umbrella, I made my way down the mountain along the path I had come. Each step was extraordinarily arduous. The moonlight descended from the heavens, casting an eerie silence around me. I found a tombstone to sit upon and rested, memories of Meng Qingshan, now a mere skeleton, flooding my mind with sorrow, tears involuntarily streaming down my cheeks. "Father, what have you endured to become nothing but bones? How did you transform into a practitioner of dark sorcery, reviled by the righteous?" My heart was burdened with countless questions, and an endless wave of grief washed over me. Is the way of heaven truly unjust? I lost track of time. Suddenly, I noticed a man in a black suit, his features sharply defined, with 3 scars marring his face, resembling a stone figure, standing motionless, casting a long shadow under the moonlight. I jolted awake, bracing myself against the tombstone, and inquired, "Who are you, and how long have you been here?" The man in the suit replied coldly, "I came to see how long the wasteful young master of the Meng family would weep." Regaining my composure, I asked, "What wisdom do you offer?" The man continued, "I initially believed tonight's calamity would defy fate, but I did not anticipate you would commit an even graver mistake. No one can save you now. However, my family owes you a debt. I, Gwit Jolv, promise you this. On the day of your death, no one shall harm your remains. I assure you that your soul will peacefully enter the cycle of reincarnation. Hearing the name of the Guo family, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Had he come merely to discuss the retrieval of my corpse? Is it possible that he belongs to the Guo family, the one associated with Guoxianyu? I shook my head in confusion, asserting I have no ties to the Guo family. You owe me no favors. The man in the suit, Guiju Lu, appeared somewhat angered as he remarked, I never anticipated that the grandson of the famed Ma Yixinsho would turn out to be a wastrel, being manipulated time and again, yet remaining oblivious. Throughout my life, I have harbored a disdain for individuals who feign superiority, as if they possess all knowledge. I retorted, the Meng family has produced practitioners of demon nurturing, yet here I stand, alive and well this evening. Who claims I have been outmaneuvered? Spare me your pretentiousness, and leave at once. Guiju Lu trembled with rage, coldly stating, you have provoked the heavenly thunder and released the demon nurturer. Soon, the people from the Qin Tian Monitor will arrive. Not even the King of Heaven can save you now. The three thunders of Heihu Mountain herald the arrival of the demon child. The bones shall manifest in the mortal realm, and such news will swiftly circulate throughout the feng shui community. The Qin Tian Monitor will undoubtedly be informed. The one presiding over the Qin Tian Monitor is none other than Bei Lao Jiao. Chapter 21. The infant guarded by the Black Tiger. The people of the Astronomical Bureau have already set their sights on you. Upon uttering this, Guajilu sought to discern the desired expression from my eyes. I merely responded with a cold smile. The Astronomical Bureau oversees the fortunes of the realm, observing the stars and the sun, and presiding over the order of geomancy, with branches established in various regions. The southern practitioners of Ma, Yi, and the northern Elder Geo. The 13 protectors are unmatched. Regrettably, only a representative of Elder Geo has arrived, and not the esteemed figure himself. With a smile, I remarked, the Guo family is a lineage of geomancy, yet all I can say is ensure my body remains intact. There is no need for you to embarrass yourself before me. While you may fear Elder Geo's men, I hold no such trepidation. With my black umbrella held aloft, I strode forward. Guo Jilu insisted that the Guo family owed me a favor. Alas, this favor merely ensures my body as preservation. To me, such a promise bears no significance. If I am to perish, what value is there in preserving my physical form and spirit? Guo Jilu made no attempt to halt my progress. His gaze lingered upon me as though I were a corpse, an arrogant soul, blissfully ignorant of the vastness of the world. Upon exiting the mausoleum, I observed from a distance a white weasel perched upon a tree, its emerald eyes fixated on me, shaking its head meaningfully. Its lips moved, and a melodious voice reached my ears. Why not return to Dragon Burial Mountain at once? I shall ensure your body remains whole. I shot a fierce glare and cursed, you wretched creature. Get lost. The white weasel darted away in a flash. At that moment, Feng Qianchuan emerged from a vehicle, his eyes alight with expectation. Mr. Meng, how is Wan Qing faring? She mentioned coming here to meet you, yet I did not see her. I responded truthfully. She has temporarily ventured deep into the Black Tiger Ridge. However, there is no cause for concern regarding her safety. Judging by the current circumstances, Feng Wanqing seems to have some connection with the Child of the Well and the skeletal figure Meng Qingshan. Thus she is not in grave danger. Feng Qianchuan appeared somewhat disappointed, yet he did not hold me accountable. His eyes suddenly glistened with tears as he sighed and remarked, she has returned to her place of origin. She was never truly my child. I gazed at Feng Qianchuan in confusion and inquired, what do you mean by that? Feng Qianchuan cast a glance back at Black Tiger Ridge, his gaze drifting far away as he spoke. She is the infant I discovered at Black Tiger Ridge. Many years ago, her mother and I came to the ridge to pay our respects, hoping to conceive a child. In those days, many childless couples would come here to pray. That day, as we arrived, a sudden downpour ensued, and we heard the sound of crying. Following the sound, we found a baby girl amidst the grass. By the time we descended the mountain and returned home, it was dusk, the rain had ceased, and the western sky was aglow. Thus, we named her Wanqi. I was taken aback to learn that the senior sister had such a history with Black Tiger Mountain. Her fate was indeed precious, yet I had not anticipated that she was an abandoned child. I asked, Why did you take her to Burial Dragon Mountain to seek my grandfather as her master? Feng Qianchuan replied, because she was frequently ill in her early years and nearly perished. I inquired through others and learned that only the divine hand of Moi could save her. Hence, we journeyed to Burial Dragon Mountain. Later, she resided in the Dragon Burial Mountain for a period, and upon her return, she was in good health. My business also flourished remarkably, and within a decade, I ascended to the status of the wealthiest individual in Dongjiang City. I drew a sharp breath, realizing that my esteemed senior sister, Feng Wanqing, had endured considerable hardships in the initial years, marking her fate as tumultuous. However, her destiny foretold a life of affluence, adorned with the promise of wealth and prosperity. How could she have faced such adversities? It seems my grandfather, Mengzhou, must have altered her fate. I inquired, when you first discovered my senior sister, was there anything extraordinary about her? Feng Qianchuan furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. My wife passed away early. Yet she often recounted that upon first laying eyes on Wanqing, she distinctly perceived a black tiger guarding her. However, I have never witnessed such a creature, nor were there any tiger tracks nearby. A chill coursed through me. The black tiger must indeed exist. Feng's late wife, being of the Yin gender, had departed this world prematurely, indicating a frail constitution, characteristic of those with weakened spirits. In terms of feng shui, such individuals are prone to perceiving entities imbued with Yin energy and malevolent aura. It is now apparent that Feng Wanqing shares a profound connection with the Black Tiger Slope. I reassured him, rest assured, Mr. Feng, I shall locate my senior sister, since she has ties to the Black Tiger Slope. Returning here today may lead to the resolution of certain matters. Feng Qianchuan remained silent for a moment before stating, I cannot allow my daughter to suffer. I will seek assistance to venture into the mountains. I boarded Feng Qianchuan's vehicle, returning to my residence. The dawn was breaking, heralding the end of a long night. As I approached the entrance, I was struck by a pungent scent of blood. Hastily, I rushed inside, only to find Gu Jia Dao collapsed on the floor, bound by several crimson threads, with his enormous centipede lying motionless beside him. I quickly moved closer to assess his pulse and heartbeat, placing a calming talisman upon his forehead before delivering a firm pat. Upon opening his eyes and seeing me, tears welled up as he exclaimed, Master, it is such a relief to see you. I severed the red threads binding him and inquired, what on earth has transpired? Gu Jia Dao recounted. Not long after you departed, a scarred man barged in, demanding that I surrender the bronze coffin. Naturally, I refused, and he ensnared me with red threads, seizing the coffin. My fury ignited, and I asked, was he clad in a suit, exuding arrogance? Gu Jia Dao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he was exceedingly overbearing, even declaring that you were dead. Damn it, I have always been domineering, but this man surpasses me. Through clenched teeth, I proclaimed, it must be Guojulu from the Guo family. This bronze coffin is connected to Guoshuanyu. I never anticipated that such a brazen individual would dare to demand it so boldly. I assisted Gu Jia Dao in sitting upright, and we shared a simple meal together. After taking a rejuvenating bath, I entered a meditative state. I proceeded to affix talismans around the room to prevent any lurking entities from spying on me. Having completed these tasks, I finally allowed myself to relax completely. With a profound understanding of destiny through stargazing, I braved a bolt of heavenly lightning, which severely depleted my spiritual energy and gravely injured my meridians. It will take at least 3 months for a complete recovery. However, time is of the essence. The upheaval at Black Tiger Slope will soon reverberate throughout the geomantic community, and various demon-hunting geomancers, including the Northern Old Nine from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, are likely to converge within 3 days. Additionally, Feng Qianchuan intends to lavishly invite numerous eminent figures. If by chance they uncover Meng Qingshan deep within Black Tiger Slope, or if they direct their hostility towards me, I may find myself powerless to retaliate. The most troublesome aspect is that the Peachwood sword, once wielded by my grandfather, has fallen into the hands of the demonic child. I have lost my most formidable artifact, and my pure, yang spiritual energy remains irretrievable. rendering me unable to perform any spells or secret techniques. At best, I can only rely on talismans for defense. However, talismans without spiritual energy support are ill-equipped to confront the impending tribulations. Suddenly, I recall the overwhelming surge of pure, yang spiritual energy that had manifested on Black Tiger Slope, along with the voice that guided me to hurl the Peachwood talisman and resisted the heavenly lightning with the white skeleton. Perhaps from this point, a solution may be found to break the deadlock. Chapter 22. The Magpie's Yearning. It appears that my grandfather left a profound hint, imbuing me with a potent force of Tao to aid me in overcoming my tribulations. I endeavored to close my eyes and sense it, yet I discerned nothing. My inner self felt desolate, and my injuries were quite severe. At that moment, my attention was drawn to the black umbrella. Indeed, that tremendous force had entered my being through my right hand, which I'd been gripping tightly around this very umbrella. Could it be that the black umbrella harbors some hidden mystery? My grandfather's insistence on bowing to it must carry significant meaning. A thought ignited within me, and I proclaimed aloud, I am a descendant of the Meng family. The path ahead is fraught with hardship, and I find myself in dire straits. My ancestors once utilized you to subdue the great tortoise. I wonder if you can comprehend my plight and assist me in leaping through the air like a fish. The black umbrella remained pristine, offering no response. After contemplating for a moment, I retrieved a dagger, making an incision in my palm to draw forth my blood, along with the pulse of my heart. A steady stream of crimson dripped onto the black umbrella. A miraculous scene unfolded before my eyes. The blood did not flow away. Rather, it seeped into the umbrella. Golden runes began to emerge from its surface, a sight both enchanting and extraordinary. Subsequently, I witnessed a pure aura emanating from the umbrella. I was astounded. The black umbrella, once wielded by my ancestors, indeed contained a formidable force of Tao. It appears my forebears traversed vast distances with this artifact, navigating the realms of yin and yang, severing numerous significant ley lines, not mere fanciful tales. It is truly a peerless treasure, comparable to the talisman of the celestial master at Longhu Mountain and the soul-restraining bell of the Maoshan sect. Without hesitation, I grasped the black umbrella, guiding this force of Tao through my orifices and into my body, unlocking my spiritual apertures and entering my true form. The essence resides in the Dantian. The spirit dwells in the sea of consciousness. I have opened 11 energy points, allowing the flow of Taoist power to swiftly surge into my body, subsequently accumulating within my 7 souls. I found myself enveloped in an extraordinary state of comfort. When I finally rose to move, my internal injuries had completely healed, surpassing my previous condition, and I was but a mere step away from the realm of Dongshin to Shang. However, as I stepped out of the room, I concealed my aura, presenting myself as exceedingly haggard. Ancient Armor Dao inquired, "Young master, you have rested for 2 days and 2 nights. How has your recovery progressed?" I glanced around the room and shook my head, responding, "I am gravely injured and will require 3 months to fully recuperate. This prolonged slumber has merely allowed me to catch my breath." His expression turned somber, as if recalling something. He said, "A young lady came to see you yesterday afternoon. I informed her that you were resting, and she left, mentioning she would return today." I nodded, stepped out into the courtyard to stretch my limbs, and intentionally coughed a few times during my movements. Around 5 in the afternoon, a knock echoed from outside. I approached the door and opened it to reveal a young girl holding a black parasol, dressed in dark attire. Her bright eyes sparkled, and her skin was as fair as snow. Upon seeing me, she involuntarily gasped and took a step back, her cheeks flushing crimson. Our gazes met for a fleeting moment, sending a tremor through my heart and warming my face. This enchanting visage was none other than the woman I had dreamt of after my encounter with the red demon fox. The dream was extraordinarily vivid, almost indistinguishable from reality. "I mentioned that I would come to see you," the woman calmly stated, regaining her composure. Upon hearing her voice, I instantly recognized her as the one who had intercepted me on the road to Heihu Pa and spoken with me. I focused my internal energy to dispel any errant thoughts and furrowed my brow, inquiring, Why have you come to see me? At that moment, I employed the technique of chi observation and detected a faint negativity near her temple. It was not a mere contamination, but rather a sign of poisoning. Fortunately, this venom was not life-threatening, and she seemed to possess a method to counteract it, suppressing the toxin effectively. Without any hesitation, the young woman declared, "I am Guo Xuanyu. I have been afflicted by the love poison known as K, now Xiang Si. I had heard from my uncle that you were gravely injured and near death, so I came to see you." Upon hearing her name, Guo Xuanyu, I was utterly astounded. I could hardly believe that she stood before me, completely unharmed. Moreover, I had not anticipated that she was a person of sound body and spirit. It appeared that my initial conjecture was correct. Guo Xuanyu was indeed alive in this world. However, the K now Xiangxi poison is a love toxin from the Miao region. The text Huainanzi records that the poison causes longing. It is made by burning both male and female magpies, and on the day of Bingyin, one must drink it mixed in wine for the desire to arise. Once afflicted by this toxin, one becomes irresistibly enamored with the target until death. Her gaze upon me, though strained with restraint, was unmistakably fervent. Yet, I still perceive a sentiment that exists solely between men and women. She has fallen victim to the intoxicating allure of longing. The person she yearns for must be me. We have never met before, nor have we shared a drink together. How could your affliction stem from my presence? I inquired. Guo Xuanyu shook her head and replied, I have only tasted it in dreams, and have even pledged vows to the heavens with another. That person must be you. I know your name. As soon as I laid eyes upon you, I recognized it. Despite my utmost efforts to restrain myself, I find it impossible to suppress my longing for you. It dawned upon me that a more skilled purveyor of poison had employed unknown means to make Guo Xuanyu consume the intoxicating essence of longing. Likewise, her visage had infiltrated my dreams, thus disturbing my peace of mind. Given the multitude of clues at hand, it appears to be the handiwork of that red vixen. Her words stirred something within me. Yet I understood that Guo Xuanyu's current concern for me was not born of genuine affection, but rather a consequence of the emotional poison. The Guo family had already begun to mitigate this revelation. With a calm smile, I remarked, Miss Guo, there are means to counteract the effects of such toxins. I must caution you, there are those who conspire against me, having constructed my wife's tomb using your name and birth date. That tomb has likely existed since my birth, enduring for at least 18 years. Upon excavating it, I unearthed a bronze coffin, which, when opened, revealed a red demon fox. Our connection, forged in this manner, is not a reflection of our true intentions. I confided everything to Guo Xuanyu, for the Guo family is renowned for its expertise in feng shui and possesses the means to unravel enigmas. Guo Xuanyu bit her lip and said, Mingyan, I understand. I truly should not have come to you and added to your burdens. But you must believe me, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Our family owes you an immense debt of gratitude. If it were possible, I would gladly offer my life in repayment. I would willingly perish in your stead. I chuckled heartily. You are innocent. However, I believe you must not linger here for long. Heed my words. Do not return to Heihu Slope. Instead, go back to your hometown tomorrow. The master of Zonglong Mountain will surely safeguard your life. Guo Xuanyu spoke earnestly. Though her sentiments were undoubtedly influenced by the Qiao, now Xiangxi, nevertheless, her words moved me deeply. I maintained my smile, observing my lack of acceptance. She took a few steps back, holding her black umbrella, and made her way towards the distant black car. As the window rolled down, a pale, sickly visage emerged, revealing eyes nearly devoid of pupils, fixated upon me, emanating a heavy, morbid aura that surged towards me in an instant. Chapter 23. The dragon-slaying upside-down technique, the stench of decay, surged forth instantaneously. It appeared that he had been lying in wait, only releasing it deliberately after Guo Xuanyu's return, clearly provoking me. The intensity of the necrotic aura and the adeptness with which he controlled it demonstrated his extraordinary prowess in the arts of corpse rearing and manipulation. Gu Jidao, who treated himself as a mere walking corpse, had produced some necrotic energy, yet when juxtaposed with the pallid figure before me, it was akin to a minor sorcerer before a grand master, a disparity as vast as heaven and earth. The sickly man's gaze was far from amiable, tinged with a hint of hostility. Judging by his attire, he was likely not from the Central Plains, but rather a denizen of the Miao region. Before I could utter a word, Gu Jidao dashed out from within the dwelling, clutching several corpse-restraining talismans in his right hand, exclaiming in broad daylight, "What manner of walking corpse would dare disrupt my sacred domain?" However, upon catching sight of the sickly man, Gu Jidao's bravado faltered instantly, and the talismans were swiftly concealed within his sleeve. The pallid figure cast a disdainful glance at Gu Jidao, sneering, "A Taoist nurturing corpses. What a farcical spectacle." Gu Jidao's countenance darkened significantly, yet he refrained from retorting, resembling a novice standing before a master. I had never witnessed Gu Jidao falter in his area of expertise. At that moment, the sickly man turned his attention towards me, stating how marvelous it would be to transform the grandson of the world's foremost geomancer, Meng Zhua, into a walking corpse. I was at a loss for the source of his animosity and chose not to engage with his remarks. To acquiesce to a conceited individual would be tantamount to an affront to my own dignity. I endeavored to suppress my spiritual energy, attempting to appear gravely injured, on the brink of collapse. Behind the vehicle, Guoxuanyu coughed softly. The black car gradually embarked on its journey. It was not until the vehicle had distanced itself that Gu Jidao finally spoke, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. I never anticipated that a disciple from the Miaojiang family of corpse drivers would venture into the world. Indeed, they're Miaojiang folk, and from the lineage of corpse drivers no less. There exist various methods for nurturing corpses, yet two schools stand out prominently, one rooted in Taoist practices and the other in the Miaojiang's techniques of corpse driving and nurturing. It is said that the Miaojiang's family of corpse drivers possesses a corpse king. My grandfather warned me to avoid provoking individuals from such families. It is no wonder that Gu Jidao remained silent in the presence of this person. The poison afflicting Guoxuanyu, known as the seven-star poison, originates from Miaojiang. This morbid individual must have been summoned to treat Guoxuanyu. Clearly, the strength of the Guo family should not be underestimated. I jestingly remarked, "Gu Daozhong, once you succeed in nurturing a corpse king, you will be able to speak boldly in their presence." However, Gu Jidao lacked such confidence. A corpse king is a rare treasure. Even if one is acquired, it requires a century of care to tame. Once it reaches a certain level of power, it must also contend with heavenly tribulations. Without sufficient wealth and manpower, success is impossible. This explains why only families dedicated to corpse nurturing can raise a corpse king. It demands the efforts of several generations and a considerable fortune. I playfully added, "If I were to encounter misfortune, you must ensure to seize my corpse. With my innate talents, I should be able to cultivate a corpse king, allowing me to fulfill any unachieved desires once I ascend to that form." Gu Jidao let out a bitter laugh twice, remaining silent. After nightfall, I once again regulated my breath, retrieving maps of Dongjiang City and its terrain. A perplexing question plagued my mind. Previously, due to my injuries, I struggled to concentrate and engage in profound contemplation. Now that I have fully recovered, I possess the mental acuity to ponder and analyze. Senior sister Fong Wanqing was born on Black Tiger Slope, accompanied by a black tiger that encircled her. The black tiger, being a fierce beast, must be surrounded by malevolent energy. Hence, the question arises, why does a girl, born in a place of great misfortune and malevolence, who is evidently protected by a black tiger, possess spiritual roots? How could a girl imbued with spiritual roots, brimming with ethereal energy, fall victim to the malevolent energy that escaped from Wuying Mountain? My grandfather, Meng Zhua, altered her fate. However, such innate qualities as spiritual roots are immutable. No one can instill spiritual roots into another's being. It is akin to changing a person's appearance through various means, yet one cannot alter their blood type. I surmise that there must be crucial information concealed within this enigma that I have yet to uncover. I laid out the maps and terrain of Wuying Mountain and Black Tiger Cemetery before me. Additionally, I gathered aerial photographs from the internet. This way, I could glean clues without the necessity of climbing high. Within the topographical distinctions of Dongjiang City, 2 mountain dragons could be discerned, alongside a water dragon that traversed the city. The pivotal positions of these 2 mountain dragons were precisely Wuying Mountain and Black Tiger Slope. From the perspective of feng shui formations and topography, Wuying Mountain embodies the mournful terrain of the vermilion bird, while Heihu Slope represents the malevolent landscape of the ferocious tiger clutching a corpse. Both are considered exceedingly perilous sites in terms of feng shui. Within these 2 ominous locations, the points of malevolent energy and the bloodwell are where their sinister forces converge most intensely. I sketched the configurations of Wuying Mountain and Heihu Slope above, marking the locations of the malevolent points and the bloodwell. Suddenly, it dawned on me that it resembled a simplistic Tai Chi diagram. However, this Tai Chi diagram possessed certain awkward elements. As I paced back and forth, an epiphany struck me. Among these intertwining terrains, one should indeed be a place of great fortune. Auspiciousness and malevolence coexist and counterbalance each other, which aligns with the principles of yin and yang transformations. Likewise, the presence of malevolence within auspiciousness and vice versa reflects the natural laws of terrain variation. While the existence of these 2 dire locations is statistically plausible, such places are unsuitable for human propagation. After a moment of contemplation, I stumbled upon a truly astonishing revelation. Wuying Mountain, initially perceived as the mournful terrain of the vermilion bird, upon closer inspection, should be oriented towards the sun, indicating that it is not a site of great misfortune, but rather a sacred place of feng shui. The presence of malefic energy within a generally auspicious area suggests that a minor malevolent dragon vein is concealed within the primary dragon vein, giving rise to the malevolent point in this otherwise fortunate site, which is entirely plausible. Yet, the entire topographical configuration of Wuying Mountain has undergone a transformation, morphing the previously auspicious area into one of malevolent energy. This raises significant concerns. Heihu Slope remains a site of great misfortune without dispute. However, the malevolent energy concealing auspiciousness implies that the blood well should represent a site of good fortune. Instead, it has become a source of overwhelming malevolent energy, ceaselessly emanating ominous forces. The reasons behind this phenomenon are likely connected to the construction of a children's cemetery. The collective grievances of countless children have altered the auspicious land. As stated in the Hanlong Classic, the inversion of fortunes reveals that the 24 peaks harbor both golden and silver mountains. Conversely, the turmoil reveals that they also conceal dragon pools and tiger dens. Here, the golden and silver mountains symbolize auspicious terrain, while the dragon pools and tiger dens represent malevolent grounds. The shifting of feng shui between these realms has caused a profound disarray. This brings to mind an enigmatic and esoteric practice that transcends the realm of feng shui, namely, the art of dragon severing. Dragon severing does not entail the slaying of an actual celestial dragon. Rather, it refers to the act of severing a ley line associated with feng shui. This requires an elevated level of mastery, as the entire process is exceedingly intricate and time-consuming. Moreover, it exacts a significant toll on one's cultivation, inviting divine retribution and potentially violating moral principles, which could adversely affect one's descendants. The direst consequence could be the severance of progeny, leaving the dragon severer in a state of disarray, with their essence scattered and remains obliterated. In today's realm of feng shui, my grandfather, Meng Zhuo, might possess the capacity to attempt such a feat, yet he would undoubtedly face terrifying backlash. Of course, aside from my grandfather, the esteemed Bei Lao Jiao, stationed at the Northern Xintian Bureau, may also wield such prowess. However, if we were to look back several decades, it remains uncertain whether they possess such capabilities. Beyond them, who else holds the power to sever dragon? Chapter 24. The last words from the bottom of the well at this moment. My thoughts drifted to the stone tablet beside the blood well. The inscription read, "Heaven's way is unjust. It nourishes demons with blood." Could the person who erected this monument be the geomancer capable of slaying dragons, the very individual who assisted in the design and establishment of the entire cemetery? It is precisely due to the existence of this cemetery that the blood well at Black Tiger Slope was altered. My mute father left home 18 years ago, plunging into the well, ultimately departing with the demon child. The span of time is merely 18 years. However, the Black Tiger Cemetery has existed for a full century. There is indeed a discrepancy in the timeline. Just a few days ago at Black Tiger Slope, I had been considering Meng Qing Shan as both the monument's creator and the demon nurturer. What if Meng Qing Shan is not the nurturer of demons, but rather the one who leapt into the well in search of secrets? His reluctance to allow the demon child to encounter celestial thunder could stem from a connection to the Meng family and numerous unresolved mysteries, compelling him to take the demon child away. If the geomancer who vanquished the dragons of Wuying Mountain and Black Tiger Slope is the same individual who constructed the Black Tiger Cemetery a century ago, and if this person is indeed the one behind the monument and the nurturing of demons, then could it be that, after a century, this individual has perished? Or perhaps he has transcended the boundaries of life and death, continuing to exist in some form among mortals. In an instant, I found myself enveloped in curiosity regarding this dragon-slaying geomancer. If only my grandfather were by my side, with his profound understanding of the history of geomancy, he might have been able to narrow down this intriguing lead. As for Feng Wanqing, there exists the possibility that the suppressed spiritual energy at Black Tiger Slope has not entirely vanished, but has instead coalesced within her. In a realm where malevolent forces entwine, Feng Wanqing, who was destined to be born amidst such sinister energies, unexpectedly manifested a spiritual root. However, she possesses the uncanny ability to attract these very dark forces. The malevolence that fled from Wuying Mountain has attained a certain degree of sentience and has similarly sought out Feng Wanqing. This sentient malevolence appears to be intertwined with the ancient dragon-slaying geomancer. Consequently, the circumstances surrounding Feng Wanqing's birth warrant thorough investigation. One must ponder her parentage and the reasons behind her arrival at Heihu Slope. Could her inception be linked to that ominous blood well? Contemplating this, I found no relief. While some mysteries were unraveled, others emerged, intensifying my perplexity. My thoughts drifted to Zhao Kai, who had hesitated to speak, hinting that the matter runs deep and is fraught with complexity. In hindsight, he was not deceiving me. The ability to slay dragons is an exceedingly formidable skill. For a 9th-rank Yin envoy, such a presence is nothing short of terrifying. Upon further reflection, it is evident that the fox spirit of Wuying Mountain is undoubtedly backed by a geomancer of extraordinary prowess, one who can manipulate fortunes between two realms through dragon slaying. The arcane techniques at his disposal must be of the highest caliber. The enigmas surrounding Heihu Slope are numerous. After a moment's contemplation, I resolved to ascend the mountain immediately. Intending to arrive before Feng Qianchuan's appointed guide, I swiftly set to work, grinding cinnabar to craft a sufficient number of talismans, preparing some insect repellent, for summer brings forth a plethora of venomous creatures in the woods. Additionally, I gathered pure water, provisions, a bundle of rope, and other necessary tools. I shrouded my black umbrella in dark cloth to obscure its true nature and fashioned a conical hat adorned with gauze. Heihu Slope has become a focal point of public intrigue. I endeavored to conceal my identity as much as possible. Once all preparations were complete, I set forth alone once more to Heihu Slope. Upon my arrival, I donned my bamboo hat. The atmosphere was tranquil, the sinister aura considerably diminished with the emergence of the malevolent entity. Surrounding the cemetery, several figures clad in black stood guard, seemingly vigilant against any approaching intruders. The entire perimeter of Heihu Slope was ensnared in a formidable array meticulously crafted by skilled practitioners. However, none of this could thwart my advance. I effortlessly infiltrated the area and ascended the steps with familiarity, swiftly locating the blood well. The stone tablet remained undisturbed in its original position. As I approached, I discerned that the well was devoid of its former sanguine scent and ominous energy. I cast a stone into the depths, yet was met with silence. No splash to be heard. Could it be that, in merely 2 days, the well had completely run dry? I hesitated for a moment, secured the rope, and affixed 7 talismans at the well's mouth, wary of any malevolent spirits attempting to ambush me as I descended. Taking a deep breath, I intoned, "Beneath the 9 hells, All demons retreat. The disciple of the Ma-E, at the behest of the 3 mountains and 9 lords, descends to probe the spirit. I slid down the rope, descending approximately 20 meters. Upon reaching the ground, I activated my flashlight and discovered 2 stone doors to the east. Flanking the doors were intricate patterns. After meticulously clearing away the impurities clinging to the designs, I unveiled a couplet. The upper line read, treading between yin and yang to subdue the spirits, while the lower line proclaimed, in this world, none can compare to me. Upon encountering such couplets, a profound shock reverberated within me. The author of these words must truly be extraordinarily audacious. He possesses the ability to traverse the realms of yin and yang, unmatched by anyone else. My curiosity intensified. The stone door had already been sealed. Despite my diligent efforts, I found myself unable to open it. Just as I contemplated surrendering, a muffled sound emanated from within the stone door, reminiscent of a mechanism shifting, and it opened in response. I stood there, astonished, my heart lodged in my throat. Could it be that something inside was aware of my arrival, deliberately welcoming me? I summoned my spiritual energy, focusing it through my gaze to survey the interior. My grandfather had bestowed upon me the eye of yin and yang. If any unclean entities were concealed within, they would not evade my sight. The space within was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of both life and malevolence. It was not particularly spacious, rather quite austere, and based on the arrangements on either side, I surmised it to be a burial chamber. This chamber was designed in accordance with the principles of the Bagua, comprising 8 walls. It was my first encounter with a tomb constructed within a well. After a moment's hesitation, I inscribed talismans on both sides and boldly stepped through the stone door. As I entered the burial chamber, a chilling aura rushed toward me. On the inner wall, near the Kuan position, I discovered several stones inscribed with erratic characters, seemingly scratched into the surface with a fingernail. The foremost inscription read, "A heartless man, in a desperate bid to save his wife and child, traced his path here, falling victim to treachery, with no hope of survival. Should descendants arise, please inform Mengzhua." The last words of the Green Mountains. A shiver coursed through my entire being. These are the words left behind by my deaf-mute father. 18 years ago, he did not perish in the Great Flood, but he indeed lost his keen and perceptive heart. Aware of the peril that both my mother and I faced, he pursued the threat all the way to this place in a desperate attempt to save us. However, he fell victim to treachery and believed he would meet his demise here. In his final moments, he penned a farewell note, hoping that someone would venture into this place and convey a message to my grandfather, Mengzhua. Unbeknownst to me, tears welled in my eyes. Suddenly, with a clang, the stone door at the entrance closed with a resounding thud, isolating me from the outside world. The abrupt closure of the stone door sent a chill down my spine. Meng Qingshan, while tracking here, had also been ensnared by treachery and trapped within this tomb. Now, as I find myself confined within, could I possibly share the same fate as him? Is it destined that I, too, will become nothing more than a mere skeleton? In an instant, I was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 25. The standing bronze coffin. I hastened to the stone door, striking it forcefully several times, yet received no response. There was no mechanism for opening nearby. The opening and closing of the stone door seemed exceedingly enigmatic. Could it be that within the tomb, there exists something imperceptible to me? I called out, "Whoever is playing tricks, step forth and reveal yourself." Apart from the echo of my own voice, there was no answer. Reluctantly, I returned to the inscriptions and continued to read. The second passage conveyed, after losing consciousness, I unexpectedly awakened, unaware of how I had become a skeleton. Within the tomb, the earth's veins, along with the malevolent energy, continually coalesced into a humanoid form. I surmised that a demonic infant was about to be born. It appeared that this was not merely a tomb, but rather a concealed lair for nurturing demons, utilizing the malevolent energy of the earth to form a demonic child. With the emergence of this demonic child into the mortal realm, this subterranean sepulchre had become obsolete. Moreover, Meng Qingshan's transformation into a skeleton should be related to the initial overwhelming malevolent energy. After he was treacherously rendered unconscious, his flesh and blood were corroded, leaving only a skeletal frame. Remarkably, he survived. It seems evident that the original master of this place indeed employed the local malevolent energy for demon nurturing. However, it has since transformed due to the dragon slaying. The essence of the third passage is as follows. The demonic infant gathers malevolent energy and absorbs the grievances of the spirits in the cemetery, possessing the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Yet, I have discovered that within its demonic nature lies a glimmer of spiritual energy, hinting at the possibility of benevolence. Although the dragon slaying has altered the fortunes of this place, turning it into a conduit of malevolent energy, the spiritual essence has not been severed, which is why the blood well still retains its spiritual vitality. Meng Qingshan discovered the benevolent side of the demonic child, which must have greatly astonished him. Thus, he resolved to protect the creature. This decision aligns perfectly with Meng Qingshan's inherently kind nature. Consequently, 3 questions arise. First, how did Meng Qingshan trace his way to this place? Second, who has conspired against him? Third, for how long has he been in a stupor? And how is it that he continues to exist in skeletal form? At present, I am unable to conjecture the answers to these queries. However, with Meng Qingshan having re-entered the mortal realm, finding him will surely unveil all the answers. Meng Qingshan's escape from the tomb was facilitated by my casting of a peach wood talisman, which augmented his strength, enabling him to break free. This indicates that the tomb is not impervious to opening. With this thought, I feel somewhat reassured. To take a hypothetical step back, even if I had arrived a day earlier at Black Tiger Slope, others would still ascend the mountain. They too would descend into the well for exploration, armed with provisions. I shall not suffer from hunger, especially as the malevolent energy dissipates, freeing me from its influence. I am not in haste. As I wandered through the tomb, I discovered 2 movable stone slabs upon the steel positioned in the northwest corner. Upon lifting these slabs, a vertically positioned bronze coffin was revealed. This coffin is sizable enough to accommodate an adult male. Surrounding the coffin are heavy iron chains, and I observed several markings nearby, likely left by Meng Qingshan, indicating his attempts to open the bronze coffin, which ultimately met with failure. His strength was insufficient to accomplish this task. Channeling the pure yang energy, I swept my spiritual eye over the surroundings, finding no traces of death or malevolent energy, merely an empty coffin. However, a striking pattern on the coffin lid caught my attention. The design depicted a man standing atop a turtle, suggesting the turtle's considerable size in proportion to the rider. This motif of a turtle rider had also been discovered within the small coffin unearthed at Wuying Mountain, although that coffin featured an additional figure holding a black umbrella. Here, I found only the turtle rider. I tapped the copper coffin twice with a black umbrella, producing a resonant clang, and then attempted to lift the heavy chains to uncover any additional designs. Who would place an empty coffin in such a location, bound with such formidable iron chains? I mused aloud. Suddenly, I heard a faint sound emanating from within the coffin, accompanied by a subtle waft of corpse energy rising from its edges. Corpse energy differs from malevolent and yin energies. It exists as a vestige of breath lingering in the throat after death. Once this energy circulates within a body, it can transform the deceased into a wandering corpse or even a zombie. The dangers posed by corpse energy are far more terrifying than those of malevolent or yin energies, as it can induce hallucinations and cause physical rigidity, leading a living person to become a lifeless entity. As this wave of corpse energy seeped forth, I instinctively took 2 steps back. "Master, is it you?" A deep voice resonated from within. A chill ran down my spine, causing every hair on my body to stand on end. "Master? Why do you call me master? What on earth is happening?" I pondered, bewildered by this appellation. I have heard from the indifferent woman and the white weasel that they refer to the mysterious entity residing in Burial Dragon Mountain as their master. My grandfather once remarked that the master of Burial Dragon Mountain is an extraordinarily gifted being. Had he not been confined there, his exceptional cultivation would undoubtedly place him as the foremost figure in the realm of feng shui, perhaps even the most powerful individual in its history. This illustrates just how formidable the master of Burial Dragon Mountain truly is. I hesitated for a moment, mustering my courage, and inquired, "Who exactly is your master? Why do you regard me as your master? Quickly, suppress your corpse aura." The terrifying aura emanating from him clearly indicated his considerable strength. I had no intention of exploiting his delusion that I was his master. Should my ruse be discovered, I would surely face dire consequences. The voice responded, "You are indeed my master. I sense a familiar essence emanating from you. How remarkable! For the first time in 18 years, I found myself in Dongjiang, venturing beneath the well's depths. The corpse within this copper coffin exudes a remarkably dense aura of decay, hinting at its existence for at least a century. How could an 18-year-old youth possibly be the master of a century-old corpse? Such an absurdity seems unfathomable. My mind raced and I asked, "Are you implying that I should release you?" The voice replied, "I have never possessed the right to request anything of my master. My master may act as they please. I merely feel an overwhelming longing, having not seen you in so long." Despite my lengthy explanations, he continues to regard me as his master. Could it be that he has been in slumber for so long that he has become bewildered? A stirring occurred within my heart. Could his master be the dragon-slaying Feng, Shui master I seek? "What is your name?" I inquired. The voice responded, "The master is indeed the master. I am not privy to your name." Such was the case. I nearly choked on my own disbelief. "While you slumber, do you have any notion of how many have visited this place?" I pressed on. The voice replied, "Upon my slumber, you are the first individual I have sensed. Beyond that, I possess no ability to perceive others." Good heavens! You have slept so soundly that not even my father, Meng Shan, who has been trapped here for 18 years, roused any reaction from you. "Are you deceiving me?" I asked. "No. The master commands me to answer questions. I can never deceive the master. You are my universe. Only the master can awaken me," the voice declared. "Only I possess the ability to rouse him." Such words are indeed hard to believe. What, then, is the purpose of his slumber here? My palms were slick with sweat, my heart lodged in my throat, and filled with curiosity, I inquired, "What must I do next?" Chapter 26. Dong Fingyan, the voice responded, "Master, there is nothing for you to do. Now that I have awakened, it signifies that I can emerge from the copper coffin." Upon hearing this, I swiftly retreated 2 steps, gripping the black umbrella tightly, while silently reciting incantations, bracing myself for his potential emergence. Suddenly, I heard several sharp cracks as the copper locks outside the coffin shattered. A thick, white mist of corpse energy enveloped the area, and a man clad in armor stepped forth, his entire form clanging with each movement. It appeared that this corpse energy had been birthed from within him. I immediately called out, "Quickly, retract your corpse energy. Do not harm me." Before long, he deftly reined in the corpse energy. Once it returned to his body, I observed that he was exceedingly robust, yet his face was obscured by a dark yellow mask, seemingly forged from gold. His right hand was tightly clenched into a fist, and his eyes gleamed a vivid red, while thick black hair protruded from the seams of his armor. I inhaled sharply. This was undoubtedly a long-preserved zombie. Judging by the dense black hair, he must be one of the notorious black-haired corpses. According to my grandfather, in an age of flourishing spiritual paths, zombies were largely eradicated by cultivators. Slaying a zombie not only accrues merit, but also refines one's cultivation. In his lifetime, he had only encountered zombies on 2 occasions. Remarkably, at the tender age of 18, I had already fulfilled half of his experiences. He had also recounted that years ago, in the city of Rongxing, several desiccated corpses had been unearthed, only to mysteriously vanish by the next day. Within those coffins lay the zombies. We have now entered an era of diminishing demonic forces, potentially heralding the emergence of more zombies. However, the black-haired corpse before me possesses the ability to speak and exhibits intelligence, which starkly contrasts with my usual perceptions. In my recollection, zombies are bloodthirsty creatures, incapable of bending their joints, moving only by means of leaps. Yet, all these notions crumble in the presence of this black-haired corpse. At last, the black-haired corpse approached me. It seemed capable of suppressing its corpse energy in my proximity, suggesting that it harbored no malevolence towards me. I sheathed my black umbrella behind me. The creature's crimson eyes fixed upon me as it submissively remarked, I did not expect that after my slumber. My master appears even more youthful. Having assessed me directly, it seemed increasingly convinced that I was indeed its master. This revelation left me in a state of confusion. Could it be that I bore a resemblance to its true master? Beyond that, I could fathom no other explanation. As I prepared to respond, the black-haired corpse extended its right hand, unveiling a dark rune upon the opening of its palm. I scrutinized the rune, discerning that it was forged from an enigmatic iron, akin to the material of my black umbrella. What does this signify? I inquired. The black-haired corpse replied, "This is an object belonging to my master, entrusted to my care. Now that I have encountered you, I must return it." Hesitating, I refrained from accepting it. The corpse continued, "My master can wield this black umbrella. There can be no doubt. Why do you refuse me? Have I not performed adequately?" Upon hearing this, a sudden realization dawned upon me. The black-haired corpse regarded me as its master purely because of the black umbrella in my possession. This black umbrella once belonged to the ancestors of the Meng family. As a descendant of the Meng lineage, my encounter with the servant of my forebear does not constitute impersonation. I immediately took hold of the iron talisman, which bore intricate engravings on both sides. The front featured a majestic azure dragon, while the reverse displayed a formidable tortoise. In the center of the dragon's visage were two characters inscribed in seal script. Since the crafting of talismans necessitates the use of seal script, I was not perplexed by these three characters. The two characters evidently represented the dragon talisman. Beneath the large character, there were four smaller characters that read Feng Shui Edict. Holding this object in my grasp sent an unusual chill coursing through me. Only by channeling my pure yang energy was I able to suppress the incessant wave of cold that enveloped me. "What is its purpose?" I inquired. The black-haired corpse shook its head, responding in a somewhat mechanical manner. "I am uncertain. In addition to a dragon talisman, there exists a tortoise talisman. Together with the black umbrella, my master once traversed the realms of the mystic world, unimpeded for 30,000 miles. Dragon and tortoise talismans, the black iron umbrella, roaming the world, invincible. The prowess of my ancestors was indeed formidable." I pressed further. The black tiger slope fell victim to the dragon-slaying secret technique, and the blood well has become a place suffused with malevolence. "Do you know who is responsible for this, and why you find yourself here?" The black-haired corpse gazed at me with a bewildered look, raising its eyes. "Matters of Feng Shui lie within my master's domain. I am unaware of everything else. I merely follow my master's orders and slumber here. Beyond that, I know nothing." I had no choice but to relent. The black-haired corpse exhibited unwavering loyalty, dutifully executing its master's commands, yet in truth, it possessed scant knowledge. Why did the black-haired zombie choose to rest within a coffin? It truly defied reason. "My father has traced us here. Are there any other discoveries?" I inquired, "What is your name?" The dark-haired corpse replied, "I am Dong Fengyan. I possess great strength and was once the guardian of my master. Today, having regained my freedom, I humbly request to continue serving by your side. I vow to protect you from any adversaries." With that declaration, Dong Fengyan knelt heavily, his armor clanging in response. I contemplated his words and sensed no malice from him. As we were about to venture deeper into the Black Tiger Slope, having such a formidable guardian seemed advantageous. I nodded and said, "Very well. You may accompany me for now." Dong Fengyan rejoiced, striding toward the stone door, raising his fists as a surge of corpse energy emanated from him, striking the door with force. The solid stone door dented inward, causing the tomb chamber to tremble. "Come fort," Dong Fengyan shouted, delivering another powerful blow to the door. Suddenly, a mass of red malevolence erupted from within, transforming upon landing into a fearsome red beast, adorned with sharp fangs and glistening scales. It was a tomb beast, tasked with guarding the tomb chamber. It must have been the one to torment me earlier. However, this particular creature was forged from malevolent energy, capable of merging with the tomb itself, a testament to the superior prowess of its creator, which explained my prior inability to detect it. The tomb beast opened its maw and let out a terrifying roar. At that moment, Dong Fengyan shifted aside, eagerly watching me. I realized he expected me to confront this formidable tomb beast. At this moment, I could not afford to show weakness. I retrieved 2 talisman papers and infused them with pure yang energy. Tai Divine Talisman, aid me in vanquishing evil. I traversed the celestial path, reciting the incantation, and the 2 Tai talismans soared forth, one to the left and one to the right. In midair, the talismans emanated a brilliant azure light, striking the tomb beast with a fiery blaze that ignited instantaneously. Having completed this series of motions, I cast a somewhat triumphant glance at Dong Fengyan. After all, I had vanquished the tomb beast, forged from malevolent energy, in a single round. In the current realm of geomancy, particularly at my age, few could accomplish such a feat. Dong Fengyan paused momentarily before remarking, "It appears the Master's wounds have yet to heal. In the past, you could obliterate with a mere snap of your fingers. Now, it requires 2 talismans." The realization of my diminished prowess caused a flush to rise to my cheeks. It seemed the chasm between myself and this esteemed ancestor was greater than I had anticipated. If Dong Fengyan was not exaggerating, then my ancestor's pure yang energy must have reached an extraordinarily formidable level, transcending into the realm of divine powers. Abandoning talismans as mere artifacts, he would condense his own energy into lethal strikes to directly eradicate evil. How utterly domineering! What profound cultivation! This was the essence of a celestial being. A yearning blossomed within me. When would I possess such extraordinary strength? Attaining this level would grant me the privilege to return to Longzong Mountain, maintaining an air of composure. I waved my hand decisively. Let us depart. With the tomb beast dispatched, this chamber was effectively rendered in ruins, no longer capable of ensnaring anyone. The malevolent aura here, akin to the sinister energy of the shadowless mountain, will temporarily dissipate. It will take a considerable duration before it can coalesce and manifest anew. Upon stepping outside, I gestured towards the couplet affixed to the stone door. "Old Dong, do you recognize the origin of this couplet?" I inquired. Chapter 27. The zombie emerges with a firm footing in the realm of yin and yang. I proclaim, there exists no one like me in this world. It can be said that my arrogance knows no bounds. Dong Fengyan cast a glance and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "In this world, aside from the master, who dares to employ such couplets? That is merely boasting and grandstanding. Exceptional talents are as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilan horns. Yet those who boast are far more common than the truly skilled." Clearly, Dong Fengyan regarded the individual who inscribed those words as a mere braggart. However, my thoughts diverged from his. Upon reaching the bottom of the well, I gazed upward, where moonlight cascaded down like a silken veil. At that moment, I sensed the 7 magical talismans at the well's opening stirring restlessly, indicating that something was lurking nearby. Yet, under the talisman's formidable influence, that entity remained at a distance. Dong Fengyan inquired, "Master, why do we not ascend?" I responded, "There's an unclean spirit lurking near the well's mouth. Should we recklessly ascend, we may be ambushed." Dong Fengyan chuckled calmly. "What difficulty is there in this? You remain below while I ascend to clear the area before bringing you up." Before I could acquiesce, Dong Fengyan extended his arms, and a surge of necromantic energy emanated from his palms, coalescing into claw-like appendages that gripped the well's walls. Like a gecko scaling a surface, he ascended with remarkable speed. A sense of foreboding welled up within me. To possess such abundant necromantic energy and wield it with such agility, a being like Dong Fengyan, a black-haired corpse re-entering the world, would undoubtedly stir new upheavals. Inevitably, practitioners of Buddhism and Taoism, as well as those versed in geomancy, would pursue him. Currently, the presence of zombies is exceedingly rare, and the prospect of slaying them to attain enlightenment holds immense allure for practitioners. With Dong Fengyan guiding me into this world, I cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse for me. Fortune and misfortune often accompany one another. Why should I dwell and worry? Since it has already transpired, I shall look ahead. Upon reflection, this ancestor of the Meng family, possessing such a zombie, was indeed a person of unorthodox disposition. As for me, Mengyan, I have yet to overcome the tribulation of the heavens and remain uncertain of how much longer I shall live. Thus, I should adopt a more carefree attitude. Suddenly, A cacophony of battle erupted from the well, accompanied by shouts. Soon, I heard Dong Fengyan's voice calling, "Master, please ascend." Grasping the rope, I felt Dong Fengyan's strength above as he effortlessly pulled me up. Once I returned to solid ground, I felt considerably more grounded. There were several claw marks on Dong Fengyan's armor. A creature, a white-furred beast, was making a ruckus, attempting to vanquish me with its abilities. Dong Fengyan remarked. I merely waved my hand, and it was sent away. Was it white? I inquired. Dong Fengyan nodded affirmatively, indeed. It employed a trick of illusion, hoping to deceive me. What a farcical endeavor. I gazed at him and said, "It is a white creature under the dominion of the master of Burial Dragon Mountain, nearly on the verge of attaining human form." As I spoke these words, particularly when mentioning the master of Burial Dragon Mountain, I scrutinized Dong Fengyan's eyes, keenly observing his reaction. Calmly, he replied, "The name Burial Dragon Mountain is intriguing. Is it a place for interring dragons? If that creature truly achieves human form, I shall still be able to deal with it." His expression revealed to me that it was his first encounter with Zonglong Mountain. It seemed that although Dong Fengyan was capable of speech, his knowledge of secrets was scant, and his intellect was rather limited. Attempting to extract any profound revelations from him was akin to chasing a mirage. The moon hung large in the sky, casting its luminous glow over the entire mountaintop. I began to venture deeper into Heihu Slope. After taking a few steps, I suddenly looked up at the moon. The resplendent orb was nearly full. Tomorrow would be the night of the full moon, in the 7th month of the lunar calendar. I gasped in realization. The 15th day of this month marked the Zhongyuan festival, commonly referred to as Ghost Festival among the folk. In Taoism, it is known as Zhongyuan, while in Buddhism, it is called Yulan Festival. On this day, the gates to the underworld are said to open, allowing certain souls from the nether realm to return to the human world. Households across the land would burn joss paper and prepare offerings. This day bears the heaviest energy of the year. As I gazed into the depths of Heihu Slope, an unsettling feeling welled up within me. In that direction, there seemed to lurk an unfathomable force. Could that be the very location where the ghostly gates open? Is it possible that the ghostly portal of Dongjiang City lies hidden in this place? Dong Fengyan, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Master, it is merely a ghost festival. What is there to fear? As long as you take action, the 100 ghosts will yield, and the deities will retreat. What could possibly pose a challenge to you?" I coughed lightly and replied, "I'm still injured and have not fully recovered. If the ghost gate opens in that direction, there will undoubtedly be matters that are difficult to control." Dong Fengyan rested his chin on his hand, seemingly enlightened, and remarked, "I see." I cleared my throat once, signaling to proceed forward, clutching a tracking talisman in my hand, attuned to the essence of Feng Wanqing. On my first day in Dongjiang City, upon meeting her, I bestowed a talisman imbued with my pure yang power. This energy allows me to trace her presence. After approximately half an hour of travel, Dong Fengyan suddenly raised a hand to halt me, stating that a creature, neither human nor corpse, lurked a mile ahead. I promptly donned my conical hat and cautioned Dong Fengyan to conceal the aura of death, revealing not a hint of it. Dong Fengyan replied that half-human, half-corpse aura is but a mere firefly to me, easily extinguished. Why be so cautious? This is not the style of my master. I nearly choked on my own blood and retorted, "You have re-entered the mortal realm. Do you grasp how many eyes are set upon you, eager to eliminate you to prove their own paths? Thus, we must maintain a low profile. It is the only way to navigate through the ages." Dong Fengyan cast me a glance, but obediently restrained the deathly aura. We resumed our pursuit, yet before we could draw near, the oppressive scent of death enveloped us. "Misqua, as long as I release this aura, no venomous insect shall harm you in this vicinity. A certain herb appears on Black Tiger Slope on the 15th of July, spoke the ailing man, a member of the Corpse Reckoning clan from Yaojiang. Upon encountering the ailing man, Gu Jiadao was rendered speechless in fear. To Dong Fengyan, such a master was merely a flicker of firefly light. Indeed, one can only measure oneself against others, as comparisons can lead to despair. Beside the ailing man stood Guishuanyu. I was taken aback. wondering how Guo Yu could possibly have accompanied the ailing man to Black Tiger Slope. Chapter 28, The Grand Red Palanquin. Though Guo Yu was afflicted by the toxic essence of the quackgrass, her noble birthright rendered her capable of enlisting others for labor. She herself had no necessity to venture into the mountains for medicinal herbs. Could it be that her ascent to Heihu Slope was for my sake? As this thought crossed my mind, Guo Yu unexpectedly cast her gaze in my direction. Illuminated by the moonlight, she appeared ethereal, akin to a celestial being. A tranquil sensation enveloped my heart. Indeed, the potency of the quackgrass toxin was formidable. Miss Guo, rest assured, the corpse energy I emit shall not cause you harm, nor will any vile entities draw near, the ailing man proclaimed with a sense of pride. Guo Yu withdrew her gaze and replied in a clear voice. You possess remarkable abilities. Accompanying you into the mountains, I am indeed at ease. The ailing man savored her words, feigning humility as he remarked, my skills are rather ordinary. Within my age group, there exists but one who could rival my prowess. No sooner had he spoken than 2 crimson lanterns floated gracefully in the air, descending beside Guo Yu and the ailing man. Following this, a grand red palanquin alighted upon the ground. I summoned my spiritual energy. The 4 ethereal bearers were of slight stature. I had encountered this palanquin once atop Wuying Mountain, and its reappearance here was quite unexpected. A gust of black wind swept through, with Haifeng trailing closely behind the palanquin. From her commanding presence amidst the wind, it was evident that her wounds had healed. It seemed that the red fox spirit possessed considerable power, capable of restoring Haifeng in such a short span of time. Miss Guo, as a person of great worth, you have traveled a long distance to venture into the depths of Heihu Slope. The road ahead is fraught with challenges. Why not ascend this palanquin and spare yourself the toil? Haifeng and I said with a gentle smile. Last time it was to fetch me. This time it is to summon Guo Yu. What trickery might the fox spirit be concocting now? At that moment, the ailing man straightened his attire and remarked, Master, grant me a favor and depart with discretion. His demeanor exuded arrogance as he unleashed the aura of death, which materialized behind him into a 3-meter-long death scorpion. He reveled in this display of power. However, Haifeng and I furrowed her brow, gazing at him with confusion, and her tone shifted to one of palpable disdain as she retorted, Who are you? This statement landed like a heavy slap across the ailing man's face. He had anticipated that his intimidation would frighten Haifeng and I, yet he was met only with a frosty response. In truth, Haifeng and I belonged to the 13 protectors. Though she was somewhat overshadowed by my grandfather, Meng Mai, and Bei Lao Jiao, her prowess in the realm of feng shui was undoubtedly formidable. Except for a select few, there were hardly any who required her to remember their names. Just days prior, near the Bloodwell, had it not been for Meng Qingshan severely wounding Haifeng and I before his departure, I too would have found it challenging to depart unscathed. The ailing man, perturbed, noticed Guo Yu gazing at him with anticipation, and once again released the death aura, which swiftly coalesced behind him into a large centipede. The ability to transform death aura into a scorpion and a centipede speaks to the man's considerable skills. You blind thief, he shouted. Open your eyes and behold. Aside from the corpse-controlling families of Miaojiang, who else possesses such a mastery over this dense aura of death? As soon as those words were uttered, I realized that the frail man had landed himself in grave trouble. The figure of Black Wind and I moved with remarkable speed, unleashing a gust of dark wind that swiftly split into 4 strands. 2 of these strands ensnared the scorpion and centipede, while the other 2 morphed into hands, delivering a series of resounding slaps. You. The frail man had never endured such humiliation. He was courting death. My master would not. Ultimately, Guo Yu, hailing from a prestigious lineage of geomancers, discerned Black Wind Ni's true identity and remarked, This esteemed nun, adept in the art of Black Wind, must be one of the 13 protectors, specifically Black Wind and I. Upon hearing this, the frail man completely wilted, trembling in despair, and implored, I, the young scorpion, was unaware of the divine nun's arrival and have been blind. I beseech you, in consideration of my master, Luo Jinkan, grant me a path to survival. Among the 13 protectors, there were the dual witches of Miaodong. One was Luo Jinkan, renowned for his unparalleled goo technique, wielding a golden silkworm goo, rumored to be the most potent goo of Miaojiang. Once unleashed, all other goo would bow in reverence. The other was Yin Wuming, whose prized possession was a shadow gong. When struck, it could summon souls and command spirits, traversing mountains and forests as if the very gods would yield. My grandfather had cautioned me that these two were not to be trifled with, harboring a grudge that would not easily fade, and advised me to maintain my distance. Black Wind and I chuckled disdainfully, disregarding the frail man, and turned her attention to Guo Xuanyu, still wearing a gentle smile as she said, "Miss Guo, please step into the sedan." Black Wind and I harbored a deep-seated aversion for men, yet exhibited remarkable kindness towards women, a true enigma. Although Guo Xuanyu was well-versed in many secrets due to her esteemed background, her pure Yangdao power was rather feeble. It was now time for me to make my entrance. I lowered my hat and remarked, "This grand red sedan chair is meant for a bride. As far as I know, Miss Guo Xuanyu has already reached the age of marriage. She is to wed none other than the sole grandson of the world's foremost feng shui master, Meng Yan. If Meng Yan is still alive, how could she possibly sit in this lavish red bridal chair? A woman does not marry two husbands." As I spoke, I altered my voice, reminiscent of the techniques described in the 13 doors of Ma Yi, which detail the arts of disguise and voice modulation used in the wandering world. Guo Xuanyu couldn't help but lower her head, yet she offered no rebuttal. The ailing man, Luo Xie, sneered coldly, "What world's foremost feng shui master? He has long since passed away. That useless Meng and was struck by lightning and let the demon child escape, forsaking the principles of feng shui. He is unlikely to survive the night. How dare you speak in his defense?" At this moment, Guo Xuanyu appeared anxious and declared, "No, he is destined to endure many tribulations. Yet after these trials, he will surely be reborn, soaring to greatness." Upon hearing this, warmth spread through my heart. Regardless of whether Guo Xuanyu's words stemmed from genuine feeling or were influenced by the poison of the magpie brain, I could not allow her to ascend into that red sedan chair. Luo Xie, somewhat displeased, retorted, "Miss Guo, do not forget. Were it not for Meng Yan, how would you have fallen victim to the magpie brain poison? What brought you to this terrifying black tiger slope?" Guo Xuanyu's eyes flickered as she shook her head persistently. "No, it is not entirely so. My Guo family owes Meng an immense favor." Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of curiosity. Both Guo Jiulu and Guo Xuanyu claimed to owe me a significant debt of gratitude. What could this monumental favor possibly be? Haifeng and I remarked, "Miss Guo, as someone who has traversed this path, I implore you not to allow any sense of obligation to stir your affections for a man. There is not a single man in this world who is worthy of trust. Since you have ascended this grand bridal sedan, allow me to take you to a place where I can alleviate the poison of longing that plagues you." Guo Xuanyu remained silent, her eyes wide with disbelief as she glanced in my direction. I chuckled softly and replied, "What good can come from a ghostly procession? Edanun, I advise you to devote yourself to the path of enlightenment and refrain from following the fox spirit that brings ruin to the world." Haifeng Ni's expression shifted dramatically, her pupils constricting in sudden tension as she demanded, "From which mountain have you descended, and from whose table do you dine?" Chapter 29. True power. From which mountain does true strength originate? What sustenance do they partake in? Haikong and I suddenly inquired, as I had mentioned the fox spirit, subtly indicating my familiarity with her. I proclaimed with clarity, in the northwest, there are towering mountains where the divine dragon is interred. The fair is that of Kingwen, governing matters of yin and yang. The dragon burial mountain resides to the northwest of East River City. The assertion that the divine dragon lies there signifies my origin from Dragon Burial Mountain. Kingwen refers to King Wen of Zhou, who authored the I Ching, a tome that every geomancer must master, thus revealing my identity as a geomancer. Both the affairs of the living and the dead fall under my jurisdiction. Therefore, I must also oversee the matter concerning Guo Xuanyu and the ghostly sedan chair. Haikong Ni's eyes twitched slightly as she queried, "Are you a friend of the Meng family?" I affirmed, "Indeed, Old Mr. Meng is my dear friend. Upon hearing of disturbances here, I specifically came to investigate. He is currently a guest at Dragon Burial Mountain, and there are those who have plotted against his grandson, which is why I descended from that mountain. Heikong and I presumed I intended to assert my connection to the Meng family. However, I aimed to convey that I had come down from Dragon Burial Mountain, pulling forth my identity from that very place to intimidate her. Heikong Ni's body quivered, and she took a step back, but quickly regained her composure and retorted fiercely. Dare you to play tricks before me, fabricating such a grandiose lie? I feigned exasperation and sighed. The 13 guardians are merely a designation from the foothills. In the eyes of those above the mountain, it is merely a term of intimidation. If you can triumph over my attendant, I shall refrain from interfering in matters below. Having uttered these words, I called out, "Old Dong, come forth." Dong Fengyin leapt into view, and upon landing, he gazed at Heifeng and I, letting out a powerful roar. A dense, formidable aura of death surged forth, coalescing behind him into a fierce tiger nearly 10 meters tall. Luo Xie stared in astonishment. Heifeng and I, taken aback, quickly regained her composure. Being a person of great prowess, she chuckled coldly. With a flick of her black robe, it soared into the air, releasing an uncountable number of dark winds from within its folds. These swirling gusts converged mid-air, forming a razor-sharp long sword. The trees swayed, and the winds howled, as the bright moon concealed itself in the shadows. Heifeng Ni's realm was clearly at the second tier of the Great Ascension and Cave Profound level, her dark winds embodying a chilling, cutting force. For many years, the world has been devoid of zombies. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens, wielding my sword to vanquish you, to validate the great way, to soon ascend into the realm of the true dragon. Heifeng and I was visibly exhilarated. Dong Fengyin remained silent. At that moment, the sharp sword suddenly accelerated, charging towards the spectral tiger. Two distinctly different energies clashed violently, emitting a sizzling sound. Dong Fengyin took a step back, pushing off the ground with his legs, soaring into the air to absorb the deathly aura, his right palm open as he drew the swirling dark winds into himself, landing gracefully back on the ground. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Once Dong Fengyin had safely touched down, Heifeng and I realized her impending defeat. Yet she showed no signs of yielding, declaring fiercely, "Your deathly aura is unlike any I have encountered. It is far more potent. However, should you wish to take my life, know that it is far from a simple endeavor. Do not presume to be arrogant upon this black tiger slope." I applauded, for the master had indeed grown shrewd and formidable after abandoning her senior brother. "Do you think the Dragon Burial Mountain possesses only this modest means?" Dong Fengyin cast a fierce glare at Heifeng and I before retreating to my side, elevating my aura to an even more enigmatic stature. I deliberately unleashed the full extent of my pure Yang Dao power. Simultaneously, the Dao power carried by the black umbrella unfurled around me, enveloping my entire being. The moon re-emerged above us. Heifeng and I, sensing my prowess, stepped back 2 paces, gritting her teeth as she inquired, "Does the Dragon Burial Mountain intend to meddle in the affairs below? Do you truly have ties with the master of the mountain? As a bird leaves a trace and a person leaves a name, do you dare to leave yours?" I let out a haughty laugh, responding with icy indifference. "You are not yet worthy to know. When I confront that demon fox, I shall reveal it to her before delivering the fatal blow." Those who descend from the Dragon Burial Mountain, be they humans or beasts, carry an innate air of arrogance and aloofness. My tone mirrored theirs entirely. At that moment, a strange, piercing cry echoed from the depths of Black Tiger Slope. I instantly recognized it as the howl of a fox. In the air, a surge of demonic crimson energy filled half the sky. Such audacity! Which rogue dares to impersonate one from the Dragon Burial Mountain? If I do not slay you today, I shall tarnish the honor of the Dragon Burial Mountain. The voice resonated from afar, accompanied by a formidable wrath that emanated from that direction. Guo Xuanyu's complexion turned pale in an instant, and with a heart-wrenching scream, she fainted. Luo Xie, equally terrified, collapsed onto the ground, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, her entire being becoming disoriented. My legs trembled in sympathy, and only by channeling my inner strength could I maintain my composure. Could this indeed be the true power of the fox demon? From such a considerable distance, she was able to transmit both her voice and malevolent aura. In the world at large, it is likely that few possess such capability. Moreover, her words indicated a profound familiarity with the master of Burial Dragon Mountain, suggesting she was privy to some of its hidden secrets. Why, with such celestial prowess, would the fox demon choose to slumber within a copper coffin, adopting Guoxuanyu's name? Was it an elaborate scheme to orchestrate a union between Guoxuanyu and myself? Dong Fengyan rushed towards me, opening his mouth to unleash a thunderous roar directed at the source of the malevolent energy. This resounding cry echoed through the mountains. "It's merely a black-haired corpse." The tone was laced with derision. A streak of red malevolent energy shot forth like a blade, striking Dong Fengyan directly. Despite his attempts to shield himself with both hands, he was hurled away, landing several meters distant. Suddenly, a clear, melodious bell chimed from the heavens, and a brilliant white light surged toward the encroaching red malevolent energy. The sound of the bell was soothing and calming, pacifying the turmoil in my heart. Upon hearing the bell, Haifengni immediately waved her hand and turned to retreat, with the crimson palanquin trailing closely behind her. "Where do you think you're going?" A middle-aged man, clad in a Taoist robe, leapt gracefully, brandishing a magical sword as he pursued her. As the man brushed past me, he turned his head to glance at me and exclaimed, "Pei has arrived as well." Pei is the name of my second senior sister, and she belongs to the Zhang family from the Longhu Mountains Demon Suppression Platform. Could this Taoist in front of me be a member of the Zhang family? Chapter 30. The origin of affection. It appears that I have concealed my identity well, yet I have not escaped the discerning eye of this Zhang family Taoist. I must have overlooked something which allowed them to see through my disguise. However, this Zhang family Taoist did not utter my true name. Instead, he merely mentioned the name of my second senior sister, indicating that he had no intention of exposing me. The Zhang family of Longhu Mountain is a revered lineage within the Taoist tradition. Their presence here signifies the considerable stir caused within the geomantic community by the incident involving the 3 thunderclaps striking the demon. My second senior sister, Zhang Peijin, is aware of the dire predicament I share with my senior sister, which is why she has hastened to our aid. After the Zhang family Taoist pursued us, Dong Fengyan had already risen to his feet, exclaiming, "This demon possesses formidable abilities. When will your injuries heal, master?" Implicit in his words was a plea for me to avenge him swiftly. I replied with a smile, "It will take some time." I approached Guoxuanyu and Luo Xie, first delivering a few sharp slaps to awaken Luo Xie. Subsequently, I retrieved a calming talisman and affixed it to Guoxuanyu's forehead, channeling a stream of pure yang energy to aid in her revival. Upon awakening, Guoxuanyu expressed her astonishment, asking, "Sir, did you drive away that black wind demon?" Although it was indeed the sound of the Zhang family Taoist bell that ultimately sent the fox demon fleeing, I had managed to subdue the black wind demon. I nodded in affirmation. Guoxuanyu bit her lip and whispered, "With a friend like you, Mengyu's chances of survival have increased a fraction." I cast a glance at her and instinctively lowered my hat, responding, "Heaven will is ever elusive. In the realm of feng shui, there are countless individuals whose abilities surpass my own. Whether Meng and can survive ultimately hinges on destiny." Guoxuanyu's gaze dimmed significantly upon hearing this. Witnessing her reaction tugged at my heartstrings. I reminded myself that all of this was mere illusion. Her concern stemmed only from the effects of the medication, or perhaps from the debt the Guo family owed me. Yet, being human, I too yearned for compassion, thus I felt a genuine gratitude toward Guoxuanyu. However, I could not reveal my true feelings at that moment. Luo Xie approached, attempting to ingratiate himself, and inquired, "May I ask how to address you? Would you be willing to sell me your black-haired corpse?" I glanced at him and replied, "The Luo family is renowned for raising corpses. Why would you desire my subordinate? You jest." Luo Xie flattered, "Your ability to repel the black wind and I is a testament to your prowess. Though my family specializes in corpse handling, I have never encountered a black-haired corpse like yours. I smiled and suggested, why not ask him directly? Luo Xie, noticing the imposing figure of Dong Fengyan, wisely chose to remain silent. After a brief respite, I addressed Guoxuanyu, Miss Gua, the path ahead is fraught with peril. As you are of noble stature, I implore you to retrace your steps. Guoxuanyu shook her head resolutely, stating, first and foremost, I must seek the antidote for Cain now, Xiang Si. Secondly, my brother Mengyan will come here, and perhaps I can be of assistance. Luo Xie chimed in, esteemed one. Your extraordinary abilities have even driven away the Black Wind and I. Why not bring the two of us along? It would be more lively to have company on the journey. Although I may not be a match for the formidable Black Wind and I possess certain skills that can aid me in navigating the perilous woods infested with venomous creatures. Little do they know, Black Wind and I, a notable figure among the 13 Guardians, is not the most terrifying presence. The true danger lies in the Crimson Fox and the formidable dragon-slaying Feng Shui master that lurks behind it, a being that transcends even the realm of the true dragon. Guoxuanyu gazed at me with eager anticipation. My heart softened. Since you wish to accompany me, then do so with decorum, I said. They both readily agreed. I continued to follow the direction indicated by the tracking talisman, venturing deeper into the mountains. After traversing the night, dawn broke and the sun rose in the east. Dong Fengyan could not travel by day, nor could Luo Xie, who cultivated corpse energy. Exposure to sunlight would inevitably turn him into decaying flesh over time. I sought a shaded spot, had a simple meal, and rested against the stone. By afternoon, upon awakening, I found Guoxuanyu with a furrowed brow. Noticing my movement, she spoke. Sir, tonight marks the Ghost Festival. There may be significant events unfolding. Why? I wonder, did that sedan chair come for me last night? Guoxuanyu is an exceptionally astute individual. After much contemplation, she still could not unravel the mystery, considering me a sage and thus seeking my insight. I replied, I have heard that Mengyan also ascended the ghostly sedan chair before marrying you. This chair may have come to escort you for the completion of some ritual. That fox may indeed have ulterior motives regarding you. Guoxuanyu was momentarily taken aback before letting out a sigh. Through the veil of black gauze, I observed her and inquired, What troubles your mind? She replied, The fox that captured me must surely be a ploy against Brother Meng. Moreover, the night of July 15th is the most ominous of the year. If the ghost gate opens, souls that have yet to reincarnate may be released. With the emergence of malevolent spirits, could it not absorb even more of the negative energy? At that time, Brother Meng's transgressions will be exacerbated. The righteous sect of the Xianyuan will not let him off lightly. To my surprise, her sigh was not for her own plight, but rather out of concern for me. I chuckled. It is evident that you hold a deep concern for this Brother Meng. Guoxuanyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she replied, We are but fleeting acquaintances, wanderers of the Jianghu, and he is a pitiable soul. I ponder why fate has dealt him such a cruel hand. I wish that he, realizing she had spoken too much, she quickly turned her head away. I remarked, the slender rope snaps at its weakest point. Calamities often seek out those who are already burdened. With her eyes reddening, Guoxuanyu said, If only I could share some of his burdens. Her innocence and lack of worldly experience rendered her words profoundly sincere, a true expression of her feelings. For a moment, I felt a pang of melancholy. Were it not for this predicament, encountering such an untainted young woman might have prompted me to pursue her. I chuckled to myself at the absurdity of such a thought. Suddenly, Guoxuanyu broke the silence, saying it is strange, but speaking with you evokes a sense of warmth and familiarity, as though we have met before. I busily shifted 2 steps to the side, lest I reveal my presence. Pondered to myself how potent this coon brain poison truly is. At that moment, Luo Xie also stirred awake and remarked, Esteemed one, Mengyan has encountered a predicament of monumental proportions this time. Without the protection of Meng Zhua, it is exceedingly difficult for him to escape this calamity. I have heard that his father has also transformed into a skeletal figure. This time, I fear that both of them may meet their demise. I fixed my gaze upon him, eager to discern the nature of his intentions, and inquired, What is it that you wish to convey? Chapter 31. The so-called opportunity Luo Xie believed there was a chance, saying, as the proverb goes, a wise bird chooses its tree. My family, the Luo clan, holds substantial influence in the Miao region. I wish to become your disciple and invite you to stay at my home for a while. I couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't Luo Jinkin your master? If you choose to come under my tutelage, he would surely be furious upon discovering this. Luo Xie waved his hand dismissively. Let us not even discuss it. When I sought to borrow the golden silkworm goo from him for this journey, not only did he refuse, but he also berated me. A master like that is not worth having. Are you not afraid of the poison of the golden silkworm? I inquired with a smile. Of course, but he wouldn't dare use it against me. Luo Xie replied confidently. He is living under my roof. If he were to harm me with the golden silkworm goo, he would find himself drained of blood by the corpse king. The lineage of the corpse chasers certainly carries some weight. I laughed heartily. In that case, you should bow and pay your respects. I shall impart to you 2 mystical arts. If Luo Xie were to know that I am Meng and that he was becoming my disciple, I wonder what his reaction would be. Unaware of my true identity, Luo Xie was overjoyed and immediately knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing as he exclaimed, Master, please accept your disciple's reverence. My amusement grew, surprised at Luo Xie's decisiveness. With a grand gesture, I said, Rise, good disciple. With Luo Xie's background in the corpse-chasing clan and his connection to Luo Jinqian, having such a disciple might prove advantageous. Once he stood, his face beamed with joy as he said, Master, you have come from the Dragon Burial Mountain, Haven to you? I have heard that there are many secrets hidden there. When shall you take me to explore it? A sudden shock coursed through my heart. I had underestimated Luo Xie. His intentions were not merely to seek knowledge for the sake of knowledge. Rather, he harbored a deep yearning for Zonglong Mountain and sought to understand it through me, which was the true motive behind his desire to become my disciple. Alas, his elaborate scheme was for naught. The cunning fox revealed my words at the last moment, as he had fallen into a stupor and missed them entirely. I immediately adopted a serious tone and asked, Do you also harbor ambitions regarding Zonglong Mountain? What have you heard? Luo Xie sensed the change in my demeanor and hastily replied, Master, I once overheard that scoundrel, Luo Jinqian, speak of Zonglong Mountain concealing immense opportunities. Otherwise, how could Mengzhua, the foremost geomancer in the world, remain trapped at the foot of that mountain, shunning the worldly affairs for half his life? Upon hearing this, I was suddenly reminded of my grandfather's words. The world of geomancy is also a marketplace of fame and fortune. Many believe that the Meng family, guarding Zonglong Mountain, is safeguarding a grand opportunity. Little do they know that the Meng family is actually guarding against a tremendous calamity. Many in this world perceive everything through a lens of utilitarianism, unaware that beyond such interests lies something far greater. I have been perplexed by this notion until today, when Luo Xie's words illuminated my understanding. Outsiders believe that the Meng family monopolizes the great opportunity at Zonglong Mountain, and therein lies their sin. Thus, many view the Meng family as a thorn in their side, eager to seize that opportunity for themselves. Even the family of corpse handlers from the distant Miao region has not forgotten this aspiration. As for others, their intentions are even more pronounced. So, do you also wish to visit Zonglong Mountain? My tone softened. Sensing my change in demeanor, Luo Xie nodded and declared, Why should the Meng family monopolize the opportunities of geomancy? The geomancers of the world all possess the qualifications to test their mettle. At the tender age of 13, I, Luo Xie, unlocked 3 orifices, continuously honing my skills based on the essence of cadaveric energy. In the realm of geomancy, individuals of my caliber are exceedingly rare. I confidently assert my right to pursue this fortuitous opportunity. To dare to call oneself a genius at 13 after unlocking 3 orifices. If only he knew that I had opened 11 orifices by the age of 7, he would surely seek refuge in a crevice. I stifled a laugh, remarking, Indeed, you are a prodigious talent. It appears my judgment of you is not amiss. However, to enter the Dragon Mountain for burial, one must not only be talented, but also undergo certain trials. Luo Xie's Adam's apple bobbed as he excitedly patted his chest, exclaiming, Please, master, test me. If you deem me worthy, take me into the mountains. I nodded and gestured for him to remain calm. At that moment, the tracking talisman in my sleeve stirred, signifying that Feng Wanqing was nearby. I immediately rose to my feet. Guo Xuanyu followed suit, inquiring, "Master, have you sensed something?" I did not respond to Guo Xuanyu, but turned to Luo Xie, instructing, "Take good care of Miss Gui here while I investigate ahead." Luo Xie replied, "No need for your instruction, master. I will see to it." I beckoned Guo Xuanyu aside and handed her a protective talisman, saying, "Miss Gui, should you encounter danger, place this on your forehead. Malevolent entities will not dare approach you." Guo Xuanyu's bright eyes sparkled as she bit her lip, saying, "Please take care as well." I nodded and called out to Dong Fengyan, stating, "Come, let us pursue." It is now afternoon, with the sunlight dimming as it filters through the trees, rendering it impossible to be sunburned. I walk ahead, while Dong Fengyan trails behind me. Suddenly, a plaintive wail reaches my ears. A surge of joy fills my heart. The demonic child has only been born for 3 days, and who else in this wilderness could produce such a sound? The appearance of the demonic child nearby implies that Meng Qingshan is also in proximity. Along the mountain path, numerous yellowing weeds indicate the remnants of malevolent energy. As the wailing echoes, a rhythmic chime of a copper bell resonates from the southwest. The Taoist from a Zhang family is hastening this way. A thought strikes me, and I say, "Old Dong, release the corpse energy and divert it in another direction. Lure the copper bell away. I wish to remain undisturbed." Dong Fengyan nods, releasing 2 streams of corpse energy that cause many withered leaves to cascade from the nearby trees as he swiftly darts eastward. After walking for over 10 minutes, I come upon a natural cave from which a faint aura of malevolence emanates, mingled with a strong scent of blood in the air. I lower my black umbrella and conjure a guiding talisman to clear the path, plunging into the cave with great haste. The entrance is rather small, yet within lies a vast and unexpected expanse. Upon entering, I am immediately engulfed by a chilling, eerie cold. On the inner walls of the cave, numerous suspended coffins are visible, suggesting that this is an ancient necropolis. The coffins, entwined with vines as thick as a bowl, have their roots embedded deep within the cave floor. A sound of laughter echoed within the cavern. Upon my arrival, I spotted the mischievous child amidst a pile of scattered stones. Beside him lay 2 blood-drained wild rabbits, presumably captured by Meng Qingshan for the child's delight. Upon seeing me, the child broke into a wide grin, waving his hands with glee. I refrained from approaching him, as both Meng Qingshan and Feng Wanqing were nowhere to be found. Yet, it was evident that I had tracked this location using a tracing talisman, suggesting Feng Wanqing must be nearby. Why, then, was her presence absent upon my entry? Meng Qingshan would not abandon the child here unless he had faced a life-and-death struggle. At that moment, I noticed numerous erratic footprints on the ground before the child, indicating that many had tread here. "Child, what has transpired here? Where has the skeleton gone?" I slow my pace. The child, seemingly oblivious to my inquiries, continued to wave and laugh joyfully. "Hee. What about the peachwood sword in your hand?" I pressed on. Suddenly, the child's eyes widened, and he pointed with his right index finger at my back. Realization dawned upon me. He was trying to alert me to something behind me. Chapter 32. The Tree Demon Guardian. I comprehended the meaning behind the words of the demonic child, and an icy chill surged from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. The atmosphere around me grew increasingly frigid, as a piercing aura of malevolence abruptly manifested, accompanied by a hissing sound echoing in my ears. Suddenly, that hissing noise lunged towards my head. In an instant, I pivoted, swinging my black umbrella, only to discover that it was entwined by a vine. The obsidian tendril coiled around the black umbrella like a venomous serpent. Simultaneously, the vines occupying half of the cavern began to writhe, forming a dense encirclement. Each vine emanated a dark, sinister energy. I let out a cold snort. The art of the 6 harmonies shall vanquish the demons. The pure yang energy coursed through my body and into the black umbrella, resulting in a resounding explosion. The vines ensnaring the umbrella shattered into fragments. All things in heaven and earth possess the right to exist. Yet you shall not take a life, I exclaimed with authority, producing 2 talismans for exorcism. Biting my finger, I smeared my blood upon the talisman paper, grounding myself in a rhythmic incantation. By the decree of the 3 mountains and 9 lords, eradicate the demons without fail, summon the righteous energy of heaven and earth, and unleash the true flames of samadhi to specifically target the malevolent. With urgency, the 2 talismans soared into the air, aimed at the 2 foremost thick vines. The talisman paper radiated a cerulean light, and upon contact with the dark demonic energy, there was a thunderous boom as ethereal blue flames ignited instantaneously. Soon, as the demonic aura dissipated, I found myself gasping for breath. Within the teachings of the 13 gates of Ma-E, there exist methods to confront malevolent energies. To address unforeseen occurrences, I had prepared the talismans for exorcism. However, this time marked my inaugural encounter with the malevolent creatures, and the entire experience was undeniably tense. My grandfather once imparted that while there exists a myriad of secret techniques and mystical arts, the essence lies in practical combat. Should one fail to employ these skills, or falter due to anxiety in the heat of battle, one risks losing their very life. Only through real combat can one continuously hone their abilities. The demonic energy emanating from the vines ignited, causing the tendrils to thrash wildly in the air, while the cavern echoed with hissing sounds of agony. I cast a swift glance and sprinted forward, deftly evading the flailing vines, and reached a mound of earth that bulged in the center of the cave. In a single bound, I leapt high, directing my black umbrella towards the protruding mound. With a resounding clang, the umbrella struck the ground, causing the mound to spin rapidly along the earth, while the vines continued to writhe. The entire scene resembled a captured octopus, flailing in a desperate frenzy. I then crafted a talisman to subdue the demons, infusing it with abundant spiritual energy, and shouted as I thrust the talisman into the ground, pursuing the demonic aura emitted by the vines. With the ability to manipulate energy through the talisman, tracking the demonic essence was not overly challenging given my current level of cultivation. Suddenly, the ground erupted with a thunderous boom. A cluster of roots sprang forth from the soil, scattering chaotically, revealing the visage of an aged man in the center. A talisman to subdue demons was affixed to his face. My heart surged with joy. To achieve such a resounding victory in my first attempt at subduing demons was exhilarating. "Spare me, Master, spare me," the visage of the elderly man implored. In this world, anything that has lived long enough has the potential to transform into a spirit or a demon. Regardless of whether they become spirits or demons, they ultimately emulate the appearance of humans. The roots of this demonic vine manifest as the visage of an ancient elder. Who has orchestrated this? Speak the truth within a breath, or I shall unleash the heavenly thunder technique to reduce you to mere dust. I exclaimed in fury. When entities age and transform into demons, they defy the celestial order. Thus, after their transformation, what they fear most is the divine wrath of thunder. The vine's mouth quivered as it spoke. I am but a vine from the depths, having pondered for a millennium before receiving enlightenment from a feng shui master, leading me to grasp the great way. To repay this profound grace, I guard the coffin. I beseech you, esteemed one, to spare an old soul who has struggled in cultivation and is solely devoted to gratitude. I retorted with a contemptuous scoff. What feng shui master? The tree demon furrowed its brow and replied, I know not his name, only that he bore a green bag and recited a couplet, with feet upon yin and yang. I subdue spirits. In this world, none are like me. His pure yang energy soared to the heavens, with the celestial star map and the purple star at his command. It must be him, the dragon-slaying feng shui master. After departing from the abyss of demons, he ventured deeper into the black tiger slope, where he enlightened a millennia-old vine in this cave. Are all the suspended coffins his legacy? I inquired. Indeed, he commanded paper figures to carry the coffins within. 18 in total. Before his departure, he wept profusely, then laughed thrice. Since then, he has vanished without a trace. I have waited in vain for many years, occasionally consuming beasts that stray into this cave, and at times, ensnared. A few individuals, the tree demon divulged. commanding paper figures to bear coffins. He must be proficient in paper crafting and soul control techniques. Within the cavern lay 18 coffins, perhaps intended for the preservation of the deceased. Why did he first weep bitterly, only to burst into laughter shortly thereafter? I pondered for a moment and declared, "Assist me in ascending the cliff. I must behold these 18 coffins." The vine spirit coughed lightly, saying, "Master, you have bound me with talismans, rendering me incapable of exerting my strength. I beg you to retract the talismans." I forcefully stamped my black umbrella upon the ground and retorted, "Humph. Old demon, do not attempt to bargain with me. Quickly spread your vines across the cliff." The vine spirit hastily replied, "Master, please do not be angered. I was merely jesting." Immediately, the vines began to extend and cover the stone wall anew, sprouting branches with each segment. I climbed along the vines until I reached the top of the cliff. Upon arrival, I observed that the coffins varied in size. Some were of standard dimensions while others were diminutive, suggesting that among the 18 coffins, there were both adults and children. The coffins were crafted from fragrant cedar, their exteriors coated in black lacquer. Notably, the surface bore no symbols of the Taoist arts, nor were there any soul-restraining bricks, spirit-capturing bells, or corpse-nurturing talismans in the vicinity. Everything appeared to be that of ordinary coffins, merely adhering to the practice of suspended burial. Suspended burial, akin to cremation, interment, and water burial, reflects a selection rooted in cultural customs. All that lay before me seemed to indicate a resting place for the deceased, a stark contrast to my initial assumptions. I had presumed that the dragon-slaying geomancer had left these 18 coffins for the purpose of utilizing the cavern for corpse preservation. "Oh, old demon, over the years, have you perceived any stirring within the coffins, or sensed the emanation of a corpse's aura?" I inquired. The demon vine replied, "Not a trace of corpse aura." Initially, when the 18 coffins were brought in, the atmosphere was rife with malevolent energy. However, the feng shui master dispelled the ominous presence. "It has remained tranquil all these years." "What?" I exclaimed, astonished that what was once saturated with vengeful energy had been thoroughly cleansed. This could not possibly be a mere preservation of the dead. "By the way, there lies a stone tablet over there, though it is obscured by a spell. The master should be able to discern it," the tree spirit eagerly mentioned. I climbed to the side of the largest coffin and discovered a smooth stone tablet, veiled by a faint aura of Taoist energy. I performed a series of hand gestures, channeling pure yang energy to penetrate the protective force. And gradually, the engraved characters on the tablet began to materialize. From the strokes and style of the characters, they resembled the sentiments of the injustice of heaven, nurturing demons with blood, and the couplet from the bottom of the demon well. Upon reading the first line, I was struck with horror and disbelief. My parents' wife, children, brothers, and nephews, a total of 18, are interred here. Chapter 33. Exorcising Demons with Qi. I gazed at the two characters, 18, repeatedly, confirming that I had not misread them, and my heart was already tumultuous with shock. 18 souls, encompassing both the young and the old, male and female, were interred simultaneously, likely victims of plague and calamity. The most terrifying possibility loomed. They may have fallen prey to a vendetta. As the coffins were lifted, each contained an overwhelming aura of resentment and malice, indicative of their untimely demise. It was evident that these 18 had met violent ends, their lives extinguished unjustly. It seemed that the dragon slayer feng shui master had dissipated the vengeful spirits of his kin, hoping to grant them peace in their final resting place. After laying to rest his family, he wept bitterly, for his affection for them ran profoundly deep. He bore the weight of all their suffering alone. As I continued to read, I encountered the words, "Heaven's path is unjust. Annihilate my lineage. If this vengeance is not avenged, I shall not enter the cycle of reincarnation. The Meng family, the root of all calamity, shall be eradicated. The feng shui community remains indifferent. I shall disrupt them." A chill coursed through my body upon reading this. The Dragon Slayer feng shui master had witnessed the annihilation of his family, with him as the sole survivor. Hence, he vowed that should he fail to avenge his kin, He would not enter the cycle of reincarnation. This implied that even in death, he would transform into a vengeful spirit, relentlessly pursuing his enemies until justice was served. From the inscription, it was clear that his entire family had been extinguished, while the feng shui community turned a blind eye, with the Meng family as the principal culprits. Could it be that my Meng family is entwined in this massacre? Ever since my birth, my parents have encountered misfortune. Could this be connected to the retribution sought by the dragon slayer feng shui master? The earthly and celestial tribulations that I am destined to endure, might they be the design of this dragon-slaying geomancer? Yet, my grandfather never imparted to me this segment of the Meng family's history. Rising to my feet, I was momentarily overcome with emotion as I gazed upon the 18 coffins, abandoning the thought of lifting their lids to inspect the contents within. The malevolent aura had long been dispelled. There was no need for me to disturb them further. The dragon-slaying geomancer wept profusely, his genuine emotions laid bare. I firmly believed that he would never resort to preserving the corpses of his kin. After years of passage, the coffins contained nothing more than desiccated bones. With a deep sigh, I recited the rebirth incantation several times, poignantly expressing my hopes. May you all swiftly enter the cycle of reincarnation. I earnestly wished that my Meng family bore no culpability in this matter. Regrettably, this elder merely lamented that heaven's ways are unjust, leaving one perplexed indeed. The inscription did not clarify the circumstances under which this family of 18 became ensnared. With a heavy heart, I descended from the hanging coffin. Should I find myself facing a fate akin to that of the dragon-slaying geomancer? What course of action would I undertake? Would I seek vengeance as he did? After a prolonged period of contemplation, I turned to the demon vine and inquired, "Tell me, where did the skeletal being and the youthful woman venture? Did you inflict harm upon them?" The demon vine shook its head. One was a mere skeleton, devoid of sustenance. The other, with malevolent energy concentrated at her brow, was exceedingly ferocious. How could I dare to lay a hand upon them? Upon their arrival, that woman was utterly frenzied, as if intent on seizing a child. Ultimately, a celestial maiden appeared and took the skeletal being away. The youthful woman produced a talisman and placed it beneath the malevolent spirit. Meng Qingshan was unexpectedly taken away, a flicker of unease coursing through my heart. It is crucial to note that Meng Qingshan had been ensnared in the bloodwell for 18 long years, possessing a peculiar physique capable of withstanding 2 bolts of heavenly lightning, his strength transcending the heavens. The only being in the entirety of Heihu capable of capturing him is the demon fox. Feng Wanqing's brow furrowed with malevolence, seemingly overtaken by the sinister energy that had completely commandeered her consciousness. At this moment, Feng Wanqing had transformed into a malevolent corpse, her aura akin to that of the demon fox, indicating a sinister connection between them. Thus, it appears that Feng Wanqing had placed the talisman beneath the demon child to lure me here. I must vacate this place immediately, and I bellowed, "Old demon, how many lives have you taken?" The demon vine, sensing the decisive moment had arrived, stammered in a state of panic, "Master, those I have harmed are all individuals who committed heinous crimes in the mortal realm, seeking refuge in caves, each one a harbinger of doom. I merely act as an instrument of celestial justice. I beseech you to show mercy, considering the arduous path I have tread in my cultivation." I scoffed disdainfully. "And your adversaries? Are they also deemed sinful for their transgressions in the mortal realm? With death looming, you dare to deceive me. Should you openly confess to your sins and express a desire for repentance, I might grant you a solitary chance." The demon vine, audacious as ever, claimed that it was not its place to administer celestial justice to the wrongdoers of the mortal world. A mere vine dared to boast such arrogance. Once it attained human form, liberated from the confines of the cave, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc once more, for it had already tasted blood. According to my grandfather's words, any demon that has tasted human blood must be eradicated, and one must never harbor sentiments of mercy. A feng shui master must invariably uphold the stance of humanity, and must not allow compassion to overflow, lest they empathize with the demon, ghost, or devil clans. Once more, I summoned a talisman to subdue demons, unleashing my full spiritual power as I recited, "Exterminate demons endlessly. Let the flames consume me." The northern dipper ignites the bones, and the four luminaries shatter the remains. As the divine talisman manifested, I proclaimed, by the decree of the great Emperor Go-Chun. The great Emperor Go-Chun commands the myriad thunders. Demons and monsters fear the wrath of thunder. By his decree, this demon vine shall be obliterated. The demon vine, its whiskers thrashing, roared, "You little thief! I have shared all my knowledge with you, yet you resort to treachery." In that moment, an endless mass of vines descended upon me. The struggle of a cornered beast should not be underestimated. After casting the talisman, I swiftly retreated, channeling my spiritual energy into a black umbrella, which I hurled forth. With a resounding thud, the black umbrella pursued the talisman, piercing the vine's head. Countless vines that threatened to ensnare me instantly lost their strength, collapsing to the ground. Humanity is indeed fierce. The demon vine uttered a final lament before perishing, its malevolent aura dissipating entirely under the talisman's influence. I approached to withdraw the black umbrella and turned to the stone-bound demon child, preparing to depart the cave with it. "Hee. Impressive, impressive," it exclaimed, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, its face adorned with an eerie smile. At its brow, a black blood spot emerged. As the crimson stains began to spread and expand, they gradually transformed into a pair of black eyes. The demonic child revealed a sinister smile, and the eye that appeared on its forehead emanated a mysterious and terrifying penetrating power, exuding an aura of intimidation. Upon locking gazes with this eye for a fleeting moment, I felt a constriction in my breath and hastily channeled my energy, diverting my gaze. Could it be that the female demon, cloaked in red malevolence, had seized control of the demonic child? I swiftly dismissed this notion. The sensation was akin to the awakening of the demonic essence within the child. The vengeful energy, long concealed within its being, surged forth. I gasped in icy dread, a chill enveloping my entire body. Chapter 34. The Nameless One, the nameless entity, consumed the myriad vengeful spirits of the entire cemetery, further nourished by the sinister energy of a malevolent ley line, resulting in the manifestation of a demonic child. Should this malevolence be unleashed, it would become an exceedingly terrifying presence. Given my current level of cultivation, evasion from death is but a futile endeavor. The demonic child, initially seated upon a stone, began to levitate slowly into the air. The talisman I had entrusted to Fong Wanqing for protection revealed itself. The spiritual power inscribed upon the talisman had nearly dissipated. Young scion of the Meng family, I have lured you to the resting place of my kin, so you may comprehend the rationale behind the annihilation of the Meng lineage. The demonic child's lips moved, producing a voice that was distinctly human yet profoundly ancient, utterly uncharacteristic of a child's tone. Could this truly be the demonic child's authentic visage? This entity, which Meng Qingshan clung to desperately, having tasted my blood, was in fact an elder. I immediately inquired, "Who are you? Reveal your name. Why the secrecy? Are you the demonic child, or do you merely reside within its form?" The demonic child's gaze flickered with a fierce intensity, its previously tranquil aura suddenly surging. An overwhelming wave of vengeful energy erupted from its being, swiftly engulfing the cavern. My body swayed precariously, and I was compelled to steady myself with the black umbrella, ensuring that I remained upright. I am a nameless being. No soul on this earth remembers me, nor is there any record of my existence in any tome. Years ago, the entirety of the geomantic community conspired to erase my presence. How could a being such as I ever possess a name? The demon child hovers at an altitude of nearly 5 meters, gazing down at me with an air of superiority. It appears that you are the individual I have been seeking, the one designed to confront my Meng family. I brace myself against the mounting pressure. I have come to understand that the dragon-slaying geomancer of yours perished. However, he vowed to remain in this realm until his vengeance was exacted. Thus his spirit lingers, drawing upon the overwhelming resentment and malevolence that permeates the air. Utilizing this dark essence, he is transformed into the demon child before me. Through extraordinary secret arts, he has preserved his memories, which have now awakened. The heavens are unjust, feeding on blood to nurture demons. With his true form and soul, he has birthed this demon child. No wonder, on the day of his descent, the heavens opened their eyes and 3 bolts of celestial thunder struck down, seeking to erase his existence from the mortal realm. For once his power is fully awakened, it will indeed be formidable and terrifying. The malevolent energy of a feng shui vein in Dongjiang has converged upon him, and countless ethereal souls have merged with his being. The demon child exclaims with laughter, "Indeed, in this world, the only one capable of slaying dragons, discerning the heavenly mechanisms, reversing the dragon vein, and ascending to divinity is none other than I, an anonymous entity. Discerning the heavenly mechanisms and ascending to divinity." A tremor runs through me. In the realm of feng shui and metaphysics, the depths are boundless, and no geomancer dares to claim such insights or boast of divine ascension lightly. My grandfather, Mengzhou, once remarked that on the infinite path of feng shui, he would forever remain a novice. This is not mere humility, but rather a profound understanding. The art of feng shui requires a keen insight into the laws of heaven and earth, transcending the boundaries of yin and yang. Before the vastness of heaven and earth, one must always maintain a sense of reverence. Yet before me stands the impudent demon child, who boasts of having reached the pinnacle of feng shui mastery. Noticing my momentary daze, the demon child bursts into laughter and declares, "You must be reminiscing about the humble teachings passed down by the Meng family. Such notions are mere fabrications. What nonsense is this heavenly path and divine retribution? Let me enlighten you. A true master of feng shui can disregard all rules. With one foot in the realm of yin and yang, I stand unparalleled in this world. The rules of feng shui are but shackles for the mundane, while I am destined to become a deity. I find it impossible to accept his perspective, as it starkly contrasts with the education I have received. However, I am equally unable to persuade him. The rules of the world are indeed meant to be adhered to, yet some must be shattered. Whether the principles of feng shui should be followed or broken remains an enigmatic dilemma that surpasses my understanding and insight. After a moment of contemplation, I respond, "I feel profound sympathy for you. To extinguish the Meng family is no trivial endeavor." The demon child's expression shifts slightly as he replies, "I did not expect you to possess such composure. Truly, you are a remarkable youth, having opened 11 apertures at the tender age of 7. With pure yang energy, nearly reaching the realm of great transcendence. Every passing day you survive poses a greater threat to me. It appears that during my earlier confrontation with the demon vine, it observed silently and has discerned my capabilities. The crisis I face today is the most formidable challenge I have encountered in recent days. In the face of life and death, I must embody the indomitable spirit of the Meng family." I smiled faintly, withdrawing the dark cloth enveloping the black umbrella to reveal its lustrous sheen. I inquired, "Before we engage in combat, please enlighten me. Why is it that the treasures of the Meng family fail to inflict harm upon you?" The peachwood sword cast into the well, an ancestral artifact of the Meng family, meant to dispel evil and vanquish demons, lies effortlessly in the hands of the fiend. The talisman I crafted and handed to Feng Wanqing allows the demon child to perch upon it. Having practiced my qi since childhood, coupled with my status as a pure maiden, I possess a reservoir of abundant pure yang energy. The demon child may consume my blood, yet suffers no injury. I refuse to believe that it possesses the cultivation necessary to evade the Meng family's peachwood sword, nor the harm wrought by the blood-infused talisman. My voice suddenly rose, echoing with fervor, "What connection do you have with the Meng family? Were it not for my mute father, Meng Qingshan, shielding you from the heavenly wrath, you would have long since been reduced to ashes. Why repay kindness with malice?" At the moment of the demon child's birth, I was certain it had been nurtured by the Meng family. I focused my gaze, channeling my strength, and lifted my eyes to meet the demon child's dark orb, striving to discern its thoughts. The demon child froze in the air, and after a moment, erupted into a chilling and furious laughter. which abruptly ceased as it spoke through gritted teeth. Because I, a nameless wretch, once studied under the Meng family. One of your ancestors was my esteemed master. Yet he stood by as I was brought to ruin, my entire family annihilated. All because I surpassed him, forcefully breaking through the final barrier of the celestial dragon realm. Assaulting Long Burial Mountain with 36 celestial swords of demon suppression, seeking to seize that monumental fortune and opportunity for myself. Those unworthy of a name once studied under the Meng family. I furrowed my brow in contemplation, pondering the identity of this individual. Chapter 35. The principles of feng shui. It is indeed a rarity for outsiders to be accepted as disciples in the Meng family. My grandfather, Meng Zhuo, once asserted that the Meng family maintains an exceedingly stringent and cautious stance when it comes to taking in apprentices. This is primarily due to the transmission of secret feng shui techniques, which hold the potential to significantly impact the lives of many. A misjudgment in selecting disciples could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, when I was 7 years old, my grandfather unexpectedly issued a feng shui decree, decisively accepting 5 female apprentices, a move that required immense resolve. This event sent ripples throughout the entire realm of metaphysics. To my astonishment, this nameless individual caught the attention of a certain ancestor. Even more surprising was his ability to breach the confines of the true dragon ascension realm, albeit through a forced breakthrough. This indicates his extraordinary talent, as he has reached the pinnacle of pure yang energy cultivation. I had previously inquired with my grandfather about the 4 stages of qi cultivation: opening the senses, mastering qi, observing stars to know fate, and ascending to the true dragon realm. I wondered what realms lay beyond the true dragon stage. At that time, my grandfather's response was uncertain, as he himself had only achieved the 3rd level of the true dragon realm. However, according to my grandfather, all things must have restrictions and boundaries, particularly for a mortal feng shui master, as qi cultivation serves as the foundation for casting spells. Its purpose is to aid humanity in leading better lives, selecting auspicious times, and vanquishing malevolent forces, all to serve the greater good. Therefore, there should be a ceiling to qi cultivation. Upon reaching the true dragon realm, the focus should shift to continuous self-cultivation, maintaining that boundary. No one can predict whether crossing that threshold will bring fortune or calamity. The nameless figure has transcended the final barrier, indicating that his prowess has surpassed that of my grandfather, the preeminent figure in the realm of geomancy. Known as the Master of Ma-Yi, the Heavenly Gang demon-slaying sword, and the Earthly Fiend exorcising blade represent the pinnacle of the Meng family's mystical arts, demanding an extraordinary level of Taoist energy for their support. The Heavenly Gang demon-slaying sword is not a tangible blade. Rather, it is an ethereal sword conjured from pure yang energy, achieved only when one's Taoist power reaches its zenith. To summon 36 Heavenly Gang demon-slaying swords is a feat that, within the entire geomantic community, seems unattainable by any other. With my current capabilities, I can momentarily conjure only 3 heavenly flying swords, and even then, they can soar no more than 100 meters before my strength wanes. It appears that the Nameless One has indeed surpassed our ancestor, his power eclipsing all others. When one stands at the pinnacle, does clarity ensue, or does confusion reign? From a nameless figure, a semblance of an answer seems to emerge. Despite his formidable strength, he remains ensnared by greed. Luo Scorpion, born of the corpse-driving clan, harbors delusions of seizing the so-called fortune of Burial Dragon Mountain, blinded by his lowly station and avarice. Yet, how can a peak geomancer, capable of slaying dragons, succumb to such folly? Do you truly believe yourself invincible, having surpassed your mentor, and therefore entitled to monopolize the treasures of Burial Dragon Mountain? I questioned loudly. The demonic child laughed heartily, retorting, "Young man of the Meng family, it is only natural for the powerful to break taboos and claim fortune. Why should I not ascend Burial Dragon Mountain to challenge its master?" A wave of disdain surged within me. No matter how formidable his strength, if blinded by greed, the Nameless One ultimately pales in comparison to my grandfather. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Yet, A feng shui master must possess a heart of compassion, refraining from oppressing the weak and eschewing the arrogance of the strong. One must not harbor greedy thoughts or claim the cosmic energies for oneself. Instead, the aim should be to benefit the populace and dispel malevolent forces. You may be formidable, yet I hold you in disdain. Do you genuinely believe that atop the Dragon Burial Mountain lies a monumental fortune? I shake my head, unable to conceal my contempt. The demon child laughs heartily. Haha, I know what you are about to say. The Meng family guards the Dragon Burial Mountain not as a blessing of great fortune, but as a colossal calamity. The world may not understand the Meng family, but I do. Haha, after all these years, you still employ this same rhetoric to deceive the masses. I am momentarily taken aback, left speechless. What constitutes prejudice? What embodies stubbornness? I have come to grasp their essence. No wonder he has succumbed to darkness. He is utterly incapable of accepting the truth. With a sigh, I concede. Very well. My ancestors of the Meng family could not dissuade you, nor can I. I am curious. When the 36 Heavenly Gang demon-slaying swords soared towards the Dragon Burial Mountain, did you emerge victorious or defeated? I truly wish to know the true prowess of the Master of Dragon Burial Mountain. Can he withstand the onslaught of the 36 Heavenly Gang demon-slaying swords wielded by a feng shui master at the pinnacle of the Dragon Ascendant realm? The demon child's dark eye fluttered a few times, his expression shifting to one of pain and despair. After a long pause, he finally uttered, I was defeated. At that moment, dark clouds obscured the sky, and the 36 demon-slaying swords surged towards Dragon Burial Mountain, only to be met by a blue energy that transformed into an azure dragon soaring into the sky. In a single exchange, it devoured the demon-slaying swords. What? I exclaimed in astonishment. The azure energy surged forth, coalescing into a magnificent azure dragon, which, upon a mere glance, devoured 36 flying swords. The azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger are the ancient deities of feng shui. The master of Burial Dragon Mountain possesses the extraordinary ability to summon the azure dragon deity from the azure mist. The prowess of the master of Burial Dragon Mountain is so formidable that it eludes description. Could such a being truly exist in this world? Can I genuinely enter Burial Dragon Mountain to reunite with my grandfather and mother? As the azure dragon vanished, ominous clouds churned, and an eye appeared in the firmament above. 3 bolts of heavenly thunder descended upon me. Your illustrious ancestor, my esteemed mentor, and the multitude of feng shui practitioners who merely observed, offered no assistance. The demon child lamented, bearing wounds all over. Upon my return to my homeland of Dongjiang, my entire family of 18 met a tragic demise. Simultaneously, your ancestor issued a feng shui decree, citing my malevolent nature and violation of feng shui principles as justification for casting me out of the sect, ensuring that my name would be erased from the annals of feng shui history. I secretly lamented. However, all of this is merely the one-sided account of an unnamed individual. The true nature of events, the accuracy of the details he recounted, remains shrouded in uncertainty. For someone like you, I do not harbor much sympathy or sense of injustice. The only regret I feel is that misfortunes should not befall the innocent. Your family of 18 has suffered a tragic fate which contravenes the principles of celestial virtue. Yet, I assert that this calamity should not be attributed to my Meng family. The demon child raged, exclaiming, had I not been struck by heavenly thunder, had my esteemed mentor extended a helping hand, my decades of cultivation would not have been rendered void. Who would dare to harm my family? He paused momentarily, his menacing aura escalating several degrees, and exclaimed, today, I shall annihilate the Meng clan. Chapter 36. The blood pact sown in advance today, I shall eradicate the Meng clan. The demon child's murderous intent is palpable, with vengeful energy coalescing into sharp daggers, swiftly and relentlessly aimed at the vital points of my being. He has chosen this place to end my life, likely because it is the resting ground of his kin. In this moment, I have no path of retreat. I must fight to the death. Though the Nameless One was once a dragon-slaying geomancer, imbued with potent demonic energy and steeped in a dense aura of resentment, He has only been reborn into this world for 3 days. It is improbable that he has regained his full strength. With a grip on my black umbrella, I proclaim loudly, "Power of the gods! How magnificent!" 36 celestial stalwarts, 72 earthly fiends. Assist me in vanquishing this demon. A portion of my pure yang energy disperses throughout my body, shielding me from the direct harm of the malevolent aura. The remainder of the pure yang energy flows through 3 vital points, coalescing into 3 celestial swords of demon suppression, each half a meter in length. This is the pinnacle of my abilities. It is also my first endeavor in wielding energy as a sword, employing the most formidable techniques of the Meng clan. The demon-suppressing swords swiftly launch forth, targeting the oncoming malevolence. A series of violent clashes ensue, resulting in the immediate destruction of 2 of the swords. One sword, however, pierces through the dark energy and reaches the Nameless One. To my surprise, he does not evade. I bellow hit as the words leave my lips. The sword penetrates the Nameless One's demonic form, traveling 2 meters before disintegrating into nothingness. Regrettably, it has failed to inflict any harm upon him. The Nameless One erupts in a laughter. I have cultivated my powers within the Meng clan, delving into the mysteries of the way. The tactics of the Meng family cannot inflict harm upon me. Now, I'm nurturing my demonic powers here, having long since traversed the dual paths of sorcery. I draw a sharp breath as an overwhelming sense of despair washes over me. My most potent techniques fail to harm this nameless entity. Thus, I find myself at his mercy, devoid of any means to retaliate. The present life-and-death scenario has devolved into a stalemate. I swiftly retreat over 10 meters, leaning against the stone wall, my hands gripping the black umbrella tightly, as I muster all my strength to shatter the advancing malevolent energy. The nameless figure hovers in the air, following closely behind. Is it fate that wishes for my demise here? Has my grandfather's meticulous planning truly proven futile against this unknown adversary? No, I refuse to concede defeat. I recite the incantation once more, drawing upon the pure yang energy within me, reconstituting it into a 3-meter-long heavenly gang demon-slaying sword. Slay! I expend every ounce of strength, letting out a roar. A metallic taste floods my mouth as blood trickles from the corner. My exertion has led to internal injury. You, boy of the Meng family, shall perish from exhaustion. A geomancer's life is spent hunting ghosts and slaying demons. To ultimately fall by the hands of a demon is perhaps a fitting end. The nameless figure laughs triumphantly, his eyes gleaming with the joy of vengeance fulfilled. Though filled with despair, I refuse to yield. My life has only just begun. If I am to perish by demonic hands, I must at least wait until I have reached a ripe old age, having slain enough foes. I refuse to believe that my enhanced powers cannot harm this nameless demon. The 3-meter-long sword is adorned with 7 demon-slaying talismans. As long as the malevolent forces persist, if one strike proves insufficient, then another shall follow. If a single talisman falters, I shall employ 7, adorned with the celestial positions of the Big Dipper. This time, I unleash my most formidable assault. The prowess of the Meng clan rests within my grasp. I shall plunge you into utter despair. The Nameless One scoffed coldly. He slowly raised his hands, and the dense, inky aura of resentment coalesced into a black sword, longer than the one I had forged with all my might. My pupils dilated in shock, and I shouted in furious disbelief. You dare to wield the sinister energy of resentment to utilize the Meng clan's celestial gang demon-slaying sword. You are indeed a traitor to your teachings, a destroyer of your ancestral heritage, devoid of humanity. Were I to survive, I would see you subjected to 1,000 tortures. The actions of this Nameless One are a blatant desecration of the Meng clan's sacred arts. Such an affront is intolerable. I raised my sword high and hurled it forward. The black sword, forged from the aura of resentment, came hurtling towards me. A thunderous crash ensued as our blades collided. My sword vanished into nothingness, and the 7 talismans were consumed in flames, reduced to ashes. Yet the black sword did not dissipate. It surged towards me with blinding speed. I pressed my right foot against the stone wall and unfurled my black umbrella. With a resounding clang, the black sword struck the umbrella, and an overwhelming force surged relentlessly against me. My palms split open, blood staining the handle, as I clung to consciousness by sheer willpower. Everything was coming to an end. The Ming clan would henceforth be expunged from the realm of geomancy. Ha! You once cast me out. Today I erase the entire Ming clan. Ha ha! The Nameless One laughed maniacally. No, this is not my fate. I cannot perish here. I gazed skyward, a mournful cry escaping my lips as thoughts of my grandfather and the mute, skeletal figure of my father flood my mind, tears streaming from the corners of my eyes. I shall accompany you on your journey, I whisper, wishing for your departure to be devoid of anguish. This, too, is my way of repaying the kindness bestowed upon me by the Meng family during my apprenticeship. The nameless figure observes me from above. A flick of his right hand, unleashing two tendrils of malevolent energy that descend upon me from the heavens. A black umbrella shields me from the front, yet my head remains exposed and vulnerable. In the fleeting moment before the dark energies strike, an unexpected void of power envelopes me. The nameless figure, once suspended in midair, plummets to the ground. The malevolent forces retreat swiftly, coiling back to him. Dumbfounded, I lower the black umbrella to behold the scene before me. Dozens of crimson lines materialize upon the nameless figure's body, constricting relentlessly. Enveloped by a vengeful aura, he struggles to sever the intertwining threads, yet his efforts prove futile. A heart-wrenching wail escapes him. How is this possible? I merely drank a drop of his blood to reclaim my first breath of life. How could I forge a blood pact with him? Upon hearing his cries, a sense of relief washes over me. It appears that fate has chosen not to forsake me. I shall not meet my demise here today. A blood pact, an agreement forged in blood, is a bond exceedingly difficult to dissolve. The nameless figure, reborn in a demonic form, partook of the first drop of revitalizing blood, which was mine, and within that sanguine essence, the pact was sown. This signifies that until the blood pact is unraveled, the Nameless One cannot extinguish my existence. Should it attempt to do so, it would inevitably face its own obliteration. 3 days ago, on that fateful night when malevolence erupted from the blood well, a voice echoed in my ear, seemingly revealing the true nature of the demon child. Drawing upon the formidable power bestowed by the black umbrella, I established a blood pact as I offered my own blood to the demon child. At this juncture, only one final step remained unfulfilled. Clutching the black umbrella, I staggered forward, observing the Nameless One writhing on the ground, and calmly declared, "Nameless One, if you wish to avoid utter annihilation, then swear allegiance to me. I assure you, I shall deliver justice on your behalf. Furthermore, I can escort you to the dragon's burial mountain. Will you acquiesce?" With the black umbrella in hand, a gentle breeze stirred within the cavern, causing my linen garments to flutter gracefully in the wind. Chapter 37. Naming Ming Ing, I can still take you to the dragon's grave. That mountain is one I must ascend, and the Nameless One, who possesses the ability to slay dragons, is equally captivated by its allure. Perhaps such a promise could temporarily persuade the Nameless One to accept the blood contract. I gazed down at him from my elevated position. The Nameless One continued to struggle, turning his head to look at me, particularly the black eye in the center of his forehead, filled with boundless hatred, akin to an unceasing tide. It seems he has no intention of yielding to me. You are but a mere child compared to my lineage. How could I beg for mercy from you? Such thoughts are utterly delusional, the Nameless One exclaimed, baring his teeth. The more he resisted, the stronger the backlash of the blood contract became. The crimson thread, enveloped in malevolent energy, tightened around him. The black eye on his forehead, suppressed by the blood contract, gradually began to shrink. He was resolute in his refusal to accept the contract, determined to face death rather than submission. This was something I had not anticipated. I shouted, "Isn't it a pity for you to vanish in such a manner? Once you ingest my blood, the contract will permeate your very being. Your will alone cannot alter this reality." The Nameless One, enduring the agony, laughed haughtily. "Do not forget, vengeance unfulfilled shall not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Do you think I have not made other preparations?" The Meng family has produced a celestial being in this generation, which I had not foreseen. However, the greater the challenge, the more intriguing it becomes. We shall meet again in the realm of regrets. It dawned on me that he intended to escape. With a surge of energy, I summoned my remaining strength to invoke the Meng family's blood contract execution technique. I had initially intended to leverage the insights of the Nameless One regarding the Dragon Burial Mountain, along with his experiences, to unravel certain enigmas. However, it appears that this was merely wishful thinking on my part. Releasing him is tantamount to freeing a tiger back into the mountains, leaving a potential threat lingering. Following the decree of the execution incantation, the crimson thread that was binding him grew increasingly taut, constricting sharply and launching a full-force assault upon the demonic child's brow. Devouring the dark eye, a faint, spectral cyan wisp of energy leaped from the demonic child's form, darting away towards the cave's exit with incredible celerity. I was powerless to pursue it further, left only to watch as that fragment of the Nameless One's consciousness escaped. Were my arcane energies more abundant, tracking it would have presented no difficulty. The demonic child on the ground blinked its eyes a couple of times, emitting a sound of weeping, much like that of an infant. I cast my gaze upon the demonic child. Although it still possessed formidable miasmic energy, its animosity toward me had diminished considerably. A trace of the Nameless One's resentment and soul had fled under the backlash of the blood pact. Yet, the demonic child remained alive. Reflecting upon the Nameless One's final words, I arrived at a conclusion. It was probable that the Nameless One was cultivating demons in multiple locations, preparing numerous opportunities for counterattack. This consciousness residing within the demonic child might merely be a trace of resentment or a wisp of the soul. To the Nameless One, the loss of a single demonic child was of little consequence. I raised the black umbrella high, aiming it at the demonic child on the ground. If I were to exert all my strength and thrust it downward with full force, the power of the black umbrella should be sufficient to shatter the demonic child before me. Having lost the entanglement of the Nameless One's consciousness, the demonic child would no longer be immune to the Meng family's Taoist techniques. The demon child raised his gaze to me, and the overwhelming aura of resentment gradually calmed. From the depths of his eyes, a pool of clear spring water emerged, symbolizing the light of kindness. Indeed, there existed something spiritual within the demon child. I recalled Meng Qingshan, who had been trapped in the blood well for 18 years. He had not harmed the demon child, but had instead shielded him from 3 bolts of heavenly thunder. I also thought of my senior sister, Fang Wanqing, upon encountering the demon child, exclaimed that he was her child. Although the demon child was raised by an unknown figure, perhaps there were other mysteries surrounding him. The demon child blinked, gazing at me with a semblance of understanding. He clambered back to his feet and unsteadily approached me, evoking a sense of compassion that made it difficult to take action against him. For the sake of my father and my senior sister, I decided to spare him, for now. May you truly embrace goodness. However, you must forge a blood pact with me. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you a name. After much contemplation, I arrived at a difficult decision. I sheathed my black umbrella, dipped my right hand in my own blood, and let a drop fall onto the demon child's brow. From this moment forth, you shall be called Meng Ying. We shall establish a genuine blood covenant. You must refrain from committing acts that harm heaven and earth, and you cannot violate righteousness. As my blood slowly seeped into his demonic form, the pact was sealed. The clarity within his eyes rippled, and a hint of goodwill began to spread within his heart. I instructed him, "You should hide within the black umbrella. We shall venture out to find my father." I repeated this twice before the demon child comprehended my words, folding himself into the black umbrella. I secured the umbrella and donned my hat once more, then made my way towards the cave's exit. The night had descended. Upon reaching the cave entrance, I struggled to breathe and expelled a mouthful of blood. I coughed violently for a considerable time, resting against a stone until I had somewhat regained my strength. Lifting my gaze to the sky, I was met with a foreboding sight, utterly unbefitting of the human realm. Could it be that deep within Heihu Slope, there truly exists a portal to the Yellow Springs? A ghostly gate that would swing open after nightfall? Lao Dong had diverted the Zhang family's Taoist, and given his capabilities, preserving his life should pose little difficulty. After a brief respite, I ventured deeper into Heihu Slope. At this moment, there was no need for tracking talismans or secret arts. The densest aura of Yin would surely mark tonight's stage. I treaded slowly. Approximately half an hour later, I heard Luo Xie's voice calling out, "Master, where have you gone? I thought you had returned to Burial Dragon Mountain." Casting a glance at Luo Xie, I replied with a calm smile. Such a spectacle as the portal to the Yellow Springs and the ghostly gate swinging wide cannot unfold without my presence. Just then, Guo Xuanyu emerged from the side. His brow furrowed with concern as he spoke. "Sir, just now, many individuals summoned by Feng Qianquan passed through here. One of them visited my home, personally attended by my grandfather. He should be the eldest disciple of Bei Lao Jiao. Do you think he will create trouble for Brother Meng? By the way, did you see Brother Meng? Has he arrived?" A warmth surged within me. Guo Xuanyu's 3 inquiries were all connected to my fate. Through the dark veil of my bamboo hat, I cast a glance at her visage and discerned that the suppressed poison of the magpie's brain had begun to manifest, draining her vitality. The brilliance that once adorned Guo Xuanyu appeared significantly dimmed, her brow darkening as a shadow enveloped her. I was familiar with Guo Xuanyu's destiny, having a general understanding of her fortunes. Logically, tonight should not herald her calamity. Yet, all is subject to the whims of uncertainty. Chapter 38. Yi Xinji Heifeng and I personally commanded the ghostly sedan to welcome Guo Xuanyu. Behind the tombstone of Guo Xuanyu, the wife of Meng, and in the area of Wuying Mountain, her birth date and fortune were inscribed. In a certain sense, Guo Xuanyu had already been buried once. Various signs suggested that her fate might have undergone a transformation. Regrettably, my spiritual energy had been overly depleted, preventing me from activating the yin-yang to ascertain whether the 2 life lanterns upon her shoulders had dimmed. I noticed Guo Xuanyu gazing at me expectantly, and I offered her reassurance. Mengen will come. His most formidable opponent is merely Bei Lao Jiao's foremost disciple. There is no need for concern. Guo Xuanyu responded with a soft "oh," slowly bowing her head, only to suddenly lift it again, her large, watery eyes fixed on me with a hint of suspicion as she inquired, "Have we met before?" Despite the veil separating us, I averted my gaze, my heart racing, nearly betraying my unease. Fortunately, at that moment, Luo Xie interjected, stating, "Master, do not be misled by Bei Lao Jiao's presence in the capital. His gaze has remained fixed upon Zonglong Mountain. His esteemed disciple possesses some skills, yet he may not necessarily rival the capabilities of our Luo family's corpse-walking sect." I gestured for him to lead the way. "Master, what of your servant?" Luo Xie asked after taking a few steps. A jolt of anxiety coursed through me. Having grown accustomed to being solitary, I had completely forgotten about Dong Fengyan. He had diverted Zhang family's Taoist, yet he had yet to return to my side. I feared he might have fallen victim to the Zhang family's wrath. However, upon reflection, Dong Fengyan was adept at manipulating corpse energy. It would not be so simple for him to be vanquished. Perhaps the Taoist from Zhangjia was pursuing too eagerly and had already ventured far away. I remarked calmly, "Do not concern yourself with matters that do not pertain to you." Luo Xie, understanding my sentiment, fell silent. Soon, we heard a cacophony ahead. Traversing through a dense thicket, we beheld a throng of people. "Masters, I am willing to offer half of my fortune to retrieve my daughter. I, Feng Qianquan, shall not go back on my word," declared Feng Qianquan with a resounding voice amidst the crowd. Surrounding him were numerous geomancers. As the 3 of us approached, Guo Xuanyu's gaze fell upon Guo Zhou, who immediately cast a piercing glance in return. Guo Xuanyu hurriedly turned to me and said, "Sir, my uncle has arrived. I must go to him. If Brother Meng comes, you must assist him." I nodded and smiled, assuring, "Leave it to me." Guo Xuanyu swiftly darted a few steps to join Guo Zhou. Before long, we could hear Guo Zhou's reprimands. My eyes scanned the assembly of geomancers, and the most striking figure was the middle-aged man standing beside Feng Qianquan. Clad in a gray robe and carrying an ancient long sword upon his back, he emanated an aura of antiquity. Although the sword was sheathed, its righteous spirit could not be contained. This sword was extraordinary. The middle-aged man and the sword radiated a unique essence, as if they were one entity, surpassing all other geomancers. It was akin to pure gold amidst the mud, unable to be obscured by its surroundings, or a towering mountain standing resolute on the plains, much like a steadfast pillar amidst the surging currents. A sense of astonishment surged within me. It appeared that Feng Qianquan wielded considerable influence, having even summoned such an accomplished geomancer. Suddenly, a middle-aged man turned his gaze towards me, his elegant almond-shaped eyes radiating a captivating brilliance. He was undeniably a refined gentleman. In his youth, he must have been a strikingly handsome figure. How could someone of such appearance embark upon the path of a geomancer? Typically, geomancers are fated to possess one of the 5 flaws or 3 deficiencies, often characterized by unattractive features, with only a few possessing unremarkable looks. Someone with his countenance seemed ill-suited for the role of a geomancer. Perhaps his destiny was fraught with misfortune, leading to a tumultuous life journey. At that moment, Luo Xiao whispered in my ear, "Master, this swordsman is the esteemed disciple of Bei Laojiu, known as Yixinji. He is a child taken in by Bei Laojiu and has been his apprentice for the longest duration. It is said that he has reached the pinnacle of Bei Laojiu's teachings. However, due to Bei Laojiu withholding a particular skill from him, he has yet to surpass his master. Nevertheless, to my eyes, Yixinji seems rather ordinary." I chuckled softly. My grandfather had once told me that Bei Laojiu, who presides over the Northern Xintian Bureau, possesses not only profound Taoist power and exceptional techniques, but, more importantly, is a paragon of virtue who would never withhold knowledge from his foremost disciple. The Yixinji before me is indeed inscrutable. It seems that the Xintian Bureau is taking this matter of demonic emergence very seriously. The previously stoic Yixinji suddenly spoke. "I am Yixinji. May I ask how this gentleman in the conical hat is addressed? What brings you here?" This provoked a stir among the crowd. The individual capable of prompting Yixinji to inquire must undoubtedly possess significant stature. Feng Qianquan promptly proclaimed, "Master has traveled a great distance. Hence, there shall be a substantial reward for me afterwards." All eyes turned toward me. Before I could utter a word, Luo Xia interjected, "You are all unworthy to know my master's name. He has descended from that mountain and has already consented to visit the Luo family in Miaojiang." Luo Xia's voice resonated with enthusiasm as he surveyed the crowd. Yixinji raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you certain of that mountain?" Luo Xia affirmed, "Indeed, it is Mount Zonglong. How does it feel to hear that name? Are you all struck dumb? Black Wind is formidable, yet my master dispatched her with a single blow." Yixinji appeared somewhat perplexed, stating, "In Dongjiang, the only being to descend from Mount Zonglong is a white spirit. If someone genuinely emerges from there, I must report to my master." I was taken aback, realizing that Yixinji, having arrived in Dongjiang only a few days prior, had already discerned the presence of the white spirit. Her skills were not to be underestimated. Taking a deep breath, I smiled and said, "The renowned Mencius, master of the Magi, is currently visiting Mount Zonglong and is unable to leave. At his behest, I have come down the mountain to assist his isolated grandson." Now that the banner had been raised, I resolved to continue the ruse. Upon hearing this, the gathering of geomancers exchanged glances, each reflecting a myriad of thoughts. Yixinji's gaze sharpened, and she asked, "Are you implying that Mount Zonglong intends to intervene in matters below?" With that, she unfastened the ancient sword she carried and struck it heavily against the ground. The Dragon Burial Mountain does not concern itself with matters below. Meng and S life belongs to the Dragon Burial Mountain, and no one possesses the right to take it. My life can only be claimed by the Dragon Burial Mountain. The words I utter are not entirely fictitious. The white fox would eagerly devour me alive. It had previously sought to prevent my demise on the Black Tiger Slope, biding its time until the master rescinded the order before personally ending my life. Yixinji scoffed, "Do you truly believe there is no one beneath the mountain? In an expanse of 80,000 miles, there exist 3,000 heroes among mankind." I laughed heartily, gesturing towards the multitude of geomancers. "Indeed, 3,000 heroes? Among them, who dares to step forward and shout alongside you?" Chapter 39. The Black Tiger's ghost gate the crowd, exchanged glances, some glaring at me with indignation. Their faces flushed, yet remaining silent. Luo Xian mocked. These individuals dare to call themselves feng shui masters. Yi Xianji, her expression devoid of luster, stepped forward and inquired, "Do you dare to engage in a contest of magic with me?" The ancient sword in her grasp emitted a sharp, resonant sound. "Are we truly to engage in combat now? If by chance I were to inadvertently slay these timid souls, would the blame fall upon you or upon me?" I uttered a rather audacious remark. Several feng shui masters hastily retreated. At that moment, Feng Qianchuan swiftly intervened, urging, "Both of you have come from Mengan. However, Mengan has yet to appear. The principal has not shown himself, and you are already at odds. Should word of this spread, it would surely render you a laughingstock. Let us collectively devise a means to rescue my daughter." I shrugged and replied, "Yi Xianji, Feng Wanqing also shares a connection with Zonglong Mountain. She trained under the mountain in her youth, and I have watched her grow. How could I stand idly by in her time of peril?" Feng Qianchuan, upon hearing this, was filled with delight. "Master Yi, I implore you, for my sake, to set aside the matter of Meng and for the time being." Yi Lianzi, having found a graceful exit, regained her composure and stated, "Then let the guests of Zonglong Mountain step forward and speak." The multitude of feng shui masters parted to create a path. I hesitated briefly before striding forward, with Luo Xie by my side, dispersing the corpse aura, transforming it into a spectral scorpion. Guojolv chuckled and remarked, "Luo Xianzi, your master would surely be displeased to learn of your defection to another school, would he not?" The scorpion remarked, "Aside from a single golden silkworm, what other mystical powers can the golden silkworm teach me?" His tone was imbued with an air of unwavering confidence. I halted 3 meters away from Yi Xianji, who gazed at me with wide eyes, scrutinizing my true strength. My spiritual energy was severely depleted, compounded by internal injuries. So I chose to conserve the little energy I had left. After scanning me, Yi Xianji could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Yet he was taken aback upon noticing the tightly wrapped black umbrella I carried on my back. The arrival of Taoist Zhang Songhe was met with cheers from the crowd surrounding us. The sound of jingling copper bells filled the air. I observed the Zhang family Taoist approach, his robe marred by several tattered spots, and his once neatly tied hair now slightly disheveled. Following Zhang Songhe was my second senior sister, Zhang Peijin. After several years apart, I beheld her in a flowing green Taoist robe, carrying a green satchel. She possessed a tall, slender figure and exuded an aura of vitality, her beauty radiating an ethereal charm. To prevent my second senior sister from revealing my identity, I took the initiative to speak. "Miss Zhang, in your youth, you studied the arts at the foot of Zonglong Mountain. I once taught you to use the lake's surface as paper to inscribe talismans while gliding upon the waves." My second senior sister, Zhang Peijin, had been under my grandfather's tutelage, learning the art of talismans. The Zhang family at Longhu Mountain boasted a vast collection of Taoist texts, with countless tomes dedicated to talismans. Zhang Peijin exhibited remarkable talent in this field. From an early age, she diligently studied the 3,000 Taoist texts and, during her years with my grandfather, delved deeply into the talismans of the Meng family. My grandfather once said that among the current generation, many excelled in the art of talisman drawing and manipulation. However, the one who could become a master of talismans and create new charms before the age of 30 is undoubtedly Zhang Peijin. The ability to invent new talismans represents the utmost recognition for a talisman master. The tradition of feng shui has been passed down through countless generations, and the emergence of each talisman, which then becomes established in the world, is not the result of a mere moment's effort. Rather, it often takes several generations to perfect. The Black Tiger Exorcism Talisman from Longhu Mountain, for instance, was designed based on the legendary figure of Zhang Daoling, the celestial master, riding a black tiger. And it took 3 generations of refinement to arrive at the present version of the talisman. Similarly, the Sanmao Shanqing talisman from the Maoshan sect has also undergone a lengthy process of enhancement. Thus, The ability of second senior sister Zhang Peijin to create new talismans may be unparalleled within the entire realm of feng shui and Taoism. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peijin's eyes flickered slightly as she quickly grasped my meaning and remarked, "I never expected to encounter you here, esteemed elder." Zhang Songhe merely patted his tattered Taoist robe and shot me a piercing glare. Feng Qianxuan exhaled a sigh of relief and said, "With so many masters present, the young lady is surely saved. Who will ascend to bring her down?" As his words fell, Feng Qianxuan pointed ahead, and everyone instinctively turned their gaze in that direction. A staircase of hundreds of steps extended upward, shrouded in a dense, ominous black mist at its pinnacle. No one could ascertain where it would lead. Peering inside, I was instantly struck with alarm. The depths seemed engulfed in an aura of insufferable death. Could it be that this is the location of the Black Tiger Slope and the Ghost Gate? Has Feng Wanqing truly ventured into the realm of the dead? Will my father, Meng Qingshan, also be within? The gates of the Black Tiger Hell are ajar. Spirits may roam freely, yet the living cannot. Are you certain that your beloved daughter truly resides within? Ye Vianzi Ingwidit. Feng Qianxuan responded. The entire hillside has vanished, save for the spot that has yet to be searched. Just moments ago, on the steps, I discovered fragments of her clothing. Yi Xianji appeared troubled. The Ghost Gate serves as a portal between the realms of Yin and Yang. I have only heard that entering there leads one down the road to the Yellow Springs. Once one treads that path, there is no turning back. In the mortal realm, summoning spirits and inviting a spiritual envoy poses no great risk. However, this portal is not traversable by the living. The underworld's Yama Palace is a place of formidable authority. Should a mortal enter bearing the essence of life, it would constitute an affront to its power. No one is willing to take such a perilous gamble. Feng Qianxuan turned to Yi Xianji and implored, "Master Yi, my daughter is within. I beseech your assistance." Yi Xianji replied, "It is exceedingly difficult for the living to enter. However, if one can shroud their presence with the aura of death, there may be a glimmer of hope. The Miao's corpse-transporting sect should possess such capabilities." Feng Qianxuan swiftly turned to Luo Xie, pleading, "Master Luo, aside from you, I fear no one else possesses such extraordinary abilities. I implore you to undertake this journey. Upon its successful completion, I would willingly offer my entire fortune as recompense. In the presence of all the geomancers, I assure you, I shall not go back on my word." Luo Xie let out a cold laugh, rejecting outright. "Are you suggesting I wait until I am deceased so you can burn all your wealth for me?" The meaning of Luo Xie is quite clear. He is instructed to venture into the depths of the Black Tiger's Ghost Gate, a venture that promises profit but risks one's very life. Such foolish endeavors are not ones he would undertake. "Master," he remarked, "these individuals all pride themselves on vanquishing evil and upholding righteousness. Yet when faced with the true act of sacrificing their lives to save another, they cower like frightened mice." "And what of you?" I inquired. Luo Xie replied, "I am different. I never utter hypocritical moral platitudes. I am a genuine person, not a pretender. Those who claim to be great disciples often indulge in grandiloquent theories, deceiving others into stepping forward." As he spoke these words, his gaze remained fixed upon Yi Xianji, for it was she who had pushed him forth moments earlier. I thought to myself, surely now Yi Xianji must stand up. Chapter 40. Entering alone, Yi Xianji remained composed, gripping her long sword without a hint of fear. Feng Qianxuan sighed deeply, beseeching the other geomancers, yet none were willing to risk their lives. I secretly shook my head. Luo Xie was right. Yi Xianji was nothing but a hypocrite. As the foremost disciple of the renowned Bei Laojiu, her moral standing paled in comparison to her master's. Meng was indeed the grandson of Meng Zhua. The Meng family's Ma Dao was unparalleled in the world. If he were present, he would undoubtedly possess the means to rescue his elder sister. Could it be that he is aware of the peril and therefore hesitates to emerge? Among the gathered geomancers, one voiced his thoughts, only to be met with a sharp glare from Zhang Peijin, who reprimanded, "Cease your nonsense." The geomancer, with a sharp face and a compass in hand, retorted, "I am Li Jingang from the Tai sect, merely speaking out of righteousness. In this vast universe, should we not allow everyone to express their opinions? The disciples of the Meng family truly are overbearing. Zhang Peijin was infuriated. Zhang Songhe interjected, Peijin, there are those more capable among us. We need not fret or become incensed. Zhang Songhe cast a glance in my direction. The Black Tiger Ghost Gate loomed before us, and while others dare not approach, I was resolute in my intent. Fang Wanqing was my elder sister, and Meng Qingshan was my father. I must save them, even if this was a treacherous trap laid by an anonymous entity and a demon fox. However, I knew I could not act recklessly. I needed a sound strategy. I pondered the nature of the Ghost Gate before us. It would not be directly overseen by the 10 Yama kings, but it was likely guarded by a Ghost King of considerable power. At my current level, dealing with a 9th-tier spirit envoy poses little challenge. However, when it comes to confronting a Ghost King, I must devise a well-thought-out strategy. After pondering for a moment, a thought flickered through my mind, and I felt a surge of joy. If I can manage this endeavor successfully, it would indeed be a significant merit. I burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming that for many years, the feng shui circle at the foot of the mountain has shown no progress whatsoever. Apart from the 13 guardians, there are no more exceptional feng shui masters. If Old Nine from the north were to arrive, he would have entered long ago to save those in need. At this point, I turned my gaze towards Yishinji. She coughed lightly and remarked, my master possesses extraordinary skills, far beyond my humble capabilities. If I were to cultivate for another decade, I might possess the prowess to venture into the Black Tiger Ghost Gate. I sighed, responding, thus you cannot compare to me, and you lack the face to challenge me in a contest of magic. You fear to step into the Ghost Gate, yet I am willing to take that risk. With a shake of my robe, I declared, step aside. I shall go and bring Miss Feng out. My voice boomed like a tiger's roar through the mountains, leaving the crowd in astonishment. Li Zhengong called out, if you succeed, I shall certainly treat you to a drink and present you with a meticulously crafted pure gold compass from the Tai sect. At this moment, he still sought to draw attention to himself, making a self-promotional display, but I did not even glance in his direction. Zhang Peijin approached, lowering her voice. Do you have confidence? I replied, I lack complete assurance. At most, I have a mere 10% chance. Nevertheless, it is worth attempting. I believe that if Elder Mengzhou were here, he would do the same. Zhang Peijin spoke nervously very well. In the realm of the underworld, the laws of the world may prove ineffective. Within the azure pouch lies the talismans I have meticulously crafted. You must don them all. Zhang Peijin removed the azure pouch. Without hesitation, I accepted it, my thoughts instantly drifting back to the days beneath the Dragon Burial Mountain when she taught me the art of talisman crafting. The exquisite and potent talismans I can create owe a significant portion of their efficacy to the guidance of my second sister, Zhang Peijin. At this moment, there was no need for pretense. Guo Xuanyu, having dashed from beside Guo Julu, suddenly halted, her captivating eyes fixed upon Zhang Peijin, a hint of jealousy flickering within them. Her lips parted and closed several times before she spoke. I am truly grateful for your defense of Brother Meng. Please exercise caution. I await your return. Zhang Peijin glanced at Guo Xuanyu and, with a smile, remarked, what a beautiful girl you are. Even I find you breathtaking. I am curious who arranged for you to be with Xiao Anzi. I truly wish to express my gratitude. Guo Xuanyu's cheeks flushed crimson, 2 rosy clouds blooming upon her face, while a shadow of uncertainty gathered between her brows. Miss Guo, I fear Meng has been grievously injured and may not ascend the mountain today. The mountain is steeped in malevolent energy. Do not rush. Lest it provoke a bout of your affliction, I advised. Guo Xuanyu nodded. I understand. I shall retreat to the back. I ascended the steps, casting a disdainful glance back at the crowd. Below, gathered were renowned geomancers from across Dongjiang City and neighboring provinces. Some possessed genuine skill and capability, yet none harbored compassion or righteousness. Among them, there would undoubtedly arise no great geomancer worthy of being remembered throughout history. I took a deep breath and silently recited, Meng and the 19th descendant of the Meng family, today kneels before the Black Tiger's Ghost Gate. To save my father, to save my senior sister, I implore the 10 Yama kings and all ghostly sovereigns to kindly excuse my intrusion. After uttering these words, I retrieved a guiding talisman from my green pouch. My second senior sister, Zhang Peijin, truly deserves her title as a future master of talismans. The talisman was imbued with an abundant power of the Tao. The guiding talisman led the way into the swirling darkness, and a chilling aura assailed me. Fortunately, despite the dense Yin energy, it did not obstruct the talisman. This indicated that the Black Tiger's ghost gate did not reject me. I ascended nearly 100 steps, and the sounds behind me had completely faded away. The surroundings were shrouded in a dim light, and the space appeared somewhat distorted under the oppressive Yin energy. I removed my bamboo hat, revealing my true visage. Subsequently, I produced a summoning talisman and called out loudly, "By decree of the deities, I seek your aid." I summoned the 9th rank Yin officer, Zhao Kai, for an urgent audience. Post-haste as the law commands, I activated the talisman, and a faint surge of pure yang energy enveloped it, igniting swiftly, radiating a ghostly blue light. I forcefully channeled the pure yang energy, intensifying the pain in my heart. This time, I directly invoked Zhao Kai with the summoning talisman due to our past acquaintance a few days prior. I also wished to share this merit with him, enabling him to earn his accolades. "Young Master Ming, what brings you here? Quickly retreat. Proceeding further will not merely expose you to Yin energy, but to vengeful spirits." Emerging from the mist, Zhao Kai appeared before me, incredulously gazing at me, a flicker of alarm flashing in his eyes. Yin energy can flourish in the chilling realms of the mortal world. Those endowed with robust physiques and fiery temperaments may inhale this energy, experiencing merely unsettling dreams without peril to their lives. However, ghostly energy, a distinctive essence emanating from the gates of the netherworld, poses a far graver threat. A mere inhalation by a mortal would lead to their soul's swift return to the underworld. Calmly, I address Zhao Kai. "I offer you a monumental opportunity. I intend to deliver the countless spirits of infants, long trapped in the Black Tiger Cemetery for over a century, to the realm of the dead. Do you accept?" Chapter 41. Deliverance of the departed souls. I shall guide countless lost souls back to the realm of the underworld. Zhao Kai's pupils widened, leaving him momentarily speechless. For over a century, the vengeful spirits trapped in the Black Tiger Cemetery numbered in the astronomical figures. If they could be ushered back into the netherworld, it would indeed equate to their salvation, a remarkable act of benevolence. My initial request for a meeting with Zhao Kai stemmed from my desire to uncover the origins of that child's visage. Zhao Kai revealed to me that someone had employed deceitful means to leave behind merely a fragment of each child's 3 souls and 7 spirits. An incomplete soul struggles to navigate the path of reincarnation. However, if Zhao Kai could facilitate their passage into the underworld, restoring the completeness of these souls, it would alleviate the lingering grievances of the mortal realm and diminish the remnants of spirits in the netherworld. In doing so, Zhao Kai would accomplish a significant feat. For me, achieving this task would be an immense act of virtue, while for the spirit envoy Zhao Kai, it would represent a monumental achievement. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Kai finally spoke. "Though you are the grandson of the Ma-E Divine Hand, with your current level of strength, any spirit king could easily subdue you. I cannot fathom that you possess the formidable power to escort the entire legion of souls from the Black Tiger Cemetery to the Yellow Springs after a century. This endeavor requires thousands of spirit summons." Zhao Kai assumed I intended to summon each spirit individually. I gently patted the black umbrella and smiled. "They are all contained within this. Could it be that you already possess remarkable powers? Or is this umbrella a treasure of the heavens?" Zhao Kai regarded me with an expression of incredulity, tinged with a hint of admiration. "Irraplia? No. Y pusas no extraordinary habilities." In fact, just a quarter of an hour ago, I was at a loss as to what course of action to take. However, upon deciding to step into the realm of the spirits, I suddenly realized that perhaps I could accomplish this seemingly impossible task. Zhao Kai, after all, is a spirit guide, and thus, I do not intend to elevate myself, but rather to be forthright. Deceiving a spirit guide would yield me no benefit whatsoever. Zhao Kai shook his head and requested, "Please, enlighten me about the situation. I explained, the nameless dragon-slaying geomancer has altered the fortunes of Wuying Mountain and Heihu Slope, creating a malevolent energy within the ley lines. He has also harnessed the spirits of the deceased from Heihu Cemetery, combining them with a fragment of his own consciousness, thus birthing a demon. Now, this nameless one compels me to vanquish it. The demon child now solely consists of the malevolent energy from the ley lines and the spirits of the departed. Zhao Kai's eyes widened in realization as he nodded, saying, I see. You intend to release the demon child, forcing the spirit of the child to emerge and journey towards the underworld. I nodded in affirmation. The demon child has fallen into my grasp, and we have re-established our blood pact. Now we stand together at the threshold of the spirit realm. The resentful spirits of children, who have remained untranscended for a century, shall finally find resolution today, in this very place. Zhao Kai's eyes twinkled, and a smile finally graced his face. The feasibility is quite strong. But why do you seek me as the guide? There must be a reason for the traps that fall from the heavens. As a spirit guide, Zhao Kai must have been either a practitioner during his lifetime or well-versed in the intricacies of human affairs, which is why he posed such a question. I replied, my father and my senior sister may have led the aberration to the vicinity of the spirit gate. I must venture in to investigate. Do you possess any means to obscure my presence? Zhao Kai regarded me with an unusual gaze, pacing back and forth without immediately acquiescing to my request. It was evident that he was weighing the pros and cons. My intentions were quite clear. If he wished to claim this monumental achievement, he must assist me in embracing the peril. I refrained from urging him. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Kai finally spoke. That nameless one is formidable. You have vanquished a fragment of his consciousness. He may possess further deadly moves awaiting you. Are you certain you wish to proceed? I smiled faintly. It is imperative. Zhao Kai fell silent once more, his eyes fixed upon me, confirming my unwavering resolve. He then declared, very well. I shall provide you with a token that can suppress your aura for a quarter of an hour and shield you from malevolent spirits. However, should your whereabouts be detected by the Ghost King, I will not intervene, despite your lineage as the grandson of Master Meng. Upon hearing this, I exhaled in relief. That is only fitting. Zhao Kai gestured for me to proceed. I took hold of the black umbrella, removing the dark cloth. The umbrella revealed a glossy, obsidian sheen. The ground trembled beneath us, and the surrounding malevolent energy retreated by 3 meters instantly. Zhao Kai's expression shifted dramatically as he murmured, whether this is a blessing or a curse, I cannot say. Regardless, having endured in the 9th-rank spirit envoy position for so many years without taking risks, I shall never have the opportunity for advancement. Menging, cool me fort, I shouted, unfurling the black umbrella. The demonic child emerged, surveying the surroundings with excitement, eagerly inhaling the surrounding malevolent energy. Silence. Stand before me. You are to comply with my instructions, do you understand? I inscribed the talisman of the Black Tiger to vanquish demons upon the forehead of the demonic child. The Black Tiger talisman is the most widely utilized sigil of Longhu Mountain, and this particular one was meticulously drawn by my second elder sister, Zhang Peijin, possessing formidable power. The demonic child twisted his head in defiance for a moment. Reciting the incantation, I glared at him fiercely, and only then did he settle down. I stated, within you reside 2 distinct energies. One is the innate malevolent aura of the earth's veins, and the other is the essence of the departed. Under my guidance, forcefully segregate them into 2 distinct realms. The malevolent aura shall churn below, while the ethereal essence may drift above, utilizing the Meng family's method of energy cultivation. Distinguishing between them should prove to be a trivial task. Simultaneously, I tightened my grip on the black umbrella, contemplating, Black Umbrella, lend me a modicum of your profound power. I shall repay you upon my restoration. After a brief moment, a surge of immense energy flowed from the handle of the black umbrella. Elated, I set the umbrella aside, formed a hand seal, and pressed my index finger upon the Black Tiger talisman, channeling the energy into the demonic child's being. A chilling scream erupted from him. The instant the energy infiltrated his body, I was besieged by the sound of wailing infants echoing in my ears. a relentless cacophony that disrupted my thoughts and filled me with agitation. Judging by the intensity of the cries, I feared there were thousands of them. Realizing my grave miscalculation, I acknowledged that I had underestimated the complexity of this situation and misjudged the circumstances. I had initially believed that these spirits would comply with my attempts at salvation. Little did one know, they have endured countless hardships over the centuries, weathered the biting winds, rain, and snow, and suffered the cruelty of malevolent beings. Now, they can unite and seek warmth in each other's company, showing a reluctance to part ways. They have grown despondent towards this world. Now, I am compelled to forcibly separate them and send them into the abyss, akin to waging war against thousands of lost souls. Furthermore, they are bound by the enigmatic sorcery of an unnamed entity. It is entirely possible that instead of liberating them, I may inadvertently seal my own fate. Chapter 42. The peculiar lame beggar. I absolutely refuse to allow the spirits to transcend and purify me. Gathering my energy, I swiftly recited the Taishang Gaining Pian, a classic of the Taoist canon, which, when intoned with the appropriate rhythm and cadence, possesses the power to guide both the living and the departed. At last, the spirits' dread and unease began to dissipate. I offered them gentle counsel, saying, "The past has concluded. You have lingered in this realm for far too long, enduring immense suffering, leading to your mistrust. Now, I shall guide you onto the path of reincarnation. I, Mingyan, swear by my very life that I shall never harm you again." The sounds of weeping gradually diminished. They sensed my benevolent intentions and began to settle down. Concurrently, runes and taboos manifested upon them, with numerous dark lines weaving together to form invisible shackles. This was the nameless sorcerer's secret method of nurturing spirits, akin to an elaborate net, ensnaring the departed within its confines. I intensified my Taoist power and endeavored to unravel the shackles formed by the dark lines. However, my cultivation was insufficient compared to that of the nameless one. After nearly a quarter of an hour, my efforts yielded little success. I sincerely addressed the spirits, esteemed predecessors. You may have perished amidst calamities and conflicts or succumbed to disease and abandonment. For a century, you have existed in darkness and filth. I hope that in your next life, you shall witness the dawn of a new era. Therefore, please join me in breaking free from this net of nurturing magic. Upon hearing my words, the spirits emitted chattering sounds, accompanied by roars of indignation. They commenced alongside me, relentlessly breaking free and charging forth, bidding farewell to a century's worth of suffering. After a quarter of an hour, I finally opened my eyes, drenched in perspiration. The intricate enchantments designed to ensnare malevolent spirits had been utterly dismantled. The two distinct energies emanating from the demonic child began to separate, one pure and the other tainted. With a push of my right hand, the demon was cleaved in two. Countless vengeful spirits surged forth, swiftly dispersing and then evenly settling before us, manifesting as various children. The eldest appeared to be in their teens, while the youngest was still an infant in swaddling. Zhao Kai quickly produced a white thread, casting it forcefully. The thread unfurled, binding the departed souls together. By the decree of the King of Hell, follow me to the path of the Yellow Springs. The suffering you endured in the mortal realm ends today, Zhao Kai commanded with a voice of profound authority. The previously restless spirits, upon hearing this decree, gradually quieted. Their ethereal forms were frail, barely coherent enough to speak. Fortunately, we stood before the ominous gate, shrouded in thick, ghostly energy, and at that moment, they all turned their gaze toward Zhao Kai and me. Thousands of children focused their attention upon us, creating a profoundly moving scene. From their eyes, I sensed a deep gratitude. I marveled at the thought that even if I were to perish here, it would be worth it. I never imagined that I, Zhao Kai, having lived in a state of oblivion, would today receive such genuine gratitude from so many spirits. With a smile, I said, "Bring forth the sign." Zhao Kai produced a plaque and handed it to me. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Ninth rank Inkai Zhao Kai," accompanied by little drifting wind. "I shall exhale before you. The vigilant deities will temporarily consider you my attendant. Zho, ki proclaim it. He then issued commands, and a multitude of spirits began to advance. I followed closely behind him. Suddenly, I heard a sound of something striking the ground ahead. Zhao Kai looked at me with palpable tension, his eyes betraying a sense of unease. Young Master Meng, we have entered a realm forbidden to the living. Yet, this sound is unlike anything I have encountered before. Zhao Kai's voice trembled. My palms were slick with sweat, and judging by his expression, it was clear he was not exaggerating. Young lad of the Meng family, what audacity! You dare to disregard your own life and venture here. How can you be so reckless with your existence? Have you forgotten how your parents went missing for your sake? And how your grandfather ascended Burial Dragon Mountain for you? Remain still, came a voice from ahead. My heart jolted, for this voice was all too familiar. A cold sweat trickled down my back, and Zhao Kai turned pale with fright. Brother Zhao, do not concern yourself with me. You may escort them inside. This shall not be deemed a breach of trust on your part. Zhao Kai exhaled in relief. Young Master Meng, consider it a favor owed to you. He proceeded toward the encroaching darkness. Before long, I heard Zhao Kai's grateful voice. Thank you. Thank you. I stood there utterly perplexed. Like a monk who has lost his way, my hands clasped in reverence as I inquired. Might I ask how to address you, esteemed elder, and why you obstruct my passage? I must enter to rescue another. Just then, a figure approached, and as he drew nearer, I discerned that he was quite elderly. Limping as he walked, garbed in tattered and soiled clothing, as though he had been steeped in grease. In his left hand, he carried a person, none other than my senior sister, Feng Wanqing. Are you not going to assist? Must I, a cripple, bear this girl alone? Do you possess no discernment? The elder grumbled, his dissatisfaction palpable. As he made his way toward me, he huffed heavily, showing no effort to conceal his labored breaths. I was profoundly astonished. Such a remarkable individual could emerge so nonchalantly from the depths of the underworld. Regaining my composure, I rushed forward to take Feng Wanqing from him. The elder cast a glance in my direction, still clearly displeased. Is my father still within? I inquired urgently. If he remains, I must press onward. The elder replied. The indifferent one, Meng Qingshan, has already departed. He struggled to articulate further, and from his gestures, it was evident that he had pressing matters to attend to. I stood there, dazed. Meng Qingshan had somehow evaded peril and left this place. How had he escaped? Where was he headed next? Why did he not await my arrival? I was at a loss for words. The elder raised an eyebrow in irritation and remarked, Do you truly believe I would deceive you? Young lad, do you think I, the beggar lord, need to deceive a mere brat like you? Were it not for my connection with old Meng Zhua, do you think I would involve myself in the affairs of the Meng family? Beggar lord. Once again, he limps along. Could he be the limping beggar among the 13 protectors? It appears that one must not judge a book by its cover. I racked my brain, intending to utilize the method of guiding the souls of the departed to gain entry, only to find that the limping beggar resolved it with ease. Truly, it echoes the saying, there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. I awkwardly scratched my head and remarked, I never anticipated that you could so effortlessly emerge from the path of the underworld. Just moments ago, I exhausted my wits. You have indeed rendered me a great service. The limping beggar regarded me as if I were a fool and inquired, Who told you that this place leads to the path of the underworld? Chapter 43, 3 questions. Who informed you that this place leads to the netherworld? Inquired the beggar with a limp. I was taken aback. Tonight marks the Ghost Festival, and all the geomancers who have ventured to Black Tiger Slope believe that this site, shrouded in ominous energy, serves as a gateway to the underworld. Yet this beggar, covered in grime, presented me with a starkly different perspective. Could it be that everyone else has been deceived tonight, while only the beggar perceives the underlying truth? The beggar chuckled softly before continuing. Today is the Ghost Festival. If this truly were a portal to the underworld, then why would there be no souls traversing in and out once it opened? You, who have opened the eyes to the realm of yin and yang, have you ever witnessed a single spirit? A multitude of counterarguments flashed through my mind, yet I found this point irrefutable. Could it be that someone has orchestrated an elaborate ruse, capitalizing on the significance of the Ghost Festival to manipulate perceptions and create an illusion? Otherwise, It is indeed perplexing that upon the opening of the gateway to the underworld, aside from the swirling energy, no ethereal forms could be observed entering or exiting. During this annual ghost festival, this place should be bustling with activity. Thus, it is evident that this is not a portal to the underworld. The deceptive layout must be the work of the fox spirit and Black Wind and I. My initial encounter on Shadowless Mountain had already ensnared me in the illusions cast by Black Wind and I. As for whether there is an unseen hand orchestrating this, that remains uncertain. This is troubling, if the souls I have sent forth are indeed leading them into the jaws of a tiger. I exclaimed loudly. The beggar replied, I have already pointed him in a different direction. You sought to establish merit, but nearly sowed the seeds of disaster. Young individuals, it is imperative to keep your eyes wide open in the future. Suddenly, I recalled Zhao Kai's expression of gratitude. I exhaled deeply, my cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Before the beggar, I felt I had utterly lost face. Nevertheless, I found it difficult to articulate my sentiments. The beggar remarked, however, the esteemed Feng Qianchuan has invited numerous geomancers, yet none have dared to enter. Even the most esteemed disciple of Old Bei halted at this threshold. Yet you ventured inside, which attests to your courage. Moreover, your intention to utilize the portal of the underworld to guide the lingering spirits suggests a certain cleverness on your part. I quickly responded, but if it were not for your guidance, I would have suffered great humiliation, inadvertently putting those spirits in jeopardy, perhaps even condemning them to the fiery abyss. The beggar, visibly displeased, retorted, It is rare for the beggar to commend anyone. Since I have praised you, accept it graciously. There is no need for humility before me. I silently broke into a sweat, realizing he was indeed an extraordinary character. No wonder my grandfather had remarked, the beggar is both peculiar and enigmatic. He is an unconventional figure in the realm of feng shui, adept at divining fortunes and fortunes alike, capable of amassing substantial wealth effortlessly. Yet, he chooses to lead the life of a beggar, adhering to 3 rules: to sleep outdoors under the stars, to prepare his own meals or beg for sustenance, and to maintain distance from all relatives. The reasons for his choices remain a mystery. My grandfather once mentioned that every individual harbors their own burdens and constraints. Who does not yearn for a life of ease? The beggar embodies his own profound sense of helplessness. A person of such remarkable ability, yet bound by peculiar rules that he must adhere to throughout his life. Thus, matters of geomancy remain enigmatic. The beggar, despite his limp and the sounds accompanying his gait, moves with surprising swiftness. I struggled to keep pace with him while carrying Feng Wanqing on my back. The distant light gradually brightened, revealing the exit before us. I retrieved the straw hat and the dark cloth that enveloped the black umbrella left beside me. The beggar halted and remarked, Young man of the Meng family, I shall not accompany you out. With Meng's Wei's fate uncertain, no one can counterbalance Bellagio. I prefer that he remains oblivious to my clandestine assistance to you. However, you may pose me 3 questions. It was evident that the beggar harbored a certain trepidation towards Bellagio. After a moment's contemplation, I inquired, What is the name of the nameless one who confronted the Dragon Slayer at Wuying Mountain and Heihu Slope? In truth, referring to him as the nameless one sufficed to denote the Dragon Slayer geomancer, and I had no need to squander question. Yet, I was compelled to learn his name, for I perceived him as a formidable figure who ought not to be nameless. If I could decipher the Dragon Slayer's geomantic arrangement, then the beggar, with his level of insight, should be capable of doing so as well. Most crucially, he belonged to the same era as my grandfather. I am surprised you could discern the geomantic arrangement of this place, and know of that nameless one, the beggar observed, regarding me with astonishment. That nameless individual has ties to your Meng family. However, the geomantic community has long since disavowed him, for he has transgressed too many rules and taboos. Fortunately, I have encountered records left by my master that speak of the 36 celestial swords of demon subjugation directed towards Longzong Mountain. My master believes it is a great pity that such individuals have faded into the annals of feng shui history. This nameless figure is known as Shao Tianxing. I nodded and committed this name to memory, inquiring, What is the connection between Shao Tianxing and the fox spirit? The beggar frowned slightly, displeased, and replied, "Your questions are increasingly intricate. As for the relationship between the fox spirit and Shao Tianxing, I do not know, although I cannot provide an answer. You have at least asked. There remains but one final question." I was taken aback, realizing that the beggar was also unaware of their connection, indicating that the origins and background of the fox spirit are steeped in mystery. Why did the fox spirit arrange for Guoshuanyu to marry me? Why orchestrate events in this manner? It is truly perplexing. As I contemplated Guoshuanyu, a third question formed on the tip of my tongue. However, the beggar interrupted me, exclaiming, "You rascal, are my inquiries so trivial? Reflect carefully. It would be best if I could offer a response." I smiled serenely and asked, "I wish to know how to resolve the quail brain longing poison without harming the body or endangering life." This final question is for Guoshuanyu. The beggar's eyes widened in astonishment, and he said angrily, "You clever boy, it seems that the beauty from the Guo family has indeed ensnared your soul. You dare to squander an opportunity for her sake. However, the beggar speaks only truth. If I know, I will say so, and if I do not, I will not mislead you. The quail brain longing poison is incurable. Anyone who claims to have an antidote is deceiving you. The fate of that young lady from the Guo family is peculiar, and I am unable to discern it. Whoever orchestrated your union with her is truly a masterstroke. I find myself utterly bewildered, ensnared by a poison as inescapable as it is intoxicating. Am I, then, bound to Guoshuanyu? Is her fate truly as peculiar as they say? I have examined her birth chart, yet I discerned nothing amiss. Chapter 44. Strange reactions. Guoshuanyu's fate is peculiar, so much so that even the most discerning of beggars cannot unravel it. The way she orchestrated our encounter is nothing short of divine inspiration. What could this possibly mean? Just as I was about to ask, I was interrupted. Enough. This time, I, the beggar, have repaid the favor owed to Meng Zhua. Henceforth, I shall take no interest in the affairs of your Meng family. The beggar preemptively halted my inquiry. Then, from his tattered, grease-stained garments, he produced a chipped bowl and, in a different tone, implored, "The old beggar has not eaten for many days. Might you spare a morsel?" I paused momentarily, then hastily retrieved some provisions from my pack and placed them into the battered bowl. "We are even now," he stated nonchalantly before wandering off, soon disappearing from sight. "Safe travels, esteemed one. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention." I couldn't help but marvel at his eccentricity. Nonetheless, I owe him my gratitude. Had he not intervened, I might have fallen into a perilous trap, jeopardizing not only my own life, but also the spirits of countless innocent children. Perhaps the fox demon and Heifengni were lying in wait, ready to ensnare me. Fortunately, the beggar's appearance may have been orchestrated by my grandfather-esque design. With the absence of Heifengni and the fox demon, I had successfully navigated the most daunting challenge of the night. Alas, the beggar's strange disposition rendered him reticent, preventing me from learning how he had rescued Feng Wanqing or what he had discussed with my mute father, Meng Qingshan. "Father, what urgent matter compels you to avoid meeting with me?" My heart is laden with confusion. I pondered deeply, struggling to find tranquility within. After a considerable period, I emerged from my despondence and promptly assessed Feng Wanqing's condition. I found her breath and heartbeat to be remarkably normal, despite having lingered in an environment steeped in malevolent energy for an extended time. Her innate spiritual essence safeguarded her from any peril to her life or signs of soul detachment. I retrieved a calming talisman, folding it into a triangle and placing it within Feng Wanqing's sleeve, then gently pressed against her back several times. Slowly, she opened her eyes, exclaiming, "Who are you?" I lifted the brim of my hat and replied, "Senior sister, it is I. Do you still recognize me?" Feng Wanqing rubbed her eyes and blinked a couple of times before gasping, "Indeed. How did I end up here? Where's this place?" "I was just sleeping at home." It appeared that after the malevolent energy with sentience enveloped her, she experienced a complete memory lapse. Utterly unaware of the events that transpired 3 days prior on Black Tiger Slope. For her, this was not necessarily a misfortune, as she could simply perceive it as an extended slumber. I succinctly recounted the occurrences of the past 3 days. Feng Wanqing listened, bewildered, and after a moment, inquired, "Did all of this truly happen to me?" I affirmed, indeed, Uncle Fong sought the assistance of numerous feng shui masters to save you. At last, she seemed to accept this reality and suddenly asked, indeed, please help me check. Does the child's face on my right shoulder still remain? She unfastened her garment, revealing her right shoulder. Fortunately, the child's face had completely vanished. 3 days prior, on that fateful night, Fong Wanqing had been controlled by an intelligent, malevolent force and had run to this place. But as fate would have it, the child's visage on her had been drawn away by the demonic child, thus transferring itself onto him. With the absence of this child's face, Fong Wanqing was finally safe. It has vanished, I remarked. Fong Wanqing let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, thank heavens, junior brother. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I fear I would have become a mere skeleton. I smiled serenely. Fong Wanqing shared an inexplicable bond with this black tiger slope. Even in my absence, her life would not have been in jeopardy. However, I chose not to voice these thoughts. There remained many enigmas surrounding Fong Wanqing. Before departing, I donned my hat and said, Senior sister, there are many outside who wish for my demise. I enter here under the guise of a visitor from Zonglong Mountain. Please keep this confidential. Fong Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement. As we emerged from the shadowy depths, the atmosphere stirred with considerable commotion. Many gazes were cast upon us, filled with admiration, yet more were tinged with envy and resentment. Yi Xianji stood solemnly, unwavering as a mountain. Luo Xie rushed forward, exuberantly proclaiming, Master, congratulations on becoming the new tycoon of Dongjiang City. You are truly my idol. Should certain individuals fail to honor their promises, I shall refrain from unleashing the golden silkworm goo. As for the common centipede and snake goo, I will return to my quarters. Luo Xie was subtly reminding Fong Qianshuan. I waved my hand nonchalantly, declaring that wealth is merely an external possession, holding no value for me. Furthermore, my purpose in entering was not driven by greed for riches. I gestured for Luo Xie to step aside. Upon seeing Fong Qianshuan, Fong Wanqing's eyes reddened, and with a trembling voice, she called out that Fong Qianshuan appeared momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, before he joyfully rushed forward, exclaiming, Wanqing, I'm so relieved you're safe, so relieved. You nearly gave your father a heart attack. I observed Fong Qianshuan's reaction closely. That fleeting moment of indecision ignited a spark of suspicion within me. Why would he hesitate when his daughter had escaped peril? Could it be that he never truly believed she would emerge unscathed? Or, perhaps from the very beginning, he had no intention of rescuing her? When he spoke to me about Fong Wanqing's origins, how much of it was genuine and how much was fabricated? Was he concealing something from me? A myriad of doubts led me to underestimate Fong Qianshuan. A man who could ascend to the pinnacle of wealth is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Suddenly, I recalled that Gu Jiadao had mentioned a benevolent individual named Fong, who initially funded the construction of the Black Tiger Cemetery. Was it mere coincidence that they both share the surname Fong? Or is there a deeper connection? All right, senior sister, you are safe now. From this point onward, you shall enjoy a life of peace. Zhang Peijin stepped forward to offer her comfort. Fong Wanqing wept for quite some time before finally composing herself. At that moment, Li Zhengong from Taiyi sect approached, holding a gilded compass in his right hand. Clearing his throat deliberately to capture everyone's attention, he proclaimed loudly, You are not a person of Zonglong Mountain. You are Mengan. Where have the skeletons of the Meng family and the demons they nurtured vanished to? I roused from my contemplation, pondering how, with Li Zhengong's formidable strength, he managed to uncover my true identity. Chapter 45. A sudden turn of events. Luo Xie was momentarily taken aback, the first to exclaim, If you intend to sell your compass, kindly step aside and refrain from seeking attention. With a swift motion of his right hand, a wave of sinister energy surged towards him. At that moment, Yi Xianji, who had remained motionless, gently raised her ancient sword. The entire sequence appeared mundane and nonchalant. However, the lethal aura dissipated midway. Luo Xie cast a glance at Yi Xianji, his lips twitching violently, revealing a glint of ferocity in his eyes, yet he dared not make another move. Yi Xianji's action was tantamount to a declaration. He too wished to hear Li Zhengong continue his discourse. The numerous geomancers who had previously held me in high regard now regarded me with a different gaze. Li Zhengong proclaimed once more with resonant clarity, "Our purpose for visiting Heihu Slope is due to an individual who has transgressed the principles of geomancy. His family, the Zhanlong, has forcibly altered the ley lines, ensnaring spirits to cultivate malevolence, thus defying the celestial order. Until this person is eliminated, the entire geomantic community shall find no peace. All the misdeeds of the nameless Xiao Tianxing have been unjustly attributed to me." I glanced at Li Zhengong, subtly channeling a measure of pure yang energy. His gaze appeared exceedingly peculiar, murky and lifeless, as if someone were surreptitiously manipulating him. Given Li Zhengong's prior demeanor, it was reasonable for him to seek an opportunity to sell the compass, yet he would never recklessly seek the spotlight. A sense of dread washed over me. The beggar had already departed, and the defeated fox spirit, along with Heifeng and I, would likely exploit the multitude of geomancers to assail me. I maintained a calm smile and remarked, "Zhanlong altering geomancy? I must confess, I have never even heard of such a thing." Li Zhengong let out a derisive snort. "Can you deceive the entire world, yet escape the discerning gaze of Master Yi? He has arrived from the Astronomical Bureau, trained under the 9 great masters, and possesses profound knowledge of the techniques of various sections. The Earth's veins here have encountered the dragon slaying. Could Master Yi truly be oblivious to the fact that it employs the secret arts of the Meng family? Facts speak louder than words, and there is no need for you to obfuscate on behalf of the Meng family. Xiao Tianxing, the dragon slayer feng shui master, has indelibly altered the feng shui and Earth's veins, bearing the unmistakable hallmarks of Meng family techniques. This point is even more difficult to contest. The dragon-slaying feng shui master Xiao Tianxing has effectively erased his name and record from the annals of the feng shui world. To everyone, he is but a phantom. Even venerable elders like the lame beggar have only gleaned fragments from his master's writings. Should I invoke Xiao Tianxing in my defense, it would appear as mere fabrication to mislead the masses. With Li Zhengong's words, the crowd turned their gaze towards Yi Xianji. At that moment, Fang Qianquan suddenly spoke. "Master Yi, you hail from the capital. Please take charge of this matter. This mysterious master has rendered great kindness to my Fang family, and I absolutely will not allow anyone to defame him. Yet if he truly is Meng, and I suspect that all of this is a grand scheme laid by him." Fang Qianquan's words were impeccably crafted, seemingly exuding righteousness. However, in truth, he secretly hoped that I was indeed Meng'an. If I were not Meng'an, he would be bound by his promise to relinquish all his wealth to me. Fang Wanqing instinctively gasped, urgently exclaiming, "Father, how can you say such a thing?" Upon hearing Fang Wanqing's outburst, the previously unyielding Yi Xianji spoke. "Indeed, Yi has come precisely for this matter. My master observed the celestial phenomena at night and conducted a divination, predicting that heavenly thunder would descend to eradicate the malevolence emerging from Dongjiang. However, the Meng family thwarted this occurrence, particularly Meng and the grandson of Meng Zhua. This young man, having lost his parents in childhood, grew up in a harsh environment and has already succumbed to a certain darkness. I am uncertain whether old Bei Ju truly uttered such words. Yet when spoken by Yi Xianji, it carries the weight of his endorsement. My grandfather, Meng Zhua, remains in a precarious state, while the foremost figure in the realm of feng shui is old Beijio. If he asserts that Meng and harbors malevolence, then the entirety of the feng shui community shall adopt this belief. I find this utterly amusing, yet tinged with a sense of sorrow. The principles I've been instilled with since childhood emphasize benevolence and righteousness, the eradication of evil and the protection of the righteous. Yet I am now branded with a verdict of malevolence. It is worth noting that I recently risked my life to guide countless souls to peace. What nonsense! My junior brother, Meng En, is a paragon of virtue, a man of kindness. How could he possibly possess malevolence? Zhang Peijin reprimanded. Yi Xianji regarded me with a slight smile gracing her lips. I understood that she had discerned my true nature from the instinctive reaction of our senior sister, Fang Wanqing. I could no longer conceal the truth. I burst into laughter, removing my conical hat to reveal my true self, casting a disdainful gaze upon the assembly. Luo Xie twitched at the corners of his eyes, filled with indignation, and shouted, "You little thief! How dare you deceive me and take advantage of me? I shall kill you and turn you into a zombie." I maintained a smile, my demeanor relaxed as I fixed my gaze upon Luo Xie. Though he was furious, he refrained from taking action, not daring to unleash even a hint of malevolent energy towards me. After all, in his eyes, I possess the ability to drive back Haifeng and I am the only one bold enough to venture into the gates of the underworld and return unscathed. He lacks the courage to strike. Luo Xie's expression was exceedingly grim, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Suddenly, a cold smile crept across his face, a glint of malice flashing in his gaze as he said, "Mengyan, you are merely playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. I am no match for you. But do not forget, without my intervention, your beloved Guoxuanyu will perish due to the poison of the magpie's brain, reduced to a lifeless corpse. You will find yourself kneeling before me, pleading for my assistance." Guo Julu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Cousin Luo, we had an agreement. You cannot go back on your word." Luo Xie replied, "My mind is made up. I had not anticipated that this would affect Guoxuanyu. It is evident that our fates are inexorably intertwined." I fixed my gaze upon Luo Xie and chuckled. "Do you truly possess the means to counteract the poison of the magpie's brain? What a grandest! Were it not for the crippled beggar's warning that such poison is incurable, I might have fallen for your deception." Luo Xie's face turned a ghastly white, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with unbridled resentment. Yet he found himself unable to refute my words. At that moment, Li Zhongang smiled and remarked, "Luo Xie, on the day Meng emerged from his demonic state, he withstood a bolt of heavenly lightning and traversed the path of the underworld. He is now but a spent force, merely pretending to intimidate. You have betrayed Luo Jinkan, kneeling and bowing to him as a disciple, subject to his whims. How can you hope to reclaim your honor without eliminating him?" Li Zhongang made public Luo Xie's servitude to me, effectively severing any retreating options he may have had. Upon uttering these words, Luo Xie was momentarily taken aback, but he swiftly regained his composure. Veins throbbed on his forehead as the deathly aura coursed through his body, from which two fist-sized, crimson scorpions emerged from his shoulders. These scorpions exuded a potent miasma, lacking any physical form. I immediately discerned that they were scorpion poison. Invisible yet lethal, they ranked among the top 10 poisonous insects in the realm of Miaojiang. "Mengyan, if I do not slay you today, I, Luo Xie, vow never to be human again," he bellowed, a fierce killing intent blazing in his eyes. I took a step back, channeling my inner strength. Facing these venomous creatures for the first time, it remained uncertain whether I could emerge victorious. Chapter 46. The scorpion goo. Two scorpion goo emanated a frightening red venom. In the depths of Luo Xie's pupils, shadows of scorpions also emerged. The art of witchcraft and goo has existed since ancient times. However, throughout history, the practice of goo has been met with severe condemnation. Those who bred goo were often incinerated, their remains confined beneath the 9-layered demon tower. As a result, the practitioners of goo in the Central Plains have nearly been extinguished, leading to a cessation of the tradition. Conversely, within the vast mountains of Miaojiang, such practices have been preserved. The breeding of goo is profoundly sinister. The principle appears deceptively simple. Various venomous creatures are placed within a special vessel, deprived of sustenance, and left to battle until only one remains. That solitary survivor becomes the goo. Yet, the entire process is fraught with numerous secret techniques. Those capable of successfully breeding goo are exceedingly rare. Among the 13 guardians, the Miao and Dong sorcerers, Luo Jinkan and Yin Wuming, are extraordinary practitioners of this art. Luo Jinkan, a Miao person, possesses a golden silkworm goo, while Yin Wuming, a Dong individual, wields a 3-corpse snake goo. The most terrifying aspect of goo poison is its ability to kill invisibly. My grandfather advised me that if I were to encounter these two individuals, The wisest course of action would be to flee swiftly. Fortunately, this time, I confronted only the apprentice of Luo Jinkan. Li Zhonglong's words dispelled Luo Xie's fear of me, emboldening him to attack. As the two scorpion Gu emerged, Zhang Peijin swiftly positioned herself beside me. Guo Xuanyu's beautiful eyes shimmered, tears welling up. She intended to rush forward but was restrained by Guo Zhou. Brother Meng, it appears you have been here all along, protecting me. Guo Xuanyu no longer cared for the gaze of the crowd, openly expressing her intentions. I unfastened the Qing Sang and returned it to Zhang Peijin, resolutely stating, Second sister, your status is of great importance. Do not concern yourself with me. Step aside and observe. Zhang Peijin shook her head, positioning herself in front of me, declaring, Junior brother, I am determined to witness whether the sorcery of witchcraft is truly as terrifying as the legend suggests. A warmth surged within me. I was not alone, for my elder sisters were genuinely concerned for my well-being. Yet, my grandfather had mentioned that the 5 elder sisters were meant to assist me in overcoming the heavenly tribulation. A mere scorpion posed no need for their protection. At that moment, the scorpion cried out, Meng, and do you intend to hide behind a woman? I swiftly struck Zhang Peijin at the nape of her neck, rendering her unconscious, and cast a glance at Zhang Songha. Zhang Songha promptly advanced, carrying Zhang Peijin away. Casting a meaningful look in my direction, I unfurled the black umbrella and tore away the black cloth. Yi Xinji's expression subtly shifted. I gathered my energy, silently reciting my heart's resolve, and forcefully activated the yin-yang eye. The scorpion sorcery was a spirit entity, imbued with toxic energy. Once it began to move, it would be imperceptible to the naked eye. Luo Xie cackled sinisterly, shaking his hands, and indeed, 2 scorpion entities surged forth. Simultaneously, he unleashed the aura of the dead, transforming it into a colossal scorpion of corpse energy that charged alongside the others. As the 3 scorpions approached, I leapt with agility, narrowly evading the initial assault of the 3 scorpions in a heartbeat. What remarkable skill! Zhang Songha exclaimed in awe. Yi Xinji's expression grew increasingly complex. The feng shui masters present were rather taken aback. After all, my grandfather issued a feng shui decree to take disciples solely to cure my ailments. In the realm of feng shui, everyone believed that Meng's grandson was a frail child, plagued by illness since early childhood. Little did they know, aside from teaching me to cultivate my qi, my grandfather had been diligently honing my physique since I was young. Although I may not possess much spiritual power at the moment, in terms of physical prowess, few could hope to catch me if I chose to flee. In the world of the Xianmen, relying solely on physical techniques would not suffice against my Gu insects. Luo Xie's face darkened, his lips quivering as 3 scorpions intertwined, releasing a noxious cloud of poison and cadaverous miasma that formed a vast net, once again launching towards me. The onlooking feng shui masters, wary of collateral damage, retreated continuously, clearing nearly 100 meters of space. I dared not be careless. Witnessing the toxic and cadaverous fumes rushing towards me, I moved with remarkable speed, almost gliding with the wind. By forcefully activating my yin-yang vision, I discerned the gaps in their formation. Split, Luo Xie bellowed. The 2 scorpion Gu twisted upon the ground, expelling clouds of poison that coalesced into new scorpions. Each creature swayed rhythmically, their toxic tails poised menacingly. The cadaverous scorpions hovered in the air, forming a circular scorpion array that ensnared me within. Poisonous vapors closed in from all directions, leaving no escape. I inhaled deeply and broke into a violent cough. My head spinning. Luo Xie, do you not wish to visit the Dragon Burial Mountain? If you take my life now, you shall incur the wrath of the Dragon Burial Mountain. I shouted loudly. Li Zhonggang exclaimed, Young Master Luo, he is truly on the verge of collapse. If you exert just a little more effort, you shall be able to vanquish him. You will have rendered a great service in ridding the Xianmen of evil. Luo Xie's face was marred with the marks of decay, and his pupils were entirely consumed by a scorpion motif, rendering him almost devoid of humanity. Do not speak to me of Zonglong Mountain. I shall transform you into my zombie, subjecting you to the relentless torment of venomous insects day after day, to satiate the hatred that festers within my heart. Luo Xie declared. Meanwhile, Feng Wanqing, firmly restrained by Feng Qianquan, pleaded, Master Yi, I implore you to lend your voice and save my junior brother. He is in no way possessed by malevolent tendencies. He does not subscribe to the rules of the cursed feng shui. You are a person of great wisdom. My junior brother is merely 18 years old, and it is only fitting that such youth be afforded an opportunity. Yi Xinji feigned helplessness as she replied, The Meng family nurtures demons. They sever the ley lines of feng shui, Meng and defied the heavenly thunder, transgressing the will of the heavens. Today, even if the great Luo immortal were to descend, he could not rescue him. Miss Feng, having once been a disciple under Meng Zhou, should be well versed in the regulations of feng shui. I laughed heartily, offering no further retorts. The world can be exceedingly cold. Were my grandfather still among the living, none would dare to treat me in such a manner. I remain too feeble at present. Trapped here today, unable to break free, the prospect of being gnawed upon by venomous insects, my body rotting away, only to be turned into a zombie, would be a monumental disgrace for both myself and the Meng family. Embrace death, Luo Xie shouted. The scorpion formation began to close in. As I felt the insects descend upon me, I resolved to abandon all thoughts of mortality, raising the black umbrella high. Under the swirling miasma and the stench of decay, the ma'i fluttered vigorously. By my 20 years of existence, I beseech the divine to descend upon me. Henceforth, the path of magic shall reside within my heart. Devoid of distinction, I, Meng'en, shall act according to my own will. Chapter 47. The Incantation of Divine Descent with the span of my 20 years of life. I beseech the divine to descend upon me. This is the sacred incantation of divine descent, a closely guarded secret of the Meng family. Within the teachings of the 13 schools of Mai, this technique is deemed forbidden. For each invocation of this spell consumes 2 decades of one's vitality. Thus, a person may only employ it a maximum of 2 times throughout their lifetime. However, once invoked, a spirit will manifest, instantly augmenting the power of the one reciting the incantation. My grandfather had warned me never to resort to this unless in dire necessity. Yet, I find myself in such a moment of desperation. Moreover, given my precarious existence, I may not live to see another 20 years. What harm is there in using it once? I have resolved that once I extricate myself from this peril, I will act freely, unbound by any constraints. Disregarding the conflicts of the demonic path, my pure yang energy is nearly depleted, leaving me unable to summon any particular deity to grace me with their presence. I can only rely on fortune. Just as swarms of scorpions descend upon me, I sense an overwhelming force, akin to a bolt of lightning striking down from above, cascading through my crown and enveloping my being. How could my descendants have fallen to such depths, subjected to the torment of mere insects? A surge of indignation courses through me. A voice resonates within my heart. Elation fills me as I surmise that this voice belongs to an ancestor of the Meng family. I respond with a tinge of remorse. I have done my utmost, yet the voice interrupts me, commanding, however, since we are fated to meet, I shall assist you. Now, empty your mind. I will guide you on what to do. A miasma of poisonous insects and the stench of decay surrounds me. The surface of my skin was engulfed in an intense, piercing sensation, and my body succumbed to numbness. Yet, I heeded the command of that voice, surrendering myself entirely. Moments later, I felt a current of energy coursing through my forehead. Above the eye of yin and yang, there existed the celestial eye. I have opened your celestial eye. Reach forth and grasp those 2 diminutive poisonous insects, the voice instructed. A surge of joy filled my heart. The celestial eye, once opened, could perceive subtle transformations, unveil the essence of matters, and witness many things invisible to the ordinary eye. I shouted with fervor, the 3rd eye is opened. At that instant, the celestial eye manifested upon my forehead. Various energies swirled around me, and countless poisonous scorpions scuttled about. Yet, only 2 exuded the most potent toxins. They were the scorpion goo. You cannot escape, I sneered, raising my hand with a gentle motion, and effortlessly ensnared the two scorpion gusts. A robust force of pure yang enveloped them instantly, severing their connection with their master. Simultaneously, I flicked my finger, condensing pure yang energy into a point that shattered the corpse chi scorpion. I leapt high, propelling myself above the miasma of toxins and corpse energy, striking the luo scorpion with lightning speed, my foot landing squarely upon its heart. The luo scorpion had no time to react. You, a mere goo cultivator, dared to provoke the Ma-E sect. This must be your life, goo. I proclaimed loudly, my voice resonating not as my own, but echoing that of my ancestors. The protective corpse energy surrounding the luo scorpion had long since dissipated under the relentless onslaught of pure yang energy. The pure yang Taoist power embodies the essence of righteousness, perfectly capable of countering the sinister and malevolent forces of corpse energy. Impossible. He exclaimed loudly, no, do not kill my life-bound goo. My master is the golden silkworm. The life-bound goo shares a profound connection with its cultivator. Should the life-bound goo suffer harm, the cultivator is inevitably grievously injured. Nonsense. I exerted force with my hands, reducing two scorpion goo into mere powder, which, upon hitting the ground, left behind only a puddle of murky water. The scorpion of Luo spat forth a mouthful of black blood, and instantly, his face became marred with corpse-like patches. Subsequently, I lifted my right foot and stamped heavily upon Luo Xie's heart meridian, allowing a surge of Taoist power to swiftly radiate forth, severely injuring Luo Xie's 3 souls and 7 spirits. His soul would remain irreparable for 30 years, coupled with the demise of his life-bound goo. He would henceforth be estranged from the Xianmen. In the grand expanse of Huaxia, how could one like you, a practitioner of heretical arts, act with such impunity? Inform Luo Sanxian to adequately restrain his disciples. The arts of witchcraft and goo are not solely for causing harm. They can also serve to save lives, I proclaimed loudly. Luo Xie gazed at me in terror, his eyes reflecting nothing but despair, devoid of even a hint of hatred. He resigned himself completely. I mused quietly to myself. It seems Luo Sanxian must be the illustrious ancestor of the corpse-transporting family. The name of the Luo family's corpse king resounded in my heart. No wonder Luo Xie surrendered upon hearing that name, I pondered. The numerous geomancers stood in astonishment, utterly astounded that I could emerge from such a predicament. Even more surprising was my ability to mount such a formidable counterattack. Yi Xianji approached with an air of composure, his pair of phoenix eyes betraying no hint of turmoil. The ancient sword he gripped emitted a soft, melodic whisper in the wind. Your eyes truly beguiling. I cannot fathom how you became a geomancer, I remarked. Yi Xianji gazed at me, attempting to discern my current state. However, the Meng family's divine summoning spell was unlike any ordinary sex incantation. The descending spirit would, in a fleeting moment, merge with the caster's soul. Even with the third eye opened, one would remain oblivious to it, unless one attained the celestial dragon realm, capable of unveiling such mysteries. After merging with my ancestor's soul, he swiftly grasped the events I had endured and the individuals I had encountered. You have harnessed the power of the demon child, Yi Xianji proclaimed, offering what he deemed a reasonable explanation. I scoffed. A mere geomancer, no different with or without sight, dares to dictate terms to my Meng family? Even if my family nurtures demons and slays dragons to reverse the flow of the ley lines, you presume to represent the realm of geomancy against us? Believe me, I could crush your skull with a mere gesture. Arrogant. My ancestor truly was audacious. I felt a bead of cold sweat form. My tone echoed that of a master addressing a lesser being. Yi Xianji's expression shifted, and with a flick of his sleeve, he exclaimed, it seems you are not only possessed by malevolent intent, but also serve as a vessel for it. I shook my head in response. A child's misdeeds reflect on the parent. You bark mindlessly here. Do you even comprehend what demon truly signifies? If the little old 9 were here, I would certainly strike his palm. Buzz. My mind was utterly blank. Bei Lao Jiao is the foremost figure in the realm of feng shui today, commonly referred to as Master Jiao, and no one dares to call him little old 9, let alone threaten to strike his hand. Such behavior is reserved for a private tutor chastising a student. My ancestor has truly led me into a predicament. The feng shui masters present were all taken aback, with some even digging into their ears, thinking they had misheard. Feng Qianquan sighed, stating that he, too, had encountered countless people. Yet he never expected the grandson of Meng Zhua to be so audacious and arrogant. I abruptly turned my head to Feng Qianquan and declared, "One should not be reckless in their youth. I rescued your daughter. Your fortune now belongs to me. As a pauper like you, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut." Feng Qianquan looked as though he had swallowed a dead fly. The steadfast Yi Xianji's face turned crimson, and with a clang, she unsheathed her ancient sword, holding it firmly with both hands, proclaiming, "By the command of my master, I shall draw this sword to eliminate the demons plaguing the realm of feng shui. This sword is the Netherworld sword." The blade, an ancient azure hue, was adorned with numerous runes, emanating a chilling aura. Upon hearing this, many feng shui masters craned their necks to gaze at the Netherworld sword. I regarded her with disdain and chuckled. It is merely a Netherworld sword. Yet, despite my words, I was profoundly shaken inside. Bei Lao Jiao commands the capital, and the Netherworld sword is one of his 3 treasure artifacts. With a single stroke, nothing in the Netherworld can withstand it. With this sword, one can command thousands of ghostly soldiers. With this sword, even the practitioners of feng shui and the mysterious arts must retreat a considerable distance. Can our ancestors truly withstand the might of this divine weapon? Chapter 48. The weight of human favor as I beheld Yi Xianji wielding the nether sword. A wave of uncertainty washed over me. If Yi Xianji truly possessed the nether sword, then even if this location were indeed the genuine portal to the Yellow Springs, he could traverse it with ease. Yet, he refrained from stepping forward. Could it be that his primary objective in coming to Dongjiang was to eliminate me? He would not squander his strength on trivial matters. Was it truly, as Luo Xie claimed, that the Qintian monitor had been fixated on Zonglong Mountain, and without vanquishing the Meng family, it would be arduous to seize the fortunes of Zonglong Mountain? Thus, my demise was imperative. Yi Xianji summoned the nether sword, yet he was met with disdain, which irked him greatly. "Then let us see," he declared, his eyes suddenly turning crimson, a powerful surge of Tao force erupting forth. The nether sword emitted an extraordinarily profound wail, for he had attained the final stage of the Dongxian Great Ascension, a mere hair's breadth away from the True Dragon Ascension. With the assistance of the nether sword, this strike was akin to that of a master at the True Dragon realm. A sense of trepidation gripped my heart as I thought, "Ancestor, with the nether sword in hand, this strike is not to be taken lightly." The black umbrella was not devoid of merit. I raised it to block. The voice of my ancestor resonated within me. Yi Xianji, both hands gripping the sword, executed a direct downward slash. In that instant, I felt a chilling wind and sensed an overwhelming aura of death. A flicker of fear coursed through me. It was swiftly consumed by anger. I am no demon. How dare he employ such a ruthless killing move against me? I lifted the black umbrella, meeting the descending nether sword head-on. Bang! The 2 treasures clashed violently. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated, and the nether sword broke in 2, with one half falling to the ground while the other remained clutched in Yi Xianji's hand. In that fleeting moment, the victor was determined. Yi Xianji staggered back a few steps, her hair disheveled, her eyes filled with bewilderment and fear, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The nether sword, it shattered. I too was taken aback, my mind a blank canvas. The prowess of this ancestor was indeed formidable. What might transpire if his true form were to materialize? I could not even begin to fathom. Do not be astonished. I offered a calm smile. Subsequently, I sheathed my black umbrella and swiftly approached Yi Xianji, extending my right hand to effortlessly grasp her by the neck, as if plucking a flower from a bush. I lifted Yi Xianji high and proclaimed, "The nether sword is intended for the extermination of heinous malevolent spirits, not for inflicting harm upon others." With her feet dangling in the air, Yi Xianji displayed a semblance of dignity. "The nether sword is broken. I, Yi Xianji, have no words left. Whether to kill or to spare, I leave it to your discretion." If I were to plead for mercy, it would not befit a man. Kill me. You overestimate yourself. Return and inform Bei Laojiu. Mengyan, before I face the tribulation at the age of 20, do not lay a hand on me. Otherwise, the Meng family possesses means to ensure his unrest. I gazed down at Yi Xianji with disdain. The immovable Yi Xianji sensed the overwhelming pressure, instantly breaking into a cold sweat, her mouth agape, yet unable to articulate a single word of rebuttal. I surveyed the feng shui masters present with a cold smirk. In an exceedingly bold and robust voice, I declared, "Each of you covets the mysterious fortune of the Dragon Burial Mountain. Vanquishing evil is merely an excuse you seek. Without this pretext, you would find another. I am here to inform you that if I, Meng En, were to perish before the impending calamity, that fortune would vanish. Go back and tell the old turtles in your sect to be patient for another 2 years." Among the guests invited by Feng Qinchuan, only Yi Xianji and Zhang Songhe could barely be considered at the lower echelons of the first tier. The rest were merely of the second or third-rate caliber. However, the factions backing them housed several venerable elders. It is said that the demon suppression platform at Longhu Mountain is guarded by 3 extraordinarily skilled old immortals, whose names may not appear among the 13 protectors, yet their prowess is on par with any of them. Similarly, the northern ninth of the Qintian Monitor has 4 esteemed uncles behind him. The Guo clan of Fenglingdu and Hudong is far from being comprised solely of inept practitioners. Even Li Zhengong of the Tai sect is rumored to have a living master, a millennium-old turtle and a 10,000-year tortoise. How aptly the ancestral master has referred to these individuals as old turtles. As my words fell, I forcefully hurled Yi Xianji, who landed 5 meters away. She fell to the ground, staring blankly at the sky, and suddenly erupted into laughter, murmuring, "The Netherworld sword is actually broken. It has truly broken. The artifact that commands the Netherworld's ghostly soldiers has shattered." At that moment, I glanced towards the east. Dawn was approaching. The incantation of divine descent could only last for a brief quarter of an hour, and time was running short. I must depart from this place immediately. Clutching my black umbrella, I weaved through the throng. The crowd parts to grant me passage. Zhang Songhe casts a glance my way, exhaling a deep sigh. "Mengyan, your display of strength grows ever more formidable. The number of those seeking to confront you will increase, and their urgency will intensify. I can only hope they can temper their fervor and grant you 2 years." His words stem from the circumstances surrounding Zhang Peijin. I respond to him with a smile. Tonight's battle, in which the 18-year-old youth shattered the ghostly sword of Yi Xianji, the 9th disciple of the Northern Elder, will surely ripple through the geomantic circles. The prowess I have demonstrated will compel them to reassess the depth of the Meng family's heritage and recalibrate their strategies accordingly. Even if they do not allow for a 2-year respite, at the very least, they will refrain from reckless actions for the foreseeable future. It is evident that peace is not attained through supplication, but is forged through the might of one's fists. Maintaining a steady pace, I continue onward, suddenly turning my head to glance at Li Zhengong. Instinctively, he flinches, collapsing into unconsciousness, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. The voice of my ancestor resonates within my mind. After all these years, he has not changed one bit. He has absorbed my ferocity, but lacks my compassion. Thus, he has fallen into madness, while my own fervor remains clear-sighted. It seems the consciousness inhabiting Li Zhengong is none other than Xiao Tianxing. Subsequently, I find myself irresistibly drawn to Guo Xuanyu. Guo Julu stands protectively by her side, his demeanor fraught with tension. That fox, employing cunning subterfuge and the 9 nether secret arts of soul-searching through dreams, has entwined your fate with that of Mengyan. As I spoke, it was as though my ancestors were guiding my thoughts. Perhaps this is destiny. In the past, the Guo family owed an immense debt of gratitude to the Meng family, a debt so great that it could never be repaid by any means. It is fortuitous that you are to marry into the Meng family, for this union may serve as a means to settle this profound obligation. Guo Xuanyu stood frozen in astonishment, rendered speechless. The notion that Guo Xuanyu must wed into the Meng family to repay such a significant debt left me equally astounded. As the saying goes, When one has nothing else to offer, they can only pledge their life in return. What, I wonder, is the nature of the Guo family's indebtedness to the Meng family, that it necessitates such a profound commitment from a daughter of the Guo family? Chapter 49. A breath at this moment, my ancestor, who had descended upon me, could sense the doubts residing within my heart, yet he chose not to voice them. It is time to depart. His serene voice resonated within my mind. With little time remaining, I refrained from lingering any longer. I hastened into the woods, heading eastward. The voice of my ancestor echoed in my ears. You must possess a heart of compassion. However, mere benevolence is insufficient. One must act with fervor and intensity. Only then will the world of mystical arts hold you in reverence. A true man must navigate the world with audacity, armed with ample skill. In this era where darkness reigns and the path of righteousness wanes, you should endeavor to harness the forces of evil, wield the black umbrella adeptly, and diligently practice the 13 doors of Ma-E. The Meng family must never be underestimated. Henceforth, refrain from invoking the divine resurgent spell. I nodded in acknowledgement, embracing a heart of compassion while executing my actions with ferocity. To my astonishment, this ancestor permitted me to wield dark forces. My grandfather would never have imparted such teachings. He would have forbidden it. This ancestor, indeed, was a maverick in his beliefs. Before I could engage in further discourse with him, I felt a surge of ethereal energy escape from my being. The time for the divine resurgence spell had concluded, and my ancestor departed. In an instant, an unprecedented wave of exhaustion washed over me. Every muscle and bone in my body ached with an intensity one had never known. My current physical form was insufficiently robust, and suddenly bearing such immense power inevitably led to discomfort. In severe cases, it could result in irreversible internal injuries, leaving behind lingering afflictions. After traversing a distance of several hundred meters, I found myself struggling to move and leaned against a large boulder to catch my breath. At that moment, a waft of cadaverous energy approached silently. I gasped and instinctively grasped the black umbrella. Suddenly, Dong Fingnian leaped forward, landing 3 meters away, and exclaimed with excitement, "Master, it seems your illness has been cured. The way you just intimidated everyone is reminiscent of your former self." I widened my eyes, gazing at Dong Fingnian in confusion, pondering what he meant by my illness being cured. Noticing my stare, a flicker of panic flashed in his crimson eyes. "Master, did I speak incorrectly? You wouldn't consider imprisoning me again, would you?" His voice trembled with fear. It was evident that Dong Fingnian's dread of this ancestral figure from the Meng family was deeply ingrained within him. I paused for a moment, and suddenly it dawned on me. The ancestor now residing within me was indeed Dong Fingnian's master, who also happened to be the mentor of Shao Tianxing. Upon sensing the presence of the ancestor, Shao Tianxing had fled in terror. Although he had achieved the level of Dragon Slayer, he was still intimidated by this revered figure. This ancestor of mine was truly extraordinary. Dong Fingnian had been left in Shao Tianxing's demon-rearing domain, presumably to keep watch over him. No wonder he claimed a bond with me upon merging with my being. From the moment I released Dong Fingnian, our fates were entwined. "Old Dong, fear not. I have merely resolved the matter," I said with a smile. Dong Fingnian visibly relaxed. Ahem. I struggled to breathe, breaking into a violent cough, pain radiating swiftly through my body, draining me of my last vestiges of strength. "Take me to a safe place. I wish to sleep. Do not allow anyone to find me." I spoke to Dong Fingnian. He swiftly carried me on his back and began to run with great speed. Soon, I lost consciousness. When I awoke again, I found myself in an abandoned cave. Upon seeing me regain consciousness, Dong Fingnian's first words were, "Master, this place is absolutely safe. No one will find us here. I have prepared ample fresh water and food. You can reside here for up to 6 months." I bit my cracked lips and replied, "Indeed, you have done well." After drinking some water and eating, I attempted to stretch my limbs. Although I still felt some discomfort, I anticipated that with rest and recuperation, there would be no lasting repercussions. I owed all of this to my grandfather, who had compelled me to practice my energy cultivation and physical conditioning since childhood. "How long have I been asleep?" I inquired. Dong Fingnian replied, 2 days and 1 night. While you were sleeping, you repeatedly called out a name. Should I bring her here? I frowned. Dong Fengyan immediately added, you called out Guoxuanyu's name a total of 135 times. What was happening? Why was I calling out Guoxuanyu's name? I had not ingested any poison from the quail's brain. This situation felt exceedingly strange. I was acutely aware that Guoxuanyu's feelings for me stemmed from the toxic effects of the Miaojiang poison, while I harbored no such emotions for her. Under these circumstances, it was perplexing that I would call out her name in my dreams, and even more so that I did so 135 times. Seeing that Dong Fengyan awaited my response, I waved my hand and said, what purpose would it serve to bring her here? Dong Fengyan remained silent thereafter. After resting for a while, I settled into a cross-legged meditation, placing the black umbrella upon my knees, attuning myself to the essence of the demon child Meng Ying. He seemed to have grown accustomed to residing within the confines of the black umbrella. 2 of his 3 auras had been dispelled, leaving only the malevolent energy of the Earth's veins, which now held a trace of sentience. Meng Ying had long undergone a transformation. I recalled a saying from my ancestor at the moment of their departure. We are in an era where the dominance of demons is waning, and one might attempt to harness them. This could very well be the remedy offered by my forebear. Harnessing demons, rather than exterminating them. It suggests the idea of controlling a demon to confront other malevolent entities. As I entered a meditative state, I began to reflect on the records of demons found in the 13 gates of Mai. Documentation on demons is sparse, and genuine methods for harnessing them are even rarer. Most accounts focus on direct extermination, employing techniques such as thunder magic, formations, and talismans. Clearly, the art of demon control is not a simple endeavor. I surmise that this difficulty lies in the inherent uncontrollability of demonic nature. Thus, it may be most prudent to adopt a decisive approach. Since no established methods are available, I must cultivate my spirit with a resolute heart dedicated to the path. I shall remain impervious to the encroachments of demonic nature, which will undoubtedly aid me in my endeavor to control demons. Suddenly, I sensed a profoundly concealed enveloping the cavern above. It was not weak, rather it was deeply hidden, observing me from above. I quietly gathered my focus, channeling pure yang energy from my dantian, directing it to my brow. My third eye opened. The sinister aura sensed the shift in my energy, realizing that I had awakened my celestial eye. Before I could gaze upon it, it swiftly darted towards the cave's entrance. I leapt up, pursuing it to the threshold, only to find it had vanished without a trace. The only remnant I could perceive was a swirling mass of pitch-black energy. Yet, I had already discerned its essence. This strange, malevolent aura was none other than the vile presence that had trailed me since my initial visit to the Fong residence to meet Fong Wanqing. It had been following me all along. Chapter 50. The generous benefactor. Regrettably, this shroud of dark energy eluded my grasp, rendering its true form a mystery. What sort of vile entity could it be? Upon my initial departure from the Fong household, I merely sensed its presence without ever laying eyes upon it. The reason I could glimpse a fragment of it today was due to the awakening of my celestial eye. It concealed itself profoundly, stealthily trailing behind me. The thought of this malevolent entity lurking in the shadows for an extended period filled me with unease. I had long believed that this sinister presence was the mastermind behind the mark upon the child's face, orchestrated by Chang Yin, the enigmatic figure cloaked in a tortoise robe, who was surveilling me. However, it appears that the truth is far more complex than I had assumed. Coupled with the mysteries surrounding Fong Wanqing and the peculiarities associated with Fong Qianchuan, I surmised that this adeptly concealed, latent entity was likely connected to the Fong family. Dong Fengyan pursued me, his voice laced with urgency as he inquired, "Master, what transpired?" I regarded him and posed a question, while I was in a state of unconsciousness. Was there any strange aura lingering around me? Dong Fengyan, taken aback, shook his head and replied, "Master, I did not perceive anything. I have failed in my duty." This location was meticulously chosen, ensuring that no entity could follow me in the shadows. I was exceedingly cautious while seeking sustenance. Dong Fengyan, a black-furred corpse, possessed a pair of crimson eyes, yet his sensitivity was limited to the essence of decay, given this entity's and its intent to remain hidden. It was unsurprising that Dong Fengyan did not detect it. I reassured him, saying, "It is not your fault. It was my own carelessness." Dong Fengyan sighed helplessly. I fell into deep contemplation. This vile entity had been trailing me without causing me harm. There were only two possibilities. First, it had no intention of taking my life. Second, it lacked the capability to do so and was merely biding its time. Suddenly, I recalled that I had been in a stupor for 2 days and nights, incessantly calling out Guo Xuanyu's name. Could it be that I was under the influence of this wretched being? I pondered this repeatedly, retracing the events surrounding the Fong family. Chen Guinyin, Hai Fengni, and the Fox Demon along with Xiao Tianqing. A name flashed in my mind. Fong Dasanren, the benevolent figure who constructed the Heihu cemetery. According to the teachings of the ancient Jia Dao, Fong Dasanren was guided by a renowned Feng Shui master in the building of the cemetery. It has now been confirmed that this master was none other than the dragon-slaying Feng Shui master, Xiao Tianqing. This implies that Fong Dasanren had indeed encountered the true form of Xiao Tianqing. With this realization, I addressed Dong Fengyan. That vile creature has fled this place, returning to its accomplices. It is neither secure nor discreet here. Dong Fengyan inquired, "Where does the master wish to go for recuperation?" "I shall seek a suitable location for you." I smiled calmly. Since I have awakened, there is no longer any need to hide. I shall return to Dongjiang City. I had made a grand display of power at the Yellow Springs portal on Heihu Slope, and after a brief slumber, it is time to return to Dongjiang City. A prolonged absence would only invite unwarranted speculation. Dong Fengyan found himself in a predicament and expressed, "Master, my current appearance is ill-suited for the presence of humans. I fear I cannot accompany you." I informed Dong Fengyan of the location of Gujiadeo and then solemnly stated, "It matters not. In the short term, no one would dare to launch an ambush against me. The portal to the Yellow Springs at Heihu Slope is a ruse, and there may be hidden secrets near Wuying Mountain. Exercise caution as you explore both locations. Should you make any discoveries, seek me at the address I provided." With a hint of reluctance, Dong Fengyan inquired, "Master, you 1T abandon me again, will you?" I retorted sharply, "Cease your feigned delicacy. I am departing. Wait until the night deepens, and then you may move freely." After emerging from the cavern, I traversed a considerable distance until I encountered a stairway leading down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, I realized I was far from Heihu Slope, situated in a different direction from Dongjiang City. I continued for another half hour before locating the bus station, from where I returned to the city and made my way directly to Gujiadeo's residence. After knocking for quite some time, I finally saw Gujiadeo. Upon entering, I beheld 3 black lacquered coffins adorned with black threads and hundreds of corpse-rearing talismans, surrounded by 5 tall paper figures wielding swords in defense. Gujiadeo's eyes were severely swollen, suggesting he had been weeping for an extended period, and dark circles marred his visage. He exclaimed, "Young master, I feared something had befallen you and that you would not return. I have wept many times." Taken aback, I asked, "Have you not ventured outside these past few days? Are you unaware of the recent tumultuous changes in the world?" Gu Jiadao shook his head and remarked, "I am missing a soul and a spirit. Thus I cannot venture outside during the day. Recently, many geomancers have gathered in Dongjiang, some of whom have grievances against me. I must remain home even at night, fearing that my enemies may come seeking retribution. Hence, I have set up an elaborate formation for protection." I smiled gently and replied, "I am not destined to perish just yet. My arrival in Dongjiang was compelled by your talisman, and now, having nowhere else to stay, I shall reside with you for a time. Rest assured, as long as I dwell here, no one will dare to intrude upon us. Beyond my temporary refuge at Gujiadao's, it is paramount to note that he is the sole individual well acquainted with the Fong family. Regarding Gu Jiadao's character, post the loss of his soul and spirit, he has become increasingly sentimental, exhibiting signs of benevolence." Gu Jiadao, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "It seems that the minions of Old Nine from the north are not as formidable as rumored. Following you, young master, I shall surely rest easy. At last, I need not live in fear." I gestured for Gu Jiadao to take a seat and inquired. I recall you mentioned that the construction of the Black Tiger Cemetery was overseen by a certain Fong Dashan? Gu Jiadao nodded affirmatively. I continued, in your opinion, what connection might this Fong Dashan have with Fong Qianquan? Gu Jiadao looked at me in astonishment, instinctively responding, could there possibly be a connection? The Fong surname is prominent in Dongjiang, indeed throughout the entire Beihu province. One could hardly walk down the street without encountering a multitude of them. His assertion seemed somewhat tenuous to me. It is indeed a stretch to link the two solely based on their surname. Yet, this remains the only point of connection. After pondering for a moment, I insisted, please recount the experiences of the benevolent Mr. Fong. Gu Jiadao, noticing my interest, reflected for a short while before responding. A century ago, Mr. Fong was the wealthiest individual in the Dongjiang region, often referred to as Fong of half the city. His business ventures were extensive, extending beyond Dongjiang to various cities in Beihu province, encompassing a wide array of enterprises, grains, textiles, pharmacies, restaurants, and even funeral homes and spirit paper factories. It is evident that the lives and deaths of the citizens of Dongjiang a century ago were inextricably linked to Mr. Fong. And what was his ultimate fate? What became of his descendants? I inquired. Chapter 51. The corpse's curse. As the moon waxes, it inevitably wanes, as water fills. It must overflow. These truths remain immutable through the ages. The benevolent figure, Fong, who wields control over a city's lifeblood, may not necessarily meet a favorable fate. Tales abound of the affluent merchant Shun Wansan, who possessed a treasure pot that amassed considerable wealth and contributed to the construction of half of Jinling City under the reign of Emperor Hongwu. Yet in the end, he too faced a tragic demise, leaving his family shattered. The ancient texts of the Jia Dao recount that the esteemed Fong was said to have 13 concubines, yet he fathered not a single heir, not even a daughter. In his quest for progeny, he performed countless good deeds, but ultimately his desires went unfulfilled. As time progressed, the benevolent Fong became lost within the tides of change, and in the end, no one knew whether he had descendants. Was the construction of the Heihu Cemetery merely one of his many philanthropic endeavors? As for its transformation into a malevolent realm that ensnares restless spirits, that is attributed to Xiao Tianxing's clandestine machinations, I rubbed my temples, once again sinking into contemplation. Suddenly, the ancient figure of the Jia Dao remarked, not long ago, in a bid to facilitate the absurd union with Fong Wanqing, I discreetly investigated the Fong family. I discovered something peculiar about Fong Qianquan. At the time, I thought little of it, but the young master alerted me that Fong Qianquan's frequent visits to a certain location were indeed strange. To my astonishment, light broke through the shadows. I hurriedly inquired what location. The Jia Dao replied, the Fong family mansion is vast, and behind the mountains lies an antiquated structure. Fong Qianquan often ventures there alone. The architectural style is remarkably odd. From a distance, it resembles a towering gravestone, an ancient edifice, akin to a tombstone. This certainly raises a point of suspicion. I immediately resolved to rest for another 2 days before venturing to this place to ascertain the situation. That evening, Gu Jia returned from an outing, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Young master, the title of the foremost feng shui master in Beihu province has now been bestowed upon you. I never anticipated that you would be so impressive before the gates of the underworld. Had I known, I would have accompanied you to witness it myself." I smiled nonchalantly, replying, "It's merely a trifle. Once we unravel the matters concerning the Fong family, I shall devise a means to restore your lost soul." Gu Jia's spirits soared even higher as he exclaimed, "We could even partner together. With your esteemed name, there will surely be no shortage of clients seeking feng shui consultations." I shot him a glance, saying, "If you wish to restore your soul, then such aspirations must be set aside. By the way, are the Gu and Zhang families still in Dongjiang?" Gu Jia confirmed they are indeed. The Gu family possesses a residence in Dongjiang, while Zhang Peijin is visiting the Fong family. "Young master, would you care to meet the 2 elder sisters?" As I contemplated the unseemly entity that had yet to reveal its true nature, a sense of unease settled within me. However, I felt that an impromptu visit would resemble a demand for the Fong family's possessions. I shook my head, saying, "There's no rush. The two elder sisters share a strong bond. Let them enjoy each other's company for a few more days." Another day passed, and, as evening approached, after dining with Gu Jia, I felt compelled to explore the Fong family's mausoleum-like edifice. Just as I was about to step out, a knock echoed at the door. In the dim glow of dusk, Gu Xuanyu stood there, holding a black umbrella, clad in dark attire, with a thick layer of white foundation adorning her face. I was somewhat astonished, utterly unprepared for Guo Xuanyu's unexpected visit. Her eyes sparkled with intensity as she gazed at me, stating, "Brother Meng, the words you spoke as you departed that day struck me as peculiar. They seemed as though they did not originate from your own lips." A flicker of doubt crossed my mind. Guo Xuanyu was not a woman of frivolity. How could she regard me in such a manner? I smiled and replied, "How could that be? It was indeed I who spoke." The matter of employing the divine summoning incantation was one I could never disclose to anyone. Should such information escape into the world, those who had once terrified my ancestors might very well seek to confront me with violence once more. Guo Xuanyu, slightly vexed, continued, "So you deliberately coughed to conceal your true strength, donning a hat to deceive me? Why does your pure yang energy fluctuate so erratically?" A sense of unease gripped my heart. Today, Guo Xuanyu seemed remarkably peculiar. I responded with utmost caution, "Miss Guo, the Ma-Yi sect possesses countless secret techniques. No one should underestimate our lineage." In that moment, I could not ascertain whether you were friend or foe. With her head bowed, she inquired, "Do you truly wish for me to marry you to repay the debt owed by the Guo family? By the way, what exactly is this debt?" The entangled grievances between the Meng and Guo families were, to be honest, rather unclear to me. I found myself unable to answer. Shaking my head, I murmured, "I do not know." Guo Xuanyu responded with a soft hum, appearing somewhat bashful, though the heavy white foundation she wore was somewhat disconcerting. She then queried, "Are you certain that the heartfelt longing of the magpie's brain is incurable?" I recalled the words of the beggar elder, who had not fully articulated his thoughts. We are currently faced with an insurmountable predicament. Perhaps, in the future, a solution might be discovered. As these words echoed in my mind, my eyes widened in astonishment. This Guo Xuanyu was exceedingly peculiar. She appeared less as someone engaging in conversation and more like an inquisitor probing my vulnerabilities. I focused my energy and noticed a minuscule black spot on her chin, an area untouched by her white foundation. At that moment, Guo Xuanyu cast aside her black umbrella and gazed skyward towards the west, her mouth agape as she inquired. I couldn't extract any information. May I eliminate him? With the fall of the black umbrella, the twilight light illuminated Guo Xuanyu's face, revealing even more dark spots beneath the white foundation, accompanied by a foul, putrid odor. In an instant, I realized this was the stench of decay. The figure before me was not Guo Xuanyu at all, but rather a lifeless female corpse, whose appearance and physique bore an uncanny resemblance to her. I had once perused a tome in my grandfather's collection, which spoke of a secret technique in Miaojiang that could command a certain insect to penetrate the skin, gnawing upon the bones of the face and devouring flesh, thus altering one's visage to desired specifications. Employing such sorcery to create a corpse identical to Guo Xuanyu was no formidable task. Yet, upon encountering what I believed to be Guo Xuanyu, I failed to harness my spiritual energy to unveil her true identity. How dare she deceive me? Enraged, I thrust my palm forward. Simultaneously, the female corpse's expression shifted dramatically, and she lunged at me with outstretched arms. Before she could inflict harm upon me, my right palm, infused with pure yang energy, struck her abdomen. She fell several meters away, her facial muscles convulsing briefly as her entire body began to twitch. Soon, a cloud of black mist emerged, rapidly draining moisture from her form. In less than a minute, she was reduced to a mere skeleton, completely annihilated. Several small, black insects scurried into the crevices of the stones, burrowing into the ground, leaving no time for capture. In my shock, I hurriedly glanced towards the west, but there was nothing to be seen. When the female corpse decided to take my life, it must have sought the counsel of something else. Young master, the black mist that emanated earlier, along with those black insects, is a common form of goo poison from Miaojiang, said Gu Jia Dao, who had witnessed the final scene. Miaojiang's goo poison. A thought flickered through my mind. Could it be a revenge from Luo Xie? Yet, I quickly dismissed the notion. Luo Xie was terrified and would never dare to retaliate against me. Judging by the content of the female corpse's inquiries, someone sought to uncover how I had triumphed over Yi Xianji and to ascertain my current strength. The range of potential suspects was broad. Regrettably, I did not catch a glimpse of the direction in which the female corpse ultimately gazed, pondering what might lie there. I inquired, who possesses the skill to alter a corpse's appearance and employs goo poison? Could it be someone from Yaojiang? Chapter 52. Like a steel, yet like a sword, Gu Jia Dao shook his head, pondering. The only entity that comes to mind is the scorpion from the corpse-driving world. However, he has sustained grave injuries and has long since returned to Miaojiang. If fifth senior sister were here, she would undoubtedly discern the intricacies within. He procured some oil from within the house, drenching the withered bones in it and igniting them. After burning for over half an hour, he confirmed that the hidden goo worms had been completely incinerated before he collected the remains in a jar. The sudden appearance of this false Guo Xian Yu filled me with an ominous dread. My ancestors spoke of Guo Xian Yu having fallen victim to the soul-searching dream technique of the 9 nether secret arts, ingested the poison of the magpie brain in his dreams. The magpie brain poison is a venomous substance from Yaojiang. Now, the goo worms from Yaojiang have resurfaced. I wonder if there's a connection between the two. Regrettably, I lack contact information for Guo Xian Yu and cannot warn her to be cautious. Nightfall approached swiftly. Gu Jia Dao and I adhered to our original plan and proceeded to the Fong family estate. This marked my second visit. Before even nearing the opulent residence, I sensed an air of peculiarity. During my previous visit, I was merely an observer at the stargazing realm. Now, having advanced in pure Yang Dao power, I had reached the fate-knowing realm, only a step away from the profound attainment of the Dong Xian Great Completion. Furthermore, with the aid of the powerful descending god incantation, my ancestor employed immense Dao power to open my heavenly eye. Consequently, I was now able to perceive things that had previously eluded my senses. I instructed Gu Jia Dao to guide me to a nearby hill. The layout of the Fong family estate was constructed in accordance with the post-heaven 8 trigrams orientation, and the entire manor resembled an inverted 8 trigram pattern. In terms of the 4 divine beasts of Feng Shui, the position of the vermilion bird presents certain issues. This indicates that the Feng Shui of the Fong residence is problematic. Various detrimental energies and ominous influences can infiltrate the Fong household from the vermilion bird position, adversely affecting its inhabitants. Young master, can you discern the peculiar structure of the Fong family? Inquired Gu Jiado. I responded with a calm smile. The vermilion bird position is in the Dui palace. Yet, I was secretly astonished. Dui, one of the 8 trigrams, signifies the presence of a maiden. The malevolent energy entering from this direction would harm the young female within the household. In other words, residing in this location is detrimental to my senior apprentice, Feng Wanqing. Precisely, affirmed Gu Jiado. We descended from our vantage point, quietly maneuvering along the courtyard wall. This area constitutes a blind spot for surveillance. Young master, I shall enter first and assist you in following. I nodded in agreement. Gu Jiado moved swiftly, and once inside, he called out to me. I leaped in after him, and upon reuniting, we ventured deeper into the thicket. Young master, that building ahead is the one. Gu Jiado pointed. Before us stood a 3-story structure, its exterior cloaked in black, exuding an antique charm reminiscent of the Tang dynasty. Under the cloak of night, it appeared almost like an imposing gravestone. However, to me, it resembled not merely a tombstone, but a sword firmly planted in the ground. With its presence, the malevolent energies attempting to surge into the Fong residence from the vermilion bird position would be thwarted at this threshold. I nodded. Indeed, it is rather peculiar. It resembled both a tombstone and a sword plunged into the ground. Gu Jiao whispered. It is said that during the construction of this building, 13 lives were lost, and numerous spirits have since haunted the site. Fang Qianquan expended a considerable fortune to placate the families of the deceased. The death of 13 individuals during the erection of a mere 3-story structure is utterly astonishing. Are you certain it was indeed 13? I inquired. Absolutely, Gu Jia affirmed. Although substantial sums were spent, the ordinary circles may remain unaware. However, those within the realm of feng shui are well informed. The project faced significant delays until Fang Qianquan invited a Taoist priest from Maoshan to oversee the site, allowing construction to proceed smoothly. The involvement of a Maoshan Taoist indicates that this building is indeed extraordinary. Have you ventured inside? I asked. Gu Jia shook his head. I am here to shadow Fang Qianquan and gather clandestine information about him. This way, when we converse, I can present myself as possessing foresight, thus captivating him instantly. Within the feng shui community, some individuals gather information in advance and employ certain rhetoric to deceive others. Gu Jia continued, I am aware that Fang Qianquan has powerful allies. He allocates vast sums annually to honor several prominent feng shui masters. Coupled with the presence of a Maoshan expert who once oversaw this place, I refrained from infiltrating. Ultimately, my primary interest lies not with Fang Qianquan, but with Miss Fang. Gu Jia was compelled to act against Fang Wanqing due to Chun Guanyan's coercion. Given his character at the time, it was indeed unlikely that he would dare to trespass into this building. I inquired, what do you perceive the purpose of this edifice to be? Is it a means of warding off malevolence, or perhaps a shrine or temple of sorts? Gu Jia Dao shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. As I pondered this conundrum, a figure emerged from the villa belonging to the Fang family, moving with utmost caution, carefully avoiding the numerous cameras scattered about. As she approached the small building, she concealed her face with a piece of white cloth. Judging by her silhouette, she appeared to be a woman. Both Gu Jia Dao and I crouched down low, my heart racing with trepidation. It seemed that this evening, interest in the Fang family was not limited to just one person. The masked woman stealthily advanced a few more steps until she reached the entrance. Just before opening the door, she abruptly turned her head, scanning the air above her with a vigilant gaze, as if searching for something. Her actions reminded me of the female corpse that had questioned me earlier in the evening, who too had looked skyward. I speculated that perhaps the spirit that had sought me out tonight was somehow connected to this small building. What entity could be guarding the structure? Chapter 53. Another bride suddenly. The woman raised her right hand, unleashing a talisman, and softly uttered an incantation, by the decree of the esteemed ancestor. I command the extermination of malevolence. The talisman ignited with a radiant blue light, burning brightly in the air. The esteemed ancestor refers to the founder of the Dragon Tiger Mountain's demon suppression platform, the first patriarch of the Taoist sect. I quickly realized that this woman was none other than my second senior sister, Zhang Peijin. The entity lurking in the shadows was likely a concealed malevolent spirit. Nevertheless, with Zhang Peijin's level of cultivation, she would undoubtedly sense the presence of such a spirit. Just as I prepared to pursue her, Zhang Peijin adeptly turned and pushed open the door of the small building, swiftly entering within. It appeared that my second senior sister, Zhang Peijin, while accompanying our elder sister at the Fang residence, had also detected the peculiarities of this structure. Zhang Peijin hails from the Zhang family of the Dragon Tiger Mountain's demon suppression platform, and prior to becoming my grandfather's disciple, she had thoroughly studied the Taoist texts. Her skills in confronting malevolent spirits are formidable. However, the events that transpired this evening still left me with a lingering sense of trepidation. I quickly communicated to Gu Jia Dao, this small building is exceedingly strange. You should remain outside and not venture in. Gu Jia Dao nodded in agreement. I hastened to catch up with her. Upon reaching the entrance, I too sensed an ominous presence enveloping the surroundings. From my intuitive judgment, it resembled a form of malevolence. This kind of sinister energy is inherently different from the natural calamities of geomancy. It is primarily composed of yin energy, accumulating from the spirits of those who have met untimely ends. I summoned my Taoist power, expanding my celestial eye, and indeed, I beheld the swirling black yin energy suspended in the air. The surface of this dark, ominous aura is veiled by a protective enchantment, concealing its true nature. Yet, I can sense its eyes greedily fixated upon me. In an instant, I realized that it was the filthy entity that had been trailing me. Clearly, while I slumbered in the cave, it was the vile presence of the Fong family that had been observing me. Indeed, there is something amiss with the Fong family. The mere thought of this sent a chill of cold sweat coursing through my palms. The small building before me is undeniably more complex than it appears from the outside. If Zhang Peijin recklessly ventures inside, the situation may prove dire. Gripping my black umbrella tightly, I pushed against the heavy door. It was incredibly weighty, and an icy draft surged through the umbrella. As I stepped across the threshold, a chilling and sinister aura enveloped me, mingled with a pungent scent of blood. I immediately sensed something was amiss. Such a potent stench of blood could surely reach considerable distances. However, during my time outside, I had detected no trace of it. Thus, only one possibility remained. This building is ensnared by a formation, preventing its odors from escaping. I advanced 3 paces, only to realize that my previously abundant pure yang energy had suddenly vanished. My conviction grew stronger. This building is fortified with a sophisticated array. Those who enter its confines are influenced by the formation's rules, rendering it difficult to harness pure yang energy. In that moment, I found myself unable to discern which sex formation it was, and thoughts of retreat began to stir within me. I had always believed that my lifelong cultivation of pure yang energy was sufficient to combat all manner of malevolence. Now, having lost my reliance, it is only natural for fear and retreat to arise within me. However, I swiftly overcame this notion and resolutely advanced forward. The entrance revealed a corridor 3 meters wide, flanked by bronze lanterns adorned with fragrant oil and wicks. Upon counting, I found a total of 13 everlasting lights. The decor exuded an antiquated charm, reminiscent of the grandeur of a noble family from ancient times. Soon, the hall on the first floor came into view, showcasing a spacious altar adorned with spirit tablets. I meticulously counted, discovering a total of 13 tablets, each engraved with numerous names. An aura of malevolence emanated from each tablet, accompanied by the faint sound of weeping. I gasped in shock. What was happening? Another living soul has arrived. Just as I sought to decipher the inscriptions on the tablets, a voice suddenly echoed beside me. I shuddered involuntarily, nearly losing my balance and grasping the edge of the wooden altar to prevent myself from toppling over. Without the pure yang energy, the Taoist arts were rendered ineffective. Naturally, such a voice would instill fear within me. I shouted, "What malevolent spirit? Show yourself!" My voice reverberated throughout the first floor, accompanied by a chilling breeze. The atmosphere was truly terrifying. After waiting for over 10 seconds, I turned back to examine the spirit tablets, only to find each one shrouded in a thick black mist, obscuring the inscriptions. My back was completely drenched. What I had clearly seen moments ago was now concealed by the oppressive darkness. It seems that something does not wish for me to uncover the identity of those being commemorated here. Nevertheless, this shall not deter me. I took 2 steps back, grasping a talisman of exorcism in my left hand. Fortunately, the talisman still retained its latent power, ensuring that I could defend myself against any malevolent schemes. I then prepared to open the Black Mountain to release the malevolent spirit, seeking its assistance in hastening the spiritual altar's inspection. With a resounding clap, I struck 13 times, causing the spiritual altars to topple forward, triggering the mechanisms concealed beneath the shrine. 13 altars fell into the trap. I inwardly cursed. At that moment, I suddenly looked up, and a fleeting crimson shadow dashed across the second-floor railing, accompanied by a chilling, mocking laughter. The grand hall below featured ascending steps on either side. Adhering to the convention of men on the left and women on the right, I ascended the left staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, I was utterly taken aback. The corridor and windows were adorned with red fabric, and even the oil lamps flickered with bright red candles. The entire arrangement resembled a bridal chamber for newlyweds, with auspicious red characters affixed to the door. Just then, a delicate voice emanated from within. "Since you have arrived at the door, my lord, why hesitate to enter? I have awaited you for so long. Come, lift my red veil." This enchanting voice elicited both curiosity and dread within me. I was intrigued by the peculiar notion that so many wished to wed me. Previously, it was the fox demon in the guise of Guoshuan Yu, and now another had appeared. It is crucial to note that I, Meng En, was born burdened with 3 calamities, and even now, I am ensnared by heavenly tribulations. Why would those who know my dire fate conspire to arrange marriages for someone as ill-fated as I? To my astonishment, she claimed to have been awaiting my arrival, leaving me to ponder whether she had anticipated my presence here all along. After a considerable pause, I steeled myself with a resolve to embrace the situation and approach the door, pushing it open with determination. The room was infused with the fragrance of aromatic incense, the scent resembling musk, rich and enveloping. On a Wang Wali table lay an array of delicacies and fine wine. The decor was exquisitely curated. Seated upon the bed to the west was a bride adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown, her head covered with a crimson veil. The gown, intricately embroidered with golden peonies, exuded opulence and elegance. The bride sat regally, her hands placed neatly upon her knees. I blinked, striving to discern whether this was a mere illusion or a reality before me. Chapter 54. A heart with a void trapped within the intricate formation. The line between reality and illusion became increasingly blurred. On Wuying Mountain, I had fallen victim to a similar trap once before. Yet, I found myself unable to muster even a trace of pure yang energy. My lord, why do you not step forward to unveil my crimson veil? Do you not know that I have awaited you for a century? The voice emerged from beneath the veil. A century of waiting. Would that not mean I had become naught but a skeleton? I forced myself to maintain my composure and replied with a smile. Are you certain that you have waited for me? A century ago, I had yet to be born. Besides, I have already arranged for a rather inexplicable addition to my marital life. As the saying goes, one must remain steadfast. I cannot unveil your crimson veil. The bride let out a melodic laugh and remarked, You hail from the direction of Zonglong Mountain. Are you not of the Ming family? As for your wife, I shall simply have her eliminated. Then we may live in harmony, respecting one another as equals. Her tone, sweet and delicate, belied the cruelty of her words, sending a chill down my spine. I replied, I am Mingyan. You might want to reconsider whether I am the one you have been waiting for. The bride, joyfully exclaiming, So your name is Mingyan. How wonderful. At last, I have awaited you. I thought to myself, how absurd it is to discover my name after a century of waiting. Even ghosts would find such a tale unbelievable. I burst into laughter. Do you take me for a fool? Such a lie is laughable. The bride rose to her feet, her peony-red wedding gown exuding opulence. As she approached me under the flickering candlelight, I noticed, to my dismay, that her shadow was nowhere to be seen. Instinctively, I took a few steps back as she drew closer. With a creak, the wooden door behind me closed, severing my escape route. Someone informed me that the person I awaited carried a black umbrella and was the most handsome man in the world. I would not mistake my awaited one. You're the one I have longed for a century. Her previously sweet tone shifted, turning sharp as she declared, Tonight, we shall celebrate our union, and then together. We shall journey to the underworld. The rapid progression of events was startling. Who would wish to accompany you to the afterlife? Who a century ago uttered such words to this woman? I replied, If possible, I would prefer not to die. As for the wedding night, I have no desire to share it with a mere skeleton. The bride let out a cold laugh. Do you find me repulsive? I did not deny it, stating, Everyone has a desire for beauty. I am no exception. The bride seemed pleased, saying, So you are merely concerned about this? Why not come closer and lift my red veil? I assure you, my appearance will not disappoint you. A sense of dread washed over me. What if she had not turned to bone, but rather remained a century-old corpse, retaining her beauty through some arcane means? Must I truly share a bed with a century-old corpse? My grandfather had warned me that before the arrival of the heavenly tribulation, one must not allow their essence to be compromised. After a moment's hesitation, I still refused without my parents' decree. I cannot comply. The bride stepped forward again. I have observed your fate. Your parents passed away early. Leaving you alone, you may decide for yourself. It seems she possessed knowledge of physiognomy, indicating she might indeed belong to the circle of geomancers. Furthermore, she is a formidable character. I proclaimed, I am still young and do not wish to accompany you to the netherworld. You must reveal your name. Once you descend into the underworld, I shall summon a Taoist priest to send down 17 or 18 golden boys to keep you company." The bride roared in anger. "Since you refuse to comply, you may remain here for a century." With a swift motion of her right hand, a diminutive red coffin materialized from her sleeve. She lifted the lid of the coffin, and a dense, dark aura surged forth, instantly enveloping me. "Will you agree?" the bride demanded. "If you do not acquiesce, I shall extract your soul and confine it within for 100 years, allowing you to taste the bitterness of solitude." What a ruthless woman. This miniature coffin must be her tool for soul extraction and confinement. I clenched a talisman in my left hand and shouted, "100 years is far too long. If you wish to remain, let it be your own fate." With my right hand, I manipulated the black umbrella, which opened with a resonant snap. "Menging, help me unveil her red veil. I am eager to see what hideous creature dares to confront me," I declared. The formation within the small building could restrict the operation of pure yang energy, but allowed the flow of yin and malevolent energy. I cannot wield Taoist magic. Yet the demon child was free to roam unchecked. With the abundance of yin and malevolent energy present, it would surely feast well this time. The demon child leaped forth, chattering excitedly, and lunged toward the bride. The bride gasped, "A disciple of the illustrious Ma-E sect, and yet you command a demon. Do you think a mere demon child can unmask me?" The bride hurled the coffin, which struck the demon child. It seems that her red veil cannot be easily lifted unless that person intends to share the bridal chamber with her, followed by their mutual descent into the underworld. The petite coffin emanated an increasing amount of dark aura, compounded by its nature as a magical artifact. Should the coffin collide with the demon child, it would undoubtedly inflict damage upon his powers. While I am unable to wield pure yang energy, my physical strength and speed remain unimpeded. I leapt and delivered a kick to the diminutive coffin. With a resounding clang, the coffin crashed against the wall. The demon child had already closed in on the bride, prompting her to retreat hastily. A ripping sound echoed as the demon child tore away the bride's vibrant red wedding gown. Once the gown fell away, the bride, both furious and anxious, exclaimed, "You are my husband, yet you resort to such brutish tactics against me. How can there exist such a heartless person in this world?" My eyes widened in shock as I noticed an irregular, gaping hole where her heart should be, revealing an emptiness in a place that should house a beating heart. She's truly heartless, I gasped inwardly. Chapter 55. Fong Susu. The cavity in the heart of the woman was remarkably irregular, as if it had been forcefully seized and taken away. The notion that a heartless individual could survive for a century is truly astonishing. Yet, as she approached, she cast no shadow under the light, signifying that her spirit had departed from her corporeal form. Furthermore, she possessed knowledge of physiognomy. What, I wondered, could be the origin of such a woman? What astonished me even more was the revelation that she too was heartless. Instantly, I was reminded of the mute father, Meng Qingshan. From the information I had gathered, Meng Qingshan had shielded himself from calamity with his exquisite, intricately connected heart. However, the fate of that heart, now in another's possession, remained a mystery. Now, before me stood another heartless individual, instilling in me a glimmer of hope. Perhaps I could glean some clues regarding the whereabouts of Meng Qingshan's lost exquisite heart from this woman. It was conceivable that certain nefarious sects sought human hearts to cultivate their sinister arts. Regaining my composure, I called out to the demon child and then inquired, "Have you ever heard the name Meng Qingshan? How did you lose your heart?" The woman, her hands braced against the wall, kept her red veil concealed. Shaking her head as she replied, "I have never heard of Meng Qingshan. As for how I lost my heart, what concern is it of yours?" At that moment, I noticed the skin of her exposed hands, delicate and flawless, akin to the softness of a ripe fruit. I could not deny that these were extraordinarily beautiful hands, and a woman possessing such hands could not possibly be lacking in beauty herself. I took a couple of steps forward, composed myself, and said, "Firstly, although the small building possesses a formation, the essence of the demon child flows freely. Today, you are destined to be powerless against me. Secondly, my biological father, much like you, has lost his heart, yet he has transformed into nothing more than a skeleton, while you seem to retain your appearance unchanged. The woman remained silent for a moment before responding with a smile. What is it that you wish to know? I replied, I wish to uncover your true identity. The person who has bewitched you into agreeing to this marriage. Is there a sinister faction attempting to seize your heart? Is your heart the legendary seven-hearted crystal? The woman burst into laughter, exclaiming, I can tell you, but only if you first share a bridal chamber with me, and then we shall journey together to the underworld. Before your last breath, I shall undoubtedly unveil the mysteries to you. Little did I expect her to be so unrepentant and defiant. I called out, Demon child, help me ensnare her. The demon child charged forward once more. The woman swiftly retreated, leaping onto a crimson bed. The bed, upon her touch, revealed a seam down the middle, a mechanism unlocking, and she vanished from my sight. The demon child circled above in frustration before returning to my side. I reassured him, there is no need for despair. If she is not deceiving me, she has resided here for a century, intimately familiar with the mechanisms of this place. If she desires to escape, it would be a trivial matter. After searching the vicinity and finding nothing amiss, I resolved to withdraw and explore the third floor. As I turned, I noticed a painting of a lady hanging on the wall, which I had overlooked while facing the woman upon my entry. As I stepped in, a sharp intake of breath escaped my lips, and I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. The woman depicted in the painting appeared so lifelike, particularly her exquisite eyes, which could easily be likened to those of a celestial being. To my astonishment, I noticed that this ancient beauty bore an uncanny resemblance to my senior sister, Feng Wanqing, nearly 7 or 8 parts alike. However, the figure in the painting seemed somewhat more petite, while my senior sister exuded a vibrant and statuesque presence. This disparity might be attributed to the different eras in which they were born. Feng Wanqing, having grown up in a nurturing environment, naturally stood taller. At the edge of this exquisite portrait, I discerned a name, Feng Susu. Could it be that the bride clad in red just moments ago was indeed Feng Susu? This possibility seemed quite substantial. Simultaneously, I became aware of a perplexing inconsistency. Feng Susu mentioned she had been waiting here for a century. Yet, this small building was constructed only after Feng Qianquan's rise to prominence, a mere decade or so ago. Why did these two timelines not align? There must be some underlying mystery. Feng Susu, I shall borrow your painting, and I promise to return it once I have gleaned the knowledge I seek. With that thought, I carefully removed the scroll from its place. Armed with this artwork, I intended to consult my senior sister. Perhaps she held the key to uncovering Feng Susu's origins. I made my way to the room, but the mischievous spirit darted ahead with remarkable speed, racing down the corridor until it reached the third floor in a single breath. Do not act recklessly, I shouted after it. A strong, metallic scent of blood assailed my senses. At the center of the third floor lay an octagonal pool filled with crimson liquid, surrounded by dimly lit walls. Do not drink from the pool, I called out to the demonic child. Upon hearing my cry, the demonic child greedily circled in the air, striving to restrain itself. If you drink the blood here, it will draw you in and refine the malevolent energy within you. I urged once more. Only then did the demonic child return to my side. On the wall behind us, several black wooden pillars stood, connected by dark iron chains, the other ends of which were submerged in a pool of blood. These pillars seemed to lead to the outside. Following the chains, a continuous stream of ominous and malevolent energy descended into the blood pool, perpetually bubbling. Witnessing the scene left me utterly astonished. How could such a malevolent father exist in this world? I nearly ground my teeth in anger. This small building was erected by Feng Qianquan at the cost of 13 lives. It was not intended to shield the Feng family from malevolent forces or to remedy the home's feng shui, but rather to gather and refine malevolence. Feng Qianquan was a thorough charlatan, treating the rescued infant as a mere tool for his malevolent gathering. The building was constructed at the Zhuke DUI position, drawing malevolent energy here. The DUI position symbolizes a young maiden, indicating that Feng Qianquan's bait was Feng Wanqing. In the center of the blood pool stood a stone tablet, half of which was smeared in blood. As I stood at the edge of the pool, Gazing into its depths, I noticed the three characters Feng Wanqing inscribed upon it. Suddenly, I recalled my grandfather telling me that senior sister Feng Wanqing possessed a golden destiny, destined for great wealth and fortune, with an exceptionally favorable fate and innate spiritual roots. However, the origins of senior sister were shrouded in mystery. As for my 5 senior sisters, whether they can ultimately assist me in overcoming the heavenly tribulation hinges significantly on the unpredictable nature of my eldest sister, Feng Wanqing. She is a disciple under my grandfather, who, rather than imparting specific magical techniques, bestowed upon her a wealth of theoretical knowledge regarding various arts. His guidance primarily focused on nurturing her heart and instilling benevolent thoughts within her. Even my grandfather finds it challenging to discern the uncertainties surrounding Feng Wanqing. Currently, I surmise that this uncertainty may potentially stem from Feng Qianquan. He once recounted the events of the day he rescued Feng Wanqing, yet it now appears that he may have entirely fabricated that tale. The dramatic downpour, the cries emanating from the thicket, and the black tiger as a guardian might well be mere fabrications designed to deceive. I circled the 8 directions pool, tracing the patterns that correspond to the foundational trigrams of Qian, Kun, Sun, Zhen, Qian, Li, Jin, and Dui. The arrangement of the pool indeed reflects the essence of the Maoshan sect. Upon reaching the back of the stone tablet, I was struck by the 6 characters inscribed there. Fang Deshan, Ren Ling Wei. Chapter 56, The 9 Great Spirit Tablets. The virtuous Fang. The moment the inscription on the tablet leapt into my sight, a chill coursed through my entire being. The front of the stone tablet bore the name Feng Wanqing, while the reverse side was dedicated to the virtuous Fang. Erected amidst a pool of blood, the tablet absorbed the malevolent energy surrounding it. This peculiar arrangement serves as an offering from the living to the spirits of the departed. The structure of this small building now appears to be both a gravestone and a sword poised to take lives. The monument was erected in honor of the virtuous Fang, with the purpose of worshiping and sustaining his spirit. The 13 spirit tablets observed on the first floor likely represent the 13 concubines of the virtuous Fang, each tablet entwined with a chilling aura. It is highly probable that these concubines met untimely ends. The sword, on the other hand, is intended to bring about the demise of Feng Wanqing. By utilizing Feng Wanqing to absorb the surrounding malevolence, it serves to nourish the spirit of the virtuous Feng, effectively equating to the murder of Feng Wanqing herself. Upon realizing this, a surge of fury ignited within me. My intention for infiltrating the Feng residence tonight was to ascertain whether there was a connection between the virtuous Feng and Feng Qianquan. The stone tablet has already provided evidence to suggest this link. Feng Qianquan is very likely a descendant of the virtuous Feng. The external rumors claiming that the virtuous Feng left no heirs may not be entirely truthful. The figure I encountered on the second floor, dressed in a red wedding gown, Feng Susu, was a century-old corpse. What connection does she have with the virtuous Feng, and what ties does she share with Feng Qianquan? This remains a perplexing mystery to me. This small building is a shrine dedicated to the virtuous Feng, utilizing the life of Feng Wanqing as its offering. Why then is Feng Susu trapped within? In my understanding, the second floor should not even exist. Adding a layer to create a marital abode inevitably feels somewhat discordant. Perhaps I am ensnared in a certain mental paradigm, unable to fully perceive the layout of the small building. After pondering for a moment, I resolved to obliterate this blood pool before descending to search for Feng Susu. Regardless of your affiliation with the Maoshan sect, constructing a blood pool to offer the living in tribute to the dead is a profound violation of morality. Today, I, Ming En, shall dismantle the formation you have set. Let not be said that I did not forewarn you. I declared with righteous indignation. My grandfather had advised me that when traversing the realms of feng shui and the occult, one must exercise utmost caution and refrain from recklessly disrupting another's formation. The 8-direction blood pool bears the marks of Maoshan sorcery. I took action to destroy it. Should this reach the ears of a Maoshan priest, he might perceive my abilities as superior to his, disregarding his own existence. He may very well view me as an adversary, seizing the opportunity to confront me. At times, Within the realm of the occult, one finds oneself without agency. I preemptively articulated my intentions, in case that priest had left behind a trace of his presence nearby, thus ensuring I had not failed to extend a warning. Even in the absence of his aura, for the sake of my senior sister, vanquishing, I cannot allow the blood pool to persist. I circled the blood pool, searching for its vulnerabilities. Suddenly, the air grew brisk, and the flame of the oil lamp flickered in the wind. Gurgling sounds emerged as the blood pool began to bubble, and something gradually surfaced. A surge of alarm coursed through me. Before I had even acted, the blood pool seemed to sense my murderous intent. Soon, venomous snakes, reeking of blood, began to writhe forth from the depths of the pool. Upon landing, we instantly formed a triangular offensive formation. A thick scent of blood surged forth. As I inhaled deeply, my head began to throb. Simultaneously, amidst the overwhelming stench of blood, a potent toxic gas assailed me. It seemed that what lay before me was not a genuine serpent immersed in a pool of blood, but rather a concocted, venomous creature birthed from it. I placed the black umbrella upon the ground, forcefully carving a line into the earth, and proclaimed, "Dare to step beyond this threshold, and I shall send you on your journey." In that moment, ensnared within the formation, I found myself unable to summon the pure yang energy, and retreat was not an option, leaving me no choice but to counter the formation with my own. As a living being, upon entering this realm, I found my breath stifled and my energy waning. However, the black umbrella was an exception. It was a treasured artifact of my ancestors. When clashing against the nether sword, it left no trace, shattering the weapon instead. Formations require calculation and the manipulation of environmental changes. The venomous creatures did not grasp my intent. I resolved to command the black umbrella, harnessing its inherent energy to establish 9 spiritual tablets. Demon child, do not indulge in the filthy blood of this pool. The malevolent energy it harbors is born from human resentment. You are different now. Your malevolence is forged by the essence of the universe, I declared. The demon child observed me from above, appearing perplexed. Changing my tone to one of authority, I commanded, "Stand behind me. Should any malevolent entity approach, shield me from its grasp. You may absorb the malevolent energy of the land in the future, but dare to consume even a drop of this, and I shall strike you with the black umbrella 100 times." Though the demon child harbors a trace of kindness, it is predominantly consumed by its malevolent nature. After I spoke, it begrudgingly settled behind me, temporarily alleviating my concerns. The serpent-like creatures raised their upper bodies, hissing as they flicked their tongues. Suddenly, 13 spirit tablets materialized in the air, each imbued with a dense aura of. These must be the spirit tablets I encountered on the first floor. I gripped the black umbrella tightly, drawing upon a portion of its mystical power. Although I could not fully activate the third eye, I managed to partially awaken my yin-yang vision. I could faintly perceive that beneath each spirit tablet floated the translucent forms of women's garments. They were once women in life. The scene was eerily terrifying, as they appeared to lack heads, their spirit tablets serving as substitutes for their missing heads. I instinctively swallowed hard. The spectacle was profoundly unsettling. I compelled myself to maintain composure and discern the presence of the spirit-sowing secret technique from the Maoshan tradition within them. It was evident that these 13 women had met their demise through decapitation, becoming headless spirits. Subsequently, a skilled practitioner had intervened, replacing their heads with spirit tablets. A voice, deep and resonant, pierced my ears. "Bold and reckless fool, you dare to attempt the destruction of the blood pool. You who pry into the affairs of the blood pool has not been replenished with fresh blood for some time, and you shall serve as its offering." I let out a cold laugh. "A god who lurks in shadows, daring not to reveal your true form. To think you could draw my blood, such folly." The voice resonated with a profound depth. It has been many years since I encountered such an audacious youth. I laughed heartily. "You are indeed amusing. The impetuosity of youth is the essence of manhood. Have you been cooped up for so long that you have turned into a fool?" When the Fong family knelt before me, beseeching my assistance, you, in your old tortoise-like demeanor, surely remained oblivious. My clairvoyant powers were somewhat diminished. and that voice was cleverly concealed. I sought to provoke it with words, hoping that once it became agitated, it might inadvertently reveal itself. Thus I could behold it. You young rascal! Among the Meng clan, the only one I fear is Mengzhua. As for you and your deaf-mute skeletal father, you hardly merit my concern. The voice sneered. In your youthful arrogance, you seek to provoke me into wrath. Do you not wish to see me? I am right behind you. Why do you not turn around? Chapter 57. The controlling Chi Taoist, I am right behind you. Why do you not turn around? Upon hearing these words, a shiver ran through me. Before my eyes stood 13 headless female spirits, along with a multitude of venomous serpents. What could possibly await me behind? Nevertheless, I refrained from looking back. The demon child stood guard behind me. I must place my unwavering trust in him. I prefer to believe this was merely a ruse orchestrated by that voice, an attempt to entice me into turning around, only to strike when I was vulnerable. Gradually, I regained my composure and replied with a mocking tone, Why do you not come before me, so I may behold your hideous visage? Such malevolence does not warrant my turning around. I waited for what seemed like an eternity, and the voice appeared to vanish, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. However, the venomous serpents and the spirits before me surged forward. Using my black umbrella as a brush, I swiftly began to inscribe. From the ground, 9 grand spiritual tablets rose into the air. Each tablet bore a single character, which read, Ling Bing Do Jia Zhen Lai Zai Qian. Each character was inscribed in ancient seal script. These 9 characters represent the Taoist incantation. With the black umbrella as my tool, each character, once formed, stood like a spiritual monument, encircling me and establishing a formation. In this manner, I could suppress the restrictions of the local formation. Once the 9 spiritual tablets ascended and hovered above, they descended heavily upon the ground. Although the serpents bore the shadow of Miaojiang's sorcery, they were ultimately tainted with malevolent poison, infused with the sinister aura of blood pools. The 9 spiritual tablets descended from above, pressing down upon the serpents, preventing them from crossing the threshold of danger. I quickened my pace, the black umbrella slicing through the air like a swift bolt of lightning, aimed at the 13 ethereal tablets suspended in midair. Clang, clang, clang. The tablets descended to the ground, their surrounding malevolent energy dissipating and fleeing. In the air, I could only hear their mournful wails. I let out a cold snicker. Your venomous serpent and spirit have vanished. Are you not coming forth to confront me? The only response was my own echo. No sinister presence emerged. The voice that had materialized behind me did not attack. Gradually, I turned around, finding the demonic child suspended in the air, maintaining a state of acute tension. The demonic child uttered a couple of anxious cries, fear flickering in its eyes. It seemed indeed that a malevolent entity had manifested near the demonic child, and it was no weakling. Otherwise, fear would not have graced its gaze. However, with the demonic child keeping watch for me, that entity could not ambush. Could it be the benevolent Fong? A flicker of doubt crossed my mind. Yet, the evidence at hand only indicated that deep within the building lurked a concealed malevolence, without confirming it to be Fong. Fortunately, the familiar aura had vanished from the 3rd floor where I stood. I swung the black umbrella, and the 9 spiritual tablets soared into the air, crashing against the wall of the 3rd floor, striking the iron chain that connected the blood pool to the wall, shattering the talismans of the Maoshan doctrine entwined upon it. The 9-character mantra, known as the foremost secret technique of Taoism, was employed to assault the formation based on Maoshan principles, a direct confrontation indeed. As the restraining formation weakened, the pure yang energy within me began to circulate as I approached the edge of the blood pool, where I pricked my finger and let my blood drip into it. Since you desire my blood, I shall offer you a taste, I remarked with a serene smile. As my blood fell into the pool, it bubbled and began to surge outward. My blood, infused with the primal essence of yang, represented a force of utmost purity and righteousness. When it mingled with the blood pool, it resembled a single spark igniting a sea of oil. I placed my hands upon the designated area of the blood pool, commencing the infusion of pure yang energy. This energy radiated like the brilliant morning sun, enveloping the pool. The malevolent aura emanating from the blood swiftly dissipated upon contact with the pure yang power, akin to ice melting under the scorching sun. This process continued for nearly a quarter of an hour, until the once turbulent blood pool gradually calmed and the acrid scent began to fade. Leaping onto the edge of the pool, I poised one foot on the rim and kicked the monument. The stone wobbled precariously before toppling over, splattering some of the blood onto my attire. Suddenly, a vortex formed in the center of the pool, causing the blood to whirl violently. Within mere minutes, the entire pool was drained. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the fallen stone had triggered a mechanism, allowing the blood to flow away. Once the blood had been fully expelled, I discovered intricate markings etched into the bottom of the pool, suggesting the presence of characters. Without hesitation, I jumped into the 1-meter-deep pool and pushed the stone aside. Following the contours of the markings, I ultimately discerned that they formed a symbol of qi. This term is also a concept within the Taoist tradition. In fact, it often shares the same connotation as qi. However, qi represents a profoundly mysterious force, signifying innate energy. The emergence of this term in the context of the blood pool of the 8 directions suggests that the practitioners of the Maoshan sect have mastered innate energy. In Taoist practice, the cultivation of qi for ordinary individuals involves the absorption of a natural breath. For those engaged in qi cultivation, this is merely a product of acquired skills. Only by reaching a transcendent level of mastery can one transition from the acquired to the innate. The innate energy is that essence which resides within the womb, contained within the mouth. Once a person is born and begins to breathe, that innate energy retreats deep within the body. It is only those with exceptional prowess and acquired energy who can rediscover this innate essence, known as qi. There exists only a singular source of innate energy, which, through continuous cultivation, can be significantly strengthened. A Taoist adept capable of harnessing qi is akin to a master geomancer at the apex of the profound and exalted levels, nearing the celestial dragon's realm. The ability to consolidate qi into Tian-gang energy, also referred to as gang qi, signifies the attainment of the celestial dragon state. One could assert that the individual who orchestrated the formation for Fang Qianquan is an exceptionally formidable Taoist, likely surpassing Zhang Songhe. My capacity to dismantle his formation stems from 2 factors. Firstly, the formation was established many years ago, resulting in a significant reduction of its potency. Had it been newly reinforced, I might not have succeeded in unraveling it. Secondly, the unexpected role played by the Black Umbrella is notable. Had I employed a peachwood sword to counter the formation, I might also have found it insurmountable. This time, I have broken the qi formation of the Taoist from Maoshan, undoubtedly incurring animosity. However, such concerns are not what preoccupies my mind at this moment. What troubles me is that Fang Qianquan possesses a depth and capability far beyond my initial assumptions, as evidenced by his ability to summon such a formidable Maoshan Taoist. Furthermore, during the previous encounter at Heihu Slope, he managed to gather a multitude of geomancers within just 3 days. Perhaps Fang Qianquan's initial intent in bringing Fang Wanqing to seek my grandfather's mentorship was driven by a significant ulterior motive. As I pondered these thoughts, 3 paper talismans suddenly flew in from outside, rushing towards me with great urgency. A masked figure then materialized before me, casting a faint shadow under the light. Chapter 58. The depths of water. Upon spotting the demon child, I rushed towards the masked figure, exclaiming loudly, "Demon child, cease your actions." I then called out to the masked individual, "Second sister, it is I." The person before me was indeed my second sister, Zhang Peijin. She had entered the small building before me. It took her quite some time to reach the 3rd floor, undoubtedly encountering numerous obstacles along the way. Upon hearing my voice, Zhang Peijin did not relax. Her expression remained grave as she admonished. "So, it is you from whom the stench of blood emanates. You dare to employ illusions before me." The blood pool was indeed filled with blood. As I fell into the pool to investigate, I found myself splattered with a considerable amount of it, combined with the lingering malevolence that continuously evaporated from the pool. I must admit, I did appear somewhat akin to a creature that had emerged from the depths. 3 talismans suddenly soared towards me. I swung my black umbrella with the speed of lightning, shattering them, and shouted, "Second sister, I assure you, I have not employed any illusions. We have drawn talismans upon stones before." Zhang Peijin hesitated for a moment, then cautiously stepped forward, her expression transforming into one of delight as she declared, "Junior brother, it truly is you." She dashed towards me, her eyes widening with concern upon noticing the blood on my person. "You're not injured, are you? Rest assured, second sister is here. I shall not allow you to be harmed any further." Her words warmed my heart. I smiled gently and replied, "It is not my blood, but rather that of the pool." Zhang Peijin tore away the veil covering her face, swiftly assessing my condition before finally exhaling in relief. "How did you come to be here?" I succinctly conveyed that I had come for the sake of Fang Dashan and Fang Qianchuan. This journey was indeed worthwhile, as a connection between the two was evident. Moreover, I observed that Fang Qianchuan was not Kind's senior sister. I then requested Zhang Peijin to examine both sides of the stele. After she surveyed the surroundings, she quickly discerned the peculiarities within. Following a brief exchange, it became clear to me that Zhang Peijin had come to the Fang family because Fang Wanqing had been startled and needed companionship for a while. Within just a couple of days, Zhang Peijin also uncovered the strange aspects of this small building belonging to the Fang family. A tiger does not eat its own cubs. How could Fang Qianchuan sacrifice his own daughter? But what was his motive? Was he truly intending to use a living person to appease the long-deceased Fang Dashan? Zhang Peijin furrowed her brow and inquired. After pondering for a moment, I responded, "It could be a means to gather malevolent energy and transform it into wealth." "Second senior sister, do you think it might be for the sake of amassing riches? There are many dark arts that utilize malevolent energy to generate wealth. Generally, the heavier the malevolent energy, the greater the accumulation of wealth, especially when it comes at the cost of a close relative, which could yield results far beyond expectations." Zhang Peijin gazed at me, stating, "Senior sister Fang Wanqing has entered our master's tutelage, and he has previously aided the Fang family. According to our master, with Fang Wanqing, Fang Qianchuan's fortune should flourish, rendering such extreme efforts unnecessary." After speaking, Zhang Peijin quickly retracted her statement, reflecting, "Human greed is insatiable. Perhaps he is dissatisfied with the wealth bestowed by our master and yearns for even greater riches. The abyss of desire is indeed bottomless, a truth as old as time. Using one's own daughter to gather malevolent energy, thereby offering it to the benevolent figure, in hopes of acquiring greater wealth, is a notion that holds some logical merit. However, the emergence of a new room on the second floor of the building, alongside the presence of a century-old female corpse, suggests that this situation transcends the mere exchange of human life for riches. Disciple, what are your thoughts?" Zhang Peijin inquired, noticing my furrowed brow. I refrained from providing a direct answer and countered with a question. "By the way, second sister, did you happen to see the bride clad in red with a red veil upon your entrance to the second floor?" Zhang Peijin's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling copper bells as she exclaimed, "The bride in red?" From her reaction, it was evident she had not encountered that bride. I continued my inquiry. "Which staircase did you ascend?" "I took the left," Zhang Peijin replied. "I ascended the right." I had followed the convention of left for males and right for females, while she had chosen the right staircase. Thus, the order in which we ascended differed, explaining why she had not seen the corpse. "What did you observe on the second floor?" I pressed for details. Zhang Peijin responded, "Upon reaching the second floor, I encountered a spirit hall adorned with 4 spirit tablets. 3 of them bore your name, as well as those of your parents. Being trained in the countryside, Zhang Peijin naturally recognized my parents' names. Meng Qingshan and Dong Xiulan, correct?" I inquired. Zhang Peijin nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, it is my assessment that your spirit tablet must have been added recently. Aside from the 3 of you, there exists another spirit tablet, beside your own, which appears to bear inscriptions that have aged over time." Upon hearing this, a thought crossed my mind. Could it be that the other side of the second floor is dedicated to the altar of my family? Might the remaining individual be her? Is the other tablet inscribed with the name Guoshuanyu? I inquired eagerly. However, Zhang Peijin shook her head. From her bag, She retrieved a black spirit tablet, stating, "Yours, along with your uncle and aunt's tablets, I have already shattered. Establishing spirit tablets for the living is exceedingly inauspicious. This one I have brought with me. I wish to see if, after our departure, the master spoke to you of a betrothal." All along, both my grandfather and I were steadfast in our belief that my parents were merely missing, not deceased. The 5 senior sisters shared this sentiment as well. Upon seeing the name inscribed on the tablet, I remarked, "This woman has passed away, and likely a century ago." The tablet bore the name of Meng An's wife, Fong Susu. It was not Guoxuanyu, but rather Fong Susu. Thus, I found myself unexpectedly burdened with the existence of a second, unfamiliar wife. A myriad of questions surged within me. It appeared that ascending the stairs on the left side of the second floor led to a beautifully decorated new home, while the right side ascended to the spirit hall. One side represented life, and the other death. "Is she the heartless bride you saw?" Zhang Peijin astutely deduced from my words. I nodded, suddenly struck by a realization, and exclaimed, "Yet this time, I did not partake in the wedding ceremony. I did not unveil Fong Susu's red veil. In terms of ceremony, we cannot be considered true spouses." The relationship between Guoxuanyu and myself began with the tombstone of Meng An's wife, Guoxuanyu, followed by our wedding rites. Subsequently, the genuine Guoxuanyu appeared, afflicted by the poison of yearning, unable to restrain her longing for me. In my connection with Fong Susu, the final rites were never completed. Zhang Peijin remarked, "It seems there are deep waters at play here." I concurred. This body of water is not only profound but also murky. Senior sister, this small building serves as both a tombstone and a sword. It is undoubtedly more than a mere gathering of malevolent energy for wealth. It may not only target senior sister Fong Wanqing, but also our Meng clan, I stated. Zhang Peijin clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "That old rogue, Fong Qianchuan. I will not let him escape my grasp." I replied, "Let's seek out Fong Qianchuan immediately. However, before we depart, take a look at the arrangement on the 3rd floor. Which esteemed figure from the Maoshan sect has orchestrated this?" Zhang Peijin surveyed the surroundings and gasped. "This is not good." Chapter 59. The Bonds of Humanity, Oh no, Zhang Peijin exclaimed, and I felt a surge of anxiety. Over the years, I had remained at the foot of Long Mountain, my understanding of feng shui and the mystical arts largely imparted by my grandfather. My second senior sister, Zhang Peijin, frequently traversed the realm of the mystical, possessing a wealth of knowledge and a significant background from the Longhum Mountain-esque demon suppression platform, making her well acquainted with individuals in the Taoist community. "What is the matter? Do you recognize this sorcerer controlling the energy? What is the name of this formation?" I inquired hurriedly. Zhang Peijin furrowed her brow and replied, "This is called the 8-Chi transforming calamity. There's also a lingering aura of residual insects around. Within the entire Taoist community, only one person can achieve this." Oh, from Zhang Peijin's demeanor, I could sense that this individual must possess formidable skills. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Zhang Peijin continued, "This person is known as Taoist Mao Shi, a once formidable practitioner of the Maoshan sect. He is notoriously cunning and has a vicious nature, harboring a relentless desire for vengeance. He delved into the forbidden arts of corpse nurturing and spirit cultivation while at Maoshan, but was eventually expelled from the sect. Subsequently, he traveled to Miaojiang, where news soon emerged of his mastery in insect sorcery. If you disrupt his 8-Chi transforming calamity, he will undoubtedly seek you out. Corpse nurturing, mastery of insect sorcery, coupled with his vicious temperament and penchant for revenge, it was no wonder Zhang Peijin was on edge. I burst into laughter. A practitioner expelled from Maoshan holds no terror for me. Without the support of a sect, he is ultimately a solitary tree, wielding a single blade. With my current momentum, if this Taoist Mao Shi truly seeks to challenge me, he must think twice. Zhang Peijin gazed at me with palpable tension and remarked, "Although he has been expelled from the Maoshan sect, he remains the favorite disciple of its leader. I have heard that the Maoshan sect intends to welcome him back, provided he accomplishes a significant deed." Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. It is quite possible that this deed would fall upon my shoulders. Rather than confronting me directly, He could choose to target the dark-haired corpse, Dong Fengyan. The malevolent spirit is aware of my association with Dong Fengyan. After a moment's contemplation, I replied he aided Fong Qianchuan in setting up this harmful formation. If he does not come after me, I shall seek him out. There's nothing to worry about. Zhang Peijin, upon hearing my words, still wore a mask of concern, yet she refrained from further remarks, understanding that I was new to the world of martial arts. In truth, my heart was as clear as a mirror. My second senior sister did not wish for me to accumulate too many adversaries. Attempting to appear nonchalant, Zhang Peijin suggested, "We are still unaware of the whereabouts of Mao Shidao. Why fret so much? Let's go and take a look at the new room on the second floor." I nodded in agreement, finding her proposal quite suitable. The two of us descended from the third floor, taking the staircase I had previously ascended. After a few steps, Zhang Peijin suddenly halted and asked, "Junior brother, have you sensed any presence tracking you? Are you aware of its existence?" I responded, "There's indeed a malevolent spirit attempting to lurk behind me for a surprise attack. It has not succeeded. It has remained hidden. I was just worried it might harm you. But as of now, there is no evidence linking it to Fong Dashin, the wealthiest man in Dongjiang a century ago." Upon hearing this, Zhang Peijin was immediately filled with rage. She summoned a dozen talismans and exclaimed, "Dare to plot against my junior brother. Reveal yourself and test the talismans of the demon suppression platform." Zhang Peijin was genuinely furious, resembling a mother hen fiercely protecting her chicks. After the 8-chi transformation killing array was dispelled, her pure yang power surged freely, visibly radiating from her. In her eyes, I had always been her little follower, the child she shielded. I was the one who sketched talismans alongside her by the water's edge. When I faced punishment from my grandfather, she would secretly leave chicken legs for me. Whenever I encountered confusion, she would assist me in finding the answers. She cared for me as an older sister would. I smiled and said, "Second senior sister, there's no need to be angry. It hasn't gained any advantage over me. It dares not show itself, surely out of fear of us. I will certainly track down that malevolent spirit." Zhang Peijin scolded the talismans affixed along both sides of the corridor several times, feeling considerably relieved afterward. Upon reaching the second floor, she remarked, "This new room is prepared for you. If Guo Xuanyu were to learn of this, she might become quite jealous," Zhang Peijin teased. I scratched my head, feeling somewhat vexed, and replied, "I'm just as bewildered. Who could have anticipated that upon arriving in Dongjiang City, I would be assigned a wife? Initially, it was the fox spirit using Guo Xuanyu's name. They had transformed into Guo Xuanyu herself, and now it has become Fong Susu. It seems that my junior brother is not too unattractive after all." Zhang Peijin fluttered her eyelashes playfully and quipped, "So what do you think? Is this wife beautiful?" I shook my head and remarked, "To put it succinctly, I have acquired a painting, and upon gazing at her likeness, she can indeed be deemed as stunning beauty. However, I dare not unveil her crimson veil. The moment I lift it, it would signify our union in the bridal chamber, a fateful journey to the netherworld. The final step remains unfulfilled, rendering the ritual incomplete and the intangible pact unformed. The heartless corpse, at best, can only unilaterally promote its connection to me. What a pity! If only you were to lift the veil. Then I would find myself with 3 wives, 1 living woman, a fox spirit, and a lifeless maiden." Zhang Peijin chuckled. I shot her an exasperated glance. The two of us paused at the threshold. "Second elder sister, if that woman still sits upon the bed, how about you unveil her crimson veil this time?" I proposed. A man cannot uncover the veil of a female corpse. Yet, if a woman were to do so, it should pose no issue. My curiosity was piqued. Was the visage of the corpse truly akin to the painting, a mere replica of Fong Wanqing? Zhang Peijin readily agreed. "No problem. If the corpse becomes enraged, I too shall be incensed. In that moment, we shall see who proves more formidable." I placed my hand upon the door, effortlessly pushing it open with a soft creak. The room's furnishings remained unchanged, save for the absence of the poised bride upon the bed. After our confrontation, she had leapt onto the bed, triggered the mechanism, and subsequently vanished. In my haste to ascend to the 3rd floor, concerned for your safety, I had neglected to inspect thoroughly. As we approached the bed, Everything had returned to normal, the sheets devoid of even a single wrinkle. Zhang Peijin produced a talisman from Longhu Mountain, proclaiming loudly, "You have been trapped in this mortal realm for a century, bearing grievances of your own. However, you should not ensnare my junior brother. Reveal yourself at once and clarify the circumstances. My junior brother possesses a benevolent heart and is inherently righteous. He can assist you in escaping your suffering. I shall grant you 10 counts to deliberate. Should you fail to appear, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The second disciple of the renowned Meng Zhua, the esteemed young lady of the demon suppression platform at Longhu Mountain, stands before you. Do not test my patience. Chapter 60, The Return of the Red Sedan. Do not challenge my patience. Zhang Peijin exuded an air of extraordinary confidence, subtly revealing the demeanor of a grand master. I silently pondered, with such an imposing presence storming in, if I were the female corpse, I would undoubtedly seek refuge. 10, 9, 3, 2. After counting to 10, Zhang Peijin cast a corpse-restraining talisman. The talisman landed upon the crimson bedsheet, emitting a hissing sound as it made contact, indicating the lingering presence of corpse energy. Zhang Peijin commenced her actions. I joined her, reciting loudly, "Six Ding, Six Jia, gods of the four corners. Assist me in vanquishing the corpse." I concentrated pure yang energy in my right hand and struck the bed with force. The pure yang energy coursed along the bedsheet, beginning to penetrate beneath it. With a clang, a hole opened in the center of the bed, releasing the distinct aroma of wood. Zhang Peijin glanced at it and remarked, "It is crafted from Nama wood. Truly, a family of great wealth. Nama wood is exceedingly precious, taking 200 to 300 years to mature. Historically, the mature trees have long been felled. To use Nama wood for a wedding bed for a female corpse is indeed an extravagant display." Upon lifting the quilt, we discovered that the bed slats were movable, revealing an open coffin beneath. The coffin was adorned with numerous runic patterns, each more peculiar than the last. I sighed, remarking, "Indeed, a night of bridal candles," only to journey together to the underworld. Once ensnared within the coffin, the runes above would surely swirl to imprison my soul. Zhang Peijin's fury ignited once more. There is clearly still corpse energy, yet it has vanished. I observed for a while, then struck the bottom of the coffin with my black umbrella, discovering that the wooden planks were also movable. Once I pried them open, a glimmer of light from the first floor became visible. She escaped through this passage. I felt a twinge of regret. Now that the formation had been dispelled and my spiritual power restored, coupled with my reunion with Zhang Peijin, I had the means to capture the female corpse. Zhang Peijin affixed 2 talismans to the surface and stated, "We shall descend from here." I nodded in agreement. The 2 of us leaped from the coffin, landing effortlessly on the altar of the first floor. The 13 spirit tablets had already ascended to the 3rd floor, leaving the upper level desolate. I sensed her corpse energy. Zhang Peijin sniffed the air, her excitement palpable. I too felt a rush of exhilaration, exclaiming, "Then let us pursue." Zhang Peijin swiftly invoked the secret art of tracking. My tracking technique for directions night roaming, 8 directions wandering souls, guide my path. She fashioned a guiding talisman, infused it with a sliver of spiritual power, and it ignited instantly, a wisp of white smoke swirling around before darting outside. Following the trail of smoke, Zhang Peijin and I exited the small building and began our pursuit. "Young master, you have emerged." Ancient Armor Dao, hidden nearby, exclaimed joyfully upon seeing me, though his face was ashen, evidently shaken by the ordeal. I had no time to explain, grasping his hand as we rushed forward, asking, "Did you see someone in a red bridal gown running out? Are we heading in the right direction?" Ancient Armor Dao affirmed, "Yes, indeed. I saw her. She only took a couple of steps after exiting the small building." I observed 2 crimson lanterns drifting towards me, soon followed by the appearance of a red bridal sedan chair before her. The woman clad in red bridal attire hesitated for a few moments before lifting the curtain and taking her seat inside. I inhaled sharply and inquired, "What manner of sedan chair is this?" Gu Jia replied, "It is precisely the same as the one we encountered at Wuying Mountain." This time, Gu Jia did not flee in terror, but remained in place, indicating his growth. We traversed the Fong residence in haste, inevitably causing a commotion. The grand mansion soon blazed with light, accompanied by numerous voices responding to the disturbance. It appeared our cover had been blown. I saw no reason to continue hiding. I was poised to confront Fong Qianquan. It was time to shed pretense and engage in open conflict. We pursued towards the southeastern corner of the Fong estate, where the walls bore no signs of damage. Evidently, the red sedan chair was capable of scaling the walls. Gu Jia, displaying his awareness, leaned against the wall, slightly raising his shoulder. Zhang Peijin and I stepped onto Gu Jia's back, and with a leap, we landed outside the courtyard. The white mist controlled by Zhang Peijin awaited us 10 meters away. After pursuing for a few more minutes, we were obstructed by the Dongjiang River, its relentless waters flowing without cease. Upon the river's surface lay a path shrouded in ominous energy. I summoned my pure yang power and opened my celestial eye. Two robust spirits were swiftly transporting the red sedan chair across the broad Dongjiang, an eerie sight amidst the darkness. Zhang Peijin stamped her feet in frustration, exclaiming that if it were not for the great river obstructing their path, they would have been able to catch up within a mere quarter of an hour. It truly vexed her. Had she foreseen this predicament, she would have brought along Master Songa's copper bell, which, if thrown, could have struck the palanquin directly. To reach the opposite bank of the river, one could either traverse the Grand Bridge or swim across, yet these options would not allow them to pursue any longer. She was deeply regretful, for they were a mere 15 minutes away from catching up to the heartless female corpse. Furthermore, that crimson palanquin was under the control of Haifeng Ni, whose master was the cunning fox spirit. The fact that the heartless female corpse had fallen into the hands of the fox demon was certainly not a favorable development for her. Never mind. Let us return to the Fong family and confront Fong Qianquan. In the face of evidence, I am eager to see how long he can keep his secrets concealed. While she felt a sense of reluctance, she understood that a fierce battle lay ahead. Releasing her clenched fist, Zhang Peijin declared, "Very well. The rescue of our senior sister from the inferno takes precedence." The two of them turned back. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly halted, and with a mighty shout, she summoned every ounce of strength to execute a powerful, slashing motion with her right hand. A surge of pure Taoist energy soared into the air. Alas! A chilling cry echoed from above, accompanied by a frigid voice that rang out, "Meng En, you will pay for this. I shall flay your skin and strip your tendons." This time, the lurking malevolent entity did not escape her formidable strike. Subsequently, the dark aura dissipated entirely. Had time permitted, if she had been able to forge a Tiangang demon-slaying sword, it would surely have sent its spirit into oblivion. Zhang Peijin exclaimed with delight, "Junior brother, have you ascended to a higher realm? Have you reached the Dongxian great vehicle level yet?" I shook my head and replied, "Not quite yet." Suddenly, from the direction of the Fong family's courtyard, thick plumes of smoke billowed forth. It appeared that the small building had caught fire. Chapter 61. Destruction of evidence. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky. I sensed trouble and swiftly returned to the Fong residence with Zhang Peijin. The flames spread rapidly, but fortunately, this small building was a standalone structure, preventing the fire from spreading further. Soon, the guards summoned high-pressure water pumps to combat the blaze. As the inferno raged, the dense, ominous energy enveloping the building dissipated entirely. The air was filled with a subtle fragrance, a delicate aroma released from the burning of precious wood. Zhang Peijin gazed at me, remarking, "This fire is rather suspicious." I nodded in agreement. It certainly bears the scent of evidence destruction. After we pursued, Fong Qianquan must have sensed the commotion in the small building. "Young master, Mr. Fong has arrived," Gu Jia called out softly. I turned to see Fong Qianquan approaching, accompanied by Li Zhongang from the Tai sect. Upon seeing me, Li Zhongang instinctively attempted to flee, but upon meeting my gaze, he hesitated and forced a polite smile. Fong Qianquan's expression was stern as he addressed me. "Master Ming, you have unlawfully intruded into my family's ancestral hall and set it ablaze. Do you truly believe Fong is so easily bullied? This constitutes trespassing, and I shall report you to the authorities." Before I could respond, Zhang Peijin interjected with a grave expression, "Mr. Fong, my junior disciple was brought here by me. This building is extraordinarily peculiar, resembling both a tombstone and a sword, posing a threat to my senior sister. I have seen through your scheme. Fang Qianquan remained unfazed, coldly retorting, "Humph! What a farcical notion! What trickery could possibly exist in my family's ancestral hall? You have set fire to my ancestral hall, only to turn the blame back upon us. The flames in the small building have been extinguished, yet thick smoke continues to rise. At this moment, re-entering the small building would yield no evidence, as it has long since vanished." I cast a glance at Zhang Peijin, realizing I had underestimated Fang Qianquan, the wealthiest of the Fang family. On the third floor lies a monument of life and death. One side bears the name of our esteemed elder sister, Fang Wanqing, while the other side belongs to the benevolent Fang. Zhang Peijin, filled with indignation, exclaimed loudly. At that moment, I noticed Fang Wanqing, draped in a black trench coat, standing in a corner, her gaze directed towards us, fraught with complexity. I interrupted Zhang Peijin, saying, "Second sister, the elder sister is over there. This sudden inferno has obliterated the evidence within." Presently, Zhang Peijin informs Fang Wanqing that Fang Qianquan is as ruthless as a tiger towards his own kin, a claim Fang Wanqing finds difficult to believe. Zhang Peijin paused momentarily, quickly regaining her composure and choosing not to elaborate further. Fang Wanqing stepped forward, suppressing her fury, and inquired, "Did you set this fire?" Zhang Peijin promptly shook her head. "We did not ignite it. It erupted only after we had pursued them outside." Fang Qianquan shrugged his sleeves and remarked, "There are many eternal lamps within the ancestral hall. You rummaged through the place, toppling oil lamps. It is only natural that a fire would ensue after your departure." Li Zhongong coughed lightly and, feigning a righteous demeanor, stated, "Miss Fang, you may wish to review the surveillance footage. I suspect that Master Meng and this Taoist must have slipped in unnoticed." Fang Wanqing cast a disdainful glance at Gu Jiadao, then turned her gaze towards me, her eyes brimming with disappointment as she inquired, "Junior brother, how could you associate with such a person? Have you forgotten that not long ago, this corpse-rearing Taoist sought to force me into marriage? He nearly brought ruin upon us both." I replied defiantly, "I have not forgotten. I have since subdued him. Moreover, Taoist Gu has reformed his ways." Gu Jiadao looked at me with gratitude. Upon hearing my unwavering tone, Fang Wanqing's disappointment deepened. Soon after, Fang Qianquan, adopting the demeanor of a mentor, admonished me, "Meng, my dear nephew, having just arrived from the countryside, it is only natural that the splendor of the world dazzles you, and you may be swayed by its allure. Some individuals possess natures that are difficult to change. This card holds 1 million. Take the money and return home. The outside world is ill-suited for you. I will not report today as incident regarding the fire to the authorities, but do not return to our home again." With a swift motion of his right hand, the card flew towards me, landing steadily before me. Zhang Peijin was nearly driven to madness. I glanced at Fang Wanqing, and her eyes were filled with resolve. "Master is no longer with us, and you are the senior sister. By rights, I have no authority to chastise you. My junior brother and I have come to rescue you, yet you fail to recognize the kindness extended to you. Some avaricious old scoundrels do not wish for your survival. They are merely exploiting you for their own gain." Zhang Peijin ground her teeth in response. Fortunately, she managed to restrain herself from uttering Fang Qianquan's name in front of Fang Wanqing. Only certain unscrupulous individuals have been replaced. At this critical juncture, highlighting such a fact, in Fang Wanqing's view, is undoubtedly an act of sowing discord. With a wave of her hand, Fang Wanqing signaled her intent to dismiss. I recalled my grandfather telling me that while one may practice benevolence through the art of feng shui, one still cannot escape the constraints of human emotional perception. There are children who use dark arts to harm their parents, and parents who inflict harm upon their offspring. Yet, when the truth is finally revealed, the victims often refuse to believe it. The present situation of Fang Wanqing exemplifies this predicament. I erupted into laughter, glancing at Fang Qianquan. "According to your words, you would willingly exchange your entire fortune for your daughter's life. The moment I retrieve her from the gates of the underworld, all your wealth shall rightfully belong to me. And once it is spent, I shall return a claymore. I bent down to pick up the card, handing it to Gu Jia with the remark, "Consider it my rent. The sensation of being struck by wealth is rather delightful." "What's the password?" Gu Jia inquired. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Fong Qianquan's gaze, but he quickly feigned calmness and replied, 6/8. I retreated to Zhang Peijin's side, grasping her hand, and whispered, "Let us withdraw for now, and discuss matters when Fong Wanqing has regained her composure." Zhang Peijin nodded resolutely. "As for the belongings of the Fong family, I kindly request they remain." Fong Qianquan looked at me, pointing towards a scroll on my waist. After a brief moment of contemplation, I unfurled the scroll and asked, "Master Sister, who commissioned this portrait for you?" The painting of a noblewoman was revealed. The woman in the painting exudes an ethereal aura, particularly with her pair of eyes, which appear vividly lifelike. Fong Wanqing's gaze momentarily flickered with surprise, yet she swiftly regained her composure and retorted, "It is none of your concern. Just return my words." I tossed the scroll back to her. From the fleeting emotion that crossed Fong Wanqing's face, I discerned that she seemed to have some awareness, though she refrained from voicing it. "Who is Fong Susu?" I inquired nonchalantly, my gaze sweeping over Fong Qianquan. Fong Qianquan regarded me with cold indifference, offering no response. Upon exiting the Fong residence, the night enveloped us, dense and star-studded, casting an eerie silence over the entirety of Dongjiang City, occasionally broken by the swift passage of night shift taxis. Zhang Peijin exclaimed, "Fong Wanqing truly infuriates me." I found myself at a loss for words to offer consolation. It was Gu Jiadao who spoke up, remarking, "After all, she is his biological daughter. Moreover, Fong Qianquan has indeed been quite indulgent towards her. Changing a daughter's long-held beliefs is an exceedingly arduous task." After Zhang Peijin departed from the Fong household, she accompanied Gu Jiadao and me back to his residence. Upon our return, we found a figure lying motionless at the entrance, an empty bowl beside them and a large snakeskin bag nearby. The bag was loosely tied, revealing a white human skull within. Chapter 62. 13 skulls. Upon seeing the exposed skull, a shiver ran down my spine. The expression of Gu Jiadao shifted dramatically as he prepared to admonish. I swiftly grasped his arm, simultaneously gesturing for silence, signaling everyone to refrain from speaking. "Ah, young lad, you've returned. The Beggar King has awaited your arrival for quite some time," the figure before me declared, lazily settling onto the ground. This individual was none other than the lame beggar, and his unexpected presence here astonished me. With a smile, I greeted Beggar King. "It has been a few days. I trust you are well." The lame beggar remained silent. Casting a glance at Gu Jiadao and Zhang Peijin, I promptly stated, "Daoist Gu, please escort my second senior sister inside to rest. Also, check if there are any leftovers to prepare." Zhang Peijin, well-versed in the ways of the world, recognized the lame beggar as an extraordinary figure. "I shall boil water and brew tea. Once you have concluded your conversation, please come in for tea." Once the two had entered the room, the lame beggar limped a few steps forward, the rattle of the snakeskin bag in his hand echoing in the stillness. I trailed closely behind. They stood beneath the streetlight, surrounded by open space. Any approaching individual would be easily detected, a far safer arrangement than conversing in a confined chamber. "Beggar King, what brings you to seek me?" I inquired. The lame beggar snorted disdainfully, his eyes widening as he scrutinized me. "Have you ventured to the Fong family again?" I nodded affirmatively, indeed. I recounted the events of the evening at the Fong residence without any reservations. The lame beggar sighed deeply, his hands clenched into fists as he bowed in all directions, muttering, "Forgive me, forgive me. The young scion of the Meng family is rather impetuous. This matter shall be aptly managed by the old beggar. It is evident that he seeks some form of absolution." The lame beggar holds a prominent position among the 13 protectors, ranking third, which speaks volumes of his formidable prowess. What could necessitate such a gesture of supplication? This action resembles a form of worship. I gazed at him in bewilderment. "Young man, what do you believe is the reason for the beggar's appearance in Dongjiang?" The lame beggar inquired. After a moment of contemplation, I cautiously replied. It is because you foresaw my predicament coupled with the fact that you owe my grandfather a favor. Thus, you have come to Dongjiang to repay this debt. This was something he had previously confided in me. However, since he posed the question, there must be additional motives at play. The lame beggar shot me a glare and remarked, "You certainly enjoy embellishing your own importance. Your visit to the Fong family tonight has disrupted my plans." It seems the lame beggar has been closely monitoring the Fong family for quite some time. Perhaps from him, I could glean the information I seek. What plans? I humbly request you to enlighten me, for I am quite perplexed, I stated. The lame beggar gestured towards a burlap sack. Upon inspecting its contents, I discovered not one, but 13 human skulls. So many, I exclaimed in astonishment. The lame beggar, possessing extraordinary abilities, carrying 13 skulls is indeed perplexing. He then declared, "These are the heads of the 13 concubines of the virtuous Master Fong." My pupils widened in shock as I gasped, "What?" In that small building of the Fong family, I saw 13 spirit tablets. In the end, those female spirits possessed no heads, their spiritual positions serving as their craniums. To my astonishment, these women had also lost their heads in reality. The limping beggar expressed his displeasure, saying, "Young man, you are, after all, the chosen heir of Mengzhou. Why such a fuss? You display no composure at all." The beggar continued, "You might as well shout yourself hoarse." I chuckled awkwardly, my curiosity intensifying. Whatever the beggar was about to reveal would undoubtedly be more astonishing. So I gazed at him intently and inquired, "Where did you acquire these skulls? How do they lose their heads?" The beggar, however, refrained from providing a direct answer, instead emitting a cold laugh. "All of this is because of you." I was utterly bewildered. How could this matter pertain to me? Were they slain due to my actions? I urgently implored, "Please, esteemed beggar, do not keep me guessing any longer. I am nearly beside myself with anxiety." The beggar declared, "Fong Susu is your wife. These 13 concubines were slain by Fong Susu. It is your failure to restrain your wife that has led to this massacre. Thus, all of this is your doing." I blinked in disbelief, my mouth agape, rendered speechless. Fong Susu belonged to a century past. Fong Dashin's 13 concubines also hailed from that same era. How could they possibly be slain because of me? The causal relationship here simply does not add up. Furthermore, how could Fong Susu have become my wife? The beggar, noticing my perplexed expression, chuckled and remarked, "If all had gone according to plan, I would have captured the heartless corpse of Fong Susu. However, your unwarranted interference has allowed her to escape. Thus, you have not only thwarted my scheme, but also let your wife slip away." A sigh of relief escaped me. It turned out that this cynical beggar was merely jesting, attempting to draw me into a web of guilt. Yet, one thing I was certain of was that the 13 concubines of the benevolent Fong had all met their demise at the hands of Fong Susu. You truly startle me. Esteemed beggar, since you are here, you must possess a means to locate Fong Susu. Please, instruct me on what I should do. I regained my composure and spoke. You are quite perceptive. I have been waiting for you to say that. To lure out Fong Susu. I shall rely on you, the beggar replied. I clasped my hands and bowed, saying, "Please, esteemed beggar, command me." The beggar smiled and continued, "I need you to promptly marry Guishuanyu, and then immediately consummate the marriage. The date is set for tomorrow night." What? Even with my calm demeanor restored, I could not help but exclaim, "Isn't this plan a bit excessive?" The beggar then elaborated, "This is known as a contest for a husband between two women. Once you wed Guishuanyu, Fong Susu will undoubtedly appear. At that moment, I shall lay my elaborate trap, ensuring she has no means of escape. Perhaps even the elusive red fox will emerge." A flicker of intrigue ignited within me. Could it be that the elusive red fox would also make an appearance? Chapter 63. The eerie gift. The relationship between the fox spirit and Xiao Tianxing is quite intimate. Moreover, the sudden appearance of the red sedan chair, which whisked away Fong Susu, adds to the intrigue. If I were to wed Guishuanyu, the likelihood of the fox spirit's involvement would indeed be substantial. The beggar's devised plan is rather clever, yet two pressing questions arise. First, will Guishuanyu consent to partake in this grand charade with us? Second, if both Fong Susu and the female fox were to appear simultaneously, would we possess the means to contend with them? I voiced my concerns, but the beggar preemptively addressed my second inquiry, stating, if they dare to come, I shall find a way to handle them. His ability to rescue Fong Wonking from the false portal of the Yellow Springs indicates his past dealings with the fox demon, and he seems to have the upper hand. The beggar rummaged through his pocket, producing a crumpled, half-smoked cigarette, which he lit and inhaled deeply before declaring, I believe the young lady from the Guo family will not refuse. I frowned, responding, while Guoxuanyu may not object, Guojulu will undoubtedly oppose it. He will not allow. The beggar exhaled a cloud of smoke, interrupting me. He should acquiesce as well. My confusion deepened, prompting me to inquire. What do you mean? Guoxuanyu may be on the brink of death, the beggar stated. I was left utterly stunned, though the beggar often exuded a carefree demeanor. He would not jest about such matters. My mind raced back to a few days prior, at the threshold of the Yellow Springs, where I had sensed a dark aura enveloping Guoxuanyu's visage. At that moment, I realized a significant variable had emerged within her fate. This variable may well lead to the demise of Guoxuanyu. The thought sent a chill down my spine. If she marries you, perhaps she can survive. Therefore, the Guo family will likely acquiesce. The beggar, limping, instructed me to prepare, stating that he would deliver the person tomorrow. He tossed a snakeskin bag into my possession and hobbled away into the shadows. I returned to my dwelling, clutching the snakeskin bag. Zhang Peijin, visibly anxious, inquired, He must be that peculiar beggar, right? Why didn't he join us for dinner? What did he say to you? Still grappling with the beggar's arrangements, I sank heavily into a chair, taking some time before revealing his plan. In my heart, I pondered the words of my ancestors, contemplating that the union of Guoxuanyu and myself was a divine orchestration. Likewise, Guoxuanyu's marriage to me would serve as a repayment of the Guo family's indebtedness to us. Was it possible that fate had intertwined our destinies inextricably? Zhang Peijin, taken aback, was momentarily rendered speechless. Once she regained her composure, she regarded me earnestly and said, Junior brother, vanquishing demons is our duty. However, when it comes to your own happiness, you must tread carefully. If you do not wish to marry Miss Guo, you ought to reject this bewildering arrangement. There may be alternative methods to save her. I looked up at Zhang Peijin, recognizing her genuine concern for my well-being. She did not wish for me to wed someone I did not cherish simply to resolve this predicament. The beggar's intentions were unmistakable. The means to rescue Guoxuanyu lay firmly in my hands. I find myself contemplating that the union of two souls may not be an ill-fated affair. Perhaps this time, it is not entirely genuine. I endeavor to persuade Zhang Peijin while simultaneously attempting to convince myself. With a smile, Zhang Peijin remarked, Junior brother, it seems that the world is rife with inexplicable connections. You harbor affections for Miss Guo, and it is evident that she, too, exhibits concern. My face flushed with embarrassment, leaving me unable to refute her observation. Having followed my grandfather, I am somewhat of an orphan, my heart laden with insecurity. I often feel unworthy of Guoxuanyu. If my previous engagement with Guoxuanyu was a villain scheming, then this time I possess the agency to choose. Perhaps I have already reserved a place for her in my heart, as she risked her life to care for me on Heihu Slope. Given that events have unfolded to this juncture, marriage seems inevitable. At dawn tomorrow, I shall venture forth to arrange it. The Zhang family still has disciples. Zhang Peijin decisively stated, My brother's marriage will not lack in grandeur. Tomorrow, there shall be surprises in store. Gu Jiadao inquired, Young master, shall we handle this discreetly or make it widely known? After a moment's contemplation, I replied, We should make it known. To render everything plausible, we must promote it. This will surely attract Fong Susu and that red fox. Gu Jiadao thumped his chest, declaring, Excellent. I assure you that by noon tomorrow, the circle of Feng Shui in Dongjiang City will be in the know. After finalizing their plans, the three of us retired for the night. Upon my return to the room, I placed the snakeskin bag upon the table and requested an incense burner, lighting a stick of incense. The dawn had yet to break when a rapid series of knocks resounded at the door. I proceeded to open it with Gu Jiadao. Upon opening the door, a man clad in work attire stood before me, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, flanked by 2 trucks and a dozen individuals. Is this Mr. Mangan? The man inquired politely. I am, I responded. The man then called out, "Let us get to work. Move everything inside with care, and do not damage anything." The group sprang into action, unloading a variety of wedding supplies from the trucks, all of exceedingly high value. I initially surmised that Zhang Peijin had orchestrated this late-night delivery. Yet she stood with her arms crossed, shaking her head in denial, stating, "It was not arranged by me. I haven't even left my house." Gu Jiadao offered a cigarette to the man in work attire. Someone arranged for the goods at 3 times the price, instructing us to deliver them overnight. She was a wealthy and beautiful woman dressed in black, the man explained. A wealthy, beautiful woman dressed in black. Where had this woman emerged from? I furrow my brow, contemplating whether she was affiliated with the lame beggar or perhaps someone from the Guo family. Soon, the trucks departed. Before long, a flurry of chattering sounds erupted from above the courtyard walls. Over 100 weasels descended from the corner, each carrying a small cloth bag. They formed a line, depositing their little parcels before swiftly retreating. The 3 of us then proceeded to open the small bags. 18 resplendent, luminous pearls, a variety of dazzling gems, and several bags of solid gold. In addition, there were numerous precious medicinal items, such as deer antlers and wild ginseng. We exchanged glances, pondering the implications. The thought of commanding 100 weasels led me to consider the pair of yellow-skinned creatures residing upon the Dragon Burial Mountain. However, they would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to rend me to pieces rather than bestow upon me such invaluable treasures. Given the nature of the Yellow Emperor, it was inconceivable that they would offer me a gift. I summoned my spiritual energy and activated my yin-yang vision, detecting a trace of unique corpse energy amidst this collection of priceless artifacts. It appeared that these treasures had been extracted from a grand tomb. At that moment, Zhang Peijin retrieved a piece of parchment from a small cloth bag and remarked, "There are words inscribed upon it." Chapter 64. The Master of Burial Dragon Mountain. That piece of parchment bore a faint yet distinctive aura of death. Quickly dispose of the parchment. It harbors the essence of the dead, I exclaimed urgently. Zhang Peijin hastily withdrew her hand and discarded the parchment aside, channeling her vital energy to prevent the death aura from seeping through her skin and harming her internal organs. I had suffered great losses at the hands of the yellow weasels before. The thought of the hundreds of them just moments ago made me tense up. These treasures were extracted from a grand tomb, imbued with a uniquely potent essence of death. Though the aura was exceedingly faint, it still exhibited an unmistakable singularity. Gu Jiadao also grasped the situation, stating, "These luminous pearls and gold are burial offerings. The faint essence of death upon them, though subtle, is formidable, indicative of the presence of a powerful corpse, distinctly yellow. It suggests at least the existence of a drought spirit, having lost one soul and one spirit." Gu Jiadao no longer regarded himself as a mere corpse. However, he was more adept at managing the aura of death than either of us, and possessed a deeper understanding of it. Upon hearing the mention of yellow death aura and drought spirit, I was rendered speechless. In a tome concerning the undead, I had encountered references to the drought spirit. It is said that the drought spirit can soar through the skies, and wherever it roams, droughts ensue, laying waste to the land. In times of severe drought, practitioners of the arcane arts would pursue the rampaging drought spirit and ultimately incinerate it with fierce flames. Dong Fengyan was a black-haired corpse, and in comparison to the drought spirit, he was but a trivial entity. A black-haired corpse could manifest in 50 years. Yet the drought spirit is said to emerge only after 500 years, with legends even speaking of drought spirits existing for a millennium. Upon reflection, it seems that these invaluable treasures were extracted from a desolate tomb afflicted by drought. Zhang Peijin inquired with a furrowed brow. I nodded in affirmation. It is likely so. Gu Jia, cautious and meticulous, retrieved a pair of deerskin gloves and donned them before picking up the parchment, reciting aloud, "Congratulations to Meng En and Guo Xuanyu on their joyous union. May their love endure for a century, beginning and ending in harmony. A modest gift is prepared. Though it carries the essence of the deceased, it shall not harm. Simply expose it to sunlight to dispel the miasma." Zhang Peijin's countenance remained largely unchanged. suggesting that the words inscribed on the parchment were truthful. The essence of a deceased was exceedingly faint, posing no threat. "Was the signature?" I inquired. Gu Jia scrutinized the document carefully and replied, "The master of Zonglong Mountain." My breath quickened at once. The sender of this congratulatory gift was none other than the master of Zonglong Mountain. Moreover, this master might very well be a millennia-old corpse, a drought spirit. It is no wonder that so many yellow weasels have come bearing gifts. They were dispatched by the master of Zonglong Mountain. Although that couple of yellow weasels harbored animosity towards me, they dared not defy the master's command. From a young age, I had heard my grandfather speak of a grand tomb at Zonglong Mountain sealed with an ancient entity. It now appears that this entity could indeed be a 1,000-year-old drought spirit. A century ago, a disciple of our ancestors, Shao Tianxing, after breaking through to the realm of the celestial dragon, launched an offensive against Zonglong Mountain with 36 celestial gang demon-subduing swords. Ultimately, Shao Tianxing met with failure. His name erased from the annals of the geomantic community, and his entire lineage faced annihilation. For a long time, I have been in contact with the master of Zonglong Mountain, either through the Yellow Weasel or through certain legends. This time marks my first direct communication with him. I received a parchment he had written for me, along with his heartfelt congratulations and a gift of considerable value. My heart surged with emotion. I recalled the night of my birth when a torrential flood surged forth from Zonglong Mountain, leading to the tragic fate of my parents, who disappeared without a trace. I clenched my fists tightly. I remarked that the 2 trucks laden with wedding items must have been orchestrated by the master of Zonglong Mountain. The enchanting woman clad in black, mentioned by the delivery person, must be the same mysterious and aloof figure who carries the white lantern while dressed in black. It was she who intervened to prevent the white weasel from taking my life. Gu Jia Dao was left speechless, swallowing hard before he could find his voice. "Young master, I never expected even a master of Zonglong Mountain would send you gifts. Such a precious offering indeed signifies a deep connection between you and Zonglong Mountain." Gradually, I regained my composure. Such an extravagant gift might not necessarily bode well for me. "Disciple, when did you and the beggar decide to formally wed Guoshuanyu?" Zhang Peijin, regaining her calm, gazed at me with wide eyes. I replied, "It was after we returned together last night. I only made the decision after conversing with the beggar." Zhang Peijin took a deep breath and exclaimed, "So, it has only been 10 hours since then. How could the master of Burial Dragon Mountain possibly learn of this matter in such a brief period and subsequently make such thorough preparations? Even going so far as to prepare a congratulatory gift?" I cast a glance at Zhang Peijin and exclaimed, "These items have all been meticulously arranged in advance, merely awaiting my official nuptials to be presented. There exists no other explanation beyond prior preparation." A chill surged from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. Zhang Peijin nodded, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her gaze. "Indeed, our master has always warned us that the master of Burial Dragon Mountain is a man of unfathomable strategy, capable of querying the heights of the heavens and the depths of the seas. Previously, I had thought our master was merely trying to instill fear in us to deter our ascent to Burial Dragon Mountain. However, it now appears that he was simply conveying the truth. Junior brother, is it still necessary to proceed tonight? Though the master of Burial Dragon Mountain is confined within his domain, he has nonetheless showcased his formidable strength and wealth, imparting upon us an intangible yet powerful pressure. After contemplating for a moment, I declared, "It is imperative that we continue. It seems that today's wedding will undoubtedly yield unexpected outcomes." I had anticipated only the arrival of Fong Su, the fox demon, yet I did not foresee the involvement of the master of Burial Dragon Mountain. Regardless of his ulterior motives, retreat is not an option. This marks our first direct confrontation. Should I choose to flee, I would diminish my own resolve. If I were to encounter the master of Burial Dragon Mountain in the future, I would find myself at a disadvantage. Observing the determination in my gaze, Zhang Peijin replied, "Very well. I shall immediately gather the disciples of the enchantment platform to prepare the wedding venue without delay." Ancient Armor Dao inquired, "On this occasion of venturing forth to disseminate news, should we convey the congratulatory gifts of the master of Burial Dragon Mountain?" I nodded affirmatively. Indeed. After the two departed, I meticulously cleaned the black umbrella and crushed the vermilion to commence drawing talismans. I sought to swiftly calm my mind. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Peijin arrived with disciples from the demon suppression platform, beginning the task of tidying the residence, draping red cloth, and collecting all the items related to ancient armored Dao's corpse rearing, including coffins and paper figures. Shortly after noon, having partaken of lunch, Zhang Peijin beckoned me to the doorway with a beaming smile, saying, "The surprise I mentioned is about to arrive." Chapter 65. She is already gone. The surprise is about to arrive. I gazed at the smile adorning Zhang Peijin's face, knowing that something delightful was afoot. Indeed, a youthful maiden clad in exquisite miao embroidery appeared, exuding vivacity, with several wind chimes jingling at her waist. "Fifth senior sister," I exclaimed. Fifth senior sister Wu Ling, known for her forthright demeanor and a hint of boldness, hails from the tea flower cave of the Miao region. She is well versed in the mystical arts of Miao sorcery, having possessed her own life-bound talisman since the tender age of 6. Under the tutelage of my grandfather, she delved into folk magic and various esoteric practices, while also joining us in the study of geomancy and qi cultivation. Over the years, she has carved out a notable reputation in Miao territory. The Wu family possesses an air of profound mystery in Miao, rivaling that of the renowned Luo family of corpse handlers. My grandfather once shared with me that the world of Miao is quite distinct from that of the Central Plains, where numerous extraordinary individuals, arcane sorcerers, and talismanic masters shine like brilliant stars. In his youth, he pursued a millennia-old demon to the Tea Flower Cave, where he spent a night at the Five Poisons Temple outside the village. At midnight, a man emerged from the village, inviting him to drink, pouring 5 bowls in total. Each bowl contained an invisible 5-poison insect swirling within. The man gazed at my grandfather, who, summoning his courage, downed all 5 bowls in one go. The man laughed heartily, becoming a friend to my grandfather. The following night, the man tossed my grandfather a bamboo tube, which astonishingly contained the ancient demon he had pursued for half a month. When my grandfather recounted this tale, he remained perplexed as to how the 5 poison insects had vanished into thin air. Due to their bond, grandfather accepted Wu Linger. When Wu Linger became his disciple, she boldly declared her ambition to become the foremost female Gu master, the leading female Feng Shui master, and the greatest expert in Miao Jiang before turning 30. I'm already aware of the matters concerning Luo Xia. Fifth senior sister Wu Linger is straightforward. She dares to have designs on you. If it fails, so be it. The corpse king of the Luo family does not dare to venture into the Central Plains. However, Luo Jing can present a challenge. But fear not. With my presence, no one shall harm you. I have prepared a Gu insect for you, to be presented as a wedding gift. As she spoke, she retrieved a bamboo tube from her bag. The tube bore a seal, yet some of the toxic gas within seeped out, indicating the presence of an exceptionally formidable Gu insect. I hastily waved my hand, saying, "Fifth senior sister, you know I've never been fond of Gu insects." Zhang Peijin chuckled. "Linger, you truly are extravagant. This Gu insect must have required considerable effort and resources to nurture." Wu Linger revealed her 2 sharp canine teeth and replied, "My junior brother is getting married. Of course, I must make a gesture. This is the most powerful snake Gu I have raised over the past few years." I glanced at Zhang Peijin, who said, "Linger, enough of your antics. Tonight will not be peaceful. Save this Gu insect to deal with those rascals." Wu Linger then put away the bamboo tube and entered the room. Observing the hastily arranged wedding hall, she shook her head and remarked, "This is too rushed. The decorations are far too ordinary. I should have come earlier." Zhang Peijin reached out and patted her head, saying, "You are not here to critique. Hurry and rest. You will have no time to be idle tonight." With a mysterious smile, Wu Linger declared, "I shall place the bamboo tubes I brought around. Let's see who dares to cause a disturbance." I did not hinder my 5th senior sister. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Jiado hurried back, his countenance grave. Upon seeing Wu Linger, he instantly recoiled, dropping to his knees with a thud, exclaiming, "Please spare me, my lady. I acted against the young master only under duress. Do not take my life." "Gu Jiado, who harbored centipedes within his body, was all too familiar with the aura of a Gu master. Wu Ling'er scoffed. For the sake of my junior brother, I shall let you off this time. Rise and speak. Trembling, Gu Jiado stood, stating, Young master, the news has spread. Yet, the reactions of everyone are quite peculiar. Yi Xinji proclaimed that today marks the annihilation of the Meng family. One may evade calamity on the first day, but not on the 15th. How brazen of that hypocrite, Yi Xinji, to remain in Dongjiang City and utter such malicious words. Wu Ling'er slammed her palm on the table, her fury palpable. Gu Jiado shivered once more. I smiled indifferently, saying, Yi Xinji's words are as empty as air. Does he possess a book of life and death? I had also caught wind of a curious rumor, which people spoke of with conviction. Hesitant, Gu Jiado pondered for a moment before revealing, Young master, I overheard that after descending from Heihu Slope, Guo Xuanyu suddenly perished. She's already dead. This news was concealed for several days before it leaked from the Guo family. A couple of days ago, I was unaware of the tragic news. Guo Xuanyu has passed away. Could it be that this uncertainty has now solidified into a grim reality? My body swayed slightly, and I felt a lack of oxygen, prompting me to inquire, is there unequivocal evidence? If Guo Xuanyu has been deceased for several days, then the beggar's assertion that she is nearing death must be a deception. Am I to participate in a matrimonial ceremony with a corpse this very night? Alternatively, could it be that Guo Xuanyu is not truly dead, but merely the subject of external rumors? After descending the mountain, Guo Jilu immediately summoned Yi Xinji and invited 4 renowned local physicians. It was not until the following afternoon that they emerged, with 3 of the physicians remaining tight-lipped. At that moment, Yi Xinji uttered those few words. Subsequently, the Guo family procured a substantial quantity of ice. It is said that Guo Xuanyu's body is decomposing at an alarming rate, necessitating the use of ice to slow the process. According to ancient Jia Dao, I took the initiative to investigate, and indeed, the Guo family has acquired a significant amount of ice. I silently closed my eyes, and for reasons unknown, tears began to flow from the corners of my eyes. I understood that my sorrow was for Guo Xuanyu, but also for myself. From the moment I discovered the grave of Meng An's wife, Guo Xuanyu, and unearthed that bronze coffin, to the time she disregarded her family's objections to come and converse with me, our fates seemed inexorably intertwined. In life we shared the same fate. In death we shall share the same tomb. With Guo Xuanyu's departure from this world, I too find it impossible to continue living. Yi Xinji, aware of the truth, refrained from speaking directly, merely stating that the Meng family would meet their demise tonight. She was so exquisite, and I so youthful. Is it truly the case that our lives are to conclude in such a manner? The shift arrived too abruptly, leaving me momentarily disoriented. Zhang Peijin inquired, Junior brother, if this is indeed the case, do you intend to wed Miss Guo? I could not help but question myself. Am I to marry a woman who is no longer alive? Chapter 66. Defying fate in an instant, doubt blossomed within my heart. No one had anticipated such an unforeseen calamity. Guo Xuanyu had, astonishingly, perished. For me, if I were to halt my course now, it would still be within the realm of possibility to salvage the situation. The heir of Master Meng, marrying a deceased woman. This would undoubtedly become a monumental jest within the realm of geomancy. Wu Ling'er began to speak, but Zhang Peijin swiftly gestured for her to cease. I inhaled deeply and resolved. I shall marry. Of course I shall marry. The news had already spread. I could not tarnish the reputation of a young lady who cared for me. In truth, I harbored a rather selfish thought. If today were destined to be my last, then having someone accompany me on the journey to the underworld would render the passage less solitary. Wu Ling'er opened her mouth to utter more, but Zhang Peijin intervened. Gu Jiadao raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, Young master, you truly are remarkable. There is no one else like you in this world. I wiped away my tears and laughed heartily. Cease your flattery. Prepare promptly. After nightfall, the bride will return. Arrange the food and drink. I shall adorn myself with a red flower. Zhang Peijin forced a smile and took Wu Ling'er to make preparations. I returned to my chamber, filled a basin with clear water, and washed my face. I wiped down the outer layer of my ceremonial attire and affixed the red flower emblazoned with the words groomed to my front. After cleaning the black umbrella, I completed my preparations. I then sat in a chair, awaiting the arrival of dusk with bated breath. I strove to calm myself, regardless of the tumultuous waters that may arise. I remained steadfast and unmoving. As the sun sets, dusk envelopes the sky in a warm, golden hue. According to traditional customs, the arrival of dusk heralds a bride, signifying good fortune. I took a deep breath and stepped outside. The door stood wide open, adorned with festive couplets. The horizontal inscription reading a joyous occasion for the Meng family. Can the beggar truly deliver the bride? Zhang Peijin inquired with concern. I responded with a calm smile. Certainly. Young master, many have gathered nearby. However, they merely observe from a distance and do not approach. Should we chase them away? Ancient Jia Dao suggested. I waved my hand, smiling. Send them some wedding sweets. If they wish to witness the ceremony, invite them over. Ancient Jia Dao pouted, clearly displeased. Wu Linger shot a glare at him. Promptly, Ancient Jia Dao grabbed 2 large bags of sweets and a couple of cigarettes and dashed out. Before long, he returned, looking dejected, with the items in tow. He slumped into a chair, his expression one of embarrassment. These people are truly insufferable. If it weren't for today's joyous occasion, I would make them pay dearly. He stopped abruptly, aware that mentioning coffins would conjure thoughts of death. Wu Linger, seething with rage, exclaimed, "Make sure to note their names. Tomorrow, I shall settle the score with them." I smiled faintly and said, "Fifth sister at Black Tiger Slope, they made me a target of ridicule, utterly losing my dignity. Today, I can only hide in the shadows and mutter a few words. Why bother quarreling with these curs?" Suddenly, a peculiar breeze swept through, and a white weasel clad in a black robe appeared atop the wall. The robe was voluminous, leaving the weasel's lower half suspended in the air, its head exposed. With a respectful bow, it proclaimed, "Mengen, I have come to seek a cup of celebratory wine. Do you welcome me?" Who would have thought that the first to arrive in congratulations was not a human, but a weasel? I laughed heartily. Every guest is welcome. Prepare a jar of honey for this weasel that resembles a man. The weasel, delighted by my words, bowed graciously. "Mengen, your fortune lies ahead." It then leapt gracefully into the courtyard. Wooling Air suddenly spoke up. "Second sister, is the eldest really not coming?" Zhang Peijin's expression changed, and she replied, "The elder has a misunderstanding about us." Wooling Air looked somewhat dejected, without the elder's presence, and with third sister and fourth sister also held up by pressing matters. This wedding of our junior brother feels so desolate. How shall we explain to master when we see him? I reassured her, it matters not. It was rather hastily arranged. At that moment, a Taoist clad in yellow robes, appearing to be in his 50s, with a countenance that was notably striking, reminiscent of Yi Xianji in his youth, entered our view, holding a whisk in his hand. Upon seeing him, Gu Jia Dao gasped in alarm, trembling with fear and hastily retreating. "Rebellious child, I'm not here to apprehend you today," the Taoist in the yellow robe called out. Gu Jia Dao dared not utter a word of rebuttal. As the Taoist stepped forward, he clasped his hands in reverence, smiling as he introduced himself. "I am Gu Shulian, hailing from Sanqing Mountain. Having heard of the wedding of Meng's grandson today, I have come to offer my congratulations." Upon finishing his words, he produced a red envelope from his ample sleeves. Gu Jiadao promptly advanced to receive the envelope. Although the Gu family of Sanqing Mountain may not rival the formidable reputation and strength of the Longhu Mountains demon suppression platform, they are nonetheless a respected lineage within the Taoist community. However, it was only later that I realized the remarkable stature of Gu Shulian. "Please partake in some tea." Esteemed Taoist, Mengen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I respectfully remarked, "It seems Gu Shulian has come on behalf of Gu Jiadao. I'm already immensely thankful for his blessings." Gu Shulian fixed his gaze upon me and stated, "I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding fate. Based on your destiny, you should have perished on the day of your birth." At this, Wu Linger's expression faltered, and Gu Jia Dao grew anxious, exclaiming, "My master speaks with unvarnished candor." I mused that had my father not thrown himself into the tumultuous waters that day, I would indeed have met my end. The Taoist's words held truth. I smiled and inquired, "Then why do I still draw breath?" Gu Xiuyan replied, "That is because you have defied the heavens and altered your fate. You have done so with such swiftness that death cannot keep pace with you. Others say you shall perish tonight. I fear death may not catch up to you. Young man, your fortune lies ahead." He chuckled heartily, adding, "If my friend could take a look at you, he might even be able to predict the intricacies of your fate." With that, he turned and entered, ready to enjoy his tea. Defying fate. The change comes so swiftly that death cannot keep pace. I am profoundly astonished. What seems like a casual remark encapsulates the tumultuous journey I have endured over the years. The last rays of twilight gather, and darkness descends. A procession emerges from the intersection, led by the limping beggar. Despite his lopsided gait, he moves with surprising swiftness. Behind him, a grand crimson palanquin follows. The young man from the Meng family, the groom, has come to carry the palanquin. Although delayed along the way, he has still managed to arrive. The beggar calls out. I hesitate for a moment, then quickly step forward, only to realize that, apart from the beggar, all others are mere paper figures. Each paper figure is tethered with a red thread, the ends held in the beggar's hand. He wields the red thread to manipulate these puppets with extraordinary skill. I place my right hand on the palanquin and call out, "Misqua, I am Meng and here to carry the palanquin. Are you well?" As I utter these words, my heart leaps into my throat. Chapter 67. The two matchmakers. Misqua, are you well? If the information brought back by Gu Jia is true, then the person in the sedan chair will not respond at all. "Brother Meng, I am fine," came a soft voice from within the sedan. Joy surged in my heart. However, a chill spread from the surroundings of the chair. The beggar turned to me and inquired, "Meng's lad, do you truly believe that rumor? Do you think the beggar would deceive you?" "Indeed. Yet, I have never contemplated tarnishing Misqua's reputation," I replied earnestly, nodding. "I even shed tears over it. There's no shame in admitting so. Fortunately, you still possess a sense of responsibility. Regardless of life or death, you did not refuse my arrangements. For this reason alone, Misqua marrying you is worthwhile," the beggar stated sternly, shedding his previous carefree demeanor. Once more, a delicate voice emerged from the sedan. "Brother Meng, you have been worried for my sake. In truth, I did perish before." It was the beggar who intervened to summon my soul back. Upon hearing this, I was filled with immense joy. The beggar truly is an extraordinary person with remarkable powers. The beggar continued, "Misqua's current condition is not optimal. We must proceed with the ceremony." I nodded and quietly asked, "Will they come?" The beggar affirmed with conviction, "They will certainly come." Seeing the beggar's unwavering certainty, my doubts dissipated. With the assurance that Guoxian Yu was not dead, I felt a considerable weight lift from my shoulders. The sedan came to a stop at the entrance. The limping beggar subtly drew back his right hand, causing the red thread to shift, and the paper figure gracefully retreated to the side, remaining utterly silent. I lifted the curtain, revealing a bride adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown, her face obscured by a crimson veil, concealing the visage of Guoxian Yu. The entire ceremony unfolded in accordance with traditional Chinese customs, where it is customary for the bride to be veiled. Judging by her figure, it was undoubtedly Guoxian Yu herself. There was no possibility of Fong Su masquerading in her stead. Furthermore, the sedan chair appeared entirely normal, devoid of any malevolent aura, unlike the one that had previously taken Fong Su away. Guoxian Yu raised her right hand, revealing her delicate, slender fingers, and the faint blue veins were visible on her fair skin. After a moment's hesitation, I reached out to support her. A chill surged through me instantly. Her body felt exceptionally frail, and her spirit seemed quite restless. I summoned my Taoist energy, sensing the flow of her breath. Indeed, she resembled someone who had just begun to recover from severe illness. "What are you dawdling for? Embrace her," the beggar exclaimed. My cheeks flushed. Although we had met several times, we had never engaged in close physical contact. "Brother Meng, I cannot walk," Guoxian Yu said. Without hesitation, I lifted her in a princess carry. She felt light, almost alarmingly so, as if she had grown exceedingly thin. The cold emanated from her continuously, but fortunately, my pure yang energy was robust enough to fend off the chill. Additionally, a subtle and refreshing fragrance wafted into my nostrils. Inside the main hall, Red candles had already been lit, and luminous pearls lay upon a tray, illuminating the room as if it were the height of day. The white fox leaned against the door, having consumed both jars of honey, its emerald eyes devoid of animosity, instead reflecting a sense of amusement at the unfolding spectacle. In front of Gu Xiaolian lay a jar of wine and a porcelain bowl, as he indulged in self-drinking while smiling at the imminent events. The beggar observed my coarse robe and shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "You Meng family members truly are peculiar. On the day of your grand wedding, why don't you wear such a humble garment?" I replied, "This robe is the most solemn attire of the Meng clan. My choice today is not arbitrary. There shall be a fierce battle ahead." I gently lowered Guo Xuanyu, who managed to stand with difficulty. Her red wedding gown shimmered under the candlelight. Despite being veiled, the beauty of Guo Xuanyu could not be concealed. Once the room was illuminated, I noticed that the right corner of the red veil bore a deeper shade of crimson, resembling bloodstains. Interwoven within the red were golden threads, forming the character for Dong. Could it be that this veil was crafted by a skilled embroiderer of the Dong surname? Wu Linger, standing nearby, inquired, "Second sister, is our sister-in-law's appearance pleasing?" Zhang Peijin, with tears of joy in her eyes, fervently declared, "There is no girl in the world more beautiful than she." The beggar approached the central chair and sat down resolutely, proclaiming, "Here, aside from a mere fox, I am the highest ranking amongst us. Let me officiate your wedding." The white fox chirped a couple of times, offering no objections. The beggar continued, "In this vast world, amidst the boundless sea of humanity, it is an exceedingly fortunate occurrence for you two, the pitiable children who may not have a tomorrow, to find each other." Upon hearing these words, tears streamed down the faces of Zhang Peijin and Wu Ling. The phrase "children without a tomorrow" could not have been more apt in describing my situation. Yet, I never anticipated that Guo Xuanyu's fate would shift so abruptly, rendering him yet another soul who might also lack a tomorrow. Both of them could perish at any moment. The beggar went on, "Meng's lad, I previously chastised you for squandering an opportunity and claimed that your soul was lured away by a beauty of the Guo family. I failed to comprehend that the two of you are destined to remain together for this lifetime. During our last encounter at the portal of the underworld, the beggar had granted me the chance to pose 3 questions. For the final inquiry, I asked him how to dissolve the poison of the magpie's brain love. He had erupted in a fit of curses at that moment. I chuckled and remarked, "Today, old beggar, you shall act as our matchmaker." I had not anticipated such an amusing twist in the affairs of the world. The beggar shook his head. "I am not a matchmaker. At most, I serve as a witness to your union." Curiously, I inquired, "Then who is the true matchmaker?" The beggar wore a mysterious smile and pointed to the red veil atop Guo Xuanyu's head. My gaze fell upon the character Dong embroidered on it. "What does this signify?" I questioned. The beggar asked, "What is your mother's name?" "My mother's full name is Dong." I began, but my words faltered. Could it be that this red veil belonged to my mother, Dong Xiaolon, and was crafted by her own hands? My grandfather recounted to me that 3 days after my birth, the yellow weasel outside our home was making a cacophony. My mother resolutely donned a red wedding gown, slashed her wrist, and allowed her blood to stain the fabric as she walked, leaving a trail of crimson in her wake, ultimately entering the Dragon Burial Mountain. A multitude of thoughts flashed through my mind. When my ancestors descended upon me, they remarked that the connection forged between me and Guo Xuanyu could be deemed a stroke of divine inspiration. Could it be that my fated bond with Guo Xuanyu, spanning 3 lifetimes, was orchestrated by my mother, Dong Xiaolon? Are you suggesting that my mother is my grand matchmaker? I widened my eyes in astonishment, gazing at the beggar. The beggar, with a mysterious smile, replied, "To be precise, you have 2 matchmakers. One could be identified as your mother, the dragon maiden Dong Xiaolon, who descended from Dragon Burial Mountain. However, there is another. 2 matchmakers? Another one? My mother is a dragon maiden." I was once again left bewildered. Chapter 68. The dragon maiden Dong Xiaolon, my fate, is intricately entwined with Guo Xuanyu, and to my astonishment, I find myself with not 1, but 2 matchmakers. This revelation is a first for me. Moreover, it is the first time I have heard my mother referred to as the dragon maiden. The beggar. Noticing my curious yet expectant expression, nonchalantly remarked, Mingyan, why not wait until the heavens and earth have been honored before I elaborate? We cannot keep the Guo family girl waiting. It dawned on me then that if this tale were to continue, it might indeed delay the proceedings. However, Guo Xuanyu interjected, saying, Grandpa Beggar, my elder brother Ming wishes to learn about his mother. Perhaps you could share a brief account. I am in no rush, she added, providing me a reprieve from my predicament. The beggar chuckled softly, then spoke earnestly. Your mother hails from beneath the burial dragon mountain. She was brought down by your grandfather. Consequently, within the geomantic circle, many refer to her as the Dragon Maiden. I finally understood. My mother, being a descendant of the burial dragon mountain, was thus bestowed with the title of Dragon Maiden. Yet, her origins remained shrouded in mystery. She had descended from the mountain with my grandfather, only to return, stained with blood. Perhaps this connotes the essence of a daughter of the burial dragon mountain, or signifies something beyond our comprehension. We all honor her with the name Dragon Maiden, the beggar explained. Suddenly, I recalled an incident from my departure from my hometown, when the aloof girl had shielded me from the yellow weasel, stating that her willingness to converse with me stemmed entirely from my mother's reputation. After pondering this for a moment, I inquired, I have always harbored a question. Living souls cannot depart from the burial dragon mountain. How then? Was my grandfather able to bring my mother down? The beggar paused momentarily, his eyes wide as if they were copper bells, and retorted, You ought to inquire of Mengzhua. Why direct your questions at me? I am not stationed beneath the dragon's tomb. Regarding this matter, I had consulted my grandfather, not just once, but multiple times. However, each time he told me that the timing was not ripe, and he could not divulge the information. It seemed that the beggar, too, was at a loss for words. As for the two matchmakers, what exactly is the situation? I refrained from persistently probing into my mother's identity. The beggar smiled faintly and replied in a measured tone. Meng's geomancy is unparalleled, and the Book 13 schools of Ma Yi Feng Shui is particularly profound. Here today, with one legitimate grandson and two disciples, is it not peculiar that no one has discerned the underlying intricacies? Wu Ling'er and Zhang Peijin exchanged glances, remaining silent. I was overwhelmed by the influx of information and could not unravel the threads of the matter at hand. Guo Xuanyu then spoke up, Grandfather Beggar, I believe I have gleaned some insights. I am uncertain if my reasoning is correct. The beggar replied, Do share your thoughts. The first matchmaker seeks to utilize me to usurp Meng An's fortune, thwarting Meng An's destiny. This is likely the fox's intent. The second matchmaker appears to be the dragon's tomb, transforming this marriage, aimed at seizing fortune, into a mutual benefit for both parties. Since the dragon maiden Dong Xiulan hails from the dragon's tomb, it is plausible that this is the reason for their involvement. Thus, the dragon maiden could be regarded as the second matchmaker. Guo Xuanyu's reasoning was remarkably coherent. Upon hearing this, I felt a deep sense of admiration for his analytical prowess. I believe the facts will not deviate significantly from her words. I've seen the birth chart of Guo Xuanyu inscribed on the stele of Wuying Mountain, and in conjunction with my own, I have made deductions. Our fates are at odds, akin to the conflict between water and fire. Should I wed her, I would be unable to survive the heavenly tribulations, facing grave peril to my very life. Unexpectedly, Zonglong Mountain intervened, which explains why, after my discussion with the beggar, the gifts from the master of Zonglong Mountain were promptly delivered, including all the necessary items for the wedding. The beggar nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, Mengzhua is indeed fortunate. It is no small feat for my grandson to marry such an intelligent bride. Guo Xuanyu replied, Grandpa Beggar, you jest. In this fateful union, both Guo Xuanyu and I are destined to perish. She would likely die first, followed by my own demise to accompany her. However, due to Zonglong Mountain's intervention, we both now harbor the hope of survival. A question arose in my mind. Why did the old drought demon, the master of Zonglong Mountain, choose to assist me? Was it due to my grandfather Meng's ascent to the mountain, or was there some connection to my mother, Dong Xiulan? What exactly is her background? What is the nature of her relationship with Zonglong Mountain? The beggar remarked, We've discussed much, yet there remain unsolved mysteries for you to unravel in due time. The ceremony can commence now. I emerged from my reverie as Wu Ling'er stepped forward to support Guo Xuanyu, tearfully smiling and saying, "You two are destined to marry." It is not only a matter of human arrangements, but also a manifestation of divine will. To my astonishment, Aunt Dong unwittingly facilitated this union. A warmth enveloped my heart as the red veil embroidered with the character Dong appeared, symbolizing my mother, Dong Xiulan's, affection for me. Tears cascaded silently from the corners of my eyes. Gu Jia Dao, seizing the moment, proclaimed with a resounding voice, "Bow to heaven and earth." Guo Xuanyu and I turned to face the sky, performing a grand salute. "Bow to the ancestors," Gu Jia Dao continued. The beggar, seated in the honored position, beamed with delight, tears glistening in his eyes. Despite being a wandering beggar, adhering to the rules of seeing the stars when resting and maintaining a distance from affection, he yearned for familial bonds. After we paid our respects to the beggar, Gu Jia Dao joyfully sang, "Husband and wife, bow to each other." As Guoxuanyu and I faced one another, my heart brimmed with joy, with only the final bow remaining. Yet, just as I prepared to kneel, an insidious force encircled my being, restraining my movements. The wind picked up, casting a shadow over the light, while Guoxuanyu's red wedding dress fluttered violently. Without the support of Wu Linger, she would have been unable to stand. "Meng, you ungrateful wretch, you see the new couple's joy but ignore the sorrow of the old. Today, if I slay this woman, you shall be bound to me." A voice, cold as ice, pierced through the air. As the words fell, the large red candles in the room extinguished instantly. Fortunately, the luminous pearl emitted a glow that illuminated the surroundings. The beggar shouted, "Guo family girl, do not lift the red veil. Commence the final rite immediately, Meng," and regardless of any arrivals, the crippled beggar flicked his wrist, and 7 crimson threads shot forth. Swiftly, 7 large paper effigies materialized, stationed around the main hall, forming a constellation of the Big Dipper. I surged with pure yang Taoist energy, attempting to resist the force enveloping me. As I managed to bend down, Guo Xuanyu's body also began to succumb to the overwhelming influence. Wullinger struggled to support Guo Xuanyu. A mouthful of blood erupted from Guo Xuanyu's lips, partially staining the scarlet veil. A gust of spectral wind fiercely attempted to lift the veil. The crippled beggar dispatched another crimson thread, securing it around Guo Xuanyu's head, preventing the veil from being dislodged. I hastily stepped forward, embracing Guo Xuanyu. Her body felt even colder than before, and frigid tears streamed onto my hand. Activating my yin-yang vision, I observed that one of the 2 life lamps on Guo Xuanyu's shoulders, representing her vitality, had already been extinguished. The remaining lamp flickered precariously, on the verge of expiring. Once extinguished, Guo Xuanyu would breathe her last. "Brother Meng, it seems we cannot elude our destiny," Guo Xuanyu sobbed in my arms, her icy tears cascading onto my hand. Chapter 69. Phantom shadows. As tears cascaded down Guo Xuanyu's face, the flickering life lantern grew increasingly dim. I channeled pure yang energy into her body, ensuring that she could endure for a while longer. While I endeavored to save Guo Xuanyu, tears streamed down my own cheeks. If it were not for me, she would not have been ensnared in this vortex. "Fong Susu, have you lost your mind? This is not the time for you to wreak havoc on Meng An's joyous day," bellowed the beggar. "Beggar, have you developed feelings for them?" A cold voice interjected. The beggar promptly denied, "I harbor no sentiments towards them. I only seek to capture you, the female corpse." Suddenly, the sound of a swana echoed through the air. A sedan chair leaped over the courtyard wall, and upon landing, the chilling wind ceased. The curtain was lifted, revealing a woman clad in a peony wedding dress, her face obscured by a red veil. "Mengan, why have you chosen to marry her, to unveil her veil, to make her your wife, yet refuse to be with me? You have seen my visage. Am I not as beautiful as she? You disdain me as a female corpse. Yet she is merely a corpse as well." The voice resonated. "It will soon be all right. We shall not perish." I suppressed my fury, entrusting Guo Xuanyu's care to Wu Linger, and stepped forward. "Fong Susu, we are strangers. I truly cannot comprehend how we became entangled. What have I, Mengan, done to incur your wrath?" I fixed my gaze intently upon Fong Susu, feeling as though beneath the red veil lurked a ghastly skeletal visage. "Today, Should you consent to accompany me to the netherworld, I shall spare the lives of those here. However, if you remain obstinate, all present shall accompany me in demise, including your new beloved." Fong Susu spoke through gritted teeth. Having consumed 2 jars of honey, a figure clad in an ample black robe, resembling a weasel, glided forward, emitting a sound akin to that of a human. This marriage is partially safeguarded by the Zonglong Mountain. For the sake of honor, I implore you to depart. I was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the weasel would intercede on my behalf. Fong Susu snorted disdainfully. What great arrogance Zonglong Mountain possesses. There was once a gifted geomancer who, wielding 36 demon-slaying swords, assailed Zonglong Mountain. You condemned his entire family to ruin. Are you now resorting to tyranny? If you possess the audacity, summon the master of Zonglong Mountain to emerge and crush me with a single hand. Otherwise, be gone from my sight. The weasel in the black robe swayed slightly, its eyes darting about. Its imposing presence surprisingly subdued Fong Susu. Gu Xiulian chuckled. "My dear lady, you harbor quite the grievance. Mengan is but 18, while you may have surpassed a century. Is it not unfair to demand that he journey to the underworld with you?" Fong Susu turned to Gu Xiulian, scoffing. "Insolent Taoist, refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. How can you presume that I am in the wrong?" Gu Xiulian responded, "Since it is a matter of aiding a friend, even if he is at fault, I shall certainly offer my support. I merely advise you to be mindful of the occasion." Gu Xiulian possesses an intriguing disposition. The red thread in the beggar's hand twitched, and 7 paper figures guarded the doors and windows, blocking Fong Susu's escape. Fong Susu laughed heartily. "Do you think you can hinder me with mere words?" With that, she placed her hands on the ground. Her skin, darkened and lined, sent countless black threads slithering into the earth. From the depths below, a low, rhythmic chant emerged. I sensed the ground churning, as if countless malevolent spirits were responding to Fong Susu's summons. The courtyard echoed with unsettling sounds. Wu Ling'er activated a bamboo tube outside, signaling an alarm. Gu Xiulian darted to the window, exclaiming, "You can summon the ghostly soldiers. Who are you?" "I am Fong Susu. Since the moment of my birth, I have never left Dongjiang until now. I am merely an obscure woman. How could a renowned Taoist like you possibly know of me?" Fong Susu scoffed. The air was thick with a heavy, ghostly aura. Above Fong Susu's head, a swirling mass of pitch-black energy formed, revealing a pair of wickedly red eyes. I stepped closer to the window. The courtyard was filled with over 100 dark spectral soldiers, clad in tattered armor, each wielding broken swords. Their helmets were hollow, obscuring their features. Judging by the design of their armor, they must have been soldiers from the Tang dynasty. This female corpse was capable of summoning such a multitude of spectral warriors. Typically, ghostly soldiers manifest on ancient battlefields, in certain tempestuous weather, or during nights heavy with ominous clouds, such as the night of the full moon. The souls of fallen soldiers reassemble, marching in formation as they did in life. Traversing specific passes. During the Battle of Chongping, the Qin forces executed 400,000 Zhao soldiers. It is said that on nights of the full moon, spectral soldiers traverse that very location. Those with weakened vitality may behold the astonishing sight of the army's nocturnal march. Situated at the strategic gateway of Beihu Province, Dongjiang City is flanked by the formidable East River and supported by the Black Tiger Mountain Range, making it a coveted battleground throughout history. Over the millennia, numerous conflicts have erupted in this area. The ancient structure of Jiadao stands near the riverbank, likely concealing beneath its foundations the remains of many fallen soldiers. Fong Susu scoffed disdainfully. What difficulty is there in this? The gathering aura of darkness within the room intensified, causing the faces of those present to grow increasingly pallid. How have you suddenly grown so powerful? I find it hard to believe. Summoning over 100 spectral soldiers is no feat for an ordinary individual. Although Yi Xinji, the eldest disciple of Bei Laojiu, wields the ghostly sword capable of commanding spectral soldiers, his abilities allow him to summon at most a handful. Yet, Fong Susu effortlessly conjured hundreds, an exceedingly terrifying display of power. Do you think that winning against me in the Fong family building grants you victory now? Fong Susu sneered as she departed from the small building. My strength is only set to surge. A jolt of realization struck me. I had always sensed something peculiar about the second floor of the Fong family building, which seemed utterly unnecessary. Could it be that the second floor is, in fact, a prison, serving to confine Fong Susu? My intrusion alongside Zhang Peijin has inadvertently created an opportunity for Fong Susu's escape from this cage. Once liberated, she soared like a dragon into the sea, like a tiger returning to its mountain, regaining her formidable and fearsome power within a mere day and night. It appears that my incursion into the Fong family's small building indeed disrupted the plans of the lame beggar, allowing Fong Susu to seize her chance to flee. A glance at the lame beggar revealed beads of perspiration forming on his brow. The third-ranking member of the 13 protectors was, surprisingly, breaking into a cold sweat. Instantly, my heart was engulfed in tumultuous waves. Meng and had miscalculated. I had not anticipated that this female corpse possessed such astounding supernatural abilities. The beggar master had never imagined that she could summon the spirits of the trapped phantoms from the underground world of Dongjiang. The lame beggar, however, was remarkably candid. Acknowledging his error, I realized that trouble was likely imminent. Chapter 70. Unbelievable Fong Susu, accompanied by hundreds of spectral soldiers, was further accompanied by a swirling, demonically red eye hovering above her head. The power exhibited by this century-old female corpse far exceeded our expectations. The subsequent circumstances appeared grim. I immediately urged everyone gather closely. Be wary of the malevolent energy harming your bodies. The group huddled together. Zhang Peijin procured talisman paper, while Wu Linger prepared her venomous insects. Sisters refrained from taking action. Let's first engage in battle, I instructed, gripping the black umbrella tightly. The beggar and I stood at the forefront. Fong Susu let out a chilling laugh. Mengyan, you seem remarkably composed. Being an intelligent individual, you must understand that all resistance is utterly futile. The beggar gestured toward the box of celebratory cigarettes on the table. Gujia Dao promptly opened a pack. After the beggar lit a cigarette, he quickly exhaled a cloud of smoke, grinning as he declared, Fong Susu, if you haven't regained your strength, it would be unfair for me to face you. Since you have recovered, I shall no longer hold back. Fong Susu took 2 steps forward, the malevolent energy intensifying, exerting greater pressure upon us. The eerie energy she emitted was unsettling. In addition to the sinister aura, there was a distinct scent of decay. Under the illumination of the luminous pearl, I was astonished to catch a glimpse of Fong Susu's shadow. Gu Jia Dao suddenly burst into tears. Gu Xiaolian scolded him. Lacking a soul and a spirit, has even your courage evaporated? Did you not once revel in nurturing corpses? Yet now, upon encountering an extraordinary female corpse, you are reduced to tears. After a scathing reprimand, the ancient beggar finally ceased his tirade, yet he could not suppress his sobs. The limping beggar cast a glance my way, exhaling with a heavy sigh, and calmly proclaimed, Mengyan, should I meet defeat, please consign my remains to the flames. It is imperative that they be incinerated, lest regret haunt us eternally. His words, clearly a prelude to his final arrangements, struck a somber chord. I managed a wry smile and replied, Master Beggar, it may very well be that I perish before you. The figure cloaked in black, a spectral white fox, emitted an eerie sound. If Mengyan cannot, I shall see to your cremation. The beggar erupted in hearty laughter, his thumb and middle finger pinching the cigarette butt as a surge of pure yang energy erupted forth, hurtling directly towards Fong Susu. Despite being veiled by a crimson hood, she possessed the acuity to perceive all. With a gentle shake of her head, she adeptly evaded the incoming ember. Onward, the beggar commanded, his hands trembling as 7 paper figures began to move in a rhythmic dance. Threads of crimson emerged from the figures, swiftly converging toward Fong Susu. All the red threads intertwined to form an expansive net, imbued with dense pure yang energy. Fong Susu recoiled, retreating hastily to the doorway, where she exerted great force to pull it open. The standing spectral soldiers raised their swords, emitting a fierce roar. A formidable wave of energy surged forth. Amidst the din of the spectral soldiers' howls, the 7 paper figures quivered, their once vibrant red threads losing their strength and tumbling to the ground. The paper figures sustained considerable damage. With a mighty roar, the beggar's voice resonated, overpowering the spectral soldier's fury. His pure young energy was immensely potent in terms of cultivation. He had ascended to the first tier of the celestial dragon realm, standing at the threshold of transcending to the heavens. Upon witnessing the beggar's intervention, a flicker of hope ignited within me. The beggar, having taken a half-step toward the celestial realm, should find it effortless to contend with a century-old female corpse. Yet, at that moment, Fong Susu's body began to ascend slowly, settling above the multitude of ghostly soldiers, casting a commanding gaze upon us. The legion beneath her feet served as her formidable foundation for supremacy. Beggarly old man, you are far too aged, though you have approached the heavens. My 100 spectral soldiers are sufficient to deplete your essence, Fong Susu proclaimed with disdain. Old corpse, no matter how aged I may be, I cannot rival your antiquity, the beggar retorted. He limped toward the entrance, and I followed closely behind. The courtyard surface was unrecognizable, now consumed by a swirling vortex of darkness. An oppressive aura enveloped the entire yard, shrouding the sky above in an impenetrable gloom, rendering the stars invisible. I called out urgently, "Do not emerge. The situation outside is dire." Confusion engulfed me. How could a single Fong Susu summon such terrifying malevolence? Her prowess rivaled that of the dragon-slaying geomancer, Xiao Tianxing. Why had no one within the geomancy circles ever spoken of such a being? What connection did she have with Fong Wanqing, Fong Qianchuan, and the esteemed benefactor, Fong Dashan? Beggarly elder, a century-old corpse wielding the power of overwhelming corpse energy, is unsurprising. Yet why is the malevolence here so intensely concentrated? I inquired, perplexed. The beggar could only shake his head in resignation. To be frank, I am equally baffled. We have both underestimated Fong Susu. She may indeed possess a remarkable lineage. Fong Susu was already suspended in midair, her red veil fluttering. I looked up, eager to catch a glimpse of her true visage from below. Yet, the oppressive aura was too thick to discern anything clearly. The confrontation was imminent, yet she had yet to unveil herself. I shouted, "Why haven't you lifted the veil?" Fong Susu replied with a cold scoff, "What is this? Have you changed your mind and wish to marry me now? If you slag with Xuanyu, I shall reveal my appearance to you." I clenched my fists, my teeth grinding audibly. "Meng's lad, do not rush nor despair. Soon, I shall find a way to seize her. At that moment, keep your distance from me." The voice of the lame beggar echoed in my ears. This was a form of secret communication. Attaining the realm of half-step ascension allowed him to weave his voice into a slender thread, audible only to one. I gazed at the beggar in astonishment. He seemed resolute, prepared to perish alongside Fong Susu. Before I could respond, he bellowed, "Let us engage in a fierce battle," and commanded the paper figure to charge into the throng of shadow soldiers. 100 shadow soldiers, composed of dark energy and imbued with the fierce spirit of their former lives, were far more formidable than ordinary malevolent spirits. I shouted as I surged forward, gripping my black umbrella, fervently channeling my spiritual power while reciting incantations to devastate these shadow troops. For directions, Emperor. 6 Ding and 6 Jia. Command to extinguish spirits. Swiftly, as the law commands. Meanwhile, although Zhang Peijin did not rush into the fray, she tirelessly cast talismans from the sidelines to assist us. Soon, I realized that the swirling mass of darkness in the center of the courtyard continually replenished the shadow soldiers. As we vanquish one spectral soldier, another immediately arises in its stead. In that fleeting moment, an unprecedented despair enveloped me. The relentless replenishment of these spectral soldiers signified our impending exhaustion and demise. I understood clearly that any arcane art relies on the essence of qi as its foundation. Summoning spectral soldiers is no exception, regardless of one's prowess. The number of spectral soldiers one can summon remains finite. How is it that Fong Susu it is capable of infinitely summoning the spectral soldiers from the depths below. My curiosity burned, and I implored, "Master Beggar, what is happening?" Even my grandfather can summon at most 100 spectral soldiers within the span of an hour. Why is it that Fong Susu can achieve an endless supply? I exclaimed loudly. Chapter 71. Mutual Destruction. The beggar, having shattered 2 armored specters, took a step back and gazed at me with a look of profound weariness. Fong Susu's origins are shrouded in mystery. She has likely lived for more than a century. These specters seem to exhibit an unwavering loyalty to her, not summoned by mere command, but rather resembling a legion that belongs solely to her. A sudden realization struck me. I had erred in my understanding. When Fong Susu claimed to have waited for me for 100 years, it did not necessarily imply that she had lived only that long. The beggar's final words sent waves of tumult through my mind. Fong Susu commanded a legion of unknown numbers, bound to her by some form of contract rather than by force of will. It became evident that she was not merely a pampered heiress born into wealth, but perhaps someone of even greater significance than the benevolent fawn. The courtyard was engulfed in thick smoke as 7 paper figures were ignited by the restless winds of the underworld, their ashes swirling in the air. "Children, I have failed to care for you, and I am deeply remorseful. Yet rest assured, I shall avenge you," the beggar lamented, his eyes reddened and brimming with tears. After years of wandering and begging, he had no family but these 7 paper figures. Despite adhering to the principle of emotional detachment, time had fostered a bond between him and these creations. "Fong Susu, I concede," the beggar declared, lifting his gaze toward the heavens. "You are formidable beyond compare. To challenge you is to underestimate the heights of Mount Tai and the depths of the ocean." Fong Susu descended gracefully, her voice chilling as she proclaimed, "I shall spare your life if you relinquish your eyes." The beggar, with a swift motion of his right hand, spun around abruptly and removed the oil-stained garment that clung to his body. To his astonishment, beneath the filthy exterior lay a hidden realm, adorned with an array of intricate runes, pulsating with an overwhelming essence of righteous energy. This garment, which had accompanied the beggar for decades, had absorbed the benevolence of countless individuals, becoming imbued with their vitality. Rarely did he enter a dwelling. Thus, the attire had basked in the sun's enlightening rays. It was indeed a treasure forged through the trials of his extraordinary life, an artifact that could not be replicated in the past nor in the future. The beggar cast the garment into the air, where it unfurled and swiftly surged towards Fong Susu. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, but the spectral soldiers flanking her advanced to obstruct the garment's path. Yet, it pursued with relentless swiftness. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Fong Susu, the runes within it swirling like iron chains, binding her firmly. The beggar lunged forward, embracing her, thereby reinforcing her captivity. "You foolish beggar, you are courting death." Fong Susu seethed with anger as the multitude of spectral soldiers assailed the beggar. He laughed heartily, declaring, "The worldly cannot vanquish you. I shall wield the thunder from the heavens against you." No sooner had he uttered these words than an immense surge of pure yang energy erupted from his being, as he quietly intoned an incantation from the heights of the 9 heavens, atop the clouds, with the force of 1,000 thunders. "Obliterate this corpse, by the decree of the 3 mountains and 9 lords." The pure yang energy shattered the dense malevolence that enveloped him. Once again, a golden rune ascended from the soiled garments, crackling with energy like a bolt of lightning. It was a thunder talisman. Within the Meng family's 13 doors of Ma-Yi, there exists a similar technique known as the Tiangang 5 thunder method. However, the thunder that the crippled beggar intended to summon was far more potent, exceeding my own by at least tenfold. This evening bore no clouds. The thunder was a veritable bolt from the blue. The beggar's move took me completely by surprise and filled me with admiration. He summoned the lightning to strike Fong Susu, and fearing she might evade him, he embraced her tightly. This was a mutual doom. Fong Susu's voice bore an edge of urgency as she exclaimed, "You've truly lost your mind. I retract my earlier statement. You need not blind me. Do you know who I am? Remove your filthy garments immediately, and I shall forgive you." In this world, no anomaly is unafraid of thunder. For the first time, Fong Susu appeared flustered. Yet her pride remained intact as her words did not fully concede. Huh, does my esteemed self require your forgiveness? You cannot possibly imagine that I would descend into hell alongside you. The beggar laughed heartily, though his mirth held a tinge of melancholy. The golden rune ascended higher, and the clouds began to gather and churn ominously. Now, Fong Susu was genuinely alarmed. However, she had no intention of surrendering. With a firm stomp of her right foot, the swirling black mist parted to reveal a descending staircase leading to a profound portal. Flanking this entrance were grotesque statues, featuring toothy, bull-headed, and horse-faced figures, alongside black and white specters adorned with long tongues and tall hats. Looking down, it resembled the abyss of the netherworld, an endless void. The entire scene was both tangible and ethereal. Suddenly, realization struck me. Mengin, your beggar master will not relinquish his grip. Quickly retreat indoors. Everyone, do not approach this place, the hobbled beggar shouted. This was the method employed by Fong Susu to coerce the hobbled beggar into loosening his hold. The path stretching downward before us was undoubtedly a road to the underworld. Within the Feng Shui circle, geomancers who had transcended to the true dragon realm possessed the ability to carve out a small path. For in exorcising spirits or confronting troublesome malevolent entities, opening a narrow road to the underworld to directly send them to hell proves to be remarkably efficient. With a mere stamp of her foot, Fong Susu could conjure a profound path to the underworld. From this perspective, she was scarcely inferior to a geomancer of the true dragon realm, at least on par with the second tier of that level. Fong Susu began to move, advancing toward the illusory path to the underworld. Should she draw near, while the hobbled beggar's physical form would remain unharmed, his soul would embark upon this road to the underworld. Thus, the hobbled beggar would cease to exist in this world. His frame was exceedingly gaunt. Years of begging had deprived him of proper nourishment, his hands appearing little more than skin stretched over bone. Yet, he did not relinquish his grip, nor did he care that he was about to tread the path to the underworld. Tears fell uncontrollably from my eyes. A figure of such caliber, one who had nearly ascended to the heavens, stood atop the pyramid of the Feng Shui circle. Achievements and renown. There was no need to vanquish evil spirits to attain enlightenment. Let go. You have struck me. You too shall descend into the abyss, meeting your untimely demise. Foolish wretch, release your grip at once. We harbor no enmity. There is no need for you to share in my tragic fate. Fong Susu, in a state of desperation, exclaimed. The beggar, with a grandiloquent demeanor, responded, You and I bear no grievances. However, your hands are stained with the lives of at least 13 innocents. It is only just that I enact retribution upon you. Should you perish by my hand, there shall be no further discourse. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the night, as a celestial bolt cleaved the heavens, descending from the ninth heaven above. Chapter 72. The emergence of the fierce tiger. I gazed up at the heavens, my palms slick with perspiration. In that moment, I could only stand at a distance, helpless to assist, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. It was I who had conspired with the beggar to lure Fong Susu out, yet it had devolved into his solitary performance. Fong Susu also raised her head, though the red veil remained unlifted. She stamped her right foot upon the ground, causing the scattered spectral soldiers to coalesce into a circle, forming a protective barrier. A beam of light descended, obliterating the surrounding spectral soldiers. Fong Susu's attire was singed in numerous places, and the stench of decay began to permeate the air. How is it, old beggar? I called out. The beggar's hair was smoldering, yet he clung tenaciously to Fong Susu, responding with great effort. I am unscathed. I'm quite well, you rascal. Just keep your eyes open. Witnessing this scene, Gu Jiadao wept, his eyes brimming with tears. Zhang Peijin and Wu Linger joined in his lamentation. Fong Susu erupted in laughter. You pathetic beggar. Still not letting go? A single bolt of heavenly lightning cannot extinguish me. Huh, what other tricks do you possess? The bolt of lightning had been summoned by the beggar, its power relatively modest. Had it been born of a tempest, the resultant thunder would have been an annihilating force. The solitary bolt that failed to vanquish Fong Susu, though surprising, was something I could accept. After the emergence of the demonic child, one could withstand 3 strikes of heavenly lightning. The fox spirit, upon departing from the copper coffin, could also endure a bolt descending from the sky. Fong Susu's arrogance was significantly diminished. My grandfather once recounted a tale of a malevolent spirit that, in its ethereal form, obstructed the descent of 9 heavenly thunders. There is also a sovereign of the dead who, in a bid to transcend, bravely endured over a dozen bolts of divine lightning. If it were 19, as a beggar, I would, with all my strength, offer a talisman to the heavens in exchange for those 19 strikes. The first would merely serve as an appetizer. Although weary, the lame beggar spoke with unbridled bravado, his fighting spirit soaring ever higher. Upon hearing this, a sharp pang of sorrow pierced my heart, and tears silently cascaded down my cheeks. After the 19 thunders had struck, even if Fong Susu had not slain the beggar, he would nonetheless succumb to his depletion of strength. This was the consequence of borrowing power from the celestial realm, a burden that must be borne. Many things in this world are clearly priced. Instinctively, I clench my fists. Then you shall transform into blood, Fong Susu remarked, taking 2 more steps, as the 2 of them approached the entrance to the road of Yellow Springs. A chilling aura enveloped the air, accompanied by the continuous wails and shrieks of despair. Junior apprentice, Miskwa's fate lamp flickers perilously. Her body is frail, and her soul might inadvertently follow into this forcibly open path to the Yellow Springs. Zhang Peijin suddenly exclaimed. With a swift whoosh, the hidden insects within the courtyard, influenced by the ominous energy, began to scurry wildly. As they neared the portal, they were instantly torn apart, dissolving into putrid goo. A wave of cold dread surged through me. Not only would the beggar's soul dissipate, but his body would also transform into blood. The road of Yellow Springs is a passage reserved for spirits. The living of the Yang realm cannot approach. Regardless of one's prowess, they would instantaneously dissolve into blood. The formidable Feng Shui master forcefully opens the path to the underworld, guiding souls into its depths while maintaining a prudent distance from its peril. It suddenly dawned on me why Yi Xinji hesitated to approach the false portal to the underworld. He understood that getting too close could transform the living into mere blood. At this moment, Guoxuanyu found himself precariously positioned. Just as I was caught in a dilemma, Gu Xiu spoke up, "Brother Meng, if you trust me, I shall keep watch over your rear." I expressed my gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder." At that instant, another bolt of heavenly lightning struck, hitting the lame beggar and Fong Susu. The red veil of Fong Susu was torn significantly, revealing her lustrous dark hair, suggesting she was no longer merely a skull. The lame beggar's right foot, perilously close to the steps of the underworld portal, had its pant leg shredded by the malevolent aura, with blood trickling from his heel. He braced himself against the ground, attempting to impede Fong Susu's advance. "You wretched beggar, I am Fong Susu, a maiden of noble birth." My anger surged. "If that is the case, let's embark on the path to the underworld together," Fong Susu declared icily. As a corpse imbued with formidable and unfathomable dark energy, her ascent into the underworld would not necessarily spell her demise. If she were to traverse that path, the heavenly lightning would no longer pose a threat to her. Ultimately, the outcome would surely see the lame beggar reduced to blood, his soul shredded beyond recognition, forever barred from reincarnation. Fong Susu might sustain some injuries, but would ultimately emerge unscathed. Such a conclusion was one I was loath to witness. I held a black umbrella and bellowed, "Fong Susu, every grievance has its source, and every debt has its owner. Everything has arisen because of me. Let's cease here. I shall accompany you." The beggar turned to me, his eyes brimming with tears. "Meng En, releasing a tiger back to the mountains and a dragon into the sea will undoubtedly bring endless calamities. Master beggar, if I do not rescue you, I shall never find peace in this lifetime." I dashed forward with great speed. Thunder roared. The third bolt of heavenly lightning descended. The sinister crimson eyes hovering in the air suddenly shifted, shielding Fong Susu from above. The dark mist transformed, coalescing in midair into a formidable black tiger, presenting a scene of astonishing grandeur. In the center of the tiger's forehead was the very eye of that sinister red hue. This evoked memories of what Feng Qianquan had said about the day he encountered Feng Wanqing when a mighty tiger stood guard beside her. The azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and the fierce tiger are all ancient divine beasts of the world of geomancy. The fact that this sinister crimson eye could undergo such transformation was truly astonishing. The mighty tiger loomed above, resolutely shielding Feng Susu from the third bolt of heavenly lightning. Its eyes blinked twice before plummeting down, entirely merging into Feng Susu's body. With a shriek, she summoned her strength, tearing apart the filthy garments that clung to her, and the interwoven chains inscribed with runes shattered instantaneously. The beggar also began to topple backward, perilously close to the path of the underworld. I leapt into the air and shouted, "Master Beggar, grasp the black umbrella." In that moment of life and death, a red thread shot forth, ensnaring the black umbrella. With a forceful tug, the beggar twisted his body in an astonishing manner, gliding through the ether of the underworld before finally landing on solid ground. His right foot and left shoulder bore significant wounds, blood gushing forth. Feng Susu, aided by her demonic eye, leapt onto the courtyard wall, nimbly hopping across the rooftop to evade the descending bolts of divine retribution. The beggar, tears streaming down his weathered visage, lamented deeply, "Meng, and I am indeed growing old. In the end, I cannot vanquish her. I feel utterly ashamed. Master Beggar, within the realm of feng shui, individuals of your chivalrous spirit are becoming increasingly rare. Leave the remaining matters to me." I consoled him. At that moment, the beggar, drained of his spiritual energy and having traversed the gates of the underworld, faced the grim possibility of extinguishing his very essence. "Master Beggar, I possess a medicinal pill. If you do not find it distasteful, please consume it," Gu Xiaolian urged. With the restorative properties of the pill, the beggar should be shielded from mortal peril. Meanwhile, having evaded 19 strikes of divine lightning, Feng Susu returned to the courtyard. With a swift motion of her right hand, she retracted the path to the underworld, coldly declaring, "Tonight, I demand that you all accompany me in death. And all of this is the consequence of your actions." She turned her gaze upon me. The red veil was torn in several places, revealing her right eye, as dark as the night, exuding an air of dominance. I summoned my spiritual energy, locking eyes with her, and then drew a sharp blade, pressing it against my chest, coldly regarding her. "If I were to perish now, would you not find your efforts in vain?" Chapter 73. Life and death unrelated. If I were to perish at this moment, would it not render your efforts futile? I gazed intently at Feng Susu. She harbored intentions of taking my life. However, before my demise, she required me to unveil her crimson veil and partake in the sacred rites of marriage, ultimately leading us both to the netherworld together. This implies that, for the time being, her need for my existence prevails. Feng Susu narrowed her eyes, scoffing disdainfully. "I find that hard to believe. You are merely 18, yet you do not cherish your own life." The blade in my hand pierced my skin, causing blood to flow. Gu Xiaolian stealthily emerged, rescuing the gravely injured beggar and administering a black pill into his mouth. "Dare to take another step forward," I proclaimed resolutely. "Do not think your ominous energy can manipulate my hands." Feng Susu's strength surpassed mine considerably, exacerbated by the malevolent gaze of her crimson eye fixed upon me. I was left with no choice but to resort to this tactic to save the lives of those within the room. "Are you attempting to threaten me?" she inquired. Advancing a step, I clenched my right hand tightly, the blood swiftly staining my clothing. "Stop." Sensing my determination, she retreated once more. "I could spare your friends, even the old beggar who summoned the thunder to strike me. However, which one you must perish?" "Absolutely not," I replied with unwavering resolve. "We have exchanged our vows before heaven and earth, with witnesses present and my mother's wishes acknowledged. I shall not allow her to die. To think that for a woman on the brink of death, you would wound my heart so deeply. You two were never destined to be. She is merely a pawn in a scheme against you, siphoning away your fortune. Can you not perceive this?" Feng Susu was seething with anger. Exclaiming my infatuation with beauty had led to a muddled sense of right and wrong. I allowed her to scold me, remaining utterly unfazed. At this moment, my life was the most potent bargaining chip. To save everyone, I had no choice but to act this way. My union with Guo had transformed from a mere conspiracy into a genuine marriage. Fong Su, I shall accompany you, but you must vow not to harm anyone, I declared. Fong Su trembled with rage, haughtily retorting, I can once again force open the path to the underworld and send them all there. Meng, and it is not your place to bargain with me. I too have my pride. Someone must pay the price. Our gazes locked, neither willing to yield an inch. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. I understood that we were both engaged in a game of wits. Having been struck by lightning, Fong Su felt that simply taking me away would be a loss of face, a situation I could not allow to transpire. I, Meng Yin, am the legitimate grandson of the esteemed Feng Shui Master Meng Zhua. It was already a matter of pride for me to comply and follow you willingly, I proclaimed loudly. After a moment of hesitation, Fong Su relented, stating, I can accept your proposal and spare their lives. However, I have one final demand. If you agree, we shall sever all ties and engage in a fight to the death. Speak, I replied emphatically. You must now loudly declare your intention to divorce Guo. Fong Su stated coldly. This seemed to be her ultimate boundary. I was perplexed as to why she was so adamantly insistent on this matter, so intolerant of Guo. I glanced back at the interior of the room. In a crimson veil, Guo reclined on the chair, the light of her fate illuminating her shoulders more brightly than before. Zhang Peijin gazed at me, her eyes filled with remorse. Wu Ling'er appeared pallid, her incessant cough betraying her distress. This time, they were confronted by an inexhaustible tide of malevolent energy. Though they did not engage in the fray directly, their health was nonetheless affected. Gritting my teeth, I proclaimed loudly, I can make an announcement. However, you must ensure that they shall not be harmed again. First, dissipate the surrounding malevolence. As my words echoed, Guo let out a heart-wrenching sob, shattering my heart in an instant. Fong Su waved her hands, swiftly drawing the surrounding malevolence toward herself. I assure you, although I, Fong Su, am merely a girl from Dongjiang, my words hold weight. My fate intertwined with Guo was one of conflict, a clash of water and fire. The heavens were indifferent, and the world was bleak. Two unfortunate souls struggled to face tomorrow together. Thus, I declared the dissolution of our bond. From this moment forth, let there be a clear separation, unentangled in life or death, devoid of shared graves. Initially, my voice was a mere whisper, gradually crescendoing. I yearned for the malevolent schemes that had ensnared us to be eradicated entirely. There was no need for shared existence or shared demise. She deserved to live freely. Brother Meng, Guo cried out in despair. Fong Su, unusually softening her tone, gently replied, It was long overdue. My dear, let us relocate. This place is decrepit and unworthy of us. I sheathed my small dagger and secured the black umbrella at my back, saying, Then let us find another place. You wait for me outside. Fong Su chuckled once more. Very well. Since you fear I may have a change of heart, I shall take my leave first. With a graceful leap, she ascended to the courtyard wall before descending again, granting but a minute for farewells. I surveyed the crowd, striding directly to the white fox before declaring, Should I perish, you would defy your master as command. Go forth and summon that formidable woman. This woman, I believed, was my only hope against the white fox's frigid demeanor. She should still be in Dongjiang City. Despite the peril I faced in Fong Su's clutches, I yearned to find a way to survive. The white fox's head bobbed slightly, its eyes glinting with mischief as it regarded me with a sense of arrogance. Is it merely because your wife possesses a century of cultivation? You send me a message. Should I survive, let your wife come to seek me for a token. I spoke swiftly. The white fox nodded in response. Sisters, should I not return, find a way to lead the eldest sister away from the Fong family. I must depart. I intended to say something to Guo, but the words failed to escape my lips. It seemed we might never be together again. Perhaps parting would be beneficial for us both. Gu Jiao let out a heart-wrenching sob. I opened the door and stepped outside. The couplets at the entrance fluttered to the ground, and the jubilant banner of the Meng family lay beneath Fong Susu's feet. Upon seeing me emerge, Fong Susu called out, "Mengen, you have indeed kept your promise. From this day forth, we shall be husband and wife." These words were directed towards those geomancers lurking in the shadows, probing into the unseen. Where shall we go next? And what shall we do? I uttered coldly. Suddenly, Fong Susu moved, appearing abruptly beside me. An overwhelming force cascading through my entire being. I found myself ensnared, utterly unable to move. Her tone shifted, becoming exceedingly gentle, reminiscent of a dutiful wife speaking to her husband. "Of course, we shall descend into the underworld together." My dear, are you not filled with anticipation? Chapter 74. Retrieving my belongings, shall we journey together to the underworld, my lord? Are you looking forward to it? Upon hearing these words, a shiver ran down my spine. Yet, what was truly terrifying was my inability to move. Not even a trace of pure yang energy could I summon. This sensation echoed the moment I had entered the Fong family's small building. "Is that so? Then let us descend together into the netherworld," I replied with a calm demeanor, eager to hasten Fong Susu's departure from his place. Fong Susu seemed to grasp my intentions, her voice remaining gentle as she assured me, "Do not worry, my lord. I will not go back on my word. I merely wish for everyone to behold a little longer. We shall leave shortly." With a graceful wave of her right hand, the jubilant sound of a swana flute filled the air. Almost instantaneously, a red sedan chair, enveloped in an eerie aura, materialized before us. Two malevolent spirits, one in front and one behind, bore the chair, their gloomy faces marked by a faint chill. "Let us ascend the sedan," Fong Susu urged, her hand resting on my shoulder. Her once lily-white hands regained their luster, still as beautiful as ever. Having ridden in such a chair before, I felt no fear. I smiled calmly and remarked, "I am bound by your restraint and cannot move. Perhaps you might loosen my feet." Fong Susu let out a light, melodic laugh, and a surge of power emanated from her hand. I felt as though I were a marionette, effortlessly following her into the sedan chair. The sound of the swana grew merrily louder. At the moment of entering the chair, I faintly discerned the weeping of Guoshuanyu. Soon after, the curtain descended, silencing the outside world. Seated together in the confined space of the chair, we appeared quite cramped. Fong Susu leaned her head against my shoulder, a foul stench mingling with the fragrance emanating from her body. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, my stomach churning with bitterness. "My dear, I am aware of your discontent," she whispered softly. "However, you must understand that my actions stem from a place of care for your well-being. No one in this world loves you as profoundly as I do." Her voice resonated in my ear as she nestled against me. Had I not witnessed her brutal side, I might have believed her to be a devoted woman, truly in love with me. Unfortunately, the more passionately she spoke, the greater my disdain for her grew. "Why do you not respond? Do you not wish to converse with me?" There was a hint of displeasure in her tone, laced with a trace of reproach. My mouth opened, yet words eluded me. I could only manage a feeble shake of my head, my gaze fixed on the small window to the right of the palanquin. Sensing my silence, she laughed heartily. "Ah, how foolish of me! I forgot that you cannot muster your spiritual energy, and the scent of me overwhelms you." She continued, "Fear not. In a moment, you will only perceive the fragrance, and the foul odor shall dissipate. I'm used to myself, so you are aware of your own stench." She reached out and pulled back the curtain of the palanquin, allowing a refreshing breeze to enter. I felt slightly better and coughed, managing to utter, "You are the butcher, and I am the fish. What is it that you wish me to say?" The scenery outside rushed by in a blur, the palanquin moving swiftly. The malevolent spirits carrying it ran with great speed, their dark energy visibly trailing behind them. "You are once again blaming me. Regardless, our time in this world is limited. Can't you treat me with a bit more kindness?" Fong Susu, with her boundless tenderness, only fills me with growing revulsion. "Where shall we go now? To where shall we embark on the path to the underworld?" I inquired. Fong Susu smiled slightly and replied, "Let us first visit the Fong residence." At that moment, I wondered why we must go to the Fong family. I couldn't help but frown. Had she decided to force open the path to the underworld at the Fong household? I posed a question, but she offered no further response. I resolved to close my eyes, striving to calm myself and reflect on the various occurrences during my time in Dongjiang City. I sought to uncover the reason behind Fang Susu's fixation on me. After much contemplation, I ultimately failed to identify any crucial information, leaving me perplexed. Perhaps, before I meet my end, I might unravel the mystery. Thus, even in death, I would harbor no regrets. The sedan came to a halt, signaling our arrival at the Fang residence. I opened my eyes and, peering through the curtains, observed the Fang mansion enveloped in an eerie silence. The front gate was adorned with talismans, the largest of which measured 3 meters wide and 5 meters long, crafted from fine silk. The crimson cinnabar outlined the Tai Shang Hun Dun Jin Xian talisman, a sight both startling and awe-inspiring. Alas, the artist's skill was mediocre, wasting the high-quality cinnabar and silk. Had my second senior sister, Zhang Peijin, been summoned to draw it, the talisman's power would have been elevated at least 5-fold. Fang Susu let out a cold snort, exclaiming, "To think one can deter me with mere talisman paper is utterly naive. Fang Qianquan truly is a fool. What connection do you have with Fang Qianquan? Are you here now to kill someone?" I inquired with a hint of curiosity. "If you do not wish for me to take a life, then I shall refrain from doing so," Fang Susu replied, her tone shifting to one of playful mirth. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I forced myself to respond with indifference. "You may do as you please with life or death. However, you must not harm my senior sister, Fang Wanqing." Fang Wanqing stiffened, her voice suddenly altered. "Do you harbor feelings for Fang Wanqing? Why are you so enamored with her beauty? Are all men in the world thus?" I retorted with irritation. "Please, she is my senior sister and has treated me with kindness. Do not be so crass. We share a bond of sibling affection. Jealousy is an all-too-human emotion, and Fang Susu, who has existed for a century, has not shed her envious heart. I am merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me. This item has been lent to Fang Qianquan for decades, and it is time for its return," Fang Susu declared. As her words echoed, the grand entrance of the Fang family mansion swung open with a sudden gust of chilling wind. Fang Susu summoned her dark energy, coalescing it into a tangible form as it surged toward the array of talismans adorning the walls. The talismans ignited swiftly, releasing a plume of smoke as the malevolent energy spiraled within, extinguishing all lights in the mansion. The guards collapsed, overwhelmed by the oppressive force. "Who dares to cause chaos here?" cried Li Zhengong of the Tai sect, brandishing a compass. Before him lay an octagonal table, adorned with an incense burner, thunderwood, ritual bells, candles, and a half-meter-tall alchemical furnace, all exuding an air of formidable intent. However, these ordinary objects may prove remarkably effective against recently awakened corpses. Yet when employed against Fang Susu, they would undoubtedly lead to one's own undoing. It appears that Fang Qianquan anticipated Fang Susu's return. Fang Susu grasped my hand and led me downward. Upon witnessing my predicament under Fang Susu's control, Li Jingyang's expression shifted dramatically. His right hand trembled uncontrollably as he struggled to utter, "Master Ming, I have heard today is your auspicious day. Why? Why have you brought the bride here? Enough of your nonsense. Summon Fang Qianquan at once, or I shall make you regret your insolence," Fang Susu coldly retorted, then softened her gaze upon me. "As long as you accompany me today, I shall spare the innocent. You would do well to heed her commands. I have already ensured her capture. This lady is not to be trifled with," I asserted. Li Zhengong, overwhelmed, immediately knelt upon the ground, tears and snot mingling as he pleaded, "Please forgive me, my lady." I, too, was deceived by Fang Qianquan. He claimed it was merely a common malevolent spirit. Fang Susu stamped her right foot upon the ground, causing the table to crash to the floor, scattering various prepared talismans. "Fang Qianquan, 20 years ago, I gifted you a female infant and bestowed upon you a fortune to prosper. Are you now too cowardly to face me?" she cried loudly. I was taken aback, realizing that Fang Wanqing was the infant Fang Susu had given to Fang Qianquan. Chapter 75. The True Puppet Master. I recall Fang Qianquan, once confiding in me that Feng Wanqing was rescued from the Black Tiger Cemetery. He even borrowed his wife's words to caution me that, in the past, black tigers surrounded Feng Wanqing. However, he concealed a crucial detail. Feng Wanqing was a gift from Feng Susu to him. This indirectly suggests a significant connection between Feng Susu and the Black Tiger Cemetery. Moreover, the initial capital that propelled Feng Qianquan into wealth was also provided by Feng Susu. It was Feng Susu who instructed Feng Qianquan to seek out my grandfather, Mengzue. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. After my grandfather Mengzue was laid to rest on Burial Dragon Mountain, through Feng Wanqing, I was drawn into the myriad conspiracies of East River. The true mastermind lurking behind these schemes may not be Xiao Tianqing, nor the elusive Red Fox, but rather Feng Susu, who stands beside me. In that moment, Feng Susu appeared increasingly enigmatic. She was shrouded in an aura of mystery and intrigue. Since my departure from my hometown, she is the first individual I find utterly inscrutable, simultaneously instilling in me a sense of dread. To this day, I remain unclear about her motivations. Could it merely be to lead me to the underworld? The mere thought of it sent a chill down my spine. Li Zhengong, in a state of terror, scrambled to retreat, exclaiming, "Master Feng, I'll return your money. Your aunt is too frightening." Feng Susu, with a resigned shake of her head, smiled and remarked, "Good sir, this fellow is simply too easily frightened. How could I ever break his leg?" I find it utterly impossible to smile, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. The woman before me possesses an extraordinary prowess. What is your true purpose in seeking Feng Qianquan? I could not help but inquire. I wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Feng Susu replied with a smile. What, I pondered, could this thing possibly be? Just as I was lost in thought, a sword shot forth rapidly from the main hall of the Feng residence. The blade moved with incredible swiftness, yet Feng Susu remained utterly still, unyielding. The sword halted a mere 10 centimeters before her, unable to advance any further. In this vast universe, how dare a mere female corpse act with such impunity? A sharp voice rang out. Then a Taoist clad in a black robe emerged. Though he did not approach, I could discern the pockmarked visage marred by the bites of venomous insects, rendering his face particularly grotesque in the dim light. Shortly thereafter, I spotted Feng Qianquan and Feng Wanqing not far behind. Upon seeing me alongside Feng Susu, Feng Wanqing's expression morphed into one of confusion, briefly tinged with disappointment before swiftly returning to her icy demeanor. I had intended to explain that my presence here, following Feng Susu to confront them, was not of my own volition, but rather a result of coercion. Yet, witnessing the flicker of disappointment in her eyes, I suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue and an unwillingness to speak further. It struck me that, having been apart from my senior sister Feng Wanqing for several years, perhaps the bond we shared was not as profound as I had once believed. Feng Susu flicked her hand, and the iron sword shattered and fell to the ground. She spoke again in a tone of indifference. "So, it is you. You have trapped me with your 8-chi transformation of evil, and even went so far as to summon those 13 female spirits who loathe me to the core, thinking you have truly imprisoned me?" Her words sounded somewhat convoluted, yet I grasped the essence. Feng Susu might have feigned her entrapment within the Feng family's small building, for she could escape at any moment. The figure before us, clad in black robes, was none other than Mao Shi Dao, a forsaken disciple of Mao Shan, renowned for his mastery in corpse cultivation and adept in the poisonous arts of the Miao region, a formidable character capable of wielding innate qi. His reputation within the Taoist community was notoriously vile, and he possessed a nature steeped in cruelty. The peculiar formation of the Feng family's strange little building was devised by Mao Shi Dao. Mao Shi Dao's pupils narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on Feng Susu, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Moments ago, thunder struck from a clear sky. Surely, a powerful being summoned it to strike you. I, a humble priest, shall seize this opportunity. By eliminating you, this female corpse, I can return to the Maoshan sect. The implication was clear. Feng Susu had already been struck by lightning and must have sustained severe injuries, rendering her vulnerable to his assault. Though Mao Shidao was of questionable character, in this instance, I found myself hoping for his victory. Alas, his prowess paled in comparison to that of a beggar. Despite her depleted strength, Fong Susu was bolstered by the fierce spirit of the tiger, transformed from the eyes of a demon. Mao Shidao did not hold the advantage. I let out a deliberate sigh, offering him a hint. Mao Shidao cast a glance at me, misinterpreting the situation, and coldly remarked, "A blade hovers over the character for lust. At such a tender age, you have allowed a female corpse to ensnare you. Truly, you bring disgrace to the Meng family. Meng's illustrious reputation has been utterly tarnished by your unworthy lineage." I chose not to respond. Mao Shidao, feeling slighted, exhibited a glimmer of avarice in his eyes, a gaze I had previously witnessed in Luo Xie. In that instant, I comprehended that should Mao Shidao triumph over Fong Susu, his next target would undoubtedly be me. He too coveted the legendary fortunes concealed within the Dragon Burial Mountain. Let the dogs tear each other apart. Fong Susu coldly inquired, "Are you certain you wish to stand up for Fong Qianquan?" Mao Shidao unfurled a whip, shaking it with force, producing an ear-piercing sound. This whip has been steeped in corpse oil and imbued with the mystical arts of Mao Shan. It is specifically designed to combat your kind of undead. Sir, he is quite oblivious to the gravity of his actions. Should he persist in obstructing my path, if by chance I were to inadvertently take his life, you must not hold me accountable for indiscriminate slaughter. Fong Susu suddenly addressed me. Enraged, Mao Shidao lashed the whip, propelling himself forward as the whip struck out like a venomous serpent. The whip emitted a peculiar odor, exhaling toxic fumes while harboring the innate energy of the Tao. In essence, it was a complex amalgamation. There was indeed a semblance of genuine skill present. Alas, his breadth of knowledge lacked depth. The combination of both elements appeared formidable, yet in reality, its lethality was diminished. Mao Shidao also underestimated Fong Susu. With a deft movement of her right foot, Fong Susu evaded the attacking whip, employing an even more exquisite footwork. As Fong Susu approached, I took a deep breath, hoping to regain some pure yang energy, only to discover it was utterly impossible. After several attempts, I ultimately conceded defeat. Fong Susu suddenly appeared before Mao Shidao, her left hand gripping his neck tightly, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. Mao Shidao, filled with panic, nevertheless wore a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. From his voluminous sleeves emerged 3 blood-red spiders, each dripping with blood and emanating a potent venom. Mao Shidao skillfully manipulated the cursed insects, catching everyone off guard, which indeed surprised many. However, Fong Susu remained unfazed. With a swift motion of her left hand, she hurled Mao Shidao away, sending him crashing violently against the wall. At least 5 of his ribs shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, struggling futilely to rise. Fong Susu gently shook her body, causing the 3 blood spiders to fall to the ground, where they ignited in flames, swiftly incinerated by the ghostly fire. The master of Mao Shan had once crossed paths with me. After thrusting his sword, he chose to retreat. How dare a discarded disciple of Mao Shan challenge me? Fong Susu scoffed, then turned towards Fong Qianquan, stating, "You have enjoyed 20 years of earthly wealth. Now it is time to pay the price." Fong Qianquan, stripped of his former status as a tycoon, trembled like chaff in the wind. Clenching his fists, he finally summoned the courage to shout through gritted teeth, I will not follow in the footsteps of my ancestor, Fong Das Hanren. Old corpse, I will not acquiesce to you." My eyes brightened as I realized that Fong Qianquan is indeed a descendant of the esteemed Fong Das Hanren. He claimed that he would not repeat the mistakes of the past, but what truly transpired in the life of Fong Das Hanren. Chapter 76, Fong Gua, Old Corpse Granny. I shall not allow you to succeed. Fong Qianquan's reaction at this moment truly took me by surprise. He resolved not to repeat the mistakes of his ancestors, displaying an unwavering determination, seemingly unafraid of death. However, given his current predicament, I could not help but feel it was a fitting consequence of his actions. I recalled the tale of a man who made a pact with a demon, acquiring astonishing wealth and fulfilling various desires, only to ultimately surrender his soul to the fiend. Fang Qianquan's actions mirrored that of the protagonist in the story. He too was engaging in a transaction with the devil. The benevolent Fang could attain fame and relish a lifetime of pleasures. Was it not worth it for him? After his demise, I had even left him a legacy. Otherwise, how could he have ventured into the mortal realm? As for the appellation Old Corpse Granny, Fang Susu did not seem offended. I leaned in, my curiosity piqued further. The entanglement between the Fang family and Fang Susu had spanned over a century, and the truth was on the verge of revelation. It appeared that the benevolent Fang reaped fame and enjoyed a lifetime, while Fang Qianquan indulged in 2 decades of unparalleled opulence, almost identical outcomes. This must be the boon that the Fang family extracted from Fang Susu. Yet, what would they inevitably relinquish? Fang Qianquan's eyes were bloodshot as he looked up at Fang Susu and proclaimed, "Thus, the souls of my Fang family shall serve your purpose." This demand felt excessively harsh to us. It was indeed a matter of treating souls as bargaining chips in a transaction with Fang Susu. I marveled inwardly. There truly exist individuals in this world who barter with demons, binding themselves to irrevocable contracts. Fang Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the abundance of information that shattered her long-held worldview. The Fang family? The once despised Go Hua, who bore the most wretched fate and lacked even a surname, nearly perished amidst the dead. Had I not rescued him and bestowed upon him a name, how could he ever have attained the noble title of the great benefactor? You dare to boast of the Fang family? Fang Susu remarked. The revelation was so staggering that it left me momentarily speechless. The great benefactor, Fang, was originally known only by his childhood nickname, Go Hua, devoid of an official name or surname. It was no wonder that his name did not appear on the death monument in the Fang family small building. His true name could not grace the esteemed halls of society. Thus he was simply referred to as the great benefactor. The name Fang Go Hua, indeed, is rather unpalatable. Upon hearing this, Fang Qianquan froze, his face devoid of color, utterly humiliated. The surname he took pride in was merely a gift from Fang Susu. I. Regardless of everything else, why do you seek the souls of my family? Is there no one else? His tongue stumbled, as if he had momentarily lost his resolve. Indeed, why did Fang Susu desire the souls of the Fang family? Moreover, she insisted on fulfilling their wishes before claiming their souls. With Fang Susu's power, capturing souls should not pose a challenge. I nurtured you, fulfilled your desires, and allowed you to indulge in immense wealth. In doing so, your souls would become greedy, selfish, and brutal, devoid of any humanity. Such are the souls I require. Moreover, I require a living soul to finalize our contract. This way, even if I take it away, the king of hell shall have no grounds to blame me. Fang Susu stated this directly, indicating her high standards concerning the living soul. Dear lady, may I substitute with the spirit of my ancestors? I dread the thought of becoming a vegetable, lying in a bed for decades, Fang Qianquan implored with a beseeching gaze. At that moment, I was suddenly reminded of the life and death steel immersed in the blood pool within the small building. One side bore the name of the benevolent Fang, while the other side bore that of Fang Wanqing. Fang Qianquan's intentions were unmistakably clear. He aimed to draw in malevolent energy using Fang Wanqing, subsequently cultivating a soul for the benevolent Fang. In truth, once a person's soul is lost, it is exceedingly challenging to recreate it. However, certain Taoist scriptures suggest that with specific tools, herbs, and secret techniques, one might rejuvenate a soul. For instance, individuals who have been in deep slumber for many years or those afflicted by soul loss can utilize esoteric methods to cultivate a new soul. I once encountered relevant records in a book titled Supplement to the Taoist Arts, which provided me with a certain understanding of this practice. Unfortunately, that tome was incomplete, with many crucial details missing. One certainty remains. The difficulty of regenerating a soul is immense and may indeed contravene the natural order. It is conceivable that Mao Shi Dao possesses profound knowledge of Taoist secrets and understands the process of soul cultivation. Under the substantial inducement of Fang Qianquan, it appears that a soul has been reared using the residual spirit left by the benevolent Fang. Fortunately, as Fong Wanqing is still alive. It suggests that Mao Shidao has not succeeded entirely, or at most, has only managed to cultivate half a soul. This time, it was Fong Susu who was astonished, asking, "Have you bestowed a new soul upon Gua?" Fong Qianchuan hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in acknowledgement. "Goodness, you truly are remarkable. Not only can you sell your adopted daughter, but even your ancestral Gua can be sold again. Such a selfish and greedy soul as yours is rarely seen, even in a century of life. It is not in vain that I granted you 2 decades of utmost wealth. You have indeed provided me with immense returns." Fong Susu became increasingly exhilarated. Fong Qianchuan, having failed in his scheming, wore a sullen expression and hurriedly turned to me, kneeling on the ground, pleading, "Meng Xianji, Master Meng, please speak some kind words. I am willing to offer you my wealth with both hands, only hoping to live in peace." I found it amusing. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If Fong Qianchuan truly reached an agreement with Fong Susu, he should honor it. I smiled and remarked, "You are beseeching someone who is utterly useless and about to meet his demise. Do you find that beneficial? In your desperation, seeking my assistance, what good do you think it will bring?" Fong Qianchuan then turned to Fong Wanqing, pleading, "Wanqing, please help me implore Master Meng." Fong Wanqing bit her lip, her face pale, struggling to contain her emotions, and inquired, Where do I truly come from? Is my mother not my biological mother? What does this female corpse mean by claiming you sold me? Could it be that what my second junior sister said to my junior brother yesterday was true?" Fong Wanqing, being exceptionally intelligent, had already gleaned much from the dialogue between Fong Susu and Fong Qianchuan. She yearned to uncover the truth of her lineage, to ascertain whether her father had betrayed her. Fong Qianchuan fell into silence. The brief stillness was profoundly despairing for Fong Wanqing. Fong Susu, with a piercing tone, finally spoke, "Fong Wanqing, you are the daughter of Heihu Mountain. Your heritage is invaluable. Fong Qianchuan has employed the 8 Qi to harm you. Yet for 10 years, he has failed to extinguish your life. You possess a resilient fate. The revelation of being the daughter of Heihu Mountain left me perplexed. Questions stirred within me. If Fong Wanqing's existence had been orchestrated by Fong Susu, with my grandfather's prowess as the renowned Ma-Yi Divine Hand, how could he not have discerned this? Why did he still accept Fong Wanqing as his disciple, even as the senior apprentice? Could it be that my grandfather, despite his meticulousness, overlooked such a significant variable concerning Fong Wanqing? Had my grandfather also fallen under Fong Susu's influence? Chapter 77. The Dual Dragons Embracing the Pearl After Contemplating for a Moment. I concluded with certainty that my grandfather must have long since perceived the unpredictable nature concealed within Master Sister Fong Wanqing. This suggests that I had not entirely fallen for Fong Susu's scheme. Heaving a sigh, Fong Wanqing inquired, "So, can you accurately inform me of my parents' identities?" Fong Susu shook her head, saying, "The situation is rather intricate. It is not necessary for you to know at this moment." Intricate indeed. Could it be that there lies an unspeakable secret behind Fong Wanqing's lineage? She appeared momentarily stunned, then managed a bittersweet smile, exclaiming, "You speak of my fate as being remarkably resilient. In that case, spare my father. He has nurtured me for 20 years. If you seek to take a soul, then take mine instead." Her gaze locked onto Fong Susu's, exuding an extraordinary determination. It seemed she still harbored gratitude for Fong Qianchuan as parental care. Fong Susu, with a graceful flick of her sleeves, turned and returned to my side, then looked at me with earnest eyes, asking, "My dear, what do you suggest I should do? Is there truly such a thing as a free lunch in this world?" Her question left me in a quandary. Let him have a free meal this time. I sensed Fong Wanqing's gaze upon me and declared. Fong Susu erupted in laughter, saying, "Then I shall heed your counsel." This was sufficient to leave me thoroughly bewildered. What trickery was Fong Susu up to now? Fong Qianchuan stood there, utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. Taking my hand, Fong Susu confidently ascended the grand red palanquin. In the distance, Fong Wanqing was clearly taken aback, perplexed as to why Fong Susu had suddenly consented to spare Fong Qianchuan and departed so calmly. "Junior brother, Thank you immensely. How are you faring now? Fong Wanqing exclaimed loudly. I intended to respond, yet found my mouth utterly incapable of movement. Fong Susu smiled and said, Fong Wanqing, should the opportunity arise, I shall take you to play at Burial Dragon Mountain. Live well. In the future, you'll be grateful to me. Taking Fong Susu to Burial Dragon Mountain? My heart was increasingly filled with suspicion. Could it be that Fong Wanqing had some connection to the funerary mountain? The curtain fell, and the sound of the Swana began to resonate. The malevolent spirits carrying the sedan chair took off, propelling it forward at an astonishing speed. After a considerable interval, Fong Susu gently inquired, Sir, are you able to speak now? Why did you suddenly agree to spare Fong Qianquan? Unable to restrain my curiosity, I asked, Did I truly agree? The blood pact remains in my possession. Claiming his soul is a trivial matter, Fong Susu playfully replied, her right hand performing a flipping gesture. Then why the haste to depart? Have you not yet secured Fong Qianquan's soul? I pressed. I sensed someone closing in, thus I hurried away. Moreover, I cannot bear to witness Fong Susu with a dagger pressed against her heart. At that moment, I would find myself in an impossible predicament, she chuckled. It appeared that even Fong Susu was wary of Fong Wanqing's origins. Sensing someone pursuing her, she opted to leave the Fong family rather than confront Fong Wanqing. One must admit, Fong Susu acted decisively, never mired in indecision. Such individuals are indeed terrifying. The sedan chair emerged from the Fong residence. With a graceful sweep of her right hand, Fong Susu emanated a vast aura that enveloped the entire sedan chair, concealing our presence. I found myself surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, yet the sounds of the wind and the gentle lapping of waves against the shore reached my ears. From my deductions, it seemed that this direction, having departed from the Fong residence, would lead us to the East River. It was highly probable that the sedan chair was now gliding upon the river surface. We shall soon return home, Fong Susu remarked with a smile. The river, shrouded in mist, appeared boundlessly expansive. Should we plunge into its depths, not a trace of our essence would linger. My heart raced with trepidation, hoping that the pursuer from the Fong family was indeed the indifferent woman. Although Fong Susu had masked our presence, I harbored hopes that the aloof figure would be able to catch up to us. The sedan chair swayed slightly, and Fong Susu lifted the curtain once more. Before us lay the vast river, parting to reveal a pathway across its surface, as if we were treading upon solid ground. Ultimately, the sedan chair came to rest upon an island at the heart of the river. Let us disembark, Fong Susu said, releasing me. My legs, having been confined for so long, felt somewhat numb, but after taking a few steps, I began to regain my composure. I turned my gaze towards the southern expanse of the East River, where two distant mountain ranges emerged, one being the Shadowless Mountain and the other the Black Tiger Slope. I marveled at the rushing waters of the East River, perceiving the mountains as dragons and the river as its own serpent, intertwining in a grand spectacle. Lifting my eyes to the heavens, I observed the arrangement of the stars and located the resplendent Polaris, the brightest star of the Ziwei Palace. This island held an air of intrigue, and I couldn't help but be astonished by its significance. A small island beneath my feet resembles a fragile boat adrift upon the vast sea. Though it rises and falls, it possesses remarkably auspicious geomantic qualities. This unassuming Jiangzhou may well conceal a treasure of exceptional feng shui, a prime burial site of spiritual significance, aptly described as the double dragons embracing the pearl. Beyond such a sacred spot, only the formations of 100 birds facing the phoenix and the true dragon's land surpass in grandeur. Should one be interred here, while it may not yield a celestial dragon soaring through the skies, it could certainly produce a local lord with relative ease. Alas, my spiritual prowess is insufficient to discern the intricate flow of the water dragon's energies, hindering my ability to delve deeper into the mysteries contained within. Sir, the Meng family has long been esteemed as imperial geomancers, serving as the Ling Tai Star official. Following the turmoil of the Huang Chao rebellion during the Tang dynasty, they fled the palace with their sacred texts. Their expertise in the art of geomancy is unparalleled across the realm, Fong Susu gently inquired. Among the practitioners of the mystical arts, many are aware of the Meng family's illustrious history, yet few can accurately articulate the significance of the Ling Tai star official. Established during the Western Han Dynasty, the Ling Tai served as an astronomical observatory, where officials monitored celestial bodies to assess the state of the world and the fluctuations of dragon veins. The Ling Tai star official was dedicated to serving the emperor, rendering the Ming family's mastery in stargazing and dragon-seeking a pinnacle of excellence within the feng shui domain, a testament to their distinguished legacy. Fang Susu's insight unveiled profound truths that left me astounded. My spiritual abilities are rather limited, and my youth was plagued by frequent illness, affording me little opportunity to study our family's treasured secrets. Moreover, the ancestral heritage of the Ming family is hardly worth mentioning. How could one possibly comprehend your intricate strategies? I remarked. Is that so? I have heard that upon Black Tiger Mountain, you, wielding your dark umbrella, bravely traversed the gates of the underworld and rescued Fang Wanqing. Following that, you even shattered Yixianji's ghostly sword. Fang Susu replied with a smile. It seems she possesses a profound understanding of me. The corpse, afflicted with poisonous curses and resembling Guo Xuanyu, might very well have been orchestrated by her. The nefarious entities trailing me from the Fang family were also likely her doing. Ever since my arrival in Dongjiang City, I have been under her watchful gaze. Regrettably, after my fierce battle with Yi Xianji, I sustained grave injuries and have yet to recover. Otherwise, I would have effortlessly discerned the feng shui arrangements of this place. I continued in agreement with her words. She chuckled, a hint of mockery lacing her laughter, and said, after the battle on Black Tiger Mountain, I initially presumed that you had transcended to the third realm of the true dragon stage. For someone as young as yourself to attain such a level, you would undoubtedly be a prodigy among prodigies. I felt a measure of trepidation towards you. Alas, your power has fluctuated too rapidly, leading me to contemplate a secret technique of the Ming family, the incantation of divine descent. Thus, I surmise that your moment of brilliance on Black Tiger Slope was merely a fleeting divine inspiration, and your true strength is at most the first realm of star-gazing and fate-knowing. My body stiffened. The hidden trump card I had concealed had indeed been sensed by Fang Susu. What astonished me further was her knowledge of the Ming family's esoteric secret, the incantation of divine descent. Chapter 78. The Millennium Curse. My hidden trump card had been perceived by Fang Susu, while I remained utterly oblivious to her knowledge. This sensation filled me with profound frustration and unease. Had I possessed genuine strength, independent of the divine summoning spell, perhaps the circumstances would have unfolded quite differently. A sudden realization struck me, and I spoke with a sense of relief. It must be that nameless dragon-slaying feng shui master who divulged this to you. His intention to eliminate me inadvertently led to my triumph. In his humiliation and anger, he must have revealed the secrets of the Ming family to you. Xiao Tianxing, a disciple of an ancestor from the Ming clan, is privy to many of their hidden secrets, possibly including the divine summoning spell. No, it was not he who informed me, Fang Susu replied, shaking her head, followed by a mysterious smile. There were 7 celestial officials who fled from the Ming palace under the cover of night. Among them was an ancestor of the Ming family, and the ancestor of the Fang family was also included. I widened my eyes. The ancient secrets from millennium ago were scarcely known even to my grandfather. He had recounted to me the tale of the Huangqiao rebellion, during which the imperial feng shui master abandoned the palace. From that point on, the art of feng shui ceased to be a royal privilege and began to permeate the common folk, aiding them in vanquishing malevolence and resolving their troubles. It was from that era that an array of feng shui masters began to emerge among the populace. The southern school of feng shui was spearheaded by Yang Junsong, who authored the Dragon Shaking Classic and the Heavenly Jade Classic, bringing the knowledge of geomancy to the masses. He aided the impoverished numerous times, earning him the moniker Yang the Poverty Rescuer. As the Song dynasty progressed, the folk feng shui master Lai Bai rose from humble beginnings to ascend into the halls of power, ultimately becoming a revered master of the Song. It was for the first time that I learned from Fang Susu that, on that occasion, 7 celestial officials departed from the imperial palace and ventured into the realm of the common folk. No wonder the 8-chi transformation array devised by the Taoist priest, Mao, she could not confine you. It turns out you possess a lineage of knowledge. Although Mao, she is well-versed in Taoist formations, there exists a significant overlap between Taoism and the art of feng shui. From my observations, Feng Susu's mastery of feng shui secrets is on par with the renowned 13 Gates of Mai, and she also possesses a certain understanding of the dragon-slaying technique. Feng Susu recounted, "During the chaos of yesteryear, my ancestor, upon arriving in Dongjiang, gazed from a height and perceived that the island amidst the rushing waters was a veritable treasure trove of feng shui. To be buried here would surely yield a prince of the realm from the Feng lineage. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. My earlier conjecture had proven correct. And what transpired thereafter? I inquired. Indeed, the ancestor of the Feng family was interred here, and a formidable prince arose. Yet, merely 18 years later, calamity struck, leading to the annihilation of the family, culminating in a brutal execution. Even more terrifying was the inescapable curse that befell them." Feng Susu's demeanor visibly darkened. To seize a treasure of the earth for oneself is the taboo of feng shui practitioners. Since time immemorial, only those of virtue are favored by the heavens. The ancestor of the Feng family, having discovered this auspicious ground, usurped its fortune. If his moral character fell short, it may appear that he ascended rapidly, yet in truth, he would be left with endless regrets. My grandfather once imparted to me the wisdom of this matter. Feng shui masters inherently possess the ability to discern the secrets of heaven. Should they harbor selfish intentions and lay claim to the treasures of feng shui for their own, it is an affront that even the heavens cannot overlook. A typical feng shui master, merely by interpreting faces for others, is destined to bear the weight of 5 misfortunes and 3 deficiencies. The repercussions for audaciously seizing the essence of feng shui are undoubtedly far more terrifying. The Feng family once produced a generation of noble lords, only to meet a fate of utter annihilation. Such a punishment is indeed harrowing. Thus, you share this with me, expecting what in return? Should I simply acknowledge that the Feng family reaps what they have sown? I gazed at her in confusion. Surely, she understands these principles. Our ancestors believed that the fortuity of the Feng family might allow them to evade celestial retribution. Little did they anticipate such a tragic outcome. To say they deserve it is not an exaggeration. Feng Susu showed no signs of anger. "So, you have brought me here to help me comprehend the grand feng shui landscape of Dongjiang for the first time, merely to lead me to a tranquil demise?" I inquired. Feng Susu pointed to her heart, asking in return, "Have I become a heartless person? It is said that Meng Qingshan has also become heartless. Do you not wish to uncover the reasons behind this?" I had presumed that upon entering Feng Susu's domain, she would swiftly lead me to a night of passion, only to subsequently end my life and accompany me to the underworld. However, it appears she does not intend to kill me immediately. She seems to require my assistance with certain matters, likely pertaining to the curse endured by the Feng family. From her words, it seems the Meng family bears a similar curse. Is your lack of a heart a consequence of this curse? Given that the Feng family has been obliterated, why do you remain alive? Was your head reattached later? I cautiously inquired. Feng Susu possesses a rather irritable temperament. Her inquiries are often too direct, leaving me concerned about her potential wrath. Throughout history, there have always been those who escape the clutches of retribution, and I am that fortunate soul. Thus, you need not fret. My head remains intact. She is not angry, for in truth, these words have resided within her heart for many years. And this is the first time she has voiced them, bringing her a sense of liberation. I continued, "I lack a heart, cursed as I am. And this has been corroborated by Meng Qingshan." "No," I exclaimed, shaking my head vehemently. "My father, Meng Qingshan, sacrificed his heart to shield me from calamity." Feng Susu chuckled softly. "And who informed you of this?" I was momentarily taken aback. I had learned it from the ancient Jiadao, who in turn had received the knowledge from the turtle robe man, Chun Guinyin. Chun Guinyin acquired it from Haifeng and I. Could it be that all of this information was disseminated by Feng Susu herself? It seemed she had read my thoughts, as she remarked, "Indeed, it was I who had someone convey this to you." This is merely my hypothesis, yet I firmly believe it to be the curse borne by Meng Shan. I then inquired, is the curse merely the absence of a heart? Without a heart, one would perish. If the curse only leads to death, it cannot be deemed excessively cruel. Generally, those without a heart succumb immediately. However, I remain unscathed and have yet to perish. I do not wish to become a mere relic. Fong Susu's tone turned profoundly mournful, and I contemplated that both Meng Shan and I had, like the heartless, become mere specters, existing as skeletons yet untouched by death. This is the lamentation of the Fong and Meng families. I inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through me. Could it be that the enigma of Meng Shan's immortality was not solely due to the malevolent influence of the earth's veins within the well? Perhaps the most significant reason lay in a curse, devoid of a heart, yet capable of survival. Such a notion hardly resembles a curse. It is well known that the world teems with those who yearn for eternal life, countless as the fish crossing a river. If one cannot perish, is that not an extraordinary blessing? I remarked. Fong Susu sighed heavily. To me, immortality is akin to a boundless prison. Within this confinement, I endure relentless torment, a fate worse than death. I bear the most excruciating tortures known to mankind. Every 10 days, an inner fire sears my being. During thunderstorms, I'm struck by lightning. Her words ignited a spark of contemplation within me. A sudden realization dawned. The Fong family had been cursed for usurping a site of geomantic fortune. Yet, how could the Meng family, known for their benevolent actions and untainted conscience, find themselves ensnared by such a curse? Chapter 79. The immortal body. I gazed at Fong Susu with skepticism and inquired. The Fong family usurped the precious geomantic site, leading to their curse. Yet, my Meng family has always adhered to principles of benevolence and righteousness. We could never be subjected to such a curse. The Meng family has maintained a commendable lineage. My grandfather was renowned for vanquishing demons and monsters, his reputation unsullied. My father, Meng Shan, is a man of virtue. I still possess a modicum of confidence in this regard. Fong Susu paused momentarily, though her face was obscured by a red veil. I could discern the peculiar glint in her eyes fixed upon me before she erupted into laughter. Enough. I felt bewildered, and her laughter further provoked my ire. Your very existence, as well as your survival until now, constitutes the gravest transgression of the Meng family. The Meng family has defied the heavens, disrupting the rules of geomancy. All of this will inevitably incur a curse, Fong Susu articulated slowly. My birth is deemed the greatest error, and my continued existence is a transgression against the celestial order. I succumbed once more to contemplation. I yearned to unearth evidence to counter Fong Susu's assertions, yet despite my utmost efforts, I found myself unable to refute her claims. My mother descended from Longzhuang Mountain and wed my mute father, a union scorned by all, resulting in a child who ought never to have existed. Ultimately, it was their lives that were sacrificed to preserve mine. My very birth and survival represent the Meng family's defiance of the natural order. This mirrors the Fong family's encroachment upon sacred ground, both acts infringing upon the principles of geomancy. It appears that transgressions against these principles invite curses. I let out a deep sigh, tears streaming down my cheeks unbidden. My father, now a skeletal figure, endures torment at regular intervals. All of this is intricately connected to me. Upon discovering the truth, I am overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt. I accept your analysis. Indeed, my deaf-mute father has suffered under a curse. Ultimately, I allowed her to persuade me. Aside from being consumed by ghostly flames and struck by thunder, are there no other torturous fates? The possibilities of being burned, struck by lightning, frozen, or bitten by insects are all too real. In truth, these are trifling compared to the torment inflicted upon the soul. Such punishment is ineffable. Fong Susu confided that her body trembles uncontrollably. A chill courses through me. Can it be that you are truly unable to die or escape this curse? It is impossible. I have observed Meng Shan. He is akin to me. I even forced open the gates of the underworld and entered alongside him. Yet we encountered no issues. Neither of us perished. Fong Susu's words resonate with despair. For her, such immortality is indeed a prison. Had the beggar understood this, he might have reconsidered his intentions of perishing alongside Fong Susu. Surely, casting one's flesh into the flames or leaping from a great height would lead to destruction. I pressed further. Fong Susu sighed. It may be hard for you to believe, but I have destroyed a body before. After some time, a new self emerges, the soul alighting upon it, enduring the same tortures, with memories never fading. However, this body is utterly incapable of basking in sunlight or residing in warm places, rendering it indistinguishable from the dead. What? I exclaimed in disbelief. How can such bizarre and unfathomable occurrences exist in this world? I can hardly believe my ears. After destruction, a brand new body will emerge. Yet the memories remain unchanged, and the soul is still unable to reincarnate. It equates to enduring an endless cycle of torment once more. Fong Susu let out a bitter laugh and said, "It is indeed true. This is the most peculiar aspect. I have spent an extensive amount of time without discovering a way to unravel the curse. Not even the principles governing its operation can I comprehend. I cannot help but marvel inwardly. The realm of metaphysics is truly vast and profound, continuously presenting inexplicable enigmas. Regarding the millennia-old curse that Fong Susu described, I pondered that even if my grandfather, Mengzua, were aware, he might not fathom the underlying reasons or discover a means of resolution. There are countless more mysteries in this world yet to be unraveled. I fell into a profound silence. To illustrate more vividly, I felt as though I had touched a towering mountain peak, standing at its base, unable to find a path upward. All I could do was gaze up at the mountain, feeling a sense of insignificance. Now, this terrifying curse is not merely Fong Susu's concern. It is also a predicament faced by my father, Meng Qingshan. Fong Susu remained silent as well, and the two of us lingered in silence for quite some time. The river breeze blew, not awakening me further, but instead plunging me into deeper self-reproach and anguish. I had hoped to find answers from you before my demise, to resolve some of my uncertainties. Now, I'm even more perplexed. I broke the stalemate. Fong Susu said, "Let's enter the tomb. I have conceived a plan. Perhaps we can unravel this curse tonight." Indeed, Fong Susu approached me, and it was evidently linked to this millennia-old curse. I nodded in agreement. I sensed a reduction in her malice. I surmised that Fong Susu, tormented by the curse, had transformed into an immortal yet lifeless being, which accounted for her drastic change in temperament and peculiar behavior. Perhaps, once the curse was lifted, she would revert to her former self. This night was not to be the final eve of my existence. A glimmer of hope flickered within me. As I ventured toward the island, I suddenly recalled the visage of my mute father, Meng Qingshan, and curiously inquired, "Will your face also resemble that of a skull?" "You shall know for yourself if you lift my red veil," Fong Susu replied, her voice dropping to a whisper, tinged with a hint of shyness. Despite having lived for many years, I remained untouched in matters of intimacy. "This you need not worry about. I trust you share the same innocence." Hee. Her words reached my ears, and I couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. In matters of romance, I still possessed a certain timidity. Suddenly, I recalled my grandfather's repeated admonitions. Before unraveling the heavenly tribulation, one must ensure the preservation of one's primal essence. Anyone who seeks to undermine your primal essence harbors malicious intent. In that instant, clarity washed over me. During our previous conversation, I had merely followed Fong Susu's line of thought. How much of what she uttered was genuine? Had my mute father truly become a skeletal figure due to the curse? Why did he transform into a skeleton while she remained in a state resembling that of a corpse? There were too many unanswered questions. Yet, I chose to conceal these doubts within my heart, refraining from voicing them. I believe that Fong Susu would not speak the truth to me. She thinks I have already placed my trust in her words. As I ventured forth amidst the lush greenery of the trees, I unexpectedly encountered someone I had no desire to see. It was Haifeng and I. Haifeng and I exhibited profound respect towards Fong Susu, his eyes brimming with humility. "What brings you here? Is it possible that Fong Susu is your master?" I cannot help but inquire. Chapter 80. The Bloodwell Tomb. How did you come to be here? I inquired of Haifengni. Her gaze appeared somewhat vacant. As she looked at me, there was no flicker of recognition in her eyes. A wave of surprise washed over me. According to the tales of the martial world, Haifengni had sought solace in the mountains due to heartbreak, only to later attract the attention of a certain master of a grand tomb, who imparted arcane knowledge to her, enabling her return to the mortal realm as one of the 13 guardians. Thus, upon encountering her, I had assumed that her mentor was Fong Susu. However, the legends were slightly askew. Haifengni had not sought an end in the mountains, but had instead immersed herself in the eastern river. Regrettably, Haifengni remained indifferent to my presence. With Haifengni's appearance here, I pondered the whereabouts of the Crimson Fox. "Step back," Fong Susu commanded with composure, gesturing with her hand. Any who dared to approach her would be met with resistance. Haifengni remained silent, cloaking herself once more in the shadows. After taking more than 10 steps, I beheld an ancient well, adorned with a stone pavilion to shield from sun and rain. The well's depths churned with water, continuously bubbling forth. As I drew nearer, I discerned that the liquid was red, though mercifully, only a faint metallic scent permeated the air, unlike the stench of human blood. "What is happening?" I pointed towards the blood well. The emergence of this well was as enigmatic as that of the one in the cemetery. A graveyard would not harbor the living, and thus a well would be superfluous. Here, in the midst of the river, with flowing waters on either side, there was no necessity to excavate a well. To procure water, one could simply draw it from the river itself. This must be the entrance to the tomb. Fong Susu calmly remarked that the blood that surged forth remained an unsolved mystery. She took a fire stick and, after igniting it, I gazed at the blood water swaying in the well, inquiring whether it bore any resemblance to the blood well in the Black Tiger Cemetery. Fong Susu responded affirmatively, stating there was indeed a distinction. The Black Tiger Cemetery contained human blood, whereas this was a product of nature's nurturing. I inhaled deeply, noting that the metallic scent of blood was faint, almost accompanied by a unique fragrance. This aroma seemed to carry a hint of spiritual energy. I had heard tales that when constructing houses or selecting burial sites, one might encounter spots where blood water emerges. The reasons for this were often attributed to unearthing ancient entities, such as the roots of tree spirits, which would yield blood water. However, witnessing such a substantial flow of blood water forming a large well was a first for me. It reminded me of a bedtime story my grandfather once told about ancient feng shui beasts resting beneath the earth, their bodies colossal. I speculated that beneath this ancient well lay the blood vessels of a slumbering or deceased ancient beast. Of course, this was merely conjecture. The true nature of the phenomenon eluded me. I inquired, "How do we descend? Is your family tomb located beneath this well?" Fong Susu nodded, asserting, "I have a method to temporarily lower the blood water." She murmured a few incantations, and a vast, malevolent aura emanated forth. My spiritual power was constrained, yet my instinctual awareness remained intact. It was as if that demon with crimson eyes had departed from Fong Susu's body, swirling above the blood well. Suddenly, an overwhelming force enveloped me. I gripped the black umbrella tightly, exerting all my strength to hold on without relinquishing my grasp. "What is happening?" I exclaimed. Fong Susu replied, "Its meaning is quite clear. If you wish to descend into the tomb, you must relinquish the black umbrella and leave it above. I shall safeguard it for you." I immediately countered, "Without the black umbrella, I cannot assure my cooperation. I am but a mere pawn in your game. What is there for you to worry about?" Fong Susu fell silent for a moment before issuing a command into the air. The force that had been encircling me gradually subsided. After what felt like an eternity, a miraculous sight unfolded before me. The water level began to recede at a visibly rapid pace. Fong Susu took my hand and leaped directly into the well. Upon landing at the bottom, I found my feet still stained with blood. The drop had to be over 20 meters from the surface. Soon, Fong Susu opened a stone door at the designated position. As we entered through the stone portal, the blood water outside surged once more. A chill gripped my heart. Even if the detached girl managed to reach the island, it would be a formidable task to drain the blood and gain entry into the tomb. My complexion turned pale, and cold sweat beaded on my palms. Fong Susu reassured me, It is all right. Descending into the Yellow Springs does not necessarily equate to death. The Grand Tomb is also our home. The Grand Tomb is your abode, not mine. I silently muttered a few words of resentment in my heart. Soon, the eternal lamps around me flickered to life. The air was infused with an intricate blend of scents. This place, a feng shui treasure of the double dragons embracing the pearl, naturally exudes a certain ethereal aura. However, an unmistakable stench of decay permeated the atmosphere, emanating distinctly from a human source, not an animal. I attempted to summon my pure yang energy to discern the origin of the morbid odor, yet I met with failure. It seems that Fong Susu remained ever vigilant against me, granting me not a sliver of opportunity for freedom. As we traversed an ancient burial passage, peculiar scales emerged on either side. Upon touching them, I found their texture remarkably smooth. Could it be that a feng shui divine beast perished beneath the earth, with some of its scales repurposed to construct this tomb corridor? Before long, we entered a vast and venerable tomb. The ceiling of the burial chamber soared high above, constructed from exquisite Nanmu wood and solid stone. Each layer was defined in function, featuring a reception hall, a conference chamber, and at the innermost point, the stone chamber that likely served as the tomb owner's resting place. The entire arrangement indeed befits a noble of princely stature, with an array of burial treasures in abundance. Piles of gold shimmered brightly, alongside an assortment of glittering gemstones, numerous bronze artifacts, lacquerware, porcelain, and a mound of nearly 3 meters high of white bones. It is evident that the Fong family amassed an immense fortune when they produced a prince. Such actions render the fate of decapitation and extermination entirely unsurprising. Upon witnessing the scene before me, I cannot help but believe that the initial capital for Fong Qianquan's rise was indeed provided by Fong Susu. Surrounding us were various armors fashioned from ceramic figurines, akin to the spectral soldiers summoned by Fong Susu. These ethereal beings were perhaps the spirits of her ancestral warriors. As I surveyed my surroundings, I remained vigilant, seeking the source of the ominous scent of death that lingered in the air. Fong Susu grasped my left hand firmly. Her voice a soft whisper, "My dear, if we can break the curse, we shall live in happiness. If not, we shall remain here together for the rest of our days, never to venture out again." A chilling aura emanated from her touch, causing me to shiver involuntarily. I retorted, feigning bravado, "Shall we unveil your bridal veil now? Are we to consummate our union before the eyes of your ancestors?" Chapter 81. The Captive Tortoise. How infuriating. Why are you more anxious than I am? You must be eager to enter the room. Fong Susu exclaimed in annoyance. A penetrating chill enveloped my body, as if testing something within. I exhaled in relief, having already contemplated my next words. "I thought you would be here." Fong Susu tugged at my arm, leading me further inside. Ahead, the sound of rushing water mingled with a sorrowful wailing. Where could the sound of flowing water and weeping possibly originate? I inquired. The pure yang energy is restrained, rendering me unable to perceive those things invisible to the naked eye. Fong Susu replied with a smile. "I am merely taking you to witness it. Do not be in such a haste." She paused momentarily, pointing to the far-right tomb chamber. "Soon, we shall go there to celebrate our union and together unravel the curse." Under her guidance, I beheld an ancient well. Digging a well within a tomb exceeded my understanding. With the dead interred, what purpose could a well serve, unless it was intended for the living to seek refuge? However, given the massacre of the Fong family, how could any living soul remain here? Fong Susu, left behind in this world, was but a living corpse devoid of desire for water. Standing at the edge of the well, I gazed down into its remarkably clear waters, devoid of any impurities. The depth of the well revealed a solitary tortoise resting at its bottom. Its shell was black, adorned with intricate patterns that resembled script. At that very moment, as I peered into the depths, the slumbering tortoise abruptly raised its head and gazed upward. As the black umbrella behind me trembled, a delicate, melodic sound reached my ears. Instinctively, I glanced at Fong Susu, who appeared oblivious to this occurrence. This turtle weighed approximately 100 pounds, classifying it as a substantial specimen. It had resided in the well for no less than a century. However, when compared to the enormous turtle at the foot of Xuanwu Lake beneath Mount Zonglong. It seemed relatively insignificant. A long sigh echoed in my ears. The large turtle, having opened its eyes, seemed to express disappointment in me before slowly closing them again. It was the turtle's sigh. I realized that the ancient well before me resembled a prison, designed solely to confine this great turtle. How long has this turtle been here? I inquired. Since our ancestors constructed the grand tomb, it has been visible. Perhaps a millennium, Fong Susu replied calmly. 1,000-year-old turtle. Why did it suddenly lock eyes with me? Why did the black umbrella I carried suddenly vibrate? Could it be that the turtle believed I had come to rescue it? Only to sigh once it perceived that I was as helpless as a mud Buddha crossing a river? At that moment, a peculiar thought flashed through my mind. Could this turtle be a relative of the one in Xuanwu Lake? Has a binding spell been placed above the well? I directly asked Fong Susu. Indeed, there's not merely one binding spell, but at least 9, she replied with a smile. I never anticipated that, despite your inability to channel your powers, you could still sense the traces of the arcane. So, have you discerned the inscriptions upon the turtle's shell? Indeed, there were inscriptions upon the tortoise's shell. This time, I resolved to be wise and shook my head, thinking, inscriptions? How could the patterns on a shell possibly be words? Fong Susu turned to me, her left hand gripping my arm tightly, and with a smile said, Isn't it said that the Meng family possesses a miraculous ability to decipher words from the markings on a tortoise's shell? We shall soon be true spouses. Must you still keep secrets from me? I chuckled and shook my head. I have never heard of such a miraculous ability. A sudden, chilling aura swept over me, causing excruciating pain throughout my body. Tell me, what have you discerned? Her tone shifted to one of authority. Have you lost your mind? My spiritual power is incapacitated. Besides, even if it were operational, my current level of mastery is insufficient to achieve the ability you mention. I retorted through gritted teeth. Oh dear, I was too hasty, she replied, her tone softening once more, almost angelic. My dear, the inscriptions on the tortoise's shell pertain to breaking the curse. Therefore, I became anxious. A surge of fury welled up within me, though I chose not to display it, calmly responding, I do not blame you, if blame is to be assigned. It should be to my own limited capabilities for not being able to assist you. Fong Susu linked her arm with mine as we departed from the ancient well. I then beheld a revolving grinding stone, with 2 thick hemp ropes suspended a meter above the ground. If I guessed correctly, it seemed there were spirits operating the mill. Among them was Dogwa. Fong Qianchuan will be arriving shortly, Fong Susu remarked before I could inquire further. What purpose does this serve? I asked. They indulge in pleasures at my expense, while my soul is destined to toil in the tomb. Fong Susu chuckled cheerfully. I struggled to discern the purpose of the grinding stone's rotation. However, as I passed by, a sudden realization struck me. The putrid stench of decay that pervaded the grand tomb emanated from this very stone. Were they grinding? I inquired. You may find it repulsive, she replied. They're grinding the essence of corpses. My body stiffened at the mention. The essence was derived from the saliva of the deceased, combined with wild honey and ground pearls. This concoction served to preserve the body, cloaking its decay with a fragrant veneer, thereby maintaining the luster of life. Due to the use of the deceased's saliva, the initial process was accompanied by a potent odor of death. Yet, once ground and allowed to ferment, it would emit an exquisite fragrance. Could it be that Fong Susu's seemingly radiant hands were a result of this very essence? The thought alone made me instinctively recoil in disgust. Regrettably, Fong Susu held on to me tightly, leaving me no means of escape. As we spoke, she led me into a burial chamber adorned with crimson drapes and a new bed. She approached and seated herself upon it. Under the flickering candlelight, she appeared gentle and beautiful, akin to a bride awaiting her groom. I was taken aback, my throat tightening. Beneath the red veil, did there truly lie a face reminiscent of Fong Wanqing? Wait, why must it be I who lifts your veil? Why must it be me, rather than any other man in the world? I extended my hand forward, only to come to a halt. The harmony of yin and yang, the fusion of water and fire. After our wedding night, we would be able to unravel the curse. Fong Susu proclaimed, Your Meng family, not just Meng Qingshan, is afflicted by the curse. You too suffer the consequences of this malediction. Let us together break this curse. Is that so? I inquired. Fong Susu's explanation always left me feeling as though it was neither entirely true nor wholly false. Hurry! Fong Susu, incensed by my questioning, commanded in a tone of authority. A vast aura surged forth, enveloping me and seizing my body. My right hand grasped the red veil. Chapter 82. The Serpent of Transformation. I found myself unable to control my own body and reluctantly lifted the tattered crimson veil. In an instant, 13 visible black threads surged into my right hand, swiftly permeating my meridians and forming an intricate web that ensnared me. A profound dizziness enveloped my mind. What is this? I gasped in astonishment. Fear not. You have unveiled my veil, and I shall bestow upon you a gift, Fong Susu murmured, her head bowed in a coy manner. The flickering candlelight revealed a pallid visage devoid of any color, yet her eyes sparkled with an enchanting brilliance, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Fong Wanqing, yet her ashen complexion lent her an allure that was distinctly her own. Her lips were a vivid scarlet, and it must be said that she was a remarkably attractive woman, surpassing the beauty of most in this world. Do you find me beautiful, my lord? Her voice dripped with tenderness, and an exquisite fragrance emanated from her being. My heart stirred, and my mouth parted as an impulsive desire to kiss her lips took hold of me. Beautiful, I uttered, almost unconsciously. Would you then share a bridal chamber with me? Her eyes sparkled with longing as she gazed deeply into mine, just as I was about to nod in agreement. My grandfather's admonition echoed in my mind. Anyone seeking to seize my vital essence before my tribulation harbored malicious intent. With great effort, I turned my head away, avoiding her captivating gaze. Why resist your own instincts and suppress your true nature, Meng? And we are all cursed by the heavens. Why not indulge in a fleeting moment of joy and descend together into the underworld? Perhaps fortune will favor us, allowing for a new way of existence. Her words were profoundly persuasive, each syllable piercing my mind and undermining my resolve. My head spun, as if I had fallen into an immense net, plummeting towards an unfathomable abyss. I felt increasingly weary, while Fong Susu appeared even more enchanting and alluring before my eyes. Suddenly, the image of Guo Xuanyu flashed in my mind. I couldn't help but consider that the beauty before me might be preserved with the essence of the deceased. Forgive me, but my grandfather once said that one must not destroy their original young body before overcoming the heavenly tribulations. If you truly wish to spend your life with me, why not wait for 2 years? Clinging to my last shred of rationality, I voiced my dissent. How audacious! I have offered countless kind words. It is a blessing that your aunt has taken a liking to you, yet you still ask me to wait 2 years. What difference does it make if one dies at 18 or 20? She retorted furiously, seizing my shoulder and pinning me onto the bed. The more enraged she became, the more I recognized the correctness of my choice. For one as ancient as you, 2 years may seem trivial. Yet for me, those 2 years are precious years of mortal existence. I exclaimed, you have lifted my bridal veil. Thus, you have fulfilled our contract. I ask you, are you willing to bestow your entire young essence upon me? Her voice grew frantic. I realized with dread that the 13 dark threads that had invaded my body were, in fact, the blood contract she had laid upon me. No, I refuse. Who knows how many lies that old crone has uttered to me? I screamed with all my might. Upon uttering those words, a sense of liberation enveloped me. Even if I were to truly confront death thereafter, at least I maintained my will, untainted by the allure of beauty. Fong Susu's features contorted as she unfastened her right shoulder, revealing an ornate arm adorned with a serpentine tattoo resembling a dragon, yet distinctly not one. A hissing sound echoed. In the blink of an eye, a massive flower-patterned serpent emerged, nearly 3 meters in length, exuding a menacing aura and flicking its terrifying tongue. How could there be such a serpent? Are you human or demon? I gasped, drenched in sweat. The serpent gazed down upon me from its lofty perch, its eyes darting, its mouth agape, as if to absorb the vital energy from my body. Soon, its form transformed, adorned with a golden scale. However, after the first golden scale emerged, the second one remained elusive, a creature that is neither dragon nor serpent. This is a dragon-transmuting serpent, I exclaimed in astonishment. It must be a serpent that has cultivated for many years, drawing upon the earth's spirit energy from the dual dragons guarding the pearls, having transcended the constraints of its corporeal form to exist as a spiritual entity. Yet its ultimate destiny is to undergo a metamorphosis, transforming from serpent to dragon. Once this serpent possesses a dragon's form, the fortune of this grand burial site will ascend exponentially, and the fortunes of the Fong family will soar to the heavens. Fong Susu tumbled from the bed, her eyes wide with alarm as she cried out, "My lord, do not move. Allow it to absorb your vital energy. You are unique, and with this dragon-transmuting serpent, your fate will change. My family shall rise from the depths of despair, overturning the fateful curse that has plagued us for millennia. When that moment arrives, I shall bestow upon you a grand burial." The great serpent, in its quest for transcendence, transforming from a mere creature into a magnificent dragon, necessitates extraordinary fortune. Such nefarious practices, which siphon the life force of others to ascend, are profoundly malevolent. In accordance with the celestial laws, forcibly seizing another's destiny invites divine retribution. However, should I willingly offer myself, it would no longer be deemed an act of theft. Hence, Fong Susu concocted schemes to ensnare me into matrimony, all while masquerading her intentions under the guise of liberating me from the Meng family curse. A wave of trepidation washed over me. Had I not maintained my resolve at a critical juncture, awakening from the trance, I might have found myself entwined with her, allowing the great serpent to drain my vital energy, leaving my very lifeblood to be consumed. In such a scenario, the more I struggled and resisted, the more diminished the serpent's transformation into a dragon would be. "Ha! You deceiver! You shall not fool me. Meng Yi, that door remains firmly shut. For you to desire my submission, it will have to wait until the next life." I laughed heartily. Fong Susu, seething with rage, felt a foul mark emerge upon her chin, a noxious scent wafting through the air, her eyes ablaze with fury as she shouted, "Resistance is futile. An arrow once shot cannot be retrieved. I shall not concern myself with the moralities. If it is to be taken, then let it be taken. I have resigned myself to this inevitable conclusion," exclaiming, "You wish for my willing sacrifice, to lend my vital energy to aid your Fong family in nurturing a dragon. I am on the brink of death. Tell me, why choose me?" This great serpent is not merely a practicing serpent demon. It can be described as a feng shui entity nurtured by the Fong family. Once the auspicious dragon, with its twin dragons encircling the pearl, has been cultivated, it creates a prime location for the dragon vein. The fortunes of the Fong family will flourish immensely, and the grandeur of this ancestral burial site will elevate several tiers. The tomb, sheltering future generations, has the potential to alter Fong Susu's destiny. In pursuit of this goal, Fong Susu has employed every means at her disposal, even revealing numerous secrets, consistently guiding me to this very place. Yet, why has she chosen me? My fate and fortune do not stand out among the crowd. For instance, my senior sister Fong Wanxing possesses a highly valuable destiny, characterized by a golden and jade-like aura, and her fortune far surpasses mine. Why would Fong Susu forsake Fong Wanxing in favor of someone as precarious as myself? Chapter 83. The cold flower's language. My fate has been fraught with misfortune. My parents have met with calamity, and my destiny is akin to a solitary star chasing the sun. Why has she chosen me? I feel as though I am on the verge of being drained of vitality by the great flower serpent, destined to become a mere shell of a human. I can only hope to unravel the final enigma, allowing me to depart this life with my eyes closed in peace. The situation has been firmly established, and Fong Susu no longer requires concealment. She proclaimed loudly, "Your mother is Dong Xiulan, a dragon maiden descended from the Tomb Dragon Mountain. You possess half of her bloodline. By the skin of my teeth, I am considered a dragon person. The primordial yang energy within me is certain to aid the Fong family. It must indeed liberate me from this curse entirely." A tremor coursed through my heart upon realizing the connection to my mother. The beggar had explained that my mother came from the tomb Dragon Mountain, which is why she is referred to as the Dragon Maiden in the geomantic circles. Is it solely based on this that Fong Susu has concluded I can assist her in nurturing dragons? The term dragon person likely indicates that I bear half of my mother's dragon maiden bloodline. It appears that Fong Susu perceived my potential to aid the Fong family in cultivating geomantic creatures from the moment of my birth, having meticulously plotted her course of action. She merely awaited my grandfather's ascent to the mountain to set her plan into motion. I raised my gaze to the geomantic creature, my mind racing with various methods of rescue. Terrifyingly, the yang energy continued to leak away, and I found myself unable to gather even a shred of spiritual power. The 13 crimson threads that had penetrated my being seemed to be incessantly siphoning my blood. I had fallen into a state of utter helplessness. Alas, a prolonged, powerless sigh echoed in my ears. Who could it be? In the midst of my agonizing confusion, I cried out in despair. Fong Susu was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and calmly stated, "No one can find their way here. Even if they manage to enter, the tomb beast will dispatch them." I finally recognized the sound of a sigh emanating from the turtle in the ancient well. What could it possibly be lamenting at this moment? Fong Susu, after living for centuries, resorted to such deceit against an 18-year-old child. Truly, you have no shame left. Suddenly, a voice reverberated through the air above the grand tomb. Simultaneously, I sensed a flow of Tao power gradually coursing through me, seemingly emanating from beneath the stone slab. The 13 strands of sinister energy that had bound my vital meridians vanished in an instant. A thread of pure Yang Tao power coalesced within my dantian, awakening my senses significantly. Who? A flash of murderous intent flickered in Fong Susu's eyes as she hurriedly moved towards the entrance of the stone chamber. I realized the moment of opportunity had arrived. I summoned my Tao power, opened my heavenly eye, and fixed my gaze upon the large flower snake that was siphoning my yang energy. I bellowed, "Righteous Qi, invincible under heaven and earth. You, a mere feng shui creature, dare to transform me into a dragon. How dare you attempt a blood pact with me? Begone!" I leaped into the air, raising my fist and striking down upon the large flower snake's head with all my might, channeling every ounce of my fury and resentment. Taken by surprise, the flower snake was struck and tumbled away. "Do you not recognize the arrival of an old friend?" The voice resounded again. Fong Susu, now visibly alarmed, shouted, "Lung Huayu, you opposed the Fong family for the sake of the Meng family's boy. By intruding upon the Fong family's grand tomb, you are merely seeking your own demise." At this moment, I discerned that the voice belonged to the indifferent woman, the one who regarded the master of the Dragon Mountain with such cold detachment. She had indeed come. From Fong Susu's words, it was evident that she was acquainted with this indifferent woman. "Have you been concealing your Tao power?" Fong Susu stood at the threshold of the stone chamber, her gaze icy and fixed upon me. I was uncertain how to restore my Tao power. Yet I sensed a connection to that mysterious tortoise, so I feigned composure and replied with a smile, "You are performing, and I shall join you in this act. If I were not to do so, how could I possibly discern your ultimate objective?" Fong Susu was infuriated beyond measure. I leaped down from the stone bed, wielding the black umbrella as if it were a peachwood sword, and declared loudly, "Mai sect, pure Yang Tao power. O divine beings above, 36 celestial generals and 72 earthly fiends, assist me in vanquishing this demonic creature." The black umbrella brimmed with pure Yang Tao power, enveloped by a sword meant for subduing demons. With a vigorous shake, I sent the celestial sword hurtling towards the feng shui demon, the great flower snake. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Fong Susu's eyes, yet she did not charge at me. Instead, she hastened with incredible speed to save the great flower snake. Demons, during their metamorphosis, are invariably weak, and the great flower snake was no exception. It was siphoning my yang energy to grow new scales. Were it not for this, I would not have been able to strike it at all. However, my celestial sword was merely a feint, a ruse to distract the enemy while providing an opportunity for rescue. Seizing this moment, I summoned all my strength and fled, rushing out of the stone chamber. In the center of the grand tomb, I beheld the indifferent woman clad in black. She wore a white veil over her face, impeccably clean, untouched by any blood. Breathless, I came to a halt beside her. She cast a glance in my direction and coldly commanded, "Stand behind me." I was all too familiar with her tone. Supporting a black umbrella, I stepped back to comply. Not far away, the ever-turning stone mill came to an abrupt halt. I activated my celestial vision and discerned 5 malevolent spirits lurking before the millstone, observing intently. Fong Susu strode forward, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Lung Huayu, do not presume that your connections to Zonglong Mountain render you untouchable. Within Dongjiang City, you may be a dragon coiled or a tiger crouched. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local serpent. You are astute enough to understand this. Aside from him, I will not intervene in your demise," she declared. "Why?" Fong Susu inquired. "It is the command of my master, the master of Zonglong Mountain," Lung Huayu replied with an air of indifference. I was utterly astonished. I had not anticipated her to defend me, delivering the most ruthless words in the most unassuming manner. Yet, her tone was imbued with an undeniable arrogance, an imperious pride, a demeanor that seemed to look down upon the world. Even a servant exhibited such arrogance. One could only imagine the grandeur of the master of Zonglong Mountain. Zonglong Mountain lay 500 miles away, isolated within its own domain. I was eager to witness how he could possibly rescue Mangin. Could he hurl a 1,000-mile flying sword? Fong Susu hesitated for a moment, yet continued to shout with fervor. It was evident that she held considerable apprehension towards the master of Zonglong Mountain. Nevertheless, in her mind, a strong dragon could not suppress a local serpent. Even if the master of Zonglong Mountain possessed celestial abilities, he could not save the individual before her. A sense of unease began to creep into my thoughts. The indifferent woman stands alone in the vast ancestral tomb of the Fong family, not in a position of advantage. I have witnessed Fong Susu in action. I advise you against making any attempts. The Fong family is cursed for a millennium, and you have nurtured monstrous feng shui creatures in Dongjiang, transforming into a black tiger, now coveting the golden-scaled Yin dragon. It has not been an easy endeavor over the years. Release Mengyan, and I shall not disturb you. Cold Huayu's tone remained unchanged, calm and unhurried. Yet, her words were exceedingly harsh. A patch of corpse-like discoloration appeared on Fong Susu's face as she stomped her right foot vehemently on the ground. From the western side of the tomb, a vigorous feng shui black tiger emerged, its crimson eyes radiating ferocity. Simultaneously, the large flower snake, which I had struck with a punch, materialized behind Fong Susu. The snake now bore 3 golden scales, yet retained its serpentine form, lacking true dragon scales, whiskers, or claws. Would they comply? Fong Susu finally regained her usual demeanor. Cold Huayu, with a sense of resignation, shook her head, glanced back at me, and instructed, "Take 10 steps back and sit by that well." Was she concerned about the possibility of me getting hurt in a confrontation? It is prudent to maintain a safe distance when masters engage in combat. Without hesitation, I retreated and sat by the well. At that moment, I discerned that the sealing spell on the ancient well was not merely 9 layers. There were fully 13 intricate layers, each intertwining to form a formidable confinement. The mysterious tortoise sleeping at the bottom of the well floated to the surface. As I gazed at the tortoise, a faint mist enveloped its shell. Yet I recognized 8 characters inscribed within the patterns. Chapter 84. The Sword Chi of Xiolon. Those 8 characters leapt into my view, nearly eliciting a gasp from my lips. I was unable to fathom their meaning. Fortunately, Fong Susu's attention was entirely fixated on Lung Huayu, who remained oblivious to my presence. Lung Huayu also did not glance back at me. However, when I turned my gaze once more towards the Xiangui, it began to sink slowly, and the 8 characters had vanished without a trace. I took a deep breath, regaining my composure, and redirected my focus to the duel between the 2 women. At that moment, Fong Susu's right foot stamped forcefully upon the ground. A surge of black, ominous energy erupted from the earth, coalescing into a swirling vortex that swiftly manifested a staircase, descending into the abyss. Flanking the stairs were statues of the ox head and horse face, while the anguished wails of the souls of the underworld echoed relentlessly. Fong Susu had once more forcibly opened the path to the Yellow Springs. The 5 malevolent spirits, burdened with the grinding stone, trembled in fear as they busied themselves anew, the stone mill creaking ominously. Auntie Lung, the path to the Yellow Springs emanates deathly energy and sinister aura, possessing formidable lethality. You must leave at once. Do not let my presence endanger you. I stood up abruptly, my voice laced with urgency. Since Lung Huayu was acquainted with my mother, addressing her as Auntie Lung seemed fitting. Fong Susu's forceful opening of the Yellow Springs, combined with the eerie aura, left little room for error, especially with the 2 malevolent creatures lurking behind her. Lung Huayu, after all, was merely a subordinate of the master of Zonglong Mountain, not the true entity itself. Though I harbored resentment towards Zonglong Mountain, this Lung Huayu had shown me kindness and had once aided me. I wished for her safety, not wanting her to perish because of me. With an air of calm, Lung Huayu simply commanded, "Sit down." It appears that she is brimming with confidence, fully assured of her capabilities. Cold Huayu, with her hands poised, prepares to convey a message to the drought demon residing in the Dragon Tomb Mountain, asserting that Fong Susu is not one to be trifled with. With a mere wave of her hand, a formidable surge of sinister energy coalesces into 17 long blades, hurtling towards Cold Huayu. Who dares to claim that my master is a mere drought demon? The drought demon serves merely as a guardian for my master. Cold Huayu chuckles lightly, finding amusement in the situation. The 17 blades of malevolent energy halt abruptly before Cold Huayu, unable to advance by even a fraction. I'm taken aback. Deducing from the deathly aura, I could sense from the gifts that the master of the Dragon Tomb Mountain might be a millennium-old drought demon. Yet, it turns out to be merely a guardian. Anyone can boast, unleash your artifacts, and display some skills. Although Fong Susu is momentarily taken aback, she quickly regains her composure. It is futile to counsel those who seek their own demise. Thus, I shall not be held accountable, Cold Huayu remarks. She then produces a piece of parchment from her sleeve, capturing my attention. This parchment resembles the one the master of the Dragon Tomb Mountain had used to write me a congratulatory letter. As she unfurls the parchment, I can only see its exterior,